We're reading from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra. We're at the beginning, a general introduction, edited by Fa Hai of the Tang Dynasty. What follows is not the sutra text, but an introduction to the sutra, which was written by the Sixth Patriarch's disciple, Fa Hai. When the Sixth Patriarch taught Dharma, Master Fa Hai followed him, recording all the things the Patriarch said. Later, he compiled and edited his notes, called them the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. Had he not done this, we would have no way to study the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma. Therefore, we should certainly be grateful for such a compassion as his. Dharma Master Fa Hai's lay name was Chang, and his common name was Huy Nguen. He was a native of Chuqiang, which is about 10 miles from Nanhua Monastery. He was a room-entering disciple, that is, a disciple to whom the master had transmitted the Dharma. Though his introduction is not part of the sutra proper, I will explain it to you because it narrates some important events in the life of the great master. Text. The great master was named Hui Neng. His father was of the Lu family and had the personal name Sing Tao. His mother was of Li family. The master was born on the 8th day of the second month of the year Wu Xiu in the 12th year of the Chen Guang reign of the Tang Dynasty, AD 638. At that time, a beam of light ascended into the space, and a strange fragrance filled the room. At dawn, two strange bhikshus came to visit. They addressed the master's father, saying, "Last night a son was born to you, and we have come to name him. It can be Wei above and below Neng." The father said, "Why shall he be called Hui Neng?" The monk said, "Wei means he will bestow the Dharma upon living beings. Neng means he will be able to do the Buddha's work." Having said this, they left. No one knows where they went. The master did not drink milk. At night, spirits appeared and poured sweet dew over him. Commentary. The great master refers to the Sixth Patriarch Hui Neng. The master's merit and virtue was great. He had great wisdom and compassion, and so was a master of gods and humans. When one is alive, one has a personal name. After one dies, that name is avoided. Hence, it is called a personal name, a name which is not spoken. When the great master's mother gave birth to him, a fine beam of light arose, like that which the Buddha emits from his forehead. A strange fragrant incense, which had never been smelled before, filled the room. At dawn, the heavens are half dark and half light. Chu Si, in the Song of Household Affairs, wrote, "At dawn, get up, sprinkle and sweep the hall. The inside, the outside, you must clean it all." In China, at the time, there was no linoleum. In the morning, people sprinkled water on the mud floors, waited a bit, and then swept their houses clean inside and out. The two strange bhikshus were quite different from ordinary people. They were like the fourth patriarch who, by merely opening his eyes, caused everyone to tremble and fright. The two unusual bhikshus came to name the sixth patriarch. Isn't this strange? Who has two bhikshus come to name him? To say above and below when referring to the person's name is a most respectful form of address. What the newly born patriarch ate was sweet dew. Text. He grew up, and at the age of 24, he heard the sutra and awoke to the way. He went to Wangmei to seek the seal of approval. Commentary. Some say that the sixth patriarch was 24, others say that he was 22. As a Chinese count, he was 24, and as Westerners count, he was 22. Whether he was 22 or 24 is not really important. When the sixth patriarch heard the layman recite the Diamond Sutra and reached the line, one should produce the thought which is nowhere supported, the sixth patriarch said, "Oh, not supported anywhere." He was immediately enlightened. A great many people had heard the Diamond Sutra, but none of them had become enlightened. None in the West, perhaps, someone will hear. One should produce the thought which is nowhere supported and understand the principle and become enlightened. That is what I hope. Whether or not it will actually happen is another matter. After becoming enlightened, he did not say, "Ah, I am enlightened." He was not like some people today who do not understand even a hair's breadth of the Buddha Dharma, yet claim to be enlightened. The ancients, even when they had become enlightened, did not recklessly say, "I am enlightened." Even less would people who had not become enlightened claim to have done so. It is necessary to seek certification from a good knowing advisor, a person who has already awakened. That is why the sixth patriarch went to Wangmei to seek the fifth patriarch's seal of certification. Enlightened ancients did not attempt to certify themselves. Today, however, there are those who have not become enlightened and yet say that they have. Enlightenment and non-enlightenment are as different as heaven and earth. Moreover, many naive young people take studying stupefying drugs and claim to have gone to the void. Confused demons posing as good knowing advisors certify them, saying, "Yes, you have attained to emptiness. However, there is no place for you to live in emptiness. Come back. Come to my place. I have buildings and houses. I have a commune." The young people say, "That's not bad at all." They take the demons as their teachers. Ultimately, these bad knowing advisors do not know themselves if they are true or false. You and I do not know either. But now we should use the sutras for certification. The sutras do not say that any foolish person has a commune in empty space, even though rockets now go to the moon. Space settlements have not yet been built, so this kind of talk simply does not get by. Now we are exceedingly busy. In the morning, everyone gets up at 4 o'clock to recite sutras. We are busy building houses on the earth, not in heaven. Why? We are people on earth, and so our houses should be built on earth. We are forging our bodies into indestructible Vajra bodies. Our bodies are our houses, but they sometimes go bad. Now, from morning to night, we are busy constructing them, cultivating them to be, in the end, like indestructible Vajra bodies. With an indestructible Vajra body, you can go anywhere you wish. You can go into empty space or up into the heavens, down to the earth, or into the Dragon King's palace. It is very simple, and you do not need a passport or a schedule if you are free to take off at your convenience. But first construct your indestructible body, then you can do it. Text. The fifth patriarch measured his capacity and transmitted the robe and dharma so that he inherited the patriarchship. The text was the first year of the reign period Lung Shou, cyclical year Xinyu, AD 661. He returned south and had hid for 16 years. Commentary. After the sixth patriarch left Wangmei, he had no safe place to live. Because Shen Shui's disciples and followers of non-Buddhist religions wished to harm him, the great master went to live with hunters for 16 years. During this time, no one knew that he was the sixth patriarch. He worked hard practicing dhyana meditation while watching other animals and birds the hunters had caught and secretly releasing the ones which had been only slightly injured and could still travel safely. He had much time to cultivate and perfect his skill. for no one came to trouble him. If you do not truly cultivate, everything is easy. But if you do cultivate truly, demon obstacles arise from the four corners of and the eight directions. Unexpected circumstances prevail, and things you never dreamed could happen. In this in his 16 years with the hunters, the sixth patriarch dwelt without disturbance, living just as they did. That is genuine hiding. He did not seek fame or profit, and he did not try to take advantage of circumstances. He practiced genuine cultivation. Text. On the 8th day of the first month of the first year of the reign period Yi Feng, AD 676, the cyclical year Ping Xiu, he met Dharma Master Yin Sung. Together they discussed the profound and mysterious, and Yin Sung became awakened and united with the Master's doctrine. Commentary. They talked back and forth, querying each other on principle. Who asked whom? Dharma Master Yin Sung asked the great master, the sixth patriarch. The great master had solved the dispute over whether the flag or the wind moved by explaining that it was the mind that moved, and Dharma Master Yin Sung had been astounded to hear a layman speak in such a deep and wonderful way. He got down from his Dharma seat and escorted the sixth patriarch to his room for a chat. Where did you come from, and what is your name? He asked. Dharma Master Yin Sung knew that the layman was a room entering disciple of the fifth patriarch, one to whom the fifth patriarch had transmitted the Dharma. He immediately bowed to the great master. They then investigated the profound and mysterious. They talked about the wind and the flag until his talk with the sixth patriarch, Dharma Master Yin Sung, had not correctly understood the principle of the dhyana school. Text. On the 15th day of that month, at a meeting of all four assemblies, the master's head was shaved. On the 8th day of the second month, all those well-known virtues gathered together to administer the complete precepts. Vinaya Master Chi Guang of Si Qing was the precept transmitter. During the week of the 8th of the 15th day of the first month, Dharma Master Yin Sung gathered the four assemblies together, the bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas. The purpose of the meeting was to shave the master's head so that he could leave home and become a bhikshu. Because people leave home for various reasons. Some find it difficult to obtain food and clothing. They see that those who have left home are well provided for, and so they leave home so they can eat and be clothed. Others leave home because they are old and have no children. They think, I will leave home and take a young disciple who will care for me as a son would. It is uncertain whether people who leave home for these reasons can really cultivate. Some leave home because they are bandits or runaways. They leave home and cut off their hair so that the government won't find them, and cut off their heads. Some leave home when small, but it is not certain whether they can cultivate. Some people have confused beliefs. Even so, they still believe, and that is good. For instance, the parents of a sick child may say, the child may die of disease. We should give him to a temple and he can become a bhikshu and we can go visit him. That is better than letting him die. So out of confused belief, the parents give their child to the temple. People of confused belief may not necessarily be bad, but people who believe in confused principles are definitely not good. They have faith, but it is misplaced. That is confusion within confusion, and it is not good. Some are confused without belief. In their confusion, they do not believe in anything. Finally, there are the believing and unconfused. These people study the Buddha Dharma with a faithful heart until they are no longer confused. Of these last four types of people who have left home One cannot say that any of them will be able to cultivate, nor can one say for sure that they cannot. Perhaps only 1 or 2% can cultivate the Dharma. However, if you resolve to attain enlightenment in order to end birth and death, you can surely cultivate upon leaving home. Again, there are those who no longer have a family and so leave their worldly home. Some leave the home of the 3 realms, the realm of desire, the realm of form, and the realm of formlessness. Once out of these 3 realms, there are no desires, no forms, and no formless consciousnesses. Because of their non-attachment, these people see the 3 realms as empty, and so it is said that they have left the home of the 3 realms. Some leave the home of the afflictions. It is essential to leave afflictions behind. If you don't cut them off, you may leave home, but you cannot know the way. The Sixth Patriarch cannot be put into any of these categories, for he was a special case. He had attained mastery, and so whether or not he left home made no difference. Even when he appeared to be a layman, he practiced the profound conduct of a bodhisattva, and he did not behave like a layman. In this way, his act of leaving home did not resemble that of others in the assembly. The 8th day of the 2nd month, in the day when Shakyamuni Buddha left home, on that day all the illustrious, virtuous, and learned Dharma masters gathered from the 10 directions. Chinese Dharma masters and Indian Dharma masters came to administer the complete precepts to the Sixth Patriarch. Dharma Master Yin Sung invited Dharma Master Chur Huang of Xi Qing to administer the complete precepts to the Sixth Patriarch. Xi Qing is another name for Chang'an. The person who administers the precepts is called precept transmitter. Precepts have a substance and mark and a dharma. If you wish to a more detailed explanation, even finer discriminations can be made. I do not use Ting Fu Bao's commentary because it is often in error. In this case, he says that 3 people are required to administer the precepts, while actually only 1 is necessary. At that time, Dharma Master Chur Guang acted as transmitter. Chur Guang was also a Vinaya master, one who diligently studied the precepts and thoroughly understands the rules. In walking, standing, sitting, and lying down, in each one of these 4 great comportments, he must conduct himself in an awesome manner, not daring to deviate for the space of a single step. Every move a Vinaya master makes must be in accord with his rules. Therefore, the Shurangama Sutra says, severe and pure in Vinaya. They are noble models for the triple world. Text. Vinaya master Wei Qing of Suzhou was a Karmadana. Vinaya master Tong Ying of Qingzhou was a teaching transmitter. Vinaya master Chi To Lo of central India recited the precepts. Tripitaka master Mi To of India was the precept certifier. Commentary. King Fu Bao writes that there were 4 Kamadanas, yet the sutra mentions only 1. He says that one mentioned was the most famous of the 4 because he didn't understand the precepts. His commentary is confused. There was only 1 Kamandana. Kamandana is a Sanskrit word which means to arrange events or to explain rules. The Karmadana makes certain that everything is done in accord with the Dharma, in accord with the rules established by Shakyamuni Buddha. Anything not in accord with the Buddha's rules is unacceptable to the Karmadana. When conferring the precepts, the precept transmitter asks the Karmadana, may the precepts be transmitted to this person? The question is asked 3 times, and each time the Karmadana must reply yes. On the precept platform, the Karmadana and the teaching transmitter sit immediately to the left and right of the precept transmitter. The remaining 7 certifiers sit on either side. That is the arrangement of the 3 masters and 7 certifiers. They represent the Buddhas of the 10 directions, and speaking in speaking the Dharma and transmitting precepts. Therefore, when leaving home, receiving precepts is especially important. The teaching transmitter transmits the sutra. Chi to lo, transliterated from the Sanskrit, means flower of merit and virtue. Dharma Master Mito understood the three divisions of the Tripitaka, Sutras, Shastras, and Vinaya, and so he is called a Tripitaka master. He is closely associated with the Chinese Vinaya because he translated the Dharma Gupta Vinaya from the Sanskrit into Chinese. All the precept spirits protected this intelligent master, and there are many miraculous events connected with his life. Mito means flourishing. His full name was Tamotito, flourishing Dharma. Text. Construction of the precept platform had begun in the former Sung dynasty by Tripitaka master Gunabhadra. He erected a stone tablet which said, "In the future a bodhisattva in the flesh will receive the precepts in this very place." Commentary. The former Sung was the dynasty that preceded the Sui dynasty, not the well-known Sung dynasty of Sung Tai Su. Gunabhadra means a worthy of merit and virtue. This master established a precept platform at what is now called Wang Xiu Monastery. His engraving foretold the coming of a bodhisattva in the flesh, not a bodhisattva who had gone to nirvana, but a living bodhisattva. Text. Further, in the first year of the Tianqian reign of the Liang dynasty, AD 502, Tripitaka master Yana Basaja came by sea from West India carrying a Bodhi tree branch which he planted beside the platform. He too made a prophecy saying, "After 170 years, a bodhisattva in the flesh will proclaim the supreme vehicle beneath this tree. Taking measureless multitudes across, he will be a transmitter of the Buddha's mind seal, a Dharma host." Commentary. Tripitaka master Yana Basaja, wisdom medicine, predicted that a living bodhisattva would speak the supreme vehicle Dharma from beneath the Bodhi tree, teaching the Dharma of a direct pointing to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. As a true transmitter of the Buddha's mind seal, this bodhisattva would use the mind to seal the mind. Shakyamuni Buddha held a flower in his finger and, smiling subtly, transmitted the mind seal of the Buddhas to the first patriarch, Mahakashyapa. Transmitters of the mind seal are patriarchs. A Dharma host is the one who lectures sutras and explains the Dharma. Yana Basaja brought a Bodhi tree branch from India to China, not a whole tree, just a cutting. Bodhi trees will grow almost anywhere. There are many such trees in China today. The Venerable Master Yana Basaja's flesh body has not decayed. It is preserved for veneration at Weiwa Monastery, about 5 miles from Nanhua Monastery. The caretaker there, who has left home, does not feed visitors. So if you wish to visit, you must bring your own food. When I was living at Nanhua Temple, I went to see the Master Yana Basaja body and found it in excellent condition. Text. In keeping with the former predictions, the Master arrived to have his hair cut and to receive the precept. He instructed the 4 assemblies on the essentials of the exclusive Dharma transmission. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch had his head shaved and received the complete precepts. He then explained the Dharma for the 4 assemblies, teaching them the exclusive Dharma transmission, that is, the Dharma which has been passed down through every generation since the time of Shakyamuni Buddha. Text. In the spring of the following year, the Master took leave of the assembly and returned to Paolin. Yin Sung, together with more than 1,000 black-robed monks and white-robed layfolk, accompanied him directly to Sosi. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch left and returned to Sosi. The black robes are those who have left home. At that time, lay people wore white robes. They all went directly to Sozi with the Master. Some people say that they had been in Sozi when they have not. They falsely claim to transmit Soxi's Dharma and dhyana source, the basis of meditation. The Dharma ending age is just that false. False Buddhists with phony credentials. Text. At that time, Vinaya Master Tung Ying of Qingzhou had several hundred students following the master and came to dwell there. When the master arrived at Paolin in Sozi, he saw that the buildings were bleak and small, insufficient to contain the multitude. Wishing to enlarge them, he paid a visit to the villager Chun Ya Tsin and said, "This old monk comes to the almsgiver seeking a sitting cloth worth of ground. Is that possible?" Commentary. As soon as he realized that the great master was the sixth patriarch, a transmitter of the Buddha's mind seal, Vinaya Master Tung Ying led his disciples to Sozi to study the Dharma under the great master. When the sixth patriarch arrived at Sozi, he saw that the buildings were too small. Wishing to enlarge them, he paid a visit to the wealthy landowner, Chen Yat-sen. In this passage, the sixth patriarch refers to himself as the old monk. When he was 24, he went to see Wang Mei when he hid for 16 years. Then he hid for 16 years. At 40 years of age, he called himself an old monk, and so I am entitled to do the same. The master told Chin Ya-sin that if he gave alms, he would transcend birth and death. Text. Sin asked, "How big is the high master's sitting cloth?" The master took out his sitting cloth and showed it to Yat-sen, who thereupon agreed. But when the patriarch unfolded and spread out his sitting cloth, it completely covered the four borders of Xiu-Si. The four heavenly kings appeared and sat as the protectors in each of the four directions. The great commentary. The great master handed his sitting cloth to Chen Yat-sen, who said, "If you only want that large a piece of land, fine." But when he spread it out, the sitting cloth covered not only the area around Nanwal Monastery, but everything within 10 miles of where they stood. The four heavenly kings appeared and stood guard in each of the directions. Text. It is due to this occurrence that the mountain range bordering the monastery is called the range of the heavenly kings. Xian said, "I know that the High Master's Dharma power is vast and great. However, the burial ground of my great-great-grandfather lies on this land. In the future, if you build a stupa, I hope that this area will remain undisturbed. As for the rest, I wish to give it to you forever as a treasured place. This ground has the flowing current of a living dragon and a white elephant. Level only heaven, do not level earth." Later, the monastery was constructed according to his words. The master roamed within these boundaries, and at places where the scene of nature were fine, he stopped to rest. Commentary. The area belongs to a living dragon. It has a flowing current, and a mountain is like an elephant. Here one may build a treasured place, a Bodhi mandala. Level only heaven, do not level earth. That is where the land is high, the buildings may be made lower, and where the land is low, the buildings may be made taller, but do not level the earth, for if you do, you will ruin the fine condition of wind and water, and the land will lose its efficacious energies. The sixth patriarch often roamed about the countryside and stopped to rest where the landscapes were especially beautiful. Text. Accordingly, 13 arianas were erected, among them the present Tao Ko Hall. The site of the Paolin Bodhimandala was decided upon long ago by Indian Tripitaka master Yanabhasaja, who, during his journey from Nanhai, passed through Xiuzi, where he cupped up the water with his hands and found it to be delicious. Surprised, he told his disciple, "This water is not different from that in India. Its source would surely be an excellent site on which to build a monastery." He followed the water and looked in four directions. The mountains and waters encircled one another, and peaks were impressive. He sighed and said, "This is just like Jewel Wood Mountain in India." Commentary: why in the area of Nanhua called Paolin? Paolin means jeweled wood. When Venerable When the Venerable Yanabasaja drank the water at Sosi, the taste was identical to that of the water in a certain place in India. He knew that source of the spring and was indeed an efficacious spot in which the temple should be built. At dusk, he reached the site of Nanhua Monastery. Gazing at the mountain, he said, "This mountain looks like a jewel wood mountain in India. We shall call this jewel wood Bodhi Mandala." Master Yanabasajya was not alone. Many of his disciples were traveling with him. He said to them, "The source of this stream is certainly a good site for building a temple. Monastic buildings are called aryanas in Sanskrit, a word meaning silent place. They are quite pure, quiet places for cultivation. The clear blue waters reflected the bright, shiny mountain peaks. The area was particularly beautiful. Text: he said to the villagers of Ho, "A pure dwelling may be built here. After 170 years, the unsurpassed Dharma jewel will teach here. Those who attain the way in this place will be as numerous as the trees of this forest. It should therefore be called Paolin." At that time, Magistrate Wo Ching Chung of Xiaochuo reported these words to the emperor, who assented and conferred upon it the name Paolin Bodhimandala. The construction of the pure halls began in the third year of the Tianqian reign of the Liang dynasty, AD 504. Commentary: the village was called So-Ho, descendants of So, because its inhabitants were descendants of General Tso of the period of the Three Kingdoms. 170 years after the master Yanabasaja made this prediction, the Sixth Patriarch received the precepts and taught living beings at Paolin. The unsurpassed Dharma jewel refers to the Sixth Patriarch. Sangha and lay people who were to attain enlightenment at this place would be as numerous as the trees in a forest. It was therefore to be called jeweled wood. Text: in the front of the hall was a pond in which a dragon often swam, bumping and scraping the trees of the forest. One day he appeared larger than ever, covering this area with a thick mist. The disciples were afraid, but the patriarch scolded him and saying, "Ha, you can only make yourself appear in a large body, not in a small one. If you were a divine dragon, you could transform the great into the small and the small into the great." Commentary: the dragon was so big that you could only see the dragon. You couldn't see the pond at all. He danced on top of the water, splashing it everywhere in the waves, which were 10 feet, 20 feet, even 30 feet high. He was showing off. "Incredible," said the disciples. "This dragon certainly intends to harm us." The Sixth Patriarch shouted at the dragon. He said, "If you really had spiritual powers, you could transform nothing into something and something into nothing. You could transform yourself or not be transformed, just as you wish, manifesting the great within the small and the small within the great." Text: the dragon suddenly disappeared, but returned an instant later in a small body, skipping about on the surface of the pond. The master held out his bowl and teased him, saying, "You don't dare climb into the bowl of the old bhikshu." At that time, at the moment, the dragon swam in front of the master, who scooped him out of the water with his bowl. The dragon couldn't move. Holding the bowl, the master returned to the hall and explained the Dharma to the dragon. Commentary: when the dragon heard the Sixth Patriarch dare him to manifest a small body, he disappeared. Strange. Think about it. Suddenly he wasn't there. Then, in the time it takes to feel a hunger pang, a little dragon appeared, dancing on top of the water. The great master said, "You have a little body now, but you wouldn't dare get into my bowl, would you?" "You wouldn't dare, dragon. I dare you to get into my bowl." The dragon flew across the water and swam up before the patriarch. The patriarch didn't wait for the dragon to jump into his bowl, but reached right down and scooped him out of the water. In Manchuria, where I am from, there is a saying: before there were people in Manchuria, you could scoop up the fish with a bucket and chickens fell into the cooking pot. As for rabbits, you could just step outside, swing a stick, and knock over a few. This was what is meant by scooped. Catching the dragon was as easy as scooping for fish in Manchuria. Text: The dragon then shed his skin and left. His bones, only 7 inches long and complete with head, tail, and horns and claws, were preserved in the temple. Later the master filled in the pond with earth and stones. Now in that place in front of the hall on the right side is an iron stupa. Commentary. Dharma Master Fa Hai's introduction says that the pond was on the left side of the hall, but it is actually on the right. One commentator, Ting Fu Pao, had never been there and consequently did not realize the direction of the pond should be found should have been determined from the patriarch's position when sitting in the hall. That is on the right side.
We're reading from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra. We're in Chapter 1, Action and Intention. Commentary. In this first chapter of the Sutra, the Sixth Patriarch gives his disciples a biographical sketch of himself. Action refers to the Sixth Patriarch's activities, and intention is that upon which he based his cultivation. Action and intention refers to the source where it all began. Sutra. At one time, the great master arrived at Paolin. Magistrate Wei Chu of Xiaoqiu and other local officials climbed the mountain and invited the master to come into the city to the lecture hall of Ta Fa Temple to speak the Dharma to the assembly. When master had taken his seat, the magistrate and over 30 other officials, more than 30 Confucian scholars, and more than 1,000 bhikshus, bhikshunis, Taoists, and laypeople all made obeisance at the same time, wishing to hear the essentials of Dharma. Commentary. For every sutra, 6 requirements must be met. Commonly explained in the opening sentences, they are faith, hearing, time, host, place, and assembly. Only when these 6 are fulfilled is the orthodox Dharma being spoken. To conduct a sutra session, there must be an assembly. Magistrate Wei Chu and the gathering of disciples and followers fulfills this requirement. Then there must be a place to speak the Dharma. Paolin Mountain fulfills this requirement. A Dharma master who thoroughly understands the Dharma must be present as host. Here it is the great master, the Sixth Patriarch. At one time suffices for the time requirement, and that all made obeisance at the same time fulfills the faith requirement. They came wishing to hear the essentials of Dharma, and that fulfills the requirements of hearing. Wei Chu and the officials climbed Paolin Mountain, which is about 10 miles from Sanchou, where Ta Fan Temple, now called Ta Chien Temple, is located. I lived there for a while. This is where the Sixth Patriarch spoke the Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. The great master said to the assembly, "Good knowing advisors, the self-nature of Bodhi is originally clear and pure. Simply use that mind, and you will straightway accomplish Buddhahood." Good knowing advisors. Listen while I tell you about the actions and intentions by which Hui Neng obtained the Dharma. Commentary. The great master spoke to the assembly. You are people with good roots and much wisdom. The self-nature of Bodhi is one's own originally enlightened, clear, and pure nature. It cannot be produced or destroyed, defiled or purified, increased or decreased. Use this mind. Don't use your false thinking mind. Using his own name in the formal style, the Sixth Patriarch calls himself Hui Neng, saying, Now I will tell you how Hui Neng obtained the Dharma. Listen. Sutra. Hui Neng's stern father was originally from Fa Yang. He was banished to Sinchou in Lingnan, where he became a commoner. Unfortunately, his father soon died, and his aging mother was left alone. They moved to Nanhai, and poor and in bitter straits, Hui Neng sold wood in the marketplace. Commentary. From his native district of Fa Yang, Hui Neng's father was sent to Lingnan. Because the father is more apt to discipline the children, he is respectively called stern. The mother ordinarily offers loving kindness to her children, and so she is spoken of as compassionate. Hui means kind, and that he was kind and compassionate, bestowing Dharma upon living beings. Neng, able, means that he was able to do the Buddha's work. The Sixth Patriarch's family name was Lu. Hui Neng's father was banished to Lingnan, a frontier region during the Tang Dynasty, inhabited by government exiles. The Sixth Patriarch's father was an official, may have been convicted of an offense, and thus banished to Lingnan. Hui Neng had an unfortunate, unlucky life. His father died when the master was between the ages of 3 and 5, leaving him alone with his widowed mother. He and his mother moved to Nanhai, where they endured the hardships of poverty. How did they survive? Master Hui Neng hiked into the mountains and chopped wood, returned and sold it in the marketplace, using the money to buy rice for his mother and himself. Sutra. Once a customer bought firewood and ordered it delivered to his shop. When the delivery had been made, Hui Neng had received the money. He went outside the gate, where he noticed a customer reciting a sutra. Upon once hearing the words of this sutra, quote, one should produce that thought which is nowhere supported, Hui Neng's mind immediately opened to enlightenment. Commentary. Because the Sixth Patriarch's family was poor, he received little formal schooling and could not read. At that time in China, one needed money to go to school, but in spite of his illiteracy, the Sixth Patriarch's disposition was extremely sharp. And as soon as he heard the line of the sutra which says that one should have a true mind which is nowhere attached, he immediately became enlightened, and he understood that he had never understood before. Many will hear this sentence. One should produce the thought which is nowhere supported. Are there any who will open enlightenment? Someone explains, why, I have. I ask you, what is the enlightenment you have opened? What is the enlightenment unopened? Ask yourself. Sutra. Thereupon he asked the customer what sutra he was reciting. The customer replied, the Diamond Sutra. Then again he asked, where do you come from, and why do you recite this sutra? The customer said, I come from Tongchan Monastery in Chichou, Huangmei Province. There the fifth patriarch, the great master Huy Nguen, dwells, teaching over 1,000 disciples. I went there to make obeisance and heard and received this sutra. Commentary. The great master, the fifth patriarch, lived in Tongchan Monastery with more than 1,000 disciples whom he taught and transformed. At that time in China, the study of the Dharma was so fervently pursued that it was not unusual to have 1,000 people on one mountain studying the Buddha Dharma together. Where in America are there 1,000 Buddhist disciples studying the Dharma together? Such a large country, yet there is no such place. It is possible, however, that later there will be more than 10,000 people studying Buddha Dharma. But this is not assured. We have to watch my disciples and see how hard they work. Most Americans are intelligent, but there are some whose intelligence surpasses itself. Every day from morning to night they are caught up in taking confusing drugs. By taking these drugs, they may attain a small and different states of consciousness which they cannot obtain without drugs. These people try drugs again and again until one day they see that it is useless. They think, I've been taking drugs for such a long time, now I still have not become enlightened. When they realize this, they may turn towards the truth. I teach you the Buddha Dharma so in the future you can speak the Dharma to teach and transform living beings. Do not be careless, but work well and without confusion, and then many will come to study. You who are now studying the Sixth Patriarch Sutra must know the origin of your learning. When people ask, where did you study the Buddha Dharma? You can reply, we studied at the Buddhist lecture hall of the Sino-American Buddhist Association. That is what is meant by this passage. Sutra, the great master constantly exhorts the Sangha and laity only to uphold the Diamond Sutra. Then they may see their own nature and straightway achieve Buddhahood. Hui Neng heard this and desired to go and seek the Dharma, but he was recalled that his mother had no support. From past lives were karmic conditions which led another man to give Hui Neng a pound of silver so that he could provide clothing and food for his aging mother. The man instructed him further to go to Wangmei to call upon and bow to the Fifth Patriarch. Commentary. You should be clear that Great Master referred to here is the Fifth Patriarch, not the Sixth Patriarch. When Hui Neng heard that there was a place where over 1,000 people were studying the Buddha Dharma, together he became very excited. What am I to do? I really want to study there. He exclaimed to the customer, I heard you recite the Diamond Sutra and I understand the principles. I want to go seek the Buddha Dharma, but I have an aging mother who has no one to care for. What can I do? Since bodhisattvas do not seek fame, the Sixth Patriarch did not say which great bodhisattva helped him at this time. The sutra simply says that because of former karmic conditions, a customer gave Hui Neng a pound of silver. This was certainly a valuable offering. The yield of a day's work chopping firewood was worth only a few copper pennies in the marketplace, so even if Hui Neng had sold all the wood gathered in 1,000 days, its value could not have equaled the gift of silver. The silver provided for his mother's food and lodging. Maybe the man said, you are poor, and yet you want to study the Buddha Dharma. Here I will help you a bit, and gave him an offering that he might go and seek Dharma. The merit and virtue of this offering was great, and in the future this man will certainly be a flesh-body bodhisattva. Now perhaps one of us is doing this kind of work, thinking to himself, have I done this kind of meritorious deed? You don't remember? It doesn't matter. There's no need to have false thinking about it. The man urged him on, saying, you have such great faith that as soon as you heard the sutra, you opened to enlightenment and understood the principle. Hurry, go right away to seek the great master at Wangmei. I will surely be worth your while. Do not delay, go at once. Sutra. After Hui Neng had made arrangement for his mother's welfare, he took his leave. In less than 30 days he arrived at Wangmei and made obeisance to the Fifth Patriarch, who asked him, where are you from and what do you seek? Hui Neng replied, "Your disciple is a commoner from Xinshou in Liangnan, and comes from afar to bow to the master, seeking only to be a Buddha and nothing else." The patriarch said, "You are from Liangnan, and you are therefore a barbarian, so how can you become a Buddha?" Hui Neng said, "Although there are people from the north and people from the south, there is ultimately no north or south in the Buddha nature. The body of the barbarian and that of High Master are not the same, but what distinction is there in the Buddha nature?" The fifth patriarch wished to continue the conversation, but seeing his disciples gathering on all sides, he ordered his visitor to follow the group off to work. Hui Neng said, "Hui Neng informs the High Master that this disciple's mind constantly produces wisdom and is not separate from the self-nature. That itself is the field of blessing. It has not been decided what work the High Master will instruct me to do." The fifth patriarch said, "Barbarian, your faculties are too sharp. Do not speak further, but go to the back courtyard." Hui Neng withdrew to the back courtyard, where a cultivator ordered him to split firewood and thresh rice. More than 8 months had passed when the patriarch one day suddenly saw Hui Neng and said, "I think these views of yours can be of use, but fear that evil people may harm you. For that reason I have not spoken with you. Did you understand the situation?" Hui Neng replied, "Your disciple knew the master's intention and has stayed out of the front hall so that others might not notice him." Commentary. As soon as the sixth patriarch made arrangements for his mother's welfare, he left. Some 30 days later he arrived at east of the Shuangfeng mountain at Tongchan Monastery. During this journey he had no false thoughts, and so he was unaware of how much time had passed before he arrived at Wangmei. The master was 22 years old at the time. When the great master asked from where he had come, Hui Neng told him that he was from the south, from Xinshou. "I don't want anything at all," he said. "I only want to be a Buddha. All the rest is irrelevant." The fifth patriarch said, "You are a southerner, and southerners are barbarians." The word barbarian is in Chinese, Kei Liao. Kei is dog-like animal and an extremely short snout. Liao refers to coarse people of the borderlands. Basically, this means that those who cannot understand the principle of being a human being to the category of animals. "And how can you become a Buddha?" asked the fifth patriarch. The sixth patriarch answered him promptly. "Although people are from the north and from the south," he said, "the Buddha nature is one and is everywhere the same." The fifth patriarch's disciples were gathered all around, so he said no more. He simply told the sixth patriarch, "Go, you have come. Good, you have come. Now go to work with the others. Hurry off." Hui Neng said his own mind always produced wisdom. This wisdom is produced from one's own nature, and the fields of blessings are not separate from it. "I do not know what the master wants me to do," he said. The patriarch heard Hui Neng talking this way and said, "This barbarian has sharp roots." He cautioned Hui Neng to be more discreet and not talk so much. "Speak no more," he said. "Go to the back courtyard." In the back courtyard, a cultivator told Hui Neng what to do. When people first come to a place, they are always bullied. This disciple, who had not yet left home, said to Hui Neng, every day you must cut wood, build the fire, and cook the food. Here's an axe, and be sure to cut kindling too. Besides that, every day you must thresh rice." Over the 8 months later, the patriarch saw Hui Neng working on the threshing ground and said to him, "I think that your wisdom and opinions can be used, but fearing jealous people might harm you, I have not spoken with you too much. Did you know that?" Hui Neng said, I understand. I have not dared to go into the front of the Dharma hall to speak with the Master, lest others notice my actions or the Master's compassion towards me. Sutra. One day the Patriarch summoned his disciples together and said, I have something to say to you. For people in the world, the matter of birth and death is a great one. All day long you seek fields of blessings only. You do not try to get out of the bitter sea of birth and death. If you are confused about your self-nature, how can blessings save you? Commentary. The fifth patriarch said, regardless of whether you are extremely rich or bitterly poor, you cannot avoid birth and death. Consequently, you should know how you were born. If this question of birth and death is not resolved, life is dim and confused, and you are confused with coming and going. You do nothing but seek merit among the gods and among humans. You do not know how to seek wisdom. Thus you swirl and drift in the suffering sea of birth and death. It is said that one who cultivates wisdom and does not cultivate merit is like an arhat with an empty begging bowl. He is very wise, but no one makes offerings to him. But if one cultivates merit and neglects wisdom, he is like a big elephant wearing a pearl necklace. Beneath the adornment of blessings, he is stupid and will never resolve the problem of birth and death. Sutra. Each of you go back and look into your own wisdom and use the Prajna nature of your own original mind to compose a verse. Submit it to me so that I may look at it. If you understand the great meaning, the robe and dharma will be passed on to you and you will become the sixth patriarch. Hurry off, do not delay. Thinking and considering is of no use in this matter. When seeing your own nature, it is necessary to see it at the very moment of speaking. One who does that perceives as does one who wields a sword in the height of battle. Commentary. Verse here is the Sanskrit word gata. A gata is composed of lines of uniform length, though the length may vary from gatha to gatha. Go quickly, said the fifth patriarch. Go as if fire were about to overtake you. Do not dawdle and procrastinate, saying, Oh, I cannot do it today, I will do it tomorrow instead. And the next day saying, not today either, perhaps tomorrow. Do not keep putting it off and do not try to think about it. It is useless to use your discriminating mind. If you have deep prajna wisdom, you understand the moment you hear the words spoken, just as one grabs a weapon and confronts an oncoming enemy. So do you perceive you can see your nature in the same immediate way. The assembly received this order and withdrew, saying to one another, We of the assembly do not need to clear our minds and use our intellect to compose a verse to submit to the High Master. What use would there be in this? Shen Sui is our senior instructor and teaching transmitter. Certainly he should be the one to obtain it. It would be not only improper for us to compose a verse, but a waste of effort as well. Hearing this, everyone put his mind to rest and said, Henceforth we will rely on Master Shen Sui. Why vex ourselves writing verses? Commentary. They went away to other courts, other gardens, and other buildings, saying to themselves, Why worry about writing this verse? We do not need to waste the effort. I believe the people who spoke this were of Shen Sui's party. Why did they not write verses? Because Shen Sui's followers were trying to make him the patriarch. All his followers, disciples of the Dharma, brothers, friends, and relatives contrived to set up the position for Shen Sui. They convinced everyone else not to write verses because if everyone else wrote verses, then perhaps Shen Sui might not get this to be next patriarch. They secretly passed it around and whispered behind the scenes, like friends of a candidate for president who say, hey, vote for this one, he can be president. They spread it about and stuffed the ballot box. Convinced that they had no learning, the assembly decided it was useless to write verses. Swayed by the rumors, they said the senior-seated Shen Shui is the second to the abbot. His literary skill is good, his virtue is high, he lectures on the sutras and speaks the Dharma for us. Certainly he should become the sixth patriarch. When the assembly heard Xuan Shui's followers saying things like that, if we write verses, they will be very unpolished and certainly not good enough to submit. They all decided not to write verses themselves. They didn't want to compete with Xuan Shui, their superior. Sutra. Xuan Shui then thought, the others are not submitting verses because I am their teaching transmitter. I must compose a verse and submit it to the High Master. If I do not submit a verse, how will the High Master know whether the views and understanding in my mind are deep or shallow? If my intention in submitting the verse is to seek the Dharma, that is good, but if it is to grasp the patriarchship, that is bad. For how would that be different from the mind of a common person coveting the holy position? But if I do not submit a verse, in the end I will not obtain the Dharma. This is a terrible difficulty. Commentary. The fifth patriarch had announced that in order to obtain the Dharma, one must compose a verse. Xuan Shui knew that if he did not submit one, the fifth patriarch would not know whether Xuan Shui had wisdom, and he could not transmit the Dharma to him. Xuan Shui fretted and worried. What shall I do? This is very hard. It is just too difficult. Sutra. In front of the fifth patriarch's hall were 3 corridors. Their walls were to be frescoed by the court artist Lu Chen, with stories from the Lankavatara Sutra and with pictures portraying in detail the lives of the fifth patriarchs, so that the patriarchs might be venerated by future generations. Commentary. A court artist is one appointed by an official to the imperial court because of his talent. The title of the Lankavatara Sutra has 2 meanings, city and cannot be gone to. This city, located behind Malaya mountain, is inaccessible to those without spiritual powers. Shakyamuni Buddha used his spiritual powers to go there and speak the Lankavatara Sutra for the benefit of those who had spiritual powers. The court artist was to depict the miraculous, inconceivable, wonderful transformations which took place in the assembly on Lanka Mountain. The court artist was also to paint pictures illustrating the flow of the Dharma from the great Master Bodhidharma, the first patriarch, to the great Master Weiko, the second patriarch, and onward from generation to generation to the fifth patriarch, Great Master Wangren. The paintings would remain in the world so that future generations might receive benefit from respecting and making offerings to them. Sutra. After composing his verse, Xuan Shui made several attempts to submit it, but whenever he reached the front of the hall, his mind became agitated and distraught, and his entire body became covered with perspiration. He did not dare to submit it, although in the course of 4 days he made 13 attempts. Commentary. Xuan Shui's students were not greedy to become patriarch, but Xuan Shui had a great desire for the position. Whenever he tried to submit his verse, he went a little crazy. What am I going to do? Is this verse right or not? Can I submit it? He did not know if it was right or wrong, and maybe is it this way or is it that way? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is, more or less. Endless questions flooded his mind, making him extremely nervous. Every time he tried to hand it in, he broke out in a heavy sweat. Why, it was a huge gamble. If he failed, he would not be a patriarch, but if he passed, he He would. Fear of failure caused him extreme agitation. It was really suffering, really hard work. It is not easy to be a patriarch. Look at how much effort he expended. For 4 entire days and nights, he never shut his eyes. He just kept trying to submit his verse. At night, he would go as far as the Fifth Patriarch's hall, peer around, break out in a sweat, and flee back to his room. During the day, he tried again. In the periods in between, he could not sit, lie down, or sleep, and when he tried to eat, he couldn't swallow. He went before the Patriarch's hall 13 times and still did not submit the verse. Now, when I give you a quiz, you write the answers very promptly and hand them in. Suppose I were to give you a patriarch test. I think your hands would tremble so that you could not write or out the answers. Finally, after so many attempts, when Xuan Shui had almost worried himself to death, he thought, hey, get hold of yourself, calm down, think this over, meditate, enter samadhi. Sutra. Then he thought, this is not as good as writing it on the wall so that the High Master might see it suddenly. If he says it is good, I will come forward and bow and say, Shui did it. If it does not pass, then I have spent my years on this mountain in vain, receiving veneration from others. And as to the further cultivation, what can I say? That night, in the third watch, holding a candle, he secretly wrote the verse on the wall of the south corridor to show what his mind had seen. Commentary. That's it, he said with a relief. I will write it on the wall, and when he sees it, he will say, this is truly a fine verse, truly wonderful, and I will admit that I wrote it. But if he says this is too confused, it is nothing but useless trash, then I will know that I have wasted my time here on the mountain. He crept stealthily like a thief in the night. He carried just a little candle, for if the light were too bright, someone might have seen him. Sutra. Verse. The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind like a bright mirror stand. Time and again brush it clean, and let no dust alight. After writing this verse, Xuan Shui returned to his room, and the others did not know what he had done. Then he thought, if the Fifth Patriarch sees the verse tomorrow and is pleased, it will mean that I have an affinity with the Dharma. If he says that it does not pass, it will mean that I am confused by heavy karmic obstacles from past lives and that I am not fit to obtain the Dharma. It is difficult to fathom the sage's intentions. In his room, he thought it over and could not sit or sleep peacefully right through the fifth watch. Commentary. He bounded back to his room 2 steps at a time as if he were being chased, but quietly taking great silent leaps like an expert military spy. He was afraid that if anyone saw him, they would know he wrote the verse. But no one saw him, no one knew, not even ghosts and spirits. If he likes this verse, thought Xuan Shui, then I must have conditions with the wonderful mind-to-mind seal of the Buddhas, and it is my destiny to be patriarch. But if he does not pass, my confusion from the karma created in past lives must be heavy obstruction. It is hard to figure out what he will say. There is just no way to know. Actually, his verse was not bad, but he had not fully understood, so after he returned to his room, he was still uneasy. Sutra. The Patriarch already knew that Xuan Shui had not yet entered the gate and seen his own nature. At daybreak, the Patriarch called court artist Liu Chen to fresco the wall of the south corridor, suddenly saw the verse and said to the court artist, there is no need to paint. I am sorry that you have been wearied by coming so far, but the Diamond Sutra says, whatever has marks is empty and false. Instead, leave this verse for people to recite and uphold. Those who cultivate in accordance with this verse will not fall into the evil destinies and will attain great merit. He then ordered the disciples to light incense and bow before it and to recite it, thus enabling them to see their own nature. The disciples all recited it and exclaimed, "Excellent." Commentary: if you cultivate according to the principles contained in this verse, said the fifth patriarch, you will not fall into rebirth in the three evil paths of the hells, animals, or hungry ghosts, and you will receive many benefits. Sutra. At the third watch, the patriarch called Xuan Shui into the hall and asked him, "Did you write this verse?" Xuan Shui said, "Yes. In fact, Xuan Shui did it. He does not dare lay claim to the position of patriarch, but hopes the High Master will be compassionate and see whether or not this disciple has a little bit of wisdom." The patriarch said, "Your verse, the verse which you wrote, shows that you have not yet seen your original nature, but are still outside the gate. With such views and understanding, you may seek Supreme Bodhi, but in the end will not obtain it. Supreme Bodhi must be obtained at the very moment of speaking. In recognizing the original mind at all times, in every thought, you yourself will see that the 10,000 dharmas are unblocked. In one truth is all truth, and the 10,000 states are of themselves thus as they are. The thusness of the mind, just that it is true reality. If seen in this way, it is indeed the self-nature of Supreme Bodhi. Commentary. The patriarch chose the same hour at which Xuan Shui had written the verse on the wall the night before. He secretly called him in and said, "Psst, was it you who wrote this verse?" Yes, Xuan Shui whispered back. "Yes, in fact, I, Shui, wrote it. I do not dare to seek the status of the patriarch, but your verse shows that you are still an outsider," said the fifth patriarch. "You have not yet seen your nature. As soon as you speak the words, you know your original nature. When you understand the mind and see your own nature, you know that the nature is not produced and not destroyed, but that at all times all dharmas are perfectly fused without the slightest bit of obstruction. There is no place where all the dharmas are not identical. When you understand one truth, all truth is understood. The 10,000 externals are all produced from that state which is thus unmoving, and within the mind which is thus unmoving. True reality is to be found. Seen in this way, this is the state as the original nature. It is the highest enlightenment. And so, in response to Xuan Shui, I wrote a verse myself. Because the way 10,000 things are born, one who obtains it penetrates the mystery of oneself. Awakened, the basic substance is fathomed. Bodhi does not decrease or increase. Sutra. Go and think it over for a day or two, compose another verse and bring it to me to see. If you have been able to enter the gate, I will transmit the robe and dharma to you. Xuan Shui made obeisance and left. Several days passed, but he was unable to compose a verse. His mind was agitated and confused. His thoughts and mood were uneasy. He was as if in a dream. Whether walking or sitting down, he could not be happy. Commentary. After the great master had explained that the Bodhi's self-nature cannot be sought with the mind that wants to take advantage of things, he told Xuan Shui, if you obtain the original substance, become enlightened and understand the mind and see your nature, entering the gate of the Buddha Dharma so that you are no longer on the outside, I will transmit the Dharma to you. Enter the gate means understand the mind and see your own nature. As the days passed, Xuan Shui gradually went insane. Neither his mood nor his thoughts would calm down. Although he was unable to fall asleep, he was as if in a dream. He didn't know what he was doing because his desire to become a patriarch was so great. I believe that after he failed the initial test and went and then was unable to compose another verse, he even considered suicide. Sutra. 2 days later, a young boy chanting the verse passed by the threshing room. Hearing it for the first time, Hui Neng knew the writer had not yet seen his original nature. Although he had not yet received a transmission of the teaching, he already understood its profound meaning. He asked the boy, "What verse are you reciting?" "Barbarian, you know nothing," replied the boy. "The great master has said that birth and death are a profound concern for the people in the world. Desiring to transmit the robe and dharma, he ordered his disciples to compose verses and bring them to him to see. The person who has awakened to the profound meaning will inherit the robe and dharma and become the sixth patriarch. Our senior Xuan Shui wrote this verse without marks on the wall of the south corridor. The great master ordered everyone to recite it, for to cultivate an accord with this verse is to avoid falling into the evil destinies and is of great merit." Commentary. A young lad ventured close to the threshing floor where the sixth patriarch was working, singing as he walked. "The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind like a bright mirror stand. Time and again we brush it clean, let no dust alight." The youth was chanting Xuan Shui's verse because he wished to obtain great benefit, avoid the three evil destinies of rebirth, and see his nature. When the sixth patriarch asked the boy what he was reciting, the boy replied, "You barbarian, don't you know that the fifth patriarch said that all problems people face, the problems of birth and death, is most grave?" A verse without marks is one which reveals that its author is not attached to marks. "You really have no good roots," the boy said to the sixth patriarch. "After so many days you still don't know. You are useless, capable only of toiling at bitter work. All you can do is pound rice. You shouldn't let such a fine opportunity slip by. Listen closely, and I will tell you what has happened and teach you this verse so that you too can become enlightened and see your nature. Pay attention and rely on this verse as you cultivate so that you, in your next life, you won't have to endure such suffering as you endure now. You won't have to be a horse or a cow or fall into the other animals or into the hells. At the very least, you'll be a wealthy and respected person of good fortune." The youth's heart wasn't bad at all. Sutra. Hui Neng said, "I too would like to recite it to create an affinity. Superior One, I have been pounding rice here for over 8 months and have not yet been into the front hall. I hope that the Superior One will lead me before the verse to pay homage." The boy then led him to the verse to bow. Hui Neng said, "Hui Neng cannot read. Please, Superior One, read it to me." Then an official from the Chiang Cho named Chang Yung recited it loudly. After hearing it, Hui Neng said, "I too have a verse. Will the official please write it for me?" The official replied, "You too can write a verse? That is strange." Commentary. The boy said, "Listen to me and I will teach you. The body is a Bodhi tree. Can you remember that? The mind like a bright mirror stand. You should remember that. Don't forget, time and time brush it clean, let no dust alight." If you remember that verse clearly and study as you chant, you will certainly receive an efficacious response. Because the lad had been so considerate, the sixth patriarch referred to him as Superior One, a title which was ordinarily reserved for one's master. People who have left home often call their teacher Superior One, acknowledging their high achievement. Then the sixth patriarch said, "The layman Hui Neng is truly useless, for he can't read a single word. Superior One, would you please recite it for me?" Having heard this verse, he said, "Well, I have a verse too, but I am unable to write it. What can I do? Please, good official, Layman Chang, will you write it out for me?" The official was wide-eyed with surprise. He looked scornfully at the barbarian. "Ha! You can write a verse? This is very strange. In my whole life I never heard of an illiterate who can write verses." Sutra. Hui Neng said to the official, "If you wish to study the Supreme Bodhi, do not slight the beginner. The lowest people may have the highest wisdom, the highest people may have the least wisdom. If you slight others, you create limitless, unbounded offenses." The official said, "Recite your verse and I will write it for you. If you obtain the Dharma, you must take me across first. Do not forget these words." Hui Neng's verse reads, "Originally, Bodhi has no tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Originally, there is not a single thing. Where can the dust alight?" When this verse had been written, the followers all were startled and without exception cried out to one another, "Strange indeed! One cannot judge a person by his appearance. How can it be that after so little time he has become a bodhisattva in the flesh?" Commentary. Originally, Layman Lu had not planned to say anything, but if he had remained silent, no one would have helped him write a verse. So in reply to mocking of Layman Chang, the master said, "If you wish to study the highest Bodhi, do not ridicule those who are studying the Buddha Dharma for the first time. It may well be that those who appear to be the lowest and stupidest have the highest wisdom, for those who have truly great wisdom may act as if they have no wisdom at all. No matter what they are asked, they reply, 'I don't know.' This is an example of the great wisdom which is like stupidity. For instance, when I ask a question of my disciples, they often say, 'I don't know.' When they first came to study, they said, 'I know everything.' Once I met a person who said he knew everything. I asked, 'How can you know everything? If you know all there is to know, I'll ask you a question.' He said, 'What is your question?' I replied, 'Do you know how many grains of rice you swallowed at lunch today?' 'No, I didn't count them,' he said. 'You're not counting is just not knowing,' I said. Those who do have the most menial work often have the wisdom excelling those of people of high positions. Then again, those who ordinarily have great wisdom may have times when their wisdom is suffocated by thoughts of desire." Okay, said the official, "that's right. You certainly speak with principle. Now, what is your verse? Recite it, and I will write it out. You don't have to say another word, but you must remember to take me across first, because if I don't write your verse, no one will know of it." Originally, Bodhi has no tree. Bodhi is just the way of enlightenment, and so that's all there is to it. How can there be a tree? If there is a tree, Bodhi becomes a mere thing, a place of attachment. Originally, Bodhi doesn't have anything. If you say you are enlightened, what is your enlightenment like? Is it green, yellow, red, or white? Can you speak of the appearance of Bodhi when it has no appearance? The bright mirror has no stand. You must say the mind is like a bright mirror stand, but there is actually no stand at all. If you have a stand, you have a place where you can dwell, but you should produce a thought which is nowhere supported. How can you have a stand? If you have a stand, then you have a dwelling place, a place where you are attached. Therefore, the bright mirror has no stand. What is the appearance? No appearance. Originally, there is not a single thing. Basically, there is nothing at all. No style, no picture, no shape or mark. Originally, there is nothing at all. Where can the dust alight? Since there isn't anything, where does the dust come from? Basically, you have no dwelling place. The essential meaning of this verse is this: you should produce a thought which is nowhere supported. There should be no attachment at all. This was precisely the Buddha's meaning when, upon becoming enlightened, he said, "All living beings have the wisdom and virtuous characteristics of the Thus Come One. It is merely because of false thinking and attachment that they are unable to certify to the attainment of them." This was spoken specifically to instruct people to put aside attachment to produce an unsupported thought. If you are attached, What are you up to? Huh? How now you are attached, but in the future, will you die or not? What will you be attached to when you die? All the bhikshus, laymen, and assembly disciples stood in astonishment and whispered among themselves, "Hey, does he have a verse too? Oh, it's really true. You can't judge people by appearance. This rice thresher layman Lu can compose verses. We can no longer slander him and call him a barbarian. Why, he hasn't been here very long," they continued, "but how can you deny that he's a flesh-body bodhisattva?" Actually, some were mocking the Sixth Patriarch, babbling, "Don't look down on him. He's a flesh-body bodhisattva." Perhaps there were arhats in the assembly who intentionally made such comments so that people would look closely and clearly recognize that he actually was a flesh-body bodhisattva. Again, there were those who said this is truly a flesh-body bodhisattva, but meant it only as sarcasm and lightheartedly ridicule, for they still didn't know if the verse was correct. Everyone was chattering, exchanging comments, making such a racket that the fifth patriarch came to the hall and demanded, "What are you doing? What are you up to?" "This rice thresher, this barbarian can write verses," they stammered. Sutra. The fifth patriarch saw the astonished assembly and feared that they might become dangerous. Accordingly, he erased the verse with his shoe, saying, "This one too has not yet seen the nature." The assembly agreed. Commentary. The gathering was so excited, the fifth patriarch feared that someone might even try to assassinate layman Lu. This sentence of the text proved that people with twisted hearts, followers of Xuan Shui, were already locked in a fierce battle for positions of power. If the Dharma and the patriarchship were transmitted publicly to anyone other than Xuan Shui, that person would have been murdered on the spot. But they didn't know that the fifth patriarch was a bright-eyed one who read their scheming minds. So to protect the sixth patriarch, he erased the verse and said, "This man's verse is also incorrect." Perhaps some of you are thinking the fifth patriarch lied. First he said if one cultivated in accord with Xuan Shui's verse, he would not be subject to the three evil destinies, but would gain great benefit and see his own nature. Then the fifth patriarch told everyone that layman Lu had not really seen his nature when, in truth, he had. Isn't that false speech? No, this is a provisional teaching, not false speech. The fifth patriarch spoke to protect the new patriarch. He would not allow the others to harm him. In this way, the Buddha Dharma could remain long in the world and be transmitted far and wide. "Yes," said the followers, "he has not seen his nature." Although they agreed, no one knew whether the verse was right or not. The first verse said, "Bodhi is a tree." The second said, "Bodhi is no tree." The first verse said, "The bright mirror has a stand." And the second said, "There is no mirror or stand." What was right, which was wrong, no one understood. None of them had become enlightened, so they couldn't recognize any enlightened verse. It is like judging a doctoral dissertation. If you only have a master's degree, you cannot judge a doctoral dissertation. It is the same with the enlightened and the unenlightened. Since they were not enlightened themselves, the followers did not understand, and so they simply agreed with the master and said, "No, this one has not yet seen his nature." Sutra. The next day, the patriarch secretly came to the threshing floor, where he saw Hui Neng pounding rice with a stone tied around his waist, and he said, "A seeker of the way would forget his very life for the sake of the Dharma. This is not the case." Commentary. The next day, everyone was quiet and no longer worrying about who was enlightened and who was not. The fifth patriarch secretly left his room and went quickly to the threshing floor to see the great master Hui Neng. As he went, he peered about to see if anyone was looking, just like Xuan Shui when he had finished writing his verse. He ran silently, darting glances over his shoulders to make sure no one saw him. When the fifth patriarch got to the threshing floor, he saw Hui Neng pounding rice. He had tied a stone around his waist and pounded rice so that others could eat. What was he doing? He was practicing the Bodhisattva way, forgetting others and having no notion of self. He did not think, why should I pound rice for you to eat? You don't work, you don't do anything at all. I pound rice all day, and it is very difficult. He did not think that way. Instead, he thought, you do not work? Fine. I will do it myself, just like one of my disciples who is busy, so busy that when he is called to lunch, he says, wait a minute. I really like that kind of disciple, but not everyone can be that way. Isn't that so? The fifth patriarch said, remember this. It must be this way. You must give up being afraid of difficulty to the point of forgetting to eat. No one knows how many days the sixth patriarch went without eating. No one called him to eat, and he himself forgot about it until he had no strength. He tied a heavy rock around his waist to add weight to his body so that he could pound the rice. I think he used this stone to add to his weight because he had not eaten for some time. However, you should not get attached and think, it was definitely like that. On the other hand, do not think it definitely wasn't like that. The profound insight comes from precisely that kind of non-attachment. Sutra. Then the fifth patriarch asked, is the rice ready? Hui Neng replied, the rice has long been ready. It is now waiting only for the sieve. Commentary. This passage of the Sixth Patriarch Sutra is extremely important. The fifth patriarch found the great master Hui Neng toiling on the threshing floor and asked him, is the rice ready? On one level, the question means, have you finished threshing the rice? On another level, this meaning is, have your efforts been successful? Has your work taken you up the road? Why does the sutra say rice? Because rice is made up of many grains, perfectly shaped, so symbolizing the precious mani jewel of the self-nature. Is the mani jewel of your nature ready? Is the light of your mind full? Is the light of your nature full? Is the light of your body full? When the raw grain is boiled in water, it becomes edible. The patriarch's question means, how is your cultivation of the way? Have you been pounding rice and cultivating dhyana meditation? How is your skill? There are many levels of meaning here. The sixth patriarch, of course, understood the fifth patriarch's question, for it is said, one who has gone through knows one who has gone through. Those who do know those who do. The rice has long been ready. My skill was perfected long ago, the sixth patriarch answered. It is now waiting only for the sieve. In threshing rice, a sieve is used to sift out the husk. Here the sieve represents getting rid of the filth. The fourth chapter of the Lotus Sutra tells us of the poor son who spent 20 years getting rid of the filth of the delusion of views and delusion of thoughts. Although the sixth patriarch's spiritual skill was perfected, it still waited for the sieve. He still to sweep out the filth of the delusion of views and thought. Do you understand now why the sutra must be explained? If they were not explained, you would not even know enough to sweep away the filth, and you would be utterly useless. Sutra. The sixth patriarch rapped the pestle 3 times with his staff and left. Hui Neng then knew the patriarch's intention, and at the third watch he went into the patriarch's room. Commentary. The fifth patriarch rapped the pestle 3 times with his staff and left old monks and left. Old monks who have left their home life to become bhikshus often carry a walking stick. Sometimes these staffs are made of twisted vines. The great master Huy Nguen said, "We go to pick the ivy, lively like a dragon, beating the wind and rain, beating empty space." The ivy vine curves and twists like a dragon, who, by attacking the wind and rain, attacks empty space. That is certainly the case of going out to look for trouble. If that vine were as busy as my disciples, it would have no time to beat space and wind. Knock, knock, went the fifth patriarch's staff. How do you think he left? If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you must wait until I tell you. He went out with his 2 hands behind his back, holding his crooked staff. Why did the sixth patriarch react 3 times? Do you understand the meaning of that? The sixth patriarch understood right away. The rapping meant, "Come to my room at the 3rd watch of night, at midnight." This is called speaking the Dharma without words. Here in the meditation hall, for example, when the wooden fishes hit twice, it means walk. Hit once, it means stop and sit down. Hit 3 times, it means meditate. Work hard. All that is speaking the Dharma without words. Why did the 5th patriarch carry a staff behind his back? Now you are going to ask me, how do you know he carried it behind his back, since it doesn't say it so in the sutra? Well, how do you not know? I know that you don't know. He carried it behind his back to indicate that the 6th patriarch should come in by the back door. Do not let the others see you come in. If the 5th patriarch had said openly, "Come to my room at the 3rd watch and we'll have a little talk," I am sure that the word would have spread like fire in Shen Shui's ears, and Shen Shui and his disciple would not have been very kind to the 6th patriarch. The 5th patriarch tested the 6th patriarch's wisdom by wrapping his staff 3 times and putting it behind his back. The 6th patriarch understood, but no one else did. They were all as if deaf and dumb, without any idea of what was transmitted in this wordless exchange of Dharma. At midnight, as soon as the 6th patriarch entered the room, there was a quick exchange. "What are you doing here?" demanded the 5th patriarch. "But the patriarch told me to come at the 3rd watch," came the reply. "Really? Did I tell you that? How could I have forgotten? What do you think you are doing? Why did you come in the back door instead of the front door?" "Did the master not tell me to use the back entrance?" The 5th patriarch laughed and said, "You are not bad, really not bad. You are all right. You ask how I know that? I ask, how do you not know of it?" Sutra continues. The patriarch covered them with his precept sash so that they could not be seen, and he explained the Diamond Sutra for him down to the line, "One should produce a thought that is nowhere supported." Commentary. The 5th patriarch was afraid that someone might have seen the great master Hui Neng enter his room and might be outside the window eavesdropping. At that time, the windows were made of paper, so to ensure privacy, the 5th patriarch pulled his robe over both their heads. The 5th patriarch's explanation of the Diamond Sutra was not a public one, such as I have given you. His was secret and very difficult explanation, telling the 6th patriarch how to forge an indestructible Vajra body. When he heard the words, "One should produce a thought which is nowhere supported," Hui Neng achieved the great enlightenment and knew that all the 10,000 dharmas are not separated from the self-nature. He suddenly experienced that even greater enlightenment. Although the 6th patriarch knew the method, his afflictions of views and thoughts had not been completely eliminated. That he was waiting for the sieve can mean also that no one had certified him, even though in his intense vigor he had reached a high peak, and the fire in the censer was pure green, he had not yet been certified by a good knowing advisor. So, when the fifth patriarch heard him say that the rice was ready and merely waiting for the sieve, he prepared to certify the sixth patriarch. Because I have a kind of radar, I was able to record their conversation, and I shall now replay it for you. Keep in mind that this is a Tang Dynasty recording, not a present-day one. Do you want to reach Buddhahood? Asked the fifth patriarch. Yes, said the sixth patriarch. I just want to become a Buddha. I do not seek anything else. I only want to attain Buddhahood. Your resolution is extremely firm, replied the fifth patriarch. But if you want to realize Buddhahood, you must first cut off ignorance. For it is ignorance which produces the afflictions of delusions brought on by false views and false thought. If you want to cut off these afflictions, you must first cut off ignorance. For example, the cycle of birth and death is based on the state of emotional love. When you break through ignorance, then the delusions of false views and false thoughts, which are tied to birth and death, cease to exist. For ignorance is the root of birth and death. If you want to cut off ignorance and thereby put an end to birth and death, then the Diamond Sutra says, produce a thought which is nowhere supported. That means do not dwell in emotional love and get rid of desire and cast out craving. Then you can bring an end to birth and death. The sixth patriarch heard this and suddenly became enlightened. He saw through his own original face and said, it is basically just like this. It's not difficult at all. In fact, it's very easy. Thus he became enlightened. This has been a Tang Dynasty recording which has been just played for you to hear. In cultivating and studying the Buddha Dharma, you should produce an unsupported thought. That means to dwell neither in emotion nor love. If you dwell in emotion and love, you dwell in ignorance, and thus in birth and death. If you do not dwell in emotional or in love, if you do not dwell in existence or non-existence, you know the middle way. The middle way is not separate from existence and is not separate from emptiness, nor does it exist elsewhere. The ability to transform emotion and love into genuine Prajna wisdom is enlightenment. Not changing them is confusion. It is said, although the sea of suffering is inexhaustible, a turn of the head is the other shore. The difference between confusion and enlightenment is just in knowing how to turn. If you accept emotion and love and run after desire, then the more you run, the more confused you become. If you can turn your head, you arrive at nirvana, the other shore. If you do not turn your head, you become more and more confused. The more confused, the farther away you are, and the deeper you sink into confusion. But although you are extremely far off, one turn can be sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment is awakening. Awakening is the Buddha. You may be thinking, if I become a Buddha, there won't be any work for me to do. Wouldn't I just sit in a lotus flower all day and wait for people to come and light incense and bow before me? Frankly, I do not think that sounds at least a bit interesting. If that's what you think, you can go on being a living being, but you can be a living being who is a friend to others, taking them across to Buddhahood. You need to not worry about Buddhahood being uninteresting. Yesterday I talked about the ghosts who had no trouble and, as a consequence, did not want to become a person. I've been a ghost for 3,000 years, without happiness, without fears. Shen Kung tells me to go to be a man, but I really just don't think I can. The ghost had no fears, but they only come out at night because they, belong to the yin, the darkness principle. The Buddha is totally yang, like the light of the sun. So you decide, you want to be a ghost or a Buddha. If you want to be a ghost, then it's all right to have emotion and love. But if you want to be a Buddha, you must produce a thought that is nowhere supported. Sutra. At that moment he heard these words, Hui Neng experienced the great enlightenment, and he knew that all 10,000 dharmas are not separate from the self-nature. He said to the patriarch, "How unexpected! The self-nature is originally pure in itself. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally neither produced nor destroyed. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally complete in itself. How unexpected! The self-nature is originally without movement. How unexpected! The self-nature can produce the 10,000 dharmas." Commentary. Great enlightenment penetrates to the beginning and to the end. It is a complete understanding of the deep Prajna wisdom. Because the Sixth Patriarch understood Prajna wisdom, he said, "The 10,000 dharmas are not separate from the self-nature, for the mind produces the 10,000 dharmas." The Sixth Patriarch exclaimed that the self-nature is pure. Why, then, does the sutra say earlier that the self-nature is neither defiled nor pure? The term pure represents the appearance of the original substance because the concept cannot be represented any other way. Here, pure means originally pure and does not refer to the purity which is the opposite of defilement. Production and destruction, birth and death occur because living beings become attached. Without attachment, there would be no birth and death come from. Where would they go? There is no such thing as birth and death. The Sixth Patriarch realized that the self-nature is originally complete in itself, without nothing lacking and nothing in excess. It cannot be added to or depleted. In the final analysis, the Buddha is now not greater than ordinary living beings. Why do living beings fail to understand that? Because they turn their backs on enlightenment and unite themselves with the dust of external objects. With their backs turned, they cannot recognize the precious things that are originally theirs. They cast the root aside and grasp at the branches, seeking pleasurable sensations which are false. They grasp at fame and profit, stupidity. Living beings are upside down. They have no concentration power, but nevertheless their nature is without movement. Not only is that true of the Sixth Patriarch's self-nature, but the self-nature of all living beings is unmoving, too. All are equal. The 10,000 dharmas are produced from the self-nature, and the self-nature includes all of existence. The Master hadn't comprehended that before, but now at least he understood the wonderful principles. Sutra. The Fifth Patriarch knew of Hui Neng's enlightenment to his original nature and said to him, "Studying the Dharma without recognizing the original mind is of no benefit. If one recognizes one's original mind and sees one's original nature, then one is called a great hero, a teacher of gods and humans, a Buddha." Commentary. The Fifth Patriarch knew the Sixth Patriarch had become enlightened, and that he recognized his original face and knew whether his nostrils faced up or down. When he held his hand over his head, the Sixth Patriarch knew whether it was upside down or right side up. Recently I asked you, when your hands hang at your side, is it upside down when you raise it up over your head? Is it right side up? Or is it that when it hangs at your side, it is right side up, and when you raise your hand, it is upside down? None of you understood this principle. Why? Because there is basically no such thing as upside down or right side up. The Sixth Patriarch was especially clear on such a question. The Fifth Patriarch knew that he understood, and so he covered them both with his robe and said, "Unless you recognize your original mind, it is useless to study the Dharma." It is said, if one recognizes one's own mind, the great earth doesn't have an inch of dirt. It changes into yellow gold, adorned with 7 precious things: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearls, and carnelian. You say, "It doesn't look like that to me." Of course it doesn't. You haven't recognized your original mind. When you recognize it, you will see things differently. It is like wearing tinted glasses. If you wear red glasses, people look red, and if you wear green glasses, they look green. If your glasses are yellow, then everyone looks yellow. Because you haven't recognized your original mind, the great earth appears to be covered with dirt. This is because the dirt within you is so great. What is the dirt? It is simply scattered thoughts, for without them the great earth doesn't have an inch of dirt. Studying the Buddha Dharma is of no benefit unless you recognize your original mind. Look at it. What color is it? Is it green, yellow, red, white, or black? Is it long or short, square, or round? What does it look like? What is its appearance? To say that it has an appearance is an analogy because fundamentally it has no appearance. When you recognize this no appearance, you will understand, but before you have recognized it, do not speak about it in a confused way. Recognize your original mind and see your nature. At that point, you are a Buddha, because in the final analysis, living beings are the Buddha, and the Buddha is a living being. We now have the opportunity to realize Buddhahood. Not recognizing, not seeing, however, you still must study the Buddha Dharma. The sutra continues. He received the Dharma in the third watch, and no one knew about it. The fifth patriarch also transmitted the sudden teaching in the robe and bowl, saying, "You are the sixth patriarch. Protect yourself carefully. Take living beings across by every method and spread the teaching to take for the sake of those who still live in the future. Do not let it go. Let it be cut off." At midnight, the fifth patriarch transmitted the wondrous Dharma to the sixth patriarch, using the seal of the mind, and no one at all knew about it. The insiders didn't know, the outsiders didn't know, not even the ghosts and spirits knew. The fifth patriarch transmitted the teaching of sudden enlightenment with points directly to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. "Think this is over," he said. "You are the sixth patriarch. As you cultivate the Buddha Dharma, you must walk a true path. Do not simply talk about enlightenment. Do not use head-mouth Zen and say, 'I have studied the Dharma to the point that when there is no principle, I can make one up. I can prove that there is no truth or falsehood, and that to understand that by itself is to understand the ultimate meaning of the middle way.' Don't talk that way. It's just head-mouth Zen, because it comes not from real cultivation, but from jealousy and obstructions and an obsession to be number one. If you're like that, you certainly can't be a patriarch." The fifth patriarch gave the Dharma to Hui Neng because Hui Neng always practiced the Bodhisattva way. He pounded rice for everyone to eat, and so helped them with their cultivation. The same bodhisattva conduct is practiced here in the kitchen of this temple by the cooks. They make extremely fine food. However, when I eat, I don't notice whether it is good or not, because I don't have time to investigate eating dharmas. Today at lunch, didn't I say that one who tastes food and thinks it's good or bad has no spiritual skill? Bodhisattvas help others at every level, not obstructing them. But like the superior man, mentioning their good roots instead. For instance, when I announced that several people were going to leave home and asked everyone if anyone objected, no one did. You said, "I command those of you who want to leave home." You're not objecting, it's practicing the Bodhisattva way. Late at night, the sixth patriarch easily obtained the patriarchship. The fifth patriarch approved, but he didn't consult anyone because he knew they would have protested. "Go into the world," said the fifth patriarch, "protect the robe and bowl, for they have handed down from the Shakyamuni Buddha from generation to generation. Take everyone across and spread the Dharma into the future. Do not let it be cut off." The fifth patriarch, sad and worried, was on the verge of tears. How do you know he wanted to cry? The second patriarch at his execution had wept as he said, during the time of the fourth patriarch, the Lankavatara Sutra will become a mere name and appearance. No one will understand it. Now, in the same way, the fifth patriarch's heart welled up within him, and he said, don't allow the Dharma to be cut off. Be careful, pay attention, don't be muddled or take your job lightly. It is extremely important that the Dharma not be cut off. Sutra. Listen to my verse. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. Without feeling, there is no seed at all. Without the nature, there is no birth either. Commentary. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. I have a feeling of loving kindness, and so I have come to plant a seed. Feeling can mean compassion. I have a compassionate feeling, and so I have come to plant a seed, to transmit the Buddha Dharma to you. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. The transmission is like putting a seed into the ground so that the plant can grow and bear fruit. Without feeling, there is no seed at all. Without feeling, no seed is planted. If no one transmits the Buddha Dharma to you, then there is no Bodhi seed. Without the nature, there is no birth either. There is no nature, there is no birth. That is why the way to explain this first. There is another way. With feeling comes the planting of the seed. The feeling is an emotional feeling of love. The seed is planted because of the feeling of love, and people study the Dharma because of it. If they are not relatives, they are friends. Relatives have relative emotions and feelings, and friends have friends' emotions and feelings. Because you have these emotional feelings, you come to study the Dharma. You come to plant the seed. Because of the ground, the fruit is born again. Emotional feelings plants the seed of Bodhi because of the ground, which is the place where one can reap the fruit. On this piece of ground, you can grow the Bodhi fruit. Without feeling, there is no seed at all. If there is no feeling or emotion, there is no seed. That is, if no one comes to the Bodhi Mandala to study the Dharma, there would be no feeling and no seed planted. Without the nature, there is no birth either. You cannot realize Buddhahood without the Buddha nature. Now the Buddha nature is here, and you should realize Buddhahood. The verse may be explained in many ways, so long as the explanation is in accord with principle. Sutra continues. The patriarch further said, in the past, when the first patriarch, great master Bodhidharma, first came to this land, and people did not believe in him yet, he transmitted the robe as a symbol of faith to be handed down from generation to generation. The Dharma is transmitted from mind to mind, leading everyone to self-awakening and self-enlightenment. From ancient times, Buddha only transmits the original substance to Buddha. Master secretly transmits the original mind to Master. Since the robe is the source of contention, it should stop with you. Do not transmit it, for if you do, your life will hang by a thread. Commentary. Didn't I say before that Chinese people have no respect for Indian people? When Bodhidharma arrived in China, everyone said, he's a hick. No one knew who he was. Even after 5 years in China, he was not recognized as the patriarch. True patriarchs accept the robe and bowl as certification of their rightly inherited position, while impostors may try to steal the robe and take the Dharma by force. Xuan Shui thought a forced inheritance would be real, but it could only be false. During the time of the fourth patriarch, 3 attempts were made to steal the robe and bowl, and another 3 attempts were made during the time of the fifth patriarch, but the thieves always failed because bodhisattvas came to the patriarch's aid. When the sixth patriarch was guarding the robe, 6 attempts were made. Later, the robe and bowl were taken by Empress Wu Zetian. It is not certain who was entrusted afterwards. The fifth patriarch cautioned Hui Neng, if you suspend a 100-pound rock from a thread, it is certain to snap. So with your life if you continue to transmit the robe. Sutra. You must go quickly, for I fear that people might harm you. Hui Neng asked, where shall I go? The patriarch replied, Stop at Y and hide at Wei. Hui Neng received the robe and bowl in the third watch. He said, Hui Neng is a southerner and does not know these mountain roads. How does one reach the mouth of the river? The fifth patriarch said, You need not worry. I will accompany you. The fifth patriarch escorted him to Chiaoqiang courier station and ordered him to board a boat. The fifth patriarch took up the oars and rowed. Hui Neng said, Please, High Master, sit down. It is fitting that your disciple take the oars. The patriarch replied, It is fitting that I take you across. Hui Neng said, When someone is deluded, his master takes him across, but when he is enlightened, he takes himself across. Although the term taking across is the same in each case, the function is not the same. Commentary. The fifth patriarch instructed Hui Neng to leave quickly, for he knew that the Xuan Shui's followers would certainly want to kill him when they realized he had inherited the patriarchship. Do not stay here, the fifth patriarch said. Stop at Y and hide at Wei. Y is a district in Guangxi, Wuchou, and Wei is Suwei, now called Xinwei. High Master is a respectful form of address used for a teacher or an abbot. So the sixth patriarch used it to address the fifth patriarch. High Master, it is only proper for your disciple to take the oars. Hey, said the fifth patriarch, let me take you across the river. The master and his disciple exchanged courtesies, but although they each used the same term, taking across, it meant something different in each case. For the teacher to take the disciple across is not the same thing as for the disciple to take the teacher across. Hui Neng understood. When the student is confused, he said, teacher must save him. When student becomes enlightened, he must save himself. Before becoming enlightened and obtaining the original substance of the self-nature, the disciple is confused and lost. His teacher advises him to work hard. Do not be afraid of the pain in your legs when you sit in meditation. If you are afraid of suffering, you cannot become enlightened. The sixth patriarch, when he hung a stone around his waist so he could pound the rice harder, was not afraid of suffering. The rock which layman Lu, the sixth patriarch, used to tie around his waist when he pounded rice is still on Ping Mao Mountain at Tung Shan Shan Monastery, and carved on the rock is the inscription, the rock Hui Neng, the former layman Lu, tied around his waist. Sutra. Hui Neng was born in the frontier region and his pronunciation is incorrect, yet he has received the Dharma transmission from the Master. Now that enlightenment has been attained, it is only fitting that he take his own nature across. The patriarch replies, So it is, so it is. Henceforth, because of you, the Buddha Dharma will be widely practiced. 3 years after your departure, I will leave this world. Start on your journey now and go south as fast as possible. Do not speak too soon, for the Buddha Dharma arises from difficulty. Commentary. Because he was from the south, the sixth patriarch spoke Cantonese rather than Mandarin. So few people understood him. Nevertheless, he inherited the mind seal of the wonderful Dharma. Master Hui Neng was truly enlightened, unlike some people who are not enlightened but cheat and say that they are, who have not testified to the fruit of enlightenment but lie and say they have. The fifth patriarch thought, This disciple knows my heart. He said to Hui Neng, Yes, it is just that way. One should take one's own nature across. Remember that. For example, someone must teach you to recite the Shurangama mantra, but once you know how, you must recite it on your own. People should not have to say, it is time for you to recite the Shurangama mantra. Again, someone might teach you to recite sutras, but when you must do it yourself. So that is what is meant by taking one's own nature across. A teacher shows how to remove afflictions. He says that anger is harmful and that one should transform one's nasty temper into bodhi. One's taught that nature cannot be taken across unless the method is applied. The Master said, don't get upset. When faced with a crisis, proceed as this. Nothing is going on. All things are like flowers in the sky, or the moon's reflection in water, unreal, illusory, like a dream or a dewdrop. Remember that, and there will be no affliction. If when faced with a situation or a state of mind, you see through it and put it down, you have taken your nature across. Smoking can be a problem, the teacher says. Stop smoking. Smoking hinders cultivation. When I said that to one disciple, he said, stop smoking, I'll give it a try, and he stopped. He took his nature across. And another disciple is fond of drinking. Having studied the Buddha Dharma, he ought to have quit drinking, but he says, I'm confused, I'm not enlightened. If you stop, you become enlightened. If you don't, you sink into confusion. Whether or not you become enlightened is entirely up to you. Cutting off all unwholesome activities is to become enlightened and take your nature across. Not understanding, you may think, the Dharma master says that drugs are so bad, so I'll take some more. I'll take a double dose. No, I'll take 5 times as much. I'll keep getting high until I'm enlightened. Can you continue to take drugs and you'll poison yourself and die instead? Confused by drugs, you cannot take your nature across. Before studying Buddha Dharma, you should not do confused and wicked things. After you have studied the Buddha Dharma, the prohibition is even stronger. If you continue to misbehave, you commit the crime of knowing and intentionally violating the Dharma. And you are certain to fall into the hells. There is nothing polite about these matters. If you do confused and wicked things, you will fall into the hells. If you do them, I will fall into the hells. If someone else does them, he will fall into hells. No one can avoid this. In 100,000 ages, the karma made is not destroyed. When the causes and conditions rebound, you undergo the retribution by yourself. No one can suffer for you in the hells. Karma refers to the acts of killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and drinking, all of which bear retribution in the future. Your karma does not get lost, and it is you, and you alone, who must suffer the consequences. However, if you end your confusion and get rid of the dirt, you can easily take your own nature across. The dirt in your nature is your upside-down action, your false thinking, your ignorance, your outflows, and your bad habits. Eliminate these, and you have taken your nature across. When I lectured the sutras in another place, I said, if you create offensive karma, you will go to the hells. If someone else creates offensive karma, he will go to the hells. If I create offensive karma, I will go to the hells. One person who was there objected, Dharma Master, he said, I have never seen these hells. Where are they? I would like to take a look at them because I simply don't believe they exist. I said, it's easy to fall into the hells, and if you try to fall into them, you will fall even more quickly and not escape for a very long time. I hope that those who wish to try out the hells will reconsider. What kind of people can take their own nature across? A person with wisdom. Deluded people, on the other hand, cannot take their nature across, and what is more, even if a teacher tries to help them, they refuse to listen. It is like trying to teach a dog. You say, don't bite people, and the first chance it gets, the dog bites someone. So you hit it, and it still bites people. Why? Because it has a stupid nature. Cats are just the same. You can't tell a cat, do not kill mice, do not take life, but nevertheless a cat kills the first mouse it sees. You may try to teach a mouse not to steal, but still it sneaks off and steals. Smoking and drinking are done by those who do not know any better. People with true and proper understanding do not do mixed up things. People with mixed-up understanding do not do true and proper things. You must correct your own faults. Your teacher shouldn't have to watch your every move and follow you around to make sure you behave. You must take your own nature across. This is a great general explanation, for if I were to speak in detail, I would not finish until the exhaustion of the boundaries of the future. I have transmitted my Dharma, and in 3 years I will complete the stillness and go to Nirvana, said the fifth patriarch. Go well, and whatever you do, don't be lazy. Go well, and don't go bad. Don't go wrong way. Take drugs and ruin your body, for your body is your means of cultivation. If you ruin your body, how will you be able to cultivate? Go well, do your best. Quickly head south. That is certainly the kind of advice the fifth patriarch gave. But don't speak the Dharma too soon. Hide your light and store up your potential as troops are fed so that they may conquer every enemy and capture every city. The Buddha Dharma is hard to bring forth. It arises from difficulty. Sutra. After Hui Neng took leave of the patriarch, he set out on foot for the south. In 2 months he reached the Ta Yu Mountains. The fifth patriarch returned to the monastery, but for several days he did not enter the hall. The assembly was concerned and went to ask, "Has the master some slight illness or problem?" "There is no illness," came the reply, "but the robe and Dharma have already gone south." "Who received the transmission?" they asked. "The able one obtained it," said the patriarch. The assembly then understood, and soon several hundred people took up pursuit, all hoping to steal the robe and the bowl. Commentary. The sixth patriarch left the fifth patriarch, no longer attending upon the high master or seeking offerings to him. He walked south from Ping Mao Mountain, and in a little over 2 months he finally reached the Ta Yu mountain range, which forms the border between Nan Xiong and Kung Tung. The fifth patriarch returned to his room. For many days he did not go into the hall to speak the Dharma or take his meals. The assembly was curious. "High Master," they said, "you are not ill, are you?" May all disperse," said the fifth patriarch, "because I no longer have the Buddha Dharma. The robe and Dharma have gone south. I intend to rest now. I am going to retire." "Who received the transmission?" they asked. "The able one," said the patriarch. "He who was able obtained it. Whoever the able one is, he got it." When the announcement was made, there were those in the assembly who had keen intelligence, one of them being Dharma Master Fa Zhu. He was one of the 10 people to whom the fifth patriarch gave instructions before he entered Nirvana, telling them, "Each of you go to a different direction and be a Dharma host." But now when Fa Zhu heard the fifth patriarch say the able one had obtained the transmission, he cried out, "No, that must mean the southern barbarian has got the Dharma. How strange." The able one refers to Hui Neng. Abel was his name. Word spread, and soon everyone knew. They objected violently. "No, no," they shouted. "How can it be? Let's go take it from him right now." Several hundred powerful people ran after Hui Neng. Consider the situation. The fifth patriarch had transmitted the Dharma to a barbarian, and the entire assembly was resentful. "How could you give it to him?" they said. "We have been following you for so many years. Why didn't you give it to us?" They thought to themselves, the patriarch's brain must be addled. How else could he give the Dharma to such a hick? How can he become the sixth patriarch? We should go back the robe and bowl by force. Sutra. One bhikshu, Wei Ming, a coarse-natured man whose lay name had been Chen, had formerly been a fourth-class military official. He was intent on his search and ahead of the others. When he had almost caught up with Hui Neng, the latter tossed the robe and bowl onto a rock, saying, "This robe and bowl are tokens of faith. How can they be taken by force?" Hui Neng then hid in a thicket. When Hui Ming arrived, he tried to pick them up, but found he could not move them. He cried out, "Cultivator, cultivator, I have come for the Dharma, not for the robe." Hui Neng then came out and sat cross-legged on a rock. Hui Ming made obeisance and said, "I hope the cultivator will teach the Dharma for my sake." Hui Neng said, "Since you have come for the Dharma, you may put aside all conditions. Do not give rise to a single thought, and I will teach it to you in clarity." After a time, Hui Neng said, "When no thoughts of good and with no thoughts of evil, at just that moment, what is the superior one Hui Ming's original face?" At these words, Hui Ming was greatly enlightened. Commentary. Bhikshu Hui Ming was coarse and uneducated. He never opened his mouth unless he was to scold someone, and if they refused to listen, he beat them. He could smash a rock of several 100 pounds with one blow. With this extraordinary strength, he became a first-class army officer. Hui Ming had one peculiar trait. His feet were covered with feathers, which enabled him to run fast. He could travel 60 miles a day compared to the ordinary man's 30. His feathered feet and great strength carried him far ahead of the others. As he flew along, his mind raced. "I'll get the robe and bowl, and then it will be mine. It belongs to the strongest man." When Hui Neng saw this big, crude, feather-footed pursuer, he was a bit frightened. Although he had obtained the Dharma, he had just begun to cultivate and did not yet have great spiritual power. He shouted into empty space, "This robe and bowl are symbols of the faith. How can you take them by force? How can there be any dispute? What do you think?" Hui Ming had actually intended to grab the robe and bowl and run, but he could not move them. Why do you suppose he couldn't move them? After all, he was so strong he could have smashed the bowl to smithereens with a single blow and have ripped the robe to shreds. And yet, for all his strength and as light as the robe was, he couldn't budge it. This indicates that there was Dharma protectors, dragons, and others of the 8 divisions presenting and guarding the robe and bowl. Since he couldn't grab them, he thought, "That's strange, I can't use force here. I'll ask the Dharma master instead." Had he truly been seeking the way, he wouldn't have first tried to grab the robe and bowl, but would immediately have said, "Cultivator, cultivator, I come for the Dharma, not for the robe and bowl." Don't you think my opinion about this is logically sound? Hui Neng emerged and sat in the lotus position on a rock. Hui Ming bowed to the Sixth Patriarch. He understood now that the Dharma of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas cannot be taken by force. "You have come for the Dharma," said Hui Neng. "Really? Did you really come for the Dharma and not to steal the robe and bowl? Fine. Put aside all conditions, put your mind to rest, stop grabbing at conditions, and then I'll explain the Dharma clearly for you." For 7 or 8 minutes the great master sat waiting. Neither he nor Hui Ming gave rise to a single thought. Everything stopped. Not even the ghosts and spirits knew what was happening. Everything was empty. Hui Ming was not giving rise to thought. He was not thinking north, south, east, or west. So Hui Neng said, "With no thoughts of good and no thoughts of evil, at just that moment, what is the superior Ming's original face?" Since the Sixth Patriarch was at the time still a layman, he respectfully addressed Hui Ming as superior one. The word "what" means who. In the Dhyana school, we meditate on the question, who is reciting the Buddha's name? When Hui Ming heard the word "what," he became enlightened. "Oh," he said, "originally it's just this way." Hearing these words, have you become enlightened? Sutra. Hui Neng asked further, apart from the secret speech and secret meaning just spoken, is there yet another secret meaning? Hui Neng said, what has been spoken to you is not secret. If you turn the illumination inward, the secret is with you. Hui Neng said, although Hui Neng was at Wangmei, he had not yet awakened to his original face. Now that he has been favored with this instruction, he is like one who drinks water and knows for himself whether it is cold or warm. The cultivator is now Hui Neng's master. If you feel that way, said Hui Neng, then you and I have the same master, Wangmei. Protect yourself well. Hui Neng asked further, where should I go now? Hui Neng said, stop at Yan and dwell at Meng. Commentary. All of the Sixth Patriarch's pursuers were greedy, but Hui Neng was the worst. He had just seen his original face. He had just become enlightened, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to know if he had missed anything. Are there any more secrets, he asked. Is there something even more wonderful? What I have said is not the most miraculous and wonderful thing, said the Sixth Patriarch. What is most important is that you turn the light back around and illuminate inward, so that you may see the wonderful secret which is within you. It is all within you, it is not within me. Great Master, said Hui Neng, I wish to take you as my teacher. If that is how you feel, said the Sixth Patriarch, we have the same teacher, Wangmei. We both have the Fifth Patriarch's Dharma transmission and are Dharma brothers. That is fine. Now take care of the Dharma and don't allow it to become extinct. It was not until 3 years after this encounter with the Patriarch that Hui Neng went to Meng Mountain in Yan district. There he met a ghost who, in his last life, had been a top-ranking scholar under the imperial expansion system. The ghost composed a poem and sang it to Hui Neng. Still, still, barren waste, a dream. Then now, triumph, loss, lazy, thought measures. Wild grass, idle flowers, picked how many. Bitter rain, sour wind, how many broken hearts. At night with firefly light I come and go. At dawn the cock crows, I hide away my form. Regret from the first not tilling the mine ground. Two streams are coursed to fall green mountain tears. Seeing the ghost's plight, Hui Neng explained the Dharma to the ghost and took him across. Ever since then there has been the ceremony of Meng Mountain, which is performed to take ghosts across and liberate them. Sutra. Hui Neng bowed and left. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he said to the pursuers, up above, there is only a rocky, trackless height. We must find another path. The pursuers all agreed. Afterwards, Hui Neng changed his name to Tao Ming to avoid using Hui Neng's first name. Commentary. After receiving instructions from the Sixth Patriarch, feather-footed Hui Neng went down the mountain and told the pursuers that he had not seen the Sixth Patriarch. Hui Neng usually told the truth, and so everyone believed him now, even though he was lying. Actually, this was not a lie, but an expedient device to protect the Sixth Patriarch, from whom, unlike Hui Neng, had not received the Dharma and therefore still wished to kill the Sixth Patriarch. Hui Neng dared not presume to be his master's equal. He changed his name from Hui Neng to Tao Ming to avoid using the Patriarch's first name. Sutra. Hui Neng arrived at Cao Ci, where he was again pursued by men with evil intention. To avoid difficulty, he went to Suwei and lived among hunters for 15 years, at times teaching the Dharma to them in an appropriate manner. The hunters often told him to watch their nets, but whenever he saw beings who were still living, he released them. At mealtime, he cooked vegetables in a pot alongside the meat. When he was questioned about it, he would answer, "I only eat vegetables alongside the meat." Commentary. Xuan Shui still wanted to kill the sixth patriarch and steal the patriarchship. Hui Neng escaped to Sut Hui, the present Sin Hui, where he lived with a band of hunters for 15 years. Who would have suspected that a Buddhist would choose to live with hunters? No one. Shen Shui's party searched far and wide, but they never found him. Some say the great master lived with the hunters for 16 years, but their calculations include the time he spent coming and going. He actually lived with them for only 15 years. For lunch, the great master gathered wild vegetables on the mountain and cooked them in a pot beside the meat. If someone asked him, "Why are you doing that?" he said, "I only eat vegetables. I don't eat meat." Sutra. One day, Hui Neng thought, "The time has come to spread the Dharma. I cannot stay behind, hiding forever." Accordingly, he went to Fa Sing Monastery in Guangzhou, where Dharma Master Yin Sung was giving lectures on the Nirvana Sutra. At that time, there were bhikshus who were discussing the topic of the wind and flag. One said, "The wind is moving." The other said, "The flag is moving." They argued incessantly. Hui Neng stepped forward and said, "The wind is not moving, nor is the flag. Your minds, kind sirs, are moving." Everyone was startled. Dharma Master Yin Sang invited him to take a seat of honor and sought to ask him about the hidden meaning. Seeing that Hui Neng's exposition of the truth was concise and to the point and not based on written words, Yin Sung said, "The cultivator is certainly no ordinary man. I heard long ago that Wang Mei's robe and bowl had come south. Cultivator, is it you?" Hui Neng said, "I dare not presume such a thing." Yin Sang then made obeisance and requested that the transmitted robe and bowl be brought forth and shown to the assembly. Commentary. The great master went to Guangzhou to Fa Sing Monastery, now called Guangxiao Monastery, where Dharma Master Yin Sang was lecturing on the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which the Buddha spoke just before entering nirvana. At the monastery, the master met the two young monks arguing over the topic of the wind and a flag. One said the wind moved, the other said the flag moved, and he told them, "You are both wrong. Neither the wind nor the flag is moving. Your minds are moving. If your minds were not moving, then neither the wind nor the flag would be moving." Everyone was astonished to hear this layman speak in such a wonderful and mysterious way. Yin Sung asked him, "Aren't you the holder of Wang Mei's robe and bowl?" "I am unworthy of such a title," the master said modestly. Yin Sung knew, however, that the great master was only being polite. Yin Sung recognized layman Lu as the sixth patriarch. Sutra. He further asked, "How was Wang Mei's doctrine transmitted?" "There was no transmission," replied Hui Neng. "We merely discussed seeing the nature. There was no discussion of dhyana samadhi or liberation." Yin Sung asked, "Why was there no discussion of dhyana samadhi or liberation?" Hui Neng said, "These are dualistic dharmas. They are not the Buddha Dharma. The Buddha Dharma is a dharma of non-dualism." Yin Sung asked further, "What is this Buddha Dharma, which is the dharma of no dualism?" Hui Neng said, "The Dharma Master has been lecturing the Nirvana Sutra, which says that to understand the Buddha nature is the Buddha Dharma, which is the Dharma of non-dualism. As Kao Kwe Te Wang Bodhisattva said to the Buddha, does violating the 4 serious prohibitions, committing the 5 rebellious acts, or being an Ichantika and the like cut off the good roots of the Buddha nature? The Buddha replied, there are 2 kinds of good roots, the first permanent, the second impermanent. The Buddha nature is neither permanent nor impermanent, therefore it is not cut off. That is what is meant by non-dualistic. The first is good and the second is not good. The Buddha nature is neither good nor bad. That is what is meant by non-dualistic. Common people think of the heaps and realms as dualistic. The wise man comprehends that they are non-dualistic in nature. The non-dualistic nature is the Buddha nature. Hearing this explanation, Yin-sung was delighted. He joined his palms and said, my explanation of sutras is like a broken tile, whereas your discussion of the meaning, kind sir, is like pure gold. He then shaved Hui Neng's head and asked Hui Neng to be his master. Accordingly, under that Bodhi tree, Hui Neng explained Tung Shan Dharmador. Commentary. The 4 serious prohibitions are killing, stealing, lying, and sexual misconduct. The 5 rebellious acts are matricide, patricide, killing an arhat, shedding the blood of the Buddha, and breaking up the harmony of the Sangha. What happens to the good roots and the Buddha nature of one who commits such offenses? Ichantika is a Sanskrit word which may be explained as meaning of incomplete faith. Are the good roots of the Buddha nature of Ichantikas cut off? Kao Kwe Te Wang Bodhisattva asked the Buddha these questions because he mistook good roots for the Buddha nature itself. In his answer, the Buddha makes it clear that good roots are not the Buddha nature. Because the great master obtained the Dharma from the 5th Patriarch at Tungshan, East Mountain, it is called the Tungshan Dharmador. Hui Neng obtained the Dharma at Tungshan and, as has, the sutra is continuing here, undergone much suffering, his life hanging as if by a thread. Today is in this gathering of the magistrate and officials, of bhikshus, bhikshunis, Taoists, and laymen, there is not one of you who is not here because of accumulated ages of karmic conditions. Because in past lives you have made offerings to the Buddha and planted good roots in common, you now have the opportunity to hear the sudden teaching, which is a cause of obtaining the Dharma. This teaching has been handed down by former sages. It is not Hui Neng's own wisdom. You who wish to hear the teachings of the former sages should first purify your mind. After hearing it, cast aside your doubts, and that way you will be no different from the sages of the past. Commentary. This is the Sixth Patriarch concludes the narrative of his life. We in America who are fortunate to hear this sutra explain it and have for ages established common karmic conditions by making offerings to the Buddhas. The Dharma is transmitted from former sages, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas. It is not my own wisdom, said Hui Neng. If you listen to me carefully, it will be just as if you were listening to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas speaking. Sutra. Hearing this Dharma, the entire assembly was delighted, made obeisance, and withdrew. We're reading from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra, the beginning of Chapter 2, Prajna. Sutra. The following day, at the invitation of Magistrate Wei, the master took his seat and said to the great assembly, All of you purify your minds and think about Maha Prajna Paramita. Commentary. The second chapter of the sutra is an explanation of prajna given by the master upon the request of Magistrate Wei. Prajna is a Sanskrit word which means wisdom. There are three kinds of prajna: literary prajna, contemplative prajna, and real mark prajna. Because the word prajna encompasses these three meanings, it has a fuller connotation than the word wisdom. Therefore, the Chinese translators of the sutras did not translate it, but instead transliterated it. The Sixth Patriarch took his seat and said, "All of you should quit daydreaming, listen to the Dharma with a pure mind, and be united at heart. Be mindful of Maha Prajna Paramita." Maha Prajna Paramita is called great wisdom. Maha means great, Prajna means wisdom. Paramita means arrived at the other shore. Sutra. He then said, "Good knowing advisors, the wisdom of Bodhi and Prajna is originally possessed by worldly people themselves. It is only because their minds are confused that they are unable to enlighten themselves and must rely on a great good-knowing advisor who can lead them to their Buddha nature. You should know that the Buddha nature of stupid and wise people is basically not different. It is only because confusion and enlightenment are different that some are stupid and some are wise. I will now explain for you the Maha Prajna Paramita Dharma, in order that each of you may become wise. Pay careful attention, and I will explain it to you. Good-knowing advisors, worldly people, recite prajna with their mouth all day long, and yet do not recognize the prajna of their self-nature. Just as talking about food will not make you full, so too, if you only speak of emptiness, you will not see your own nature in 10,000 ages. In the end, you will not have obtained any benefit. Good-knowing advisors, Maha Prajna Paramita is a Sanskrit word which means great wisdom which has arrived at the other shore. It must be practiced in the mind and not just recited in words. When the mouth recites and the mind does not practice, it is like an illusion, a transformation, dewdrops, or lightning. However, when the mouth recites and the mind practices, then mind and mouth are in mutual accord. One's own original nature is Buddha. Apart from the nature, there is no Buddha. Commentary. The Master said, worldly people recite prajna, 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 but they do not know the prajna of their own original nature, or their own inherent wisdom. You may recite recipes from a cookbook from morning to night, saying, "This is delicious," but you will never fill your stomach that way. Saying prajna is empty is not to do anything about it. In the end, it is of no benefit. It is nothing more than head-mouth Zen, and will not help you to see your own inherent prajna. Instead, we see everything as empty and put it aside. See it, smash it, and put it down. Empty everything, then you need not recite it all day long with your mouth. If your mouth recites, but your mind does not practice, your recitation is a worthless illusion. If you see prajna wisdom of your own nature, you will not become entangled in stupid affairs. You will not be ignorant. If you remain ignorant, your mind is not practicing. If you use your mind as well as your mouth in cultivating prajna, you will see that your fundamental nature is itself the Buddha. Everyone can realize Buddhahood. You need only cultivate. What should you cultivate? Your nature. Do not seek outside yourself, but turn the light inward, reverse the illumination, and look within. Sutra. What is meant by Maha? Maha means great. The capacity of mind is vast and great, like empty space, and has no boundaries. It is not square or round, great or small, neither is it blue, yellow, red, or white. It is not above or below, or long or short. It is without anger, without joy, without right, without wrong, without good, without evil, and it has no head or tail. All Buddha lands are ultimately the same as empty space. The wonderful nature of the worldly people is originally empty, and there is not a single dharma which can be obtained. The true emptiness of the self-nature is also like this. Good-knowing advisors, do not listen to my explanation of emptiness and then become attached to emptiness. The most important thing is to avoid becoming attached to emptiness. If you sit still with an empty mind, you will become attached to undifferentiated emptiness. Commentary. Because the mind first thought of going there, we now send rockets to the moon. The mind has no limits or boundaries. You can't say that it is big or small, for there is nothing bigger and nothing smaller. This self-nature is the middle way. Your true mind is neither right nor wrong, nor true or false. In your true mind there is no thought of good and evil. Therefore, the Sixth Patriarch asked Hui Neng, the ex-soldier who had come to steal the robe and bowl, with no thoughts of good and with no thoughts of evil, at just this moment, what is the superior one, Hui Neng's original face? He posed this question to reveal that there is neither good nor evil in the true mind. As they say in philosophy, it has no head or tail. There is not even one single dharma. It is empty. The self-nature is like empty space. It contains within itself both truth and falsehood. Enlighten yourself to the original substance. In one penetration, penetrate all. When you hear me say that Prajna is empty, do not become attached to undifferentiated emptiness. If you do, you still sit as if dead. Continued the Sixth Patriarch. We should cultivate true emptiness, which is wonderful existence, not vacuity. In true emptiness, everything is known and everything is not known. Understanding, complete and clear, like water reflecting the moon, the mind in samadhi like the sky, for 10,000 miles, not a cloud. Sutra. Good-knowing advisors, the emptiness of the universe is able to contain the forms and shapes of the 10,000 things, the sun, moon, and stars, the mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the fountains, springs, streams, torrents, grasses, trees, thickets, and forests, good and bad people, good and bad dharmas, the heavens and hells, all great seas, Sumeru, and all mountains, all are contained within emptiness. The emptiness of the nature of worldly men is also like this. Good-knowing advisors, the ability of one's own nature to contain the 10,000 dharmas is what is meant by great. The myriad dharmas are within the nature of all people. If you regard all people, the bad as well as the good, without grasping or rejecting, without producing or defiling attachment, your mind will be like empty space. Therefore it is said to be great, Maha. Commentary. Empty space not only holds all good things, it includes all bad people as well. Empty space would never say, "You bad person, get out of my empty space. Good people, come on in." In the same way, you should see good and bad people without being attached to the good or repulsed by the bad. As I have told you, bad people have something in them which is extremely good. You should hope that they reform. I have many disciples who do not obey me. I tell them to go south, all day long they run north. I tell them to go east, and they go west, although they disobey, I wait patiently because I know the time will come when they will change. All good and all bad are included within the self-nature. You should neither grasp it nor cast it aside. Grasping and rejecting are defiled attachments. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. Hey, mouth. The mouth of the confused person speaks, but the mind of the wise person practices. There are deluded men who sit still with empty minds, vainly thinking of nothing and declaring that to be something great. One should not speak with these people because of their deviant views. Good knowing advisors, the capacity of the mind is vast and great, encompasses the Dharma realm. Its function is to understand clearly and distinctly. Its correct function is to know all. All is one, one is all. Coming and going freely, the mind's substance is unobstructed. That is prajna. The deluded person does not do what must be done. He merely talks. A wise person, on the other hand, always puts principle into practice, not with the head-mouth Zen, but with constant cultivation. The great master said, "You are all very wise. The vast mind pervades all-inclusive Dharma realm. It is like a mirror. When things come, it reflects them. When things go, it is empty. The true mind knows everything when it is used. To have prajna is to have complete understanding and be free of all stupidity." Sutra. Good knowing advisors. All prajna wisdom is produced from one's own nature. It does not enter from the outside. Using the intellect correctly is called the natural function of one's true nature. One truth is all truth. The mind has the capacity for great things and is not meant for practicing petty ways. Do not talk about emptiness with your mouth all day long, and in your mind fail to cultivate the conduct that you talk of. That would be like a common person calling himself a king of a country which cannot be. People like that are not my disciples. Commentary. Do not seek prajna outside your self-nature. Do not make the mistake of using the intellect, the discriminating mind. The self-nature is not meant for small things. The great master said, "Do not say empty, 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 prajna, prajna, prajna." People who do that are not my disciples. Why? Because they don't listen. I tell them not to get attached to emptiness, and they get attached to emptiness. I tell them not to get attached to existence, and they get attached to existence. I tell them not to have sexual desire, and they still do not cut it off. "Oh, no problem," they say, slowly, slowly. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. What is meant by prajna? Prajna in our language means wisdom. Everywhere and at all times, in thought after thought, remain undiluted and practice wisdom constantly. That is prajna conduct. Prajna is cut off by a single deluded thought. By one wise thought, prajna is produced. Worldly men, deluded and confused, do not see prajna. They speak of it with their mouths, but their minds are always deluded. They constantly say to themselves, "I cultivate prajna," and though they continually speak of emptiness, they are unaware of true emptiness. Prajna without form or mark is just the wisdom mind. If thus explained, just this is prajna wisdom. Commentary. If you have prajna, then in thought after thought you clearly understand. In thought after thought you are not confused. In thought after thought you have no ignorance. Prajna is cut off by a single deluded thought. To speak of it as cut off is merely an analogy. Actually, it is not cut off. How could proper wisdom, which is without production or destruction, be cut off? Cutting off merely describes a moment of delusion, because at that moment prajna is not apparent. By one wise thought, prajna is produced. When you are not deluded or confused, prajna is produced. I will give you an example of how confusion cuts off prajna. When people say that drinking is harmful, smoking is not good, and taking confusing drugs is bad, and you do not believe it, you cut off prajna. If you change, you give rise to prajna and true intelligence. When someone tries to teach you but you refuse to understand or believe, that is delusion. In short, delusion is to know clearly that something is wrong, but to go ahead and do it anyway. Such delusion cuts off prajna. The great majority of people in this world are deeply deluded, but they do not see prajna and they do not know how to cultivate it. Their mouths speak about wisdom, but their actions betray their stupidity. They talk about prajna, saying emptiness is prajna. There are 20 kinds of emptiness related to prajna. You should empty everything. But they do not know true emptiness. Perhaps they understand a little of the sutras or recite a few lines of a mantra. But even though they speak, they do not change their own faults and therefore do not recognize true emptiness. You must give up ignorance, bad habits, faults, and obstructions if you are to understand true emptiness. Prajna without form or mark is the wisdom mind. Wisdom has no form or characteristic. Didn't the Sixth Patriarch just say that prajna is neither long nor short, neither square nor round, neither big nor small? Nor is it green, yellow, red, white, or black? What is it then? It is the wise mind, free from ignorance, which knows right dharma from wrong dharmas. Sutra. What is meant by paramita? It is a Sanskrit word in our language means arrived at the other shore. It is explained as apart from production and extinction. When one is attached to states of being, production and extinction arise like waves on water. That is what is meant by this shore. To be apart from states of being with no production or extinction is to be like freely flowing water. That is what is meant by the other shore. Therefore it is called paramita. Commentary. To reach the other shore is to be separated from birth and death. This shore is birth and death. The other shore is nirvana. To go from this shore to the other shore, you must cross the great sea of afflictions. Because there are afflictions, there is also birth, death, and nirvana. If you have no afflictions, then birth and death are nirvana, and nirvana is birth and death. Birth and death and nirvana are nothing more than names. The absence of birth and death is nirvana. If you have no afflictions, then in the midst of birth and death, you have no birth and death. We are born and we die because of affliction. This is very important, and you should all remember it. Birth and death exist because of afflictions. Afflictions exist because of ignorance, and ignorance is simply whatever you don't understand. What don't you understand? What do you understand? Not understanding is ignorance. Understanding is prajna. I have recited it differently than it says in the text, which I believe is incorrect, for it says, knowing you do not understand is ignorance. Knowing you do understand is prajna. I think that should be, not understanding is ignorance. Understanding is prajna. So there's a slight error in the translation. There is just that small difference. When one is attached to states of being, production and extinction arise like waves of water. What is meant by the other shore? What is nirvana? Nirvana is like water without waves. When the wind rises, the waves swell. The wind of ignorance, the waves of affliction are this shore. To be apart from states with no production or extinction is to be like freely flowing water. The principle is clear. The nature is like water, the water of wisdom. When there are no waves, there is no birth and death. We should work hard to understand why our minds have to have so many extraneous thoughts. These thoughts are like so many waves. Without them, there would be no production or extinction, no birth or death. With production and extinction, you are on this shore. But if you separate yourself from production and extinction, you are like freely flowing water, permeating the universe with wisdom. That is what is meant by the other shore. This section of text is very useful. Use a little effort, and you will understand it and derive from an inexhaustible benefit. The sutra continues. Good knowing advisors, deluded people recite with their mouths, but while they recite, they live in falsehood and in error. When there is practice in every thought, that is the true nature. You should understand this dharma, which is the prajna dharma, and cultivate this conduct, which is the prajna conduct. Not to cultivate is to be a common person, but in a single thought of cultivation, you are equal to the Buddhas. Commentary. In each thought, avoid doing stupid things. If you understand this dharma, you realize that prajna is to refrain from stupidity. What is stupidity? Doing what is absolutely should not do. Most important is the matter of sexual desire. You absolutely should not give rise to sexual desire, for when it arises, you get confused and forget everything. You forget prajna, you forget paramita. At that time, you cannot even recite their names. You become involved in it and no longer pay attention to principle. Although it is the stupidest thing one can do, people still do it. They want to be stupid instead of wanting to cultivate prajna dharma. If you want to cultivate and practice prajna for even a single thought, you must cut off desire and cast out love. The absence of sexual desire is the practice of prajna, and in a single thought of cultivation, you are equal to the Buddhas. Sutra continues. Good knowing advisors. Common people are Buddhas, and affliction is Bodhi. Past thoughts are deluded, are the thoughts of common person. Future thoughts enlightened are the thoughts of a Buddha. Past thoughts attached to states of being are affliction, and future thoughts separate states of being are Bodhi. Commentary. Where does the Buddha come from? He starts out as a common person. Yes, the Buddha was a common person who cultivated and eventually achieved Buddhahood. Why are we common people? Simply because we do not cultivate the prajna dharma. Our nature flows out and becomes emotion. Our emotions flow out and become desire. Common people are that way, but the returning of desire to one's own nature, so that one is unmoving by ignorance, that is the Buddha. Affliction is Bodhi. Without affliction, there is no Bodhi. So you say, then I will not get rid of my afflictions. I will keep them. If you keep them, they are still afflictions, and afflictions are just afflictions. You should use a scientific method to temper your afflictions. How? Actually, this change is no change. It is merely a returning to your original nature. My hand, for example, has a palm and a back to it. The back of the hand represents affliction, and the palm represents Bodhi. All you need to do is flip it over, and everything is all right. There is no addition or subtraction required. Just turn it over. If you do not turn it over, you are off by just that margin, and affliction is affliction, and Bodhi is Bodhi. But as soon as you turn it around, affliction is Bodhi, and birth and death is nirvana. I have often spoken of this. At Berkeley I said, affliction is Bodhi, ice is water. Birth and death and nirvana are empty dharmas. If you understand, then dharmas are also empty. If you do not understand, then they are still dharmas. You should understand that people and dharmas are both empty. Past thoughts deluded are the thoughts of a common person. Future thoughts enlightened are the thoughts of a Buddha. With stupid thoughts, you are a common person. With wisdom and enlightenment, you are a Buddha. Past thoughts attached to states of being are afflictions, and future thoughts separate from states of being are Bodhi. When thought is attached to states, affliction arises. You may say, this is San Francisco. It surely isn't the same as New York. Fundamentally, San Francisco and New York are the same. They are both big cities, but you make distinctions. In San Francisco, you say there's no snow, but in New York has lots of snow. This is just a discriminating mind. Basically, the two cities are the same. If you understand the states of being, you will not have so many afflictions. If you do not understand your discriminating mind, there is no affliction. If you do not use your discriminating mind, there is no affliction. Past thoughts, which were attached to states, discriminated between San Francisco and New York, and therefore affliction arose. A later thought, which is unattached, makes you say, they are empty. San Francisco and New York are the same. Why bother to discriminate one from the other? If you do not discriminate, that is Bodhi. It is easy to speak that way, but putting down all discrimination is another matter. That is difficult. When you understand that kind of state, there is no home and no country. There is nothing at all. This is to produce the thought which is nowhere supported. It is to produce the body which is nowhere supported. Not dwelling anywhere, you can manifest a body that can go everywhere. Is this not a wonderful Dharma? It is nothing less than Bodhi. There is no need to sigh. If you can be enlightened, then you are enlightened. If you can't be yet, then slowly you can be. Nature in samadhi, demons defeated. Every day, happiness. False thoughts not arising. Everywhere, peace. When your mind is in samadhi, there is no such false thinking. Every day you are happy and at peace. Why are you unhappy now? Because of false thoughts. Without false thoughts, every place is the land of ultimate bliss. You can produce the body which is nowhere supported. Good knowing advisors, Maha Prajna Paramita is the most honored, the most supreme, the foremost. It does not stray, it does not come or go. All the Buddhas of the three periods of time emerge from it. You should use great wisdom to destroy affliction, defilement, and the 5 skandha heaps, with such cultivation that you will certainly realize the Buddha way, transforming the 3 poisons into morality, concentration, and wisdom. Commentary. The great master again addressed the assembly, saying, in the self-nature of each of you there is limitless wisdom. Maha Prajna Paramita is originally fully present within your self-nature. You need not seek it outside. It does not stay. It does not come or go. The Prajna wisdom of your self-nature is unattached. All Buddhas of the 3 periods of time, the past, present, and future, issue from Maha Prajna Paramita, the highest, most supreme, most honored, number 1 Dharma. You should use this great wisdom, not small wisdom, to destroy affliction, defilement, and the 5 skandha heaps of form, feeling, perception, impulses, and consciousness. Without prajna, you cannot see the 5 heaps are empty, and therefore you have affliction and are unable to cut off defilement. If you wish to have a genuine prajna, you must illumine and view the 5 skandhas all as empty, as Avalokiteshvara did when deeply practicing Prajna Paramita. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva worked a long time practicing deep Prajna Paramita. He could not, in just a short time, illumine the 5 heaps and view them as empty. If you practice the deep Prajna Paramita, you can see the 5 heaps in this way. And when you destroy all afflictions and attachments to sense objects, the original prajna nature itself manifests. With such cultivation as this, you will certainly realize the Buddha way, transforming the 3 poisons into morality, concentration, and wisdom. Therefore, there is no doubt that you will realize the way, turning greed, hatred, and stupidity into morality, concentration, and wisdom. Let's see whether or not you can change. If you can change, you will dwell in Prajna. If you do not change, you will wander among the deluded. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. My Dharma door produces 84,000 wisdoms from the one Prajna. Why? Because worldly people have 84,000 kinds of defilement. In the absence of defilement, wisdom is always present, since it is not separate from the self-nature. Understand that this Dharma is just no thought, no remembrance, no attachment, and the non-production of falsehood and error. Use your own true suchness, nature, and by means of wisdom contemplate and illuminate all dharmas without grasping or rejecting them. That is to see one's own nature and realize the Buddha way. Good knowing advisors, if you wish to enter the extremely deep Dharma realm of the Prajna Samadhi, you must cultivate the practice of Prajna. Hold and recite the Diamond Prajna Sutra, and that way you will see your own nature. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch said, from one kind of wisdom, measureless prajnas are produced. These 84,000 kinds of wisdom are just 84,000 kinds of prajna. If you change the defilement of external objects, it becomes wisdom. Do not use your discriminating consciousness to contemplate and illuminate all dharmas. Use wisdom. If you wish to enter the sutra store and have wisdom like the sea, if you wish to master all dharmas and the prajna samadhi, you must cultivate the prajna kanda. How do you practice the prajna dharma door? Hold and recite the Diamond Prajna Sutra. Because the Sixth Patriarch became enlightened upon hearing the Diamond Sutra, he tells everyone, you should all recite the Diamond Sutra. Hold it in your mind. Do not be distracted or forgetful. Hold the Diamond Sutra and you will see your own nature. In reciting sutras, it is essential to avoid giving rise to false thinking and extraneous thoughts. Once there was a man who recited the Diamond Sutra every day. One night he dreamt that a ghost asked him to take him across to a favorable rebirth. Just as he performed the Ulambana ceremony on the 15th day of the 7th month in order to take across parents and from this and past lives. The ghost said, please recite a sutra to take me across. How many times shall I recite it? The man asked. The ghost said, one recitation will be enough. The next day, halfway through the recitation, one of the man's servants brought him a cup of tea. He pushed the cup aside, thinking, I do not want it, and continued to recite. That evening the ghost returned. You promised to recite the sutra for me, he said, but you only recited half of it. What do you mean? The man replied. I recited the whole sutra. The ghost said, you recited the whole sutra, but halfway through you thought, I do not want it. So the merit from the second half of the recitation was lost. The man then realized what happened. Yes, he replied, I did not think, do not want. But it was tea I did not want, not the sutra's merit. It took only 3 words, I do not want, halfway through the recitation to convince the ghosts and spirits that he did not want the merit. Probably the ghosts took the merit from themselves. The man said, I will recite it again. This time he recited without interruption, and the next evening the ghost happily bowed to him in thanks for the compassionate recitation. So when you recite the Diamond Sutra, do not think, I do not want. Reciting Subhuti, I don't want Subhuti, Subhuti will probably run away. Sutra. You should know that the merit and virtue of the sutra is immeasurable, unbounded, and indescribable, as the sutra text itself clearly states. This Dharma door is a superior vehicle taught for people of great wisdom and superior faculties. When people of limited faculties and wisdom hear it, their minds give rise to doubt. Why is that? Take, for example, the rain which the heavenly dragons shower on Jambudvipa. Cities and villages drift about in the flood like thorns and leaves. But if the rain falls on the great sea, its waters neither increase nor decrease. If people of the great vehicle, the most superior vehicle, hear the Diamond Sutra, their minds open up, awaken, and understand. They then know that their original nature itself possesses the wisdom of Prajna, because they themselves use this wisdom constantly to contemplate and illuminate. They do not rely on written words. Take, for example, the rainwater. It does not come from the sky. The truth is that the dragons cause it to fall in order that living beings, all plants and trees, all those with feelings and those without feelings, may receive its moisture. In 100 streams it flows into the great sea and there unites in one substance. The wisdom of Prajna is the original nature of living beings, acts the same way. Commentary. People without good roots say the Diamond Sutra is meaningless. What good points does reciting it have? If you recite it every day, can you go without eating and still live? Keep reciting and we will see if you can go without eating. People of shallow roots and wisdom do not believe in this sutra. The great sea represents people of great roots and energy. As soon as they hear this sutra, they realize that Prajna is originally complete within the self-nature, and so they believe it. People of small roots and wisdom, however, are like grass and leaves which float on the surface of the water and sink as soon as it rains. They doubt the great vehicle Dharma. Reflecting within, it is not necessary for those of great wisdom to be highly literate in order to understand Prajna wisdom. The Prajna wisdom of the self-nature of living beings is just like the rain from the heavens which flow into the great sea. The sea represents our inherent wisdom. No matter how much rain falls, the sea neither increases nor decreases. The Buddha Dharma is like the great sea. Only those with faith can enter. It may also be said, only those with wisdom can enter, because without wisdom it is difficult to enter this sea. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, when people of limited faculties hear this sudden teaching, they are like the plants and trees with shallow roots, which, washed away by the great rain, are unable to grow. But at the same time, the Prajna wisdom which people of unlimited faculties possess is fundamentally no different from the Prajna that men of great wisdom possess. Hearing this Dharma, why do they not become enlightened? It is because the obstacles of their deviant views is a formidable one, and the root of their affliction is deep. It is like when thick clouds cover the sun. If the wind does not blow, the sunlight will not be visible. Prajna wisdom is itself neither great nor small. Living beings differ because their own minds are either confused or enlightened. Those of confused mind look outwardly to cultivate in search of the Buddha, not having awakened to their self-nature, yet they have small roots. When you become enlightened to the sudden teachings, you do not grasp unto cultivation of external things. When your own mind constantly gives rise to right views, afflictions and defilement can never stain you. That is what is meant by seeing your own nature. Commentary. Deluded people do not become enlightened because their deviant views are too strong and too formidable in an obstruction and cause them to disbelieve. Their ignorance is great, and they give rise to much affliction, which is like thick clouds covering the sun. The sunlight is simply the prajna of your self-nature, and the clouds are your deviant views and afflictions. If no wind blows the clouds away, the sunlight will not shine through. Some living beings are heavily afflicted by bad habits. Having created a great deal of bad karma, they are confused. Those with fewer bad habits and lighter karma can become enlightened. The confused person seeks the Dharma outside his own mind. Seeking outwardly, he does not recognize the original complete Buddha of his own nature. The more he seeks the Buddha outside, the farther away he goes. You should enlighten yourself and not seek outside. If you hear the sudden teaching, you may become enlightened right away. Understand the prajna of your own nature and always hold to right knowledge and vision. You will then be without defilement. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. The ability to cultivate the conduct of not dwelling inwardly or outwardly, of coming and going freely, of casting away the grasping mind, and of unobstructed penetration is basically no different from the Prajna Sutra. Commentary. Inside there is no body and mind, outside there is no world. But this is not dull emptiness. It is not to say, my body and mind do not exist, the world does not exist, and then go to fall into vacuity. What is spoken of here is non-attachment to the body, to the mind, and to the world. Then you may come and go freely. Coming here, going there, coming back to the body and mind, going out into the Dharma realm, you are free if you are unattached to the coming and the going. If you are attached, you are in bondage. Unattached, you are free with respect to life and death. If you want to live, I live. If I want to die, I die. You asked, is this suicide? No. You need simply sit down and enter dhyana samadhi and go. You need not take poison to make sure, then you will die. Isn't this freedom? If it were not freedom, you would not be able to go. How was the third patriarch, San, able to reach up and grasp the limb of a tree and while hanging there die? How could he enter nirvana in this way? He could do this because he was free to live or die, free to come and go. If I wish to live, then I may never die. If I wish to die, I die right now. That is what is meant by coming and going freely. If you are free to come and go, you can end your life even while in the midst of talking, just like the great master Dao Shang. He was really a good sport. The first part of the Mahaparinirvana Sutra said that the Ichantakas, those of little faith, do not possess the Buddha nature. But Dao Shang disagreed. I say that Ichantakas do have the Buddha nature. Everyone said, he's crazy, he's merely mentally ill. He knows that the sutra says, yet he deliberately contradicts it. They scolded him, they shunned him. Get out of here, they said. Master Dao Shang then made a vow. He said, if my explanation of Dharma is in agreement with the Buddha's sutras and the Buddha's mind, then in the future I shall end my life while lecturing from the Dharma seat. But if I have spoken contrary to the Buddha's mind, this vow will not be fulfilled. He then went into the mountain and lectured on sutras to the rocks and ragged boulders. When the rocks heard him, they nodded their heads in acceptance of his principles. When Shang, the Venerable Master, spoke the Dharma, even the rocks bowed. He continued to lecture on sutras until once when, mysteriously and wonderfully, he paused while lecturing and died sitting in the Dharma seat. The assembly looked up and cried, he has gone to rebirth. Wasn't he a good sport? This is what is meant by coming and going freely. You say, Dharma Master, I quite agree with you. I don't want to be attached. In fact, I don't want to follow the rules. After all, the rules are just an attachment. Wrong. If you can cast away your grasping mind and be unattached, you should be unattached to what is wrong. But you should not be unattached to what is right. For example, if you follow the rules, you can become a Buddha. But if you think, I am not attached, I don't have to follow the rules, then you cannot become a Buddha. Go down the right road, retreat from the wrong one. Do not become attached to principles which are in opposition to the way, but grasp and hold tightly to those principles which are in accord with it. Holding to and reciting may be an attachment, but holding to and reciting the Diamond Sutra is cultivation. Do not say, I am attached, I have a small fault which I do not want to give up. What is more, I do not want anyone to know about it. That is even more attached. All right then, you say. I don't care if anyone knows about it. If people say I'm wrong, I will be unattached to and pay no attention. That is deviant knowledge and deviant views. The more you cultivate that way, the farther you drift from the Buddha Dharma. Once you have left attachment beside, you can penetrate and understand without obstruction and be without obstacles to your progress. The ability to cultivate this conduct is basically no different from the Prajna Sutra. If you cannot cultivate this conduct, you will be in opposition to the principles of the Diamond Sutra. But if you can cultivate, it is Prajna, wisdom. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, all sutras and writings of the great and small vehicles, the 12 divisions of sutra, have been devised because of people and established because of the nature of wisdom. If there were no people, the 10,000 dharmas would not exist. Therefore, you should know that all dharmas are originally postulated because of people, and all sutras are spoken for their sakes. Commentary. On the higher plane, a sutra talks with principles of all Buddhas, and below it tallies with the opportunities for teaching living beings. For that reason, the word sutra took on the meaning of to tally. The 12 divisions of sutra are prose, verse, transmission and predictions, interpolations, the speaking of dharma without its having been requested, 6. Discussion of causes and conditions. 7. Analogies. 8. Events of the past lives of the Buddhas. 9. Events of the past lives of the Bodhisattvas and disciples. 10. Writings which explain principle in a specially expansive way. 11. Dharmas which has never been spoken before. And 12. Commentaries. Sutras exist because people exist. If there were no people, the sutras would be useless. In the same way, troubles exist only because there are people to have them. The Dharma teaches people how to end their troubles, to get rid of the 84,000 kinds of different trouble. The Buddha teaches 84,000 Dharma doors, but if there were no people, the troubles would never have arisen. The Buddha spoke of all dharmas for the minds of human beings. If there were no minds, of what use would dharma be? Sutra. Some people are deluded and some are wise. The deluded are small people and the wise are great people. The deluded question the wise, and the wise teach dharma to the deluded. When the deluded people suddenly awaken and understand, their minds open to enlightenment, and they are no longer different from the wise. Good knowing advisors, unenlightened, the Buddha is a living being. At the time of a single enlightened thought, the living being is a Buddha. Therefore, you should know that the 10,000 dharmas exist totally within your own mind. Why don't you, from within your own mind, suddenly see the true suchness of your original nature? The Bodhisattva Shila Sutra says, our fundamental self-nature is fundamentally clear and pure. If we recognize our own mind and see the nature, we shall all perfect the Buddha way. The Vimalakirti Nirdesa Sutra says, just then suddenly regain your original mind. Commentary. If in the very shortest space of time, the space of a thought, you suddenly understand, you awake up and become a Buddha. Confused, you are a living being. Enlightened, you are a Buddha. One confused thought, you are a living being. Thought after thought, confused. Thought after thought, a living being. One enlightened thought, you are a Buddha. Thought after thought, enlightened. Thought after thought, a Buddha. What does it mean to be enlightened? Ask yourself, ultimately, what advantage do emotions and desire have? Emotion and desire harm your body. That is a serious problem. They rob you of your life. They make you stupid. If in thought after thought you have desire, then thought after thought you are deluded. It is said, karma ended, emotion emptied, is the true Buddha. Karma heavy, emotion turbid, is the living being. Enlightenment is here. Put down defiled thoughts and pick up the pure. What are defiled thoughts? Thoughts of desire are defiled thoughts. I will make even clearer. Thoughts of sexual desire are defiled thoughts. You should clearly recognize your thoughts of sexual desire. Should you give way to sexual desire with your body, then the action of your body karma is impure. If you talk about sex, the action of your mouth is impure. If you are constantly think about sex, your mind karma is impure. Moreover, if you are without offense in body, mouth, and mind, you are not far from Buddhahood. Most people turn their back on enlightenment and unite themselves with the dust of external objects and states. Falling into states of emotion and desire, they become defiled. Leaving emotion and desire defiled and turning your back on dust, you are united with enlightenment. You are clear and pure and can realize Buddhahood. However, long as you have the slightest trace of defilement, you cannot realize Buddhahood. You remain a living being. One confused thought makes you a living being for the space of that thought. If every thought is confused, you are continually a living being. One enlightened thought makes you a Buddha for the space of that thought. Every thought is enlightened. You are always a Buddha. Do you see? It is very simple. Still, you need the help of a good knowing advisor who will teach you that. In order to be clear and pure, it is of the utmost importance to be unselfish, not working for your own benefit, and being without greed, hatred, and stupidity, and a view of self. You may attain purity. That is enlightenment. Some people hear one enlightened thought, and you are a Buddha, and they say, everyone is a Buddha, right? All living beings are Buddhas, but they must first wake up to it. To say everyone is a Buddha when you are not enlightened is to be like the common person mentioned earlier in the sutra, who called himself the king. The real king would throw that man in prison. Heaven cannot hold two sons. The citizens cannot serve two kings. Why don't you cultivate your own mind? Get rid of the defilements, and then you can see your own nature as it truly is. See it right now. Do not say, wait a minute, wait a minute. See it immediately. If you see your nature, you realize Buddhahood. If I see my nature, I realize Buddhahood. If someone else sees his nature, he realizes Buddhahood. There is no inequality here. The principle is complete, democratic. Whoever sees his nature realizes Buddhahood. You need not wait. See it right through it, and suddenly you don't know how you are enlightenment. Strange and unspeakably wonderful. You return yourself to regain your original mind. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. When I was with the High Master Ren, I was enlightened as soon as I heard his words and suddenly saw the true suchness of my own original nature. That is why I am spreading this method of teaching, which leads students of the way to become enlightened, suddenly to Bodhi, as each contemplates his own mind and sees his own nature. Commentary. All of you of great knowledge, hear me, said the Sixth Patriarch. I have explained so much Dharma to you. Have you become enlightened yet? When I was with the High Master Ren, the Fifth Patriarch, I awoke as soon as I heard him speak. I, the Sixth Patriarch, an illiterate barbarian, a stupid country person, met the High Master Ren. The Master did not say the Fifth Patriarch's full name, but merely said Ren as a gesture of respect. The High Master Ren, he said, endured the temper of many, those below him, to pressure him into transmitting the Dharma to Xuanxue. The Fifth Patriarch was not even free to transmit the Dharma, but was forced to endure the tyranny of his own disciples. His name Ren means to endure. He endured, practicing the perfection of patience until one day the barbarian arrived. I will give the Dharma to the barbarian, the Fifth Patriarch thought, and forget about all of you. Do you think you can bully a patriarch? I will transmit the Dharma to someone who can't even read. What use is your education now? Thus the High Master Ren ceased enduring and transmitted the Dharma to the Sixth Patriarch. The Sixth Patriarch was a friend who understood. High Master, he said, you have suffered greatly. Then he told the assembly, I was enlightened as soon as I heard his words. Why did the Fifth Patriarch transmit the Dharma to this barbarian? It was not just because he wanted to defy Xuan Shui. Rather, it was because this barbarian was so intelligent that, as soon as he heard the Fifth Patriarch speak, he said in reply, so that's how it is. My self-nature is originally pure. My self-nature is originally bright and light. My self-nature is originally unmoving. How wonderful it is. Yes, said the Fifth Patriarch, you are right. It is just that way. The Sixth Patriarch told the assembly, I propagate this sudden teaching in order to cause all disciples of the way to become enlightened suddenly to their own mind and see their own nature. Sutra. If you are unable to enlighten yourself, you must seek out a great knowing advisor, one who understands the Dharma of the most superior vehicle, and who will direct you to the right road. Such a good advisor possesses great karmic conditions, which is to say that he will transform you and guide you and lead you to see your nature. It is because of the good knowing advisor that all wholesome dharmas can arise. All the Buddhas of the 3 periods of time and the 12 divisions of the sutra as well exist within the nature of people, originally complete within them. If you are unable to enlighten yourself, you should seek out the instructions of a good knowing advisor who will lead you to see your nature. Commentary. If you can't enlighten yourself, you must seek out a bright-eyed knowing one who has gone through. Wishing to travel the mountain tracks, ask someone who has taken the trip. Ask him, where does this road lead? If you do not ask someone who has traveled the road before, but instead ask a blind man for directions, the blind man will say, just keep walking. Go wherever you wish. If you ask the blind man, is this emptiness? He will say, it certainly is. No one can hinder you here. But is it really emptiness? The good knowing advisor understands the Dharma of the superior vehicle and directs you to the right road. If there is a great affinity between you, you may meet a bright-eyed knowing one who will teach you to understand your mind and see your nature. All good dharmas arise because of him. Your good roots flourish because he watches over their growth. He explains the Dharma to you every day and causes your good roots to grow. All the Buddhas of the past, present, and future, and the 12 divisions of the sutra text are originally complete within your own nature. But if you cannot understand that, you should seek out the instruction of a good knowing advisor. He will teach you to behold the pure and wonderful substance of your nature. Sutra. If you are one who enlightens himself, you need not seek a teacher outside. If you insist that it is necessary to seek a good knowing advisor in hope of obtaining liberation, you are mistaken. Why, within your own mind there is self-enlightenment, which is a knowing advisor. But if you give to deviant confusion, false thoughts, and perversions, although a good knowing advisor external to you instructs you, he cannot save you. Commentary. If you seek outside yourself, you will not obtain it. You must enlighten yourself by recognizing this prajna of your self-nature. Your good knowing advisor is within, and your self-nature, he is simply your wisdom. Deviant means not right. Confusion means lack of understanding. Not understanding what? Not understanding what is right. For example, people have certain fondnesses. Some have deviant confusion about sex, You should not regard these confusions as unimportant, for when you do, your confusion deepens and the small confusions become large ones. Thinking the large confusions to be unimportant, you arrive at old age with old confusions and go to your death with death confusions. Even at the time of death you're confused and unclear. How pitiful. False thoughts are untrue thoughts. They're all vain and unreal. Perversions occur when you clearly know that something is wrong, but do it anyway. You understand perfectly well it is not right, but you say, it's right. It is right. If you continue to do things contrary to the Dharma, you are perverted. You are perverted when you not only do things yourself, but influence others to do them as well. To discuss this thoroughly would take a long time. To have success, students of the Buddha Dharma must not be perverted. If you have deviant confusion, false thoughts, and perversions, although a good knowing advisor external to you, such as your good teacher or good friend, instructs you, he cannot save you. Your good teacher and worthy friend may try to help you, but if you refuse to obey him, he can do no more. Your good knowing advisor is not a policeman. If you break his laws, he cannot put you in jail. He can only hope that you will gradually change your faults. If living beings obey, the master is certainly pleased, but if they do not, although he cannot get angry, he is unhappy in his heart because he has no way to help you. Sutra. If you give rise to genuine prajna contemplation and illumination, in the space of an instant all false thoughts are extinguished. If you recognize your self-nature in a single moment of enlightenment, you will arrive at the stage of a Buddha. Commentary. Genuine means not deviant and confused. Prajna is genuine wisdom. To contemplate and illuminate is to slice off deviant confusion, false thought, and upside-down actions with the sword of wisdom. If you do not swing the wisdom sword and cut through your deviant confusion, your false thinking, and your upside-down actions, you are deluded, lack wisdom and do upside-down things. Recognize your original nature, understand it once, and in that one moment of enlightenment you will go to the Buddha realm. On the other hand, where do you go in a moment of confusion? To the ghost realm. Enlightened a Buddha, confused a living being. In the space of an instant, all false thoughts are extinguished, destroyed by our wisdom sword, like ice melted by the sun. Sutra. Good knowing advisor, when you contemplate and illuminate with the wisdom which brightly penetrates within and without, you recognize your original mind. The recognition of your original mind is the original liberation. The attainment of liberation is the prajna samadhi, is no thought. Commentary. Using your inherent wisdom, observe inwardly the mind and body, and outwardly the world. Completely understand both, as you would look through a pane of glass. From the outside seeing in, and from the inside seeing out, inwardly there is no body and mind, and outwardly there is no world. But although there is no body nor mind nor world, the body and mind and the world function in accord with one another. Although they function together, they are not attached to one another. This is called recognizing your original mind. The original nature, the true mind, clearly penetrates within and without. The recognition of your original mind is liberation. When you are not attached to sense objects or false thought, you obtain liberation. This is the prajna samadhi of your self-nature, no thought. I previously spoke about non-recollection, no thought, and non-falseness. Non-recollection is mortality, no thought is samadhi, and no falseness No falseness is being without false thought. That is wisdom. When morality, samadhi, and wisdom all manifest, greed, hatred, and delusion disappear. Sutra. What is meant by no thought? No thought means to view all dharmas with a mind undefiled by attachment. The function pervades all places, but is nowhere attached. Merely purify your original mind and cause the six consciousnesses to go out the six gates, to be undefiled and unmixed among the six objects, to come and go freely and to penetrate without obstruction. This is the Prajna Samadhi in freedom and liberation, and it is called the practice of no thought. Commentary. No thought means to view all dharmas with a mind undefiled by attachment. When the mind is undefiled by attachment, dharmas are empty. If dharmas are empty, then why must you get attached to your bad habits and weaknesses? Someone hears this and wants to try to become unattached to dharmas by ignoring his faults. He may be unattached to dharmas, but he can't get rid of his faults. How can this be called undefiled by attachment? Since to be undefiled by attachment, there must be no dharmas. There must even more emphatically be no fault. The Diamond Sutra says even dharmas must be forsaken, so non-dharmas must be forsaken even more. If you do not put down your bad habits and your faults, what kind of Buddha Dharma do you study? I ask you. You are nothing but a fraud who cheats himself and cheats others. Students of the Dharma must definitely give up their faults. If you cannot, even though you may be able to explain a few sentences of Dharma, you are utterly useless. You are at the height of delusion. Prajna Samadhi pervades all places and illuminates all places, but is nowhere attached. It is just like empty space. Merely purify your original mind so that it is undefiled and unattached, and cause the six consciousnesses, visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile, and mental awareness, to go out the six gates, eye, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. And among the six objects, forms, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables, and objects of mind, but to be undefiled and untainted, to come and go freely, and to penetrate without obstruction. If you examine this conglomeration, you will see that the six organs and six objects ordinarily unite to form a corporation. Where there is a corporation, there is defilement, and mixing do not incorporate. They should freely come and go. The eyes view forms outside. Inside there is nothing. The ears hear sounds outside, but the mind does not know. What does this mean? You don't understand. Then study the Buddha Dharma diligently. At the time of unobstructed penetration, the 10,000 changes and the 10,000 transformations of the correct use are unhindered, unblocked, and inexhaustible. This is Prajna Samadhi, and freedom and liberation, and it is called the practice of no thought. Sutra. Not thinking of the 100 things and constantly causing your thought to be cut off is called dharma bondage, and it is an extremist view. Commentary. If you sit saying, I am sitting here not thinking of anything, I am thinking of nothing, and in this way try to cut off thoughts, you still have not cut off the thought of not thinking of anything. If you do this, you will be tied up in the Dharma and will not obtain release. Thought, no thought, falling into either of these two extremes is not the middle way. In telling you to awaken to the no-thought Dharma, it is not to say that you should be like dead ashes or rotten wood. What use are ashes without fire? They are nothing but dirt. What use is rotten wood? You can't burn it. If you sit thinking, do not think. do not think of 100 things. Your thought, not thinking, is itself a thought. Trying not to think is like trying to prevent grass from growing by pounding on it with a rock and shouting, "Don't come up!" You push the rock into the soil, but when you move it again, the grass grows up quickly, stronger and more dense than ever. Then how does one attain the no-thought Dharma? It requires samadhi power that comes from having right, not deviant thought. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, one who awakens to the no-thought Dharma, completely penetrates the 10,000 Dharmas. One who awakens to the no-thought Dharma sees all Buddha realms. One who awakens to the no-thought Dharma arrives at the Buddha position. Commentary. Do you know the realm of all Buddhas? Do you know that their state is like? If you do, then you understand the no-thought Dharma. No, you say, I do not understand the Buddha realm. Then you do not understand the no-thought Dharma. Do not be like a certain person who does not know anything at all, who cannot even explain the 5 esoteric meanings and the 7 sutra titled topics, but who still runs around lecturing on sutras and cheating those who do not understand the Buddha Dharma. People stream in like ants to hear him. They come marching, ding, dung, dung. What for? Who knows? Ultimately, what Buddha Dharma do they study? That man reads an English translation of a sutra aloud. He simply reads it. Anybody can read it. You can read it. He can read it. I couldn't read it. Why? Because I can't read English. To explain sutras, one must explain every sentence and every word, every paragraph and every chapter. You say, he doesn't do it that way. Of course he doesn't. He doesn't know how to, and so how could he? Don't march off with the ants. If you enlighten to the Dharma of no thought, you go to the Buddha position now. Now, isn't that important? When I explain sutras, people come to hear, not ants. The people are few, but they come to study the Dharma, not to eat honey like ants. Here we gather to eat bitterness. We don't come to eat candy. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, those of future generations who obtain my Dharma, should take up this sudden teaching Dharma door, and with those of like views and like practice, they should vow to receive and uphold it as if serving the Buddhas. To the end of their lives, they should not retreat, and they will certainly enter the holy position. In this way, it should be transmitted from generation to generation. It is silently transmitted. Do not hide away the orthodox Dharma, and do not transmit to those of different views and different practice who believe in other teaching, since it will harm them and ultimately be of no benefit. Commentary. All of you good knowing advisors, continued the Sixth Patriarch, the Dharma was transmitted from Shakyamuni Buddha to Mahakasyapa, to Ananda, and so forth, to Bodhidharma, and then to the second Patriarch, the third Patriarch, reaching to me, the Sixth Patriarch. You should transmit the mind-sealed Dharma door in just that way, from generation to generation. Do not hide the orthodox Dharma and transmit deviant Dharma instead. Why was the great master a patriarch? Because he never slighted the lowly. When he was at Wangmei, everyone looked down on him because he was an illiterate country person. He knew the pain of enduring ridicule, and so he did not slight others. He addressed everyone as good-knowing advisors. You should not transmit the mind seal to those of different views and practice, he said. Why? Sutra. I fear that deluded people may misunderstand and slander this Dharma door, and will cut off the nature which possesses the seed of Buddhahood for hundreds of ages and thousands of lifetimes. Good knowing advisors, I have a verse of no mark which you should all recite. Those at home and those who have left home should cultivate according to it. If you do not cultivate, memorize it. Memorizing it will be of no use. Listen to my verse. With speech and mind both understood, like the sun whose place is in space, just spread the seeing the nature way, appear in the world to destroy false doctrines. Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. Delusion and awakening are slow and quick. But deluded people cannot comprehend this Dharma door of seeing the nature. Although it is said in 10,000 ways, united the principle returns to one. In the dark dwelling of defilement always produce the sunlight of wisdom. The deviant comes and affliction arrives. The right comes and the affliction goes. The false and true both cast aside. In clear purity the state of no residue is attained. Bodhi is the original self-nature. Giving rise to a thought is wrong. The pure mind is within the false. Only the right is without the three obstructions. If people in the world practice the way, they are not hindered by anything. By constantly seeing their own transgressions, they are in accord with the way. Each kind of form has its own way, without hindering one another, leaving the way to seek another way. To end of life is not to see the way. A frantic passage through life will bring regret when it comes to an end. Should you wish for a vision of the true way, right practice is the way. If you don't have a mind for the way, you walk in darkness, blind to the way. If you truly walk the way, you are blind to the faults of the world. If you attend to others' faults, your fault finding itself is wrong. Others' faults I do not treat as wrong. My faults are my own transgressions. Simply cast out mind that finds fault. Once cast away, troubles are gone. When hate and love don't block the mind, stretch out both legs and then lie down. If you hope and intend to transform others, you must perfect expedient means. Don't cause them to have doubts, and then their self-nature will appear. The Buddha Dharma is here in the world. Enlightenment is not apart from the world. To search for Bodhi apart from the world is like looking for a hare with horns. Right views are transcendental. Deviant views are all mundane. Deviant and right completely destroyed. The Bodhi nature appears spontaneously. This verse is a sudden teaching, also called the Great Dharma Boat. Here in confusion passed through ages, in an instant space enlightenment. Commentary. With speech and mind both understood, understand speech is to know how to lecture on sutras and explain the Dharma. Understanding in mind refers to the mind ground Dharma door of dhyana meditation. If you can lecture on sutras, speak Dharma, and cultivate dhyana meditation, you are like the sun of whose place is in space. You are like the bright light which illuminates the void and yet is nowhere attached. Just spread the seeing the nature way. The Dharma door with the Sixth Patriarch transmits teaches you to understand your mind and see your nature. Understand the mind, and there are no difficulties. See your nature, and there is no anxiety. When you see your original face, you understand the Buddha Dharma. Appear in the world to destroy false doctrine. This Dharma door exclusively speaks of transcendent principles and destroys all heretical, non-Buddhist religion. Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. Delusion and awakening are slow and quick. Essentially, the Dharma is neither sudden nor gradual. However, confused people must be taught to cultivate gradually, while wise, enlightened people understand the sudden Dharma. If you are stupid, you become enlightened a little slower. If you are intelligent, you become enlightened a little faster. Today I will tell you the plain truth.
Every day
I lecture the sutras, but rarely do I speak plain truth. Today I will say a little. Why? I can't speak much plain truth because you won't believe it. I will say a little and you cannot believe it, so if I were to say more, you wouldn't believe that. You would believe that even less. That's because you don't like to hear the truth, nor do you like to actually cultivate. So I have no way to speak true Dharma for you. I have to wait. I wait for an opportunity, and now an opportunity presents itself because we have come to this verse, and the doctrine should be explained here. What is the sudden teaching? Sudden means cut it off. Cut what off? Cut off your sexual desire. Can you do it or not? You say, what the use of that? Do you see? You don't believe. Very well, then I will not talk about it. If I say more, you will disbelieve me even more strongly. That's all there is to it. It must be this much. Cut off ignorance immediately. Ignorance is just sexual desire. Can you cut it off? Can you? You can't cut it off, and you don't believe in the true Dharma. When you do cut it off, you will attain sudden teaching. What is the gradual teaching? Slowly, slowly, you say. I can't cut it off all at once. How can I put it down? How can I let it go? The sudden becomes gradual. That's all there is to it. Do you get the point? I give you intelligent people this little bit and they cut it off. But stupid people can't put their desires down. I don't believe this is the true Dharma, they say. I don't believe this is a sudden teaching. That is why I have never spoken this way before. If you believe, you would have become a Buddha long ago. It's just because you don't believe that you're still wallowing in the mud, turning the path of rebirth. If you want to turn. Nobody is forcing you to stop. It is a question of sooner or later. You may not want to cut it off now, but when you decide to become a Buddha, you will certainly have to cut it off. But stupid people cannot comprehend this Dharma door of seeing the nature. The sudden teaching is the Dharma door of seeing the nature. If you cut off sexual desire, you can understand your mind and see your nature. Don't speak of this Dharma to stupid people. They cannot understand it and they don't believe it. Just now, when I told you to cut it off and you couldn't do it, stupid people cannot comprehend, they cannot understand, and if you tell them, they won't believe you. Although it is said in a 10,000 ways, united the principle returns to one, there are 1,000, 10,000 millions of Dharma doors used to explain this principle. There are 84,000 Dharma doors to counteract just this kind of affliction, just that kind of ignorance. But when you trace them to the root, they are all just one. Just the sudden Dharma which tells you to cut off ignorance. Immediately and manifests the Dharma nature. In the dark dwelling of defilements always produce the sunlight of wisdom. Having afflictions, you are in a dark room, but having wisdom, you are out in the dazzling sunlight. The deviant comes and afflictions arrives. The right comes and affliction goes. Today I will give you a little basic Dharma. If I never say it, you will never know. Deviant refers to the arousing of sexual desire. Do not take it as a happiness. It is an affliction. What is right is Prajna wisdom. Genuine wisdom breaks through ignorance and casts off affliction. The false and true cast aside, in clear purity the state of no residue is attained. This is nirvana without residue. You say, this verse says, the false and true both cast aside. I'll ignore both of them. If you ignore them, you are still in the dark dwelling. When you have transcended the deviant and the right, then they have no use. There is only right because there is deviant. There is only deviant because there is right. When neither one exists, that is clear purity, nirvana without residue. Bodhi is original self-nature. Giving rise to a thought is wrong. Do not seek Bodhi outside yourself. The enlightenment nature is already complete within the Prajna wisdom of your self-nature. Nevertheless, you still give rise to false thoughts. Originally in the clear, pure nirvana without residue, there is no doubt, no recollection, and no falsehood. It is complete in samadhi, morality, and wisdom. The pure mind is within the false. Only the right is without the three obstructions. The pure mind is within the false, like water in the ice. The ice has the potential to become water. In order to separate yourself from the three obstacles, you need only cultivate and uphold the right dharma. The three obstacles are the karma obstacles, that is, all the karma you have created in the past and in the present one. The retribution obstacle, that is, your body, which undergoes the obstructive effects of your karma, and the affliction obstacle, that is, all your troubles and worries. If people in the world practice the way, they are not hindered by anything. You can realize the way by success in any dharma door at all, but first you must understand the true dharma. Then you cultivate it, walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, with no obstacles whatsoever. By constantly seeing their own transgression, they are in accord with the way. Mind your own business. Don't watch other people. Like a camera which can only take pictures of what's outside, but can't take pictures itself. You say that person is bad. He drinks, smokes, and takes drugs. No one can teach him. He steals, he kills. Just look at him. You talk nothing but big talk. You only criticize others. You never ask yourself, did I kill today? Did I steal? Did I have deviant thoughts of lust? Did I lie or drink? You never turn the light inward because you are too busy shining it outside. If you wish to practice the way, you should cultivate yourself and see your own faults. Then you will be in accord with the way. The Sixth Patriarch's verse is excellent. It is profound, deep, and inexhaustible use. It is simply and clear. Anyone can understand it. If you can understand the meaning and memorize it well, it will greatly aid your cultivation. Each kind of form has its own way without hindering one another. Everything which has a shape and an appearance is a kind of form. While dwelling in forms, if you are able to wake up and understand, to cut off desire and cast out love, and to be unattached to the forms, then you will naturally possess the way. You need not look for anything else. Leaving the way to seek another way to end of life is not to see the way. If you understand and are unconfused by forms, then there is no difficulty and no annoyance. But if you leave the way, saying, this is not the way, I am going to find another way, you are just adding a head on top of a head. If you see what's happening and understand, you can transcend the world. If you see what's happens and are confused, you will fall beneath the wheel. If you become confused and give rise to view delusions, you fall into the dust of external states and objects, and to the end of your life you will not see the way. A frantic passage through a life will bring regret when it comes to an end. Wishing for a vision of the true way, right practice is the way. When you arrive at the way, everything you do from morning to night is in accord with Dharma. You do right and proper things, not deviant things. If you leave your daily activities and look elsewhere for the way, your whole life will be suffering, and when you are old, you will have regret. I have wasted my life, you will say. If only I hadn't drunk so much wine, I wouldn't be so stupid now. If only I hadn't gambled, I wouldn't be so poor. If someone had told me, I could have cultivated. But I never met a good knowing advisor. You met a good knowing advisor, but you didn't recognize him. His teaching passed by like the wind in one ear and out the other. You never reformed your own faults, and you never corrected your bad habits, and so at the end you have regrets. Cultivate properly, do not criticize others, and wash their clothes for them, saying, this person's clothes are filthy, I better wash them. And look at him, he's jealous, he's afraid of others are going to be better than he is. This is called washing other people's clothes. If you don't have a mind for the way, you walk in darkness, blind to the way. If you only do things in darkness, if you only do things which you do not wish others to see, you are not practicing the way. If you truly walk the way, you are blind to the faults of the world. There are those who say the Dharma ending age is really bad. There is no more Dharma. Cultivators do not give proof to the fruit. Why don't you give proof to the fruit? The Dharma itself has no right image or ending age. If you cultivate the right Dharma, you live in the right Dharma age. If you do not see the faults of the world, you see all living beings as the Buddha. Then you yourself are a Buddha. If you see all living beings as demons, then you are a demon. If you attend to others' faults, your fault finding is wrong. Does the Buddha look at others' faults? No, the Buddha sees all living beings as Buddhas. Others' faults I do not treat as wrong. My faults are my own transgressions. If he is wrong, do not follow his example. If he is wrong, do not join him and do not see his errors. Have great compassion for everyone. Be merciful. Say, these living beings are indeed pitiful. I vow to take them all to Buddhahood. Simply cast out the mind that finds fault. Once cast away, troubles are gone. When hate and love don't block the mind, stretch out both legs and lie down. I really love him, you say. I would gladly give my life up for him. This is just an emotion. If you truly had compassion, heart to love and protect all beings, you would say, I vow to take him to Buddhahood. If he does not realize Buddhahood, I will not realize Buddhahood. Today, someone asked to formally become a Buddhist by taking refuge in the Triple Jewel, the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. After taking refuge, you must follow the rules. Those who believe in the Buddha should not be as they were before. If they are, others will say, he's a Buddhist, but he still has the same old lifestyle. He hasn't changed. Therefore, I made this vow. If those who take refuge with me do not realize Buddhahood, I will wait here for them. You must realize Buddhahood before I do. I have no other method. You take refuge, and you should cultivate a little faster. Don't make me wait for you. I will wait for a long time, but eventually I may dislike it and say, I will wait no longer. I am finished. That's it. Stretch out both legs and lie down. This appeals to lazy people. However, this is not laziness or sleep. It represents freedom. Unchained, unshackled, unfettered, and free you. Leave upside-down dream thinking far behind and attain ultimate nirvana. Do not interpret the Sixth Patriarch Sutra as saying that you should stretch out both legs and go to sleep. If you hope and intend to transform others, you must perfect expedient means. To practice expedient means, one must know what dharma should be spoken to what living beings. For that, one must be unattached. Don't cause them to have doubts, and then their self-nature will appear. Do not cause living beings who hear this dharma to disbelieve, and you will be able to use the brilliant wisdom of your own nature. The Buddha Dharma is here in the world. Enlightenment is not far from the world. The Buddha Dharma includes both mundane and transcendental Dharma. Buddha Dharma is in the midst of the world and yet transcends the world. There is no waking and no Prajna, wisdom, apart from the world. To search for Bodhi apart from the world is like looking for a hare with horns. Do you think you can find a rabbit with horns? There is no such thing. If you separate yourself from worldly things to seek the transcendental Dharma elsewhere, that is like looking for a rabbit with horns. Right views are transcendental. Deviant views are all mundane. Right views are enlightenment. To what is one enlightened? To the fact that sexual desire must be cut off, that transcendental Dharma. Deviant views are mundane views. When you casually follow your desires, yielding to them instead of causing them to yield to you, You are holding a deviant and mundane views. Deviant and right completely destroy. The Bodhi nature appears spontaneously. When neither the deviant nor the right remain, the Bodhi nature is spontaneously manifest. You need not look for the Bodhi nature anywhere else. This verse is the sudden teaching, also called the Great Dharma Boat. This verse is the verse of sudden enlightenment and the Dharma door of realizing Buddhahood. It is called the Great Dharma Boat because it can ferry all living beings from the shore of birth and death across the current of affliction to the other shore of nirvana. Herein confusion passed through ages, in an instant space, enlightenment. If you are deluded, many ages may pass before you become enlightened. If you are on the verge of enlightenment, you can put down every one of your desires. You can suddenly become enlightened in the space of an instant. If you truly understand, you can open enlightenment instantly. Sutra. The Master said further, in the Ta Fan temple, I have just now spoken the sudden teaching, making the universal vow that all living beings of the Dharma realm will see their nature and realize Buddhahood as they hear these words. Then, among Magistrate Wei and the officials, Taoists and lay people who heard what the Master said, there was none who did not awaken. Together they made obeisance and exclaimed with delight, "Good indeed! Who would have thought that in Lingnan a Buddha would appear in the world?" Commentary. After they heard the markless verse, they said, "Ah, this is really fine. Who would have imagined that in Lingnan a Buddha would appear in the world?" We're reading from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra, Chapter 3, Doubts and Questions. One day, Magistrate Wei arranged a great vegetarian feast on behalf of the Master. Commentary. The doubts referred to in the title of this chapter were those of Magistrate Wei, who did not understand how the Patriarch Bodhidharma would have told the Emperor Wu of Liang that the emperor had no merit. Therefore the magistrate questioned the Sixth Patriarch about it. The magistrate invited the Master to a great vegetarian feast. All the bhikshus, laymen, Taoists, scholars, officials, and common people were invited to the meatless meal. Politicians like to eat meat, but because Magistrate Wei propagated the Buddha Dharma, he invited them all to a vegetarian meal. Great means that many people attended. In China, the 1,000-monk vegetarian feast occurs when 1,000 bhikshus are invited to have a meal. Among 1,000 monks, there is sure to be one arhat. So, making offerings to 1,000 bhikshus is making offerings to one arhat, which one is the arhat. No one knows. If you knew, you would just make offerings to the arhat, not to the 1,000 bhikshus. This great feast, however, was an offering to not just 1,000 bhikshus, I believe it was to 10,000. The banquet was held on behalf of the Sixth Patriarch. As one who had left home, the Master himself could not invite people to lunch. Laymen made offerings to those who had left home. Those who have left home do not make offerings to laymen. Recently I said to a visitor from Hong Kong, remember, lay people make offerings to the Bodhi Mandala. Protect and support the Triple Jewel. Do not be supported by the Triple Jewel. She replied, I have never in my life heard a good-knowing advisor speak such honest words to me. This certainly has changed me. When I return, I will be different from what I was before. Magistrate Wei was the Sixth Patriarch's disciple, and he wished to cause everyone to recognize and believe in his master. He invited them to eat vegetarian food because he said, if you want to lead them to the Buddha's wisdom, first you ought to give them something good to eat. In fact, one definition of the word people goes, people, when they eat, they're happy. If you feed them well, they can't forget it. They say, I've got to go listen to some more sutra lectures. They come time after time to get what they want not dharma but good food. They eat, and soon when they hear the dharma, they say, the dharma tastes even better than those vegetables. And then they don't run away. Magistrate Wei understood human nature. He arranged his feast on behalf of his master. He did not do it for himself, saying, look at me, making great offerings to the triple jewel. He was not seeking notoriety. He probably used the technique used at today's $500 a plate fundraising dinners. We are going to build Nanhua Temple, he probably said. You should donate $5,000 or perhaps $50,000. Because the assembly was held for the purpose of building a temple, the magistrate asked the master about the merit and virtue of Emperor Wu, the great Liang dynasty emperor who built many temples and gave sanction to many monks who left home. Sutra. After the meal, the magistrate asked the master to take his seat. Together with officials, scholars, and the assembly, he bowed reverently and asked, your disciple has heard the High Master explain the Dharma. It is truly inconceivable. I now have a few doubts and hope you will be compassionate and resolve them for me. Sutra. The Master said, if you have any doubts, please ask me and I will explain. The Honorable Wei said, it is not what the Master speaks the same as the doctrine of Bodhidharma? The Master replied, it is. The magistrate asked, your disciple has heard that when Bodhidharma first instructed the Emperor Wu of Liang, the emperor asked him, all my life I have built temples, given sanction to the Sangha, practiced giving, and arranged vegetarian feasts. What merit and virtue have I gained? Bodhidharma said, there was actually no merit and virtue. I, your disciple, have not yet understood this principle and hope that the High Master will explain it. Commentary. Magistrate Wei represented the entire assembly in requesting the Dharma. He was extremely respectful, stern, and upright in his bearing. He didn't dare laugh or cry. The magistrate had some small doubts, no big problem. He asked the master to bestow great compassion on him. Please resolve my little problem, because there are a few things I simply do not understand. Honorable is a term of great respect. The magistrate was called honorable because he was a high-ranking official. When my disciples go to Taiwan to take the precept, they should call the old cultivators, the bhikshus, honorable. Honor them once and they will be delighted. If you do not honor them, they will say, this newly precepted one is extremely disrespectful. The magistrate asked, don't you explain the same principle as Bodhidharma? The Sixth Patriarch said, yes, I do. It is the mind-to-mind seal transmitted by Bodhidharma, the direct pointing to the mind to see the nature and realize Buddhahood. The magistrate said, I have heard that when Bodhidharma went to Nanqing to convert the Emperor Wu of Liang dynasty, the emperor told him, I have built many temples. The Emperor Wu of Liang spent his entire life building temples. He allowed many bhikshus to leave home, and he made offerings of food and shelter to them. He would bow to anyone who left home. Wasn't this good? He gave the wealth of his country to the poor and arranged many vegetarian feasts. What merit and virtue have I gained? He asked. Emperor Wu had to be number one in everything. Therefore, when he met Patriarch Bodhidharma, he did not seek the Dharma. He saw Bodhidharma's praise instead. He wanted Bodhidharma to give him a high hat. He was afraid that Bodhidharma might not know of his merit, and so he introduced himself saying, look at me. I have built hundreds of temples to house thousands of monks, all of whom have left home under my official sanction. What kind of merit have I gained? What he meant was, look at me, I am emperor unlike others. Everything I do is good and meritorious. He didn't seek the Dharma to end birth and death. He wanted to put himself on display instead. This is like a certain Dharma protector who says, "Do you know me? I am the greatest, strongest Dharma protector. I give all my money to the triple jewel. In fact, the money he uses to play around with women is several times, 1,000 times greater than the money he gives to the triple jewel. But he says he gives it all to the triple jewel. Isn't this perverse? He never speaks about the money he squanders all over the heaven and earth, but when he gives a few dollars to the temple, he says, I gave $1 to the temple. Do you know that? He is certainly the Emperor Wu's disciple. With his merit and virtue, he can be an emperor someday. Hearing the emperor brag about me, myself, and I, boasting, advertising his merit, and in general exalting himself, Bodhidharma thought, how can a sage go around backslapping? How can I agree with him? Ordinary people would have said to the emperor, oh yes, your merit is indeed great. No one in the world can match it. Bodhidharma was a patriarch. He could not possibly have indulged in such behavior, and so he said, no merit, totally without merit. Sutra. The master said, there actually was no merit in virtue. Do not doubt the word of a sage. Emperor Wu of Liang's mind was wrong. He did not know the right dharma. Building temples and giving sanction to the sangha, practicing giving and arranging vegetarian feasts is called seeking blessings. Do not mistake blessings for merit and virtue. Merit and virtue are in the dharma body, not in the cultivation of blessings. The master said further, seeing your own nature is merit, and equanimity is virtue. To be unobstructed in every thought, constantly seeing the true, real, wondrous function of your original nature is called merit and virtue. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch replied, do not doubt the sage's words. There really was no merit and virtue. Emperor Wu was seeking fame. He was not seeking the orthodox dharma. The great master said, merit and virtue are in the dharma body, not in cultivating blessings. What is merit then? Seeing your brilliant, wonderful, original nature is merit. With merit you can see your own nature. What is merit? At first it is difficult to sit in dhyana meditation, but after a while it becomes natural. When you begin to sit, your legs and back hurt, but after a while you defeat your legs and they no longer hurt. When your legs do not hurt, you have merit. If your legs hurt, you have no merit. Seeing your own nature is merit. Seeing your original face, you ask, what does my original face look like? You must find out for yourself. I cannot describe it for you. And even if I did, you wouldn't know because your knowledge would have come from outside. Enlighten yourself to your own nature. Ah, you will say, my original face looks just like this. Then you will have your vision of the self-nature certified by a good-knowing advisor. And you cannot set yourself up as a king and say, I am the emperor, I am a bodhisattva, like the hippie who had poisoned himself with drugs to the point that he claimed to be a bodhisattva, when he actually was nothing but a demon. Equanimity is virtue. Without selfishness, everything is equal. There is no prejudice or partiality. If you are fair, just, and open-minded, you have virtue. To be unobstructed in every thought. If you are obstructed, your thoughts flow here, stop there, and become attached. Obstruction means attachment. If you are not obstructed, you can always see your original nature. As the Sixth Patriarch said when he was enlightened, how surprising that the self-nature is originally pure in itself. How surprising that the self-nature is originally unmoving. How surprising that the self-nature is originally not produced or destroyed. How surprising that the self-nature is so inconceivable. This is to constantly see the true, real, wonderful function. It is called merit and virtue. If you do not seek within yourself, but give sanction to bhikshus, build temples, and give to the poor, instead you accumulate blessings. Blessings, however, are not merit and virtue. You should perfect your own merit and virtue, just as the Buddhists have done. Sutra, inner humility is merit, and the outer practice of reverence is virtue. Your self-nature establishing the 10,000 dharmas is merit, and the mind substance separate from thought is virtue. Not being separate from the self-nature is merit, and the correct use of the undefiled self-nature is virtue. If you seek the merit and virtue of the Dharma body, simply act according to these principles, for this is true merit and virtue. Commentary. You should not be arrogant. In all situations, you should be polite. Do not say, "Look at me, I am better than everyone else. I am so talented. I know more Buddha Dharma than you." If you show off like this, you are being proud, not humble, and you have no merit. When you speak to people, you should be easy and polite. Not like a wooden board which smashes their heads with a single sentence. You don't have to hit people. All you have to do is say one sentence and you split their heads wide open, which is fiercer than using an iron bar. But if you are humble, you are never impolite. Outwardly, you should see everyone as better than you. Don't be self-satisfied. Arrogance causes harm. Humility brings benefit. If you fill your cup with tea until it overflows and then keep pouring, you are being wasteful. Do not be full of yourself. If you are polite, you will gain benefit. Do not say, "I am the greatest, I am number one. I am so intelligent that I understood long ago things which you still do not know." In Buddhism, you should not fear that you will not understand. Fear only that you will not practice. Whether or not you understand is not so important, but if you do not practice, you are useless. The mind substance should be separate from false thought, but not separate from proper thought. That is virtue. Turn your light around and reverse the illumination to see your self-nature, which constantly gives rise to prajna. This is merit. In unimpeded, limitless transformation, the correct use of self-nature enables you to do whatever you wish while never doing unclean things. If you are seeking the Dharma body, you should act in accord with these principles, because it is by means of such merit and virtue that the Dharma body is realized. Sutra. Those who cultivate merit and virtue in their thoughts do not slight others, but always respect them. Those who slight others do not cut off the me and mine, are without merit. The vain and unreal self-nature is without virtue because of me and mine, because of the greatness of the self, and because of constant citing of others. Commentary. You should not slight people, animals, or any living beings. For example, whenever Sadaparabhuta Bodhisattva met someone, he immediately bowed and said, "I dare not slight you because you are going to be a Buddha." Sadaparibhuta Bodhisattva, who was a previous incarnation of Shakyamuni Buddha, realized Buddhahood because of his practice of universal respect while walking the Bodhisattva path. Those who slight others and do not cut off the me and mine are without merit. You have no merit. If, whenever you meet someone, you immediately become jealous, terrified that they will be better than you, or more intelligent, or will surpass you in some other respect, your jealousy causes you to belittle them. You see yourself as great. "See how big I am," you say. "No one can compare with me. In the present age there is no emperor, but if there were, it would certainly be me. None of you would have a share. Why? Because I am more intelligent than all of you. I can dominate you, but you can't dominate me. I myself, me and mine, are not cut off and not put down. There is no room for merit because you are too full of yourself. You do not really cultivate, and so your self-nature is unreal. You are not basically genuine. You do not believe in yourself, and you do not know whether you are true or false. I did not tell you to drink or smoke. Why are you drinking or smoking? I did not tell you to go gambling. Why did you go? You don't know why you do these mixed up things. The self-nature in this way is vain and unreal. This happens because you have no virtue and you see yourself as too big. Look at me, you say, I am a Buddha. This is like a certain person who said, the Dharma master is enlightened and I am just like him. He did not say that he himself was enlightened. He said that the Dharma master was enlightened and that the two of them were just like. He might as well have introduced himself by saying, I am enlightened. This is me, myself, and I is too big. There is no merit here. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, continuity of thought is merit, and the mind practicing equanimity and directness is virtue. Self-cultivation of one's nature is merit, and self-cultivation of the body is virtue. Commentary. In thought after thought, without interruption, every thought should be right. In thought after thought, without stopping, every thought should be cultivation. This is merit. At first it is force, but after a time it becomes natural, and the naturalness is merit. Always be even-minded and impartial, direct and without deceit. That is virtue. If you have not seen your nature, you must cultivate it. How do you cultivate it? By not giving rise to affliction. When someone hits you, think of it as if you run into a wall. When someone scolds you, pretend that they are singing a song or speaking a foreign language. Oh, he's not scolding me, he's speaking Japanese, chi-chi, cha-cha, or is it Spanish? If you think of it that way, there's no trouble at all. If someone tries to spit at heaven, the spit just falls back onto his own faith. If someone scolds you, but you take no notice, it is just as if they were scolding himself. When hit, you can think, I have run into a wall. It certainly hurts. Can you deny that it is your own karmic retribution returning to you? If you bump your head in the dark, do you hit the wall with your fist? If you do, your fist will hurt, and there will be even more pain. Pay no attention. Then nothing will happen. Maitreya Bodhisattva said, Old fool wears second-hand clothes and fills his belly with tasteless food, mends holes to make a cover against the cold, and thus the myriad affairs of life, according to what comes, are done. Scolded, the old fool merely says, Fine. Struck, the old fool lays down to sleep. Spit on my face, I just let it dry. I save strength and energy and give you no affliction. Paramita is his style, he gains the jewel within. The wonderful, know this news, and then what worry is there of not perfecting the way? This is wonderful, but not everyone can do it. The jewel that within the wonderful is not easy to obtain. Cultivation of the nature is simply not getting angry. How does one cultivate the body? Do not do bad things. Have no lust, hatred, or delusion. If you do not kill, steal, or lust, you cultivate the body. That is virtue. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, merit and virtue should be seen within one's own nature, not sought through giving and making offerings. What is the difference between blessings and merit and virtue? Emperor Wu did not know the true principle. Our patriarch was not in error. Commentary. You cannot say, I make offerings to the triple jewel, I have merit. It is not merit, just blessings. Therefore, blessings and merit and virtue are different. If you perform acts of blessings, you will receive the karmic retribution of blessings in the future lives. But you obtain the advantage of merit and virtue now in this life. Bodhidharma wanted to take the emperor across, but the emperor's ego was too big. Therefore, in order to break the emperor's attachment, Bodhidharma said that he had no merit and virtue. The emperor was most displeased, and from then on he ignored Bodhidharma. No matter what Dharma Bodhidharma spoke, he wouldn't listen. Why should I listen to you? He said. He would not respond to Bodhidharma's compassionate efforts to save him, and so Bodhidharma just went his way. After a time, the emperor died of starvation. Think it over. How could one with merit and virtue starve to death? He died of starvation because he had no merit and virtue. Bodhidharma had wanted to wake him up so that he would not have to die that way. What a pity that the emperor's view of himself was so big that Bodhidharma couldn't save him. Sutra. The magistrate asked further, your disciple has often seen the Sangha and laity reciting Amitabha Buddha, vowing to be reborn in the West. Will the High Master please tell me if they will obtain rebirth there, and so dispel my doubts? Commentary. The magistrate said, the clergy and laymen recite the name of Amitabha Buddha, the Buddha of limitless light. They all vow to be reborn in the land of ultimate bliss. High Master, will they actually be born there? The magistrate himself understood the principle, but he knew that others present in the assembly did not understand, and so he asked the Sixth Patriarch for an explanation. At that time, the reciters of the Buddha's name slandered the Chan school. Chan school people eat their fill, sit down, shut their eyes, and go to sleep. What kind of work is that? Lazy work. They don't compare with those who recite the Buddha's name. Recitation is the best Dharma door. The Chan fired back. You recite the name of Amitabha to gain rebirth in the West. In the past, before Amitabha, what Buddha name did you recite? And so they fought, saying, you're wrong, until finally nobody knew who was right. Sutra. The magistrate said, Magistrate, listen well. Hui Neng will explain it to you. When the world-honored one was in Shravasti, he spoke of being led to rebirth in the West. This sutra text clearly states, it is not far from here. If we discuss its appearance, it is 108,000 miles away. But in immediate terms, it is just beyond the 10 evils and the 8 deviations within us. It is explained as far distant for those who have inferior roots and nearby for those of superior wisdom. Commentary. Shravasti is a city in India. Translated, it means abundance and virtue. Shravasti, the 5 disciples, were abundant for fame, wealth, sex, fame, and sleep. The people of Shravasti had the virtue of much learning and liberation. They had studied a great deal and were not attached. In this city of abundance and virtue, the Buddha spoke of being led to rebirth in the land of ultimate bliss. The land of ultimate bliss appears to be 108,000 miles away. But if you discuss it in immediate terms, it is just beyond the 10 evils and the 8 deviations within us. Actually, Amitabha Sutra says the Western paradise is 10 billion lands away, but the Great Master said 108,000 because he wanted to counter the prejudice of those in the assembly. In terms of its appearance, the Western land is far away, but in terms of our own nature, it is just beyond the 10 evils and the 8 deviations. Of the 10 evils, 3 are committed with the body: 1, killing; 2, stealing; 3, sexual misconduct. 3 are committed with the mind: greed, hatred, and delusion, or wrong views. 4 are committed with the mouth: a most dirty thing, foul language, talking about the affairs of men and women. 8, lying. 9, harsh speech. And 10, slander. The 8 deviations are opposite of the Eightfold Path. Shakyamuni Buddha taught the Eightfold Path. 1, right views; 2, right thought; 3, right speech; 4, right action; 5, right livelihood; 6, right vigor; 7, right recollection; 8, right concentration. The 8 deviations, then, would consist of deviant views, deviant thought, deviant speech, deviant action, deviant livelihood, deviant vigor, deviant recollection, and deviant concentration. The Buddha spoke of the Western paradise as distant to those of common intelligence. To those of superior intelligence, he spoke of the Western paradise as being on the other side of the 10 evils and the 8 deviations within their own self-nature. Sutra. There are 2 kinds of people, but not 2 kinds of dharma. Enlightenment and confusion differ, and seeing can be quick or slow. The deluded person recites the Buddha's name seeking rebirth there, while the enlightened person purifies his own mind. Therefore the Buddha said, as the mind is purified, the Buddha land is purified. Commentary. The 2 kinds of people are not white people and yellow people, but wise people and deluded ones. There is only one dharma, deluded or wise. You cultivate the same dharma. Confused people recite the Buddha's name and expect to be reborn in the Western paradise, while the wise recite the Buddha's name in order to purify their own minds. The pure mind is the Western paradise. If you understand that, then it is not 10 billion lands away. It is right here. If you don't understand, you don't know how many Buddha lands beyond even that number it is. It is said, confused 1,000 books are few. Enlightened, the one word is too much. When confused, you may study the sutra, investigate back and forth, and still not understand. When truly awake, there is no need to study. One word is too much. But you must truly understand. Do not pretend and say, oh, I don't have to recite the Buddha's name. This is just laziness. Once a man who was well-read said to me, I have read many books, and now I find that they are all wrong, so I no longer read books. He meant that he had realized Buddhahood and he had no longer needed anything. This is extremely stupid behavior. Understanding nothing, he faked understanding. You may try to brew tea in cold water, forcing it to steep, but you will never get tea. How can you brew tea in cold water? There are many strange people in the world, an uncountable number. Sutra. Magistrate, if the person of the East merely purifies his mind, he is without offense. Even though one may be of the West, if his mind is impure, he is at fault. The person of the East commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name, seeking rebirth in the West. When the person of the West commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name, in what country does he seek rebirth? Commentary. When you are in the East or West, you must not commit offenses. If you do, you won't be reborn in any direction except that of the hells, animals, or hungry ghosts. If you recite the Buddha's name and hope to be reborn in the Western paradise, you must also cultivate goodness. If you cultivate dhyana meditation, you must also cultivate good deeds. Unless you nurture merit and virtue, you cannot become accomplished in your cultivation. Magistrate, if the person of the East merely purifies his mind, he is without offense. The pure mind has no confusion, no selfishness, and no profit-seeking. It is without jealousy, obstruction, greed, hatred, and delusion. Purify your own mind and get rid of all deviant thought. Then you will be without offense. Even though one may be of the West, if his mind is impure, he is at fault. This is an analogy. The Sixth Patriarch is not saying that Western people have impure minds, because those of the Western paradise are completely different people of this world. They do not need to purify their minds, since their minds are pure to begin with. They aren't greedy, hateful, or stupid, and the 3 evil paths do not exist for them. Do not use this passage to try to prove that the Sixth Patriarch said people of the West have impure minds. People of the West have neither purity nor impurity. The person of the East commits offenses and recites the Buddha's name to be reborn in the West. When the person of the West commits offenses, he recites the Buddha's name. In what country does he seek rebirth? This is another analogy. Those of the West never commit offenses. The Sixth Patriarch wanted to break attachment, so he asked, if people of the East recite in order to be born in the West, then when people in the West recite, where do they seek rebirth? If you wish to be reborn in the West, you must first have no offenses. If you have offenses, you will go nowhere but hell. If those in the East are reborn in the West, where does those of the West become reborn? Is there some other paradise? Don't be so attached. Sutra. Common deluded people do not understand their self-nature and do not know that the Pure Land is within themselves. Therefore they make vows for the East and vows for the West. To enlightened people, all places are the same. As the Buddha said, in whatever place one dwells, there is constant peace and happiness. Magistrate, if the mind ground is only without unwholesomeness, the West is not far from here. If one harbors unwholesome thoughts, one may recite the Buddha's name, but it will be difficult to attain that rebirth. Good knowing advisors, I now exhort you to get rid of the 10 evils first, and then you will have walked 100,000 miles. Next, get rid of 8 deviations, and you will have gone 8,000 miles. If in every thought you see your own nature and always practice impartiality and straightforwardness, you will arrive in a finger snap and see Amitabha. Magistrate, merely practice the 10 wholesome acts. Then what need will there be for you to vow to be reborn there? But if you do not rid the mind of the 10 evils, what Buddha will come to welcome you? Commentary. Deluded people do not know how to discipline their nature. They do not know that purification of their mind is the Pure Land. Sometimes they vow to be reborn in the East, sometimes in the West. Those who are enlightened know that all places are the same. For them there is no north, east, south, or west. They are comfortable everywhere because they make no discriminations. But if you continually think of evil thoughts and do evil things, you will never arrive in the West. Magistrate, merely practice the 10 wholesome acts. Then what need will there be for you to vow to be reborn there? There are people who do not dare to practice the 10 good deeds. They say, if I do the 10 good deeds, demonic obstacles may arise. But they are not afraid of doing evil. They do not fear that demonic obstacles will arise when they do evil, because in doing evil, they are demons themselves. People can certainly be mixed up. They aren't afraid of doing evil, but fear doing good. But if you do not get rid of the mind of 10 evils, what Buddha will come to welcome you? If all your life everything you do is evil and confused, if every pore from your head to foot carries the monstrous karma of offensive acts, how can you be reborn in the West? Which Buddha will come to welcome you? If you do evil, you may seek it, but you will never be reborn there, because you are bound by your offensive acts. Although it is said, you may go to rebirth carrying your offenses, that is just a manner of speaking. You still must purify your own mind before you may go. What Buddha is going to welcome a criminal? Sutra. If you become enlightened to the sudden dharma of the unproduced, you will see the West in an instant. Unenlightened, you may recite the Buddha's name seeking rebirth, but since the road is so long, how can you traverse it? Hui Neng will move the West here in the space of an instant, so that you might see it right before your eyes. Do you wish to see it? The entire assembly bowed and said, if we could see it here, what need would there be to vow to be reborn there? Please, High Master, be compassionate and make the West appear so that we might see it. Commentary. the assembly suddenly got greedy. They bowed and said, "If we can see it here, then we don't need to vow to be reborn in the West. We all want to become you to be compassionate and let us see the Western paradise." During the next lecture, the Western paradise will be moved to the Buddhist lecture hall, but you will have to wait until then. Sutra. The Master said, "Great Assembly, the worldly person's own physical body is the city, and the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body are the gates. Outside there are 5 gates, and inside there is the gate of the mind. The mind is the ground, and one's nature is the king. The king dwells on the mind ground. When the nature is present, the king is present, but when the nature is absent, there is no king. When the nature is present, the body and mind remain, but when the nature is absent, the body and mind are destroyed. The Buddha is made within the self-nature. Do not seek outside the body. Confused, the self-nature is a living being. Enlightened, it is a Buddha." Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch said that he would move the Western paradise to the assembly, and I agreed to move it to the Buddhist lecture hall. But if I were to move it, it would be a lot of work and trouble. So now we shall just change our own bodies into the Western paradise instead. Good knowing advisors, the worldly person's own physical body is the city. Your very own body is the Western paradise. When your mind is pure, the Buddha land is pure. The pure Buddha land is bliss. In the pure mind there is no defiled dharmas, for the dharmas are purified when one is no longer turned by their defilement. Outside there are 5 gates, and inside there is the gate of the mind. The mind is called the gate because sometimes it thinks and sometimes it doesn't. The mind is the ground, and the nature is the king. The mind itself is the fine golden sand of the Western paradise, and the nature is Amitabha Buddha. The king dwells on the mind ground. Amitabha, your nature dwells within your own mind. When the nature is present, the king is present, but when the nature is absent, there is no king. If you know that your own nature is constantly present, such unmoving, finally completely, constantly bright, then the king is present. If you understand the mind and see the nature, Amitabha Buddha manifests. The Buddha is made within the self-nature. The Buddha is to be cultivated within your self-nature. Your mind is the Buddha. Your nature is the Buddha. If you work on your self-nature, you will realize Buddhahood. The self-nature and the Buddha nature are not 2, but 1. Therefore, if you wish to be a Buddha, you must apply effort to realize your self-nature by purification of your mind and will, your heart and nature. Break your bad habits and correct your faults. If you do not get rid of the 10 evils, the 8 deviations, and your own imperfections, you will never become a Buddha. Do not look outside. Confuse the self-nature as a living being. If in confusion you lose your self-nature or perhaps forget about it, you are just a living being. Enlightened, the self-nature is Buddha. If you wake up and understand that bad dharmas should never be practiced and all good dharmas must be practiced, then you cut off bad and practice good. Just that is the Buddha. Sutra. Kindness and compassion are Avalokiteshvara, and sympathetic joy and giving are Mahasamaprapta. Purification is Shakyamuni, and equanimity and directness are Amitabha. Others and self are Mount Sumeru, and deviant thoughts are ocean water. Afflictions are the waves, cruelty is an evil dragon, empty falseness is ghosts and spirits, defilement is fish and turtle, greed and hatred are hell, and delusion is animals. Commentary. Kindness and compassion are Avalokiteshvara. Do you wish to be like Guan Yin Bodhisattva? It's easy. Practice the compassionate way, practice the compassionate Dharma, and be compassionate toward all living beings. One of my disciples once said to me, "Your compassion is something new. I never understood before what compassion was." Not only that disciple, who is American, but many other Westerners are ignorant about compassion. They are not taught compassion, and so they are unfamiliar with it. It is said, even when right in front of you, you do not recognize Avalokiteshvara. Because you do not understand compassion, you do not know Avalokiteshvara. If you wish to know the Bodhisattva and be like him, then practice the compassionate Dharma. With kindness, make people happy, and with compassion, relieve their suffering. This is genuine happiness, not like worldly pleasure, such as gambling, horse racing, the movies, or dancing. Worldly pleasures are just a form of suffering. If you can lead others to true understanding and awakening, then you give them true happiness. To put an end to confusion, to cut off ignorance and manifest the Dharma nature, that is true happiness. Sympathetic joy and giving are Mahasamaprapta. To delight in giving is Mahasamaprapta. Kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and giving are the four unlimited thoughts of the Buddhas. If you can give with joy, you are like Mahasamaprapta Bodhisattva, who practices great giving and great sympathetic joy. Purification is Shakyamuni. Your own purification of mind and will and heart, your own return to the original source, to your original wonderful bright mind, perfectly enlightened Tathagata, store all. That is just Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni also means able to be humane. Equanimity and directness are Amitabha. If you can be perfectly impartial without the slightest prejudice, compassionate and just towards all, this is just the behavior of Amitabha. This is an analogy. Do not say equanimity and directness are Amitabha. In listening to sutras and hearing Dharma, avoid giving rise to such attachments. To say, "I heard the Dharma master say that equanimity and directness are Amitabha," is to slight Amitabha. If you are fair-minded, that is the conduct of Amitabha Buddha. But the Sixth Patriarch said this, you say. Can't we believe him? Did he really say that? Why didn't I hear him? Others and self are Mount Sumeru. This phrase is important. Nothing is higher than Mount Sumeru. You evaluate yourselves and others. You have your status and they have theirs. Sumeru is a Sanskrit word which means wonderfully high. It is the wonderful because no one knows how high it is. Arrogance and pride, notions of self and others, are like Mount Sumeru. The analogies are to teach you to see Amitabha Buddha within your own self-nature and to recognize the imperfections there as well. And the deviant thoughts are the ocean water. Are you afflicted? Your deviant thoughts are the salty ocean water, and your afflictions are the waves. Small waves do not cause much damage, but big waves may rise tens of feet high and sink ships. How many ships lie on the bottom of the sea? No one knows. The ships were invited as guests of the Dragon King and escorted to the sea's bottom by the big waves. Just so, big afflictions smother the brilliant wisdom of your self-nature. Take care not to have affliction waves. Cruelty is an evil dragon. Cruelty, the wicked Dragon King, sends a wave to swamp your ship and bring you to his place, to his palace for a feast and some dragon wine. Empty falseness is ghosts and spirits. You say, I don't believe in ghosts and spirits. If they exist, why haven't I seen one? They are empty and false. How could you see one? If you try to catch a ghost, you cannot grab him. You may see what appears to be a physical shape, but when you reach out to grab it, it remains right where he was. He is just a shadow, empty and false. He is not really there. I will tell you about ghosts and spirits. Ghosts are black because they belong to yin. Spirits are white because they belong to yang. You may see them, but you cannot touch them. They are empty and false. Defilement is fish and turtles. Weariness of sense objects is represented by fish and turtles. I have explained the sutra for you for a long time, and I have never told you that greed and hatred are hell. It is not that greed and hatred are hell, but thoughts of greed and hatred will certainly send you to hell. You plant the seeds of hell now and with thoughts of greed and hatred, and in the future you will descend into the hells. Delusion is animals. When I explain sutras, I sometimes say, that person is as stupid as a pig. Some people say pigs are intelligent. They eat and sleep and they don't do any work. These people think that not doing anything is intelligent. Such people would like to be pigs. As soon as they eat, they go to sleep, and when they wake up, they eat again. When the time comes, they are slaughtered for food. Animals are stupid, and yet as meaningless as their lives are, they still wish to live. When you kill a pig, he screams, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He begs for his life, but you don't understand his language. What a pity. If you understood, you might be merciful and spare him. Sutra. Good knowing advisors always practice the 10 good practices, and the heavens can easily be reached. Get rid of others and self, and Mount Sumeru topples. Do away with deviant thought, and the ocean waters dry up. Without defilements, the waves cease. End cruelty, and there are no fish or dragons. The Tathagata is the enlightened nature, is on your own mind ground, emitting the great bright light which outwardly illuminates and purifies the 6 gates and breaks through the 6 sense desire heavens. Inwardly it illuminates and the self-nature and casts out the 3 poisons. The hells and all such offenses are destroyed at once. Inwardly and outwardly there is bright penetration. This is no different from the West, but if you do not cultivate, how can you go there? Commentary. Previous I spoke about the small waves which represent the subtle thought processes which takes place in the mind. You are unaware of these thought waves, but they are present nonetheless. The big waves represent afflictions, and small waves the extremely subtle ignorance within your mind, which runs in a current like waves on water. Are you ignorant or not? With ignorance comes greed, hatred, and stupidity. You are greedy because ignorance tyrannizes you. If it says, "I want the things, go get it for me," and the greedy mind goes and gets it. Beauty and wealth. If he doesn't get them, he flies into a rage, like one of my disciples who says, "I must have my way. Why isn't everything just the way I want it?" Ignorance, anger, waves, small waves are not important, but big waves may get you an invitation to the dragon's party. Don't be cruel, don't hurt people. Don't be a venomous dragon. If you end up in cruelty, the fish and turtles and dragons disappear. Your enlightened nature is the Tathagata. When you give rise to light of great wisdom, it outwardly illuminates and purifies the 6 gates, so that the eye see forms, but is not turned by them. The ears hear sounds, but is not turned by them. The nose smells scents, but is not turned by them. The tongue tastes, but is not turned by taste. The body feels, but is not turned by feelings, and the mind perceives Dharma, but makes them disappear. The bright light of wisdom breaks the 6 desire heavens, the heaven of the 4 kings, the heaven of the 33, the Sunyama heaven, the Tushita heaven, and the Nirmanarati heaven, and the Paramitavasvartan heaven. When the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind are purified, you have broken through the 6 desire heavens. The causes, the seeds of the 6 desire heavens are planted within your 6 organs. If you are fond of beauty, you may be reborn in the heaven of beautiful goddesses. Turned by sounds, you may be born in a heaven where you listen to music all day long. Much finer music than what is made by your guitars and mandolins. The smells in this world are so nice, you say. Certainly the smell in the heavens are even nicer, and so you are reborn in a heaven full of good smells. When your nose is not turned by smells, you smash the desire heaven, and so forth for the remaining 5 organs. You ask, when the desire heavens are destroyed, is the earth destroyed as well? Empty space itself disappears, how much the more, so the earth. But where will I live? You can live in emptiness, and you need not return. That is the very best way. When you turn the light around and reverse the illumination, when you investigate and awaken to the Tathagata of the enlightened nature, then the 3 poisons are wiped away, and the offenses of the hells are destroyed. At this moment you are enlightened and understand the nature of offenses is fundamentally empty. But unless you destroy ignorance, your offenses are not removed. Inwardly and outwardly there is bright penetration. This is no different from the West. Inside and out there is bright light. Inside and out there are no obstacles. The 3 evil destinies and the 3 obstacles exist no longer, and their absence is the Western paradise. For this reason, we do not need to move the Western paradise to the Buddhist lecture hall, and we do not need to consult a travel agent for a passport and visa. The Western paradise is right here, but if you do not cultivate, how can you go there? Then it is very far away. It takes several days just to go to the moon. The Western paradise is 10 billion Buddha lands away, millions of times farther than the moon. Then how do you go there? You purify your mind. Sutra. On hearing this speech, the members of the Great Assembly clearly saw their own natures. They bowed together and exclaimed, "This indeed is good. May all living beings of the Dharma realm who have heard this awaken at once and understand." The Master said, "Good knowing advisors, if you wish to cultivate, you may do so at home. You need not be in a monastery. If you live at home and practice, you are like the person of the East whose mind is good. If you dwell in a monastery but do not cultivate, you are like the person in the West whose mind is evil. Merely purify your mind. That is the West of your self-nature." Commentary. Fundamentally, your own bodies are the Western paradise, the assembly exclaimed. But we did not understand because we did not know how to use them. Those present in the assembly saw their nature. "Really good," they exclaimed. "We have never before heard such wonderful Buddha Dharma. Inconceivable. May all who hear it become enlightened immediately and certified to the fruit." The Sixth Patriarch had made himself manifest in a layman's body in order to speak the Dharma. After his enlightenment, he did not leave home, but went to live with hunters for 15 years instead. During that time, he cultivated and worked hard, so he is said that it is not necessary to be in a monastery to cultivate the way. Sutra. Honorable Wei asks further, how should those at home cultivate? Please instruct us. The Master says, I have composed a markless verse for the great assembly. Merely rely on it to cultivate, and you will be as if always by my side. If you cut your hair and leave home, but do not cultivate, it will be of no benefit to pursue the way. The verse runs, the mind made straight, why toil following rules? The practice sure of what use is dhyana meditation. Filial deeds support the father and mother. Right conduct is in harmony with those above and below. Deference, the honored and the lowly in accord with each other. Patience, no rumor of evils of the crowd. In drilling wood can spin smoke into fire, and red-petaled lotus can surely spring from mud. Good medicine is bitter to the taste. Words hard against the ear must be good advice. Correcting fallings gives birth to wisdom. Guarded errors expose a petty mind. Persist daily in just benevolent deeds. Charity is not the means to attain the way. Search out Bodhi and only in the mind. Why toil outside in search of the profound? Just as you hear these words, so practice. Heaven then appears right before your eyes. The commentary. The way must be walked. If you do not walk it, how is it the way? Virtue must be cultivated. If you do not cultivate, how is it virtue? The straight mind is without greed, hatred, and stupidity. Precepts are designed to protect you from the three poisons, but if your mind is straight, what function do the precepts serve? The straight mind has no waves, so ignorance and does not need to toil at holding precepts. The straight mind is Chan. Chan is used to rid you of your faults. Someone says, the sutra says, why toil at following rules? So I won't hold the precepts. Is that person's mind straight or not? He doesn't care whether or not his mind is straight and his conduct sure. He just cares about not having to follow rules. If his mind is not straight, how can he not hold precepts? If he continues to be selfish, greedy, habit-ridden, envious, and obstructive, how can his mind be straight? Your parents gave birth to you. You should repay their kindness by being filial and good to them. The honored and the lowly, the master and the servant should be courteous and polite to each other. What is patience? Refusing to speak of the shortcomings of others. Not slandering, not being jealous or obstructive. All that is patience. Do not say, this man is evil, I saw him shoplifting. The incident never occurred, but the rumor spreads. He took the precepts and then went on drinking. It never happened, but someone started talking. Do not discuss people's bad points. Bring up their good points. The impatient person never speaks of the good, only the bad. If you had no bad points, the impatient person will create them for you. In China, about 4,000 years ago, wood drills were used to make fire. Wood was drilled until fire flared up. If wood can make fire and the mud can grow a red lotus, then it is not absolutely necessary to leave home in order to cultivate. If you cut off your desire while still at home, you can have success. One who criticizes you is your good-knowing advisor. Just as bitter medicine cures your disease, the critic's words may be unpleasant, but they are sound advice. Do not be lazy, says the teacher. Do not go to sleep. The student says, all you ever do is watch over me. Americans in particular respond that way because they are so remarkably independent. They don't listen to anyone's advice. They want to be unsurpassed and supremely honored. Right or wrong, they say, I listen to only myself. I don't care what anybody says. I may turn into a senseless brick or wood, but nonetheless I am going to stand on my own principles. I understand Americans. They don't like to hear words that are hard against the ear. Correcting failings gives rise to wisdom. If you do not change your faults, you are stupid. That need not be discussed in detail. Guarded errors expose a petty mind. If you indulgently cherish your problems and make excuses saying, "No, you don't understand. There were extenuating circumstances. It wasn't that way at all. I had to do it, you see," you become your own lawyer and argue your defense and with flashy rhetoric. I have many disciples like that. They think that I'm stupid and that they can deceive me. Do what you are supposed to do every day. Be just and benevolent, always benefiting others. But do not say, "I gave $100,000. I have bought Buddhahood." Charity is not the means to attain the way. You have to cultivate by searching out Bodhi only in the mind, not outside. Although we have been discussing the Western paradise, the verse refers to the Christian heavens as well. Heaven is not just in heaven, heaven is right before your eyes. Sutra. The Master continued, "Good knowing advisors, you in this assembly should cultivate according to this verse, to see and make correct with your self-nature and to realize Buddhahood directly. The Dharma does not wait. The assembly may now disperse. I shall now return to South Sea. If you have any questions, come quickly and ask." At that time, Magistrate Wei, the officials, and the good men and faithful women of the assembly all attained understanding, faithfully accepted, honored the teachings, and practiced it. Commentary. How did the people in the assembly attain understanding? Don't pay attention to them. You must find a way to understand for yourself and leave it at that. And that concludes the chapter on doubts and questions. We're reading from the Sixth Patriarch Sutra. We're on tape number 6, chapter 4, Concentration and Wisdom. Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly, "Good knowing advisors, this Dharma door of mine has concentration and wisdom as its foundation. Great assembly, do not be confused and say that concentration and wisdom are different. Concentration and wisdom are of one substance, not two. Concentration is the substance of wisdom, and wisdom is the function of concentration. Where there is wisdom, concentration is in the wisdom. Where there is concentration, wisdom is in the concentration. If you understand this principle, you understand the balanced study of concentration and wisdom. Students of the way, do not say that there is concentration which produces wisdom, or that there is wisdom which produces concentration. Do not say that the two are different. To hold this view implies a duality of dharma. If your speech is good, but your mind is not, then concentration and wisdom are useless because they are not equal. If the mind and speech are both good, the inner and outer are alike, and concentration and wisdom are equal. Self-enlightenment, cultivation, and practice are not a matter for debate. If you debate which comes first, then you are like a confused man who does not cut off ideas of victory and defeat, but magnifies the notion of self and others, and does not disassociate himself from 4 marks. Good knowing advisors, what are concentration and wisdom like? They are like a lamp and its light. With the lamp there is light. Without the lamp there is darkness. The lamp is the substance of the light, and the light is the function of the lamp. Although there are 2 names, there is one fundamental substance. The Dharma of concentration and wisdom is also thus. Commentary. Concentration comes from holding precepts. With concentration, you can bring forth wisdom. Precepts, concentration, and wisdom are the three studies which have no outflows. If you wish to obtain concentration, you must begin by holding precepts, that is, all evil not done, all good respectfully practiced. The Sixth Patriarch said, although you are good knowing advisors, don't be attached and say that concentration and wisdom differ. In this sudden teaching Dharma door of mine, concentration is wisdom and wisdom is concentration. Although there are two names, there is only one substance. What is the function of concentration? Concentration produces wisdom. When wisdom is produced, concentration certainly is within it. If you understand that concentration and wisdom are one substance with two different functions, then you understand the balanced study of concentration and wisdom. If the speech is good but the mind is not, your mind is full of jealousy, obstruction, insolence, conceit, deviant views, greed, hatred, and stupidity. Concentration and wisdom are useless. They are not present because they are not equal. But if your mind and speech both are good, then your mind says what is in your mind, and concentration and wisdom are equal. You should understand and cultivate on your own. Do not argue with people in order to show off your cultivation and advertise yourself. To debate whether concentration or wisdom comes first is to be like a confused person who does not cut off ideas of victory and defeat. In debate, thoughts of victory and defeat stand in contradiction to the way. Giving rise to the mind of four marks, how can one obtain samadhi? Attached to the mark of self, others, living beings, and a life, how can you obtain samadhi? As soon as you argue, you have no concentration and, consequently, no wisdom. This is extremely stupid. When you argue, you give rise to attachment to self and dharmas, and then the four marks arise. With attachment to the self comes attachment to others. With attachment to others comes attachment to living beings. With attachment to living beings comes attachment to life. The analogy of a lamp and light illustrates the identical substance of concentration and wisdom. As a lamp produces light, so concentration produces wisdom. As light is the function of a lamp, so wisdom is the function of concentration. But despite the discrimination, concentration and wisdom are fundamentally one. Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly. Good knowing advisors, the single conduct samadhi is the constant practice of maintaining a direct, straightforward mind in all places, whether one is walking, standing, sitting, or lying down. As the Vimalakirti Sutra says, the straight mind is the Bodhimandala. The straight mind is the Pure Land. Do not speak of straightness with the mouth only, while the mind and practice are crooked, nor speak of single conduct samadhi without maintaining a straight mind. Simply practice keeping a straight mind and have no attachment to any dharma. The confused person is attached to the marks of dharmas while holding to the single conduct samadhi and saying, I sit unmoving and falseness does not rise in my mind. That is the single conduct samadhi. Such an interpretation serves to make him insensate and obstructs the causes and conditions for attaining the way. Good knowing advisors, the way must penetrate and flow. How can it be impeded? If your mind does not dwell in dharmas, the way will penetrate and flow. The mind that dwells in dharmas is in self-bondage. To say that sitting unmoving is correct is to be like Shariputra, who sat quietly in a forest but was scolded by Vimalakirti. Commentary. You should not speak of directness and act dishonestly. If you greet rich people with smiles and compliments saying, "Welcome, welcome," when in fact it is not the person you welcome, but their money and power instead. That is flattery. If you speak with a single conduct samadhi, but act improperly, such hypocrisy betrays a crooked mind. But if you practice keeping a direct mind, then your mind is in the Bodhi Mandala. You should manage all your affairs with direct mind and have no attachments. A stupid person gives rise to a dharma attachment. I sit here unmoving. I have no false thinking. This is a single conduct samadhi. He is completely wrong. One who thinks this way turns into a vegetable. The way should flow without obstruction. If you stop your thought, you turn into dead ashes and rotten wood and become useless. You should produce the thought which is nowhere supported by attaching yourself neither to emptiness, to existence, nor to dharmas. Attachment to dharmas results in attachment to existence, and attachment to existence results in perishing in emptiness. But when you are unsupported, the way will circulate freely. The mind that dwells in dharmas is in self-bondage. If you get attached to the medium meditation dharma and sit without moving, you tie yourself up and become a prisoner. Shariputra, the foremost of Shakyamuni Buddha's disciple in wisdom, sat in the forest quietly meditating, but the layman Vimalakirti reprimanded him, saying, "What are you doing? What use are you, sitting there like a corpse?" Sutra, good knowing advisors, there are those who teach to sit looking at the mind and contemplating stillness without moving or arising. They claim that it has merit. Confused men, not understanding, easily become attached and go insane. There are many such people. Therefore you should know that teaching of this kind is a great error. Commentary. The deluded person does not understand the principle. They think, I'll just sit here and not get up. This is the way to attain skill in Chan. They get attached to what they are doing and they go insane. For example, many people have come here saying that they are enlightened. That is insanity. There are many such people. Teachers from their number say, if you certify my enlightenment, I will certify yours. That is a big mistake. In China, in the Tang Dynasty, there were false Buddhist patriarchs who practiced intellectual Zen. They had clever answers, but no foundation in actual cultivation. It is not surprising that we find such people in America today. But these impostors who falsely claim to be enlightened paved the way for those of true enlightenment. No one knew about enlightenment, so the impostors said, "We are enlightened." Everyone then said, "So this is enlightenment," and they examined them closely to see what enlightenment is like. Suddenly, a truly enlightened person comes and no one believes in him. They think their truly enlightened one is the same as the impostors. You who now cultivate to become enlightened will be forced to deal with the widespread influence of such pretenders. That leads me to advise you that when you become enlightened, you should not say that you are. That is the best method. This is the way of the world. True, true, false, 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 true. If you are true, they say you are false. If you are false, they say you are true. Therefore, you should not speak of true or false. Tell people to go and see for themselves. Unenlightened people will say that they are enlightened. If you who have already become enlightened claim to be enlightened, then you are just like those who are not. Why? People who actually are enlightened do not introduce themselves saying, "Don't you know me? I am enlightened. I am the same as so-and-so, and he is enlightened. He is enlightened, and I am just like him." Enlightenment and non-enlightenment are the same, not different. Do not hang out a false name. Enlightened, you are a human being. Unenlightened, you are still a human being. The enlightened and the unenlightened both can realize Buddhahood. It's just a question of time. Do not advertise yourself. If no one knows you, that is the best. Then your straight mind is the Bodhimanda. Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly, good knowing advisors. The right teaching is basically without a division into sudden and gradual. People's natures themselves are sharp or dull. When the confused person who gradually cultivates and the enlightened person who suddenly connects each recognize the original mind and see the original nature, they are no different. Therefore, the terms sudden and gradual are shown to be false names. Good knowing advisors, this Dharma door of mine, from the past onwards, has been established from the first with no thought as its doctrine, no mark as its substance, and no dwelling as its basis. No mark means to be apart from marks while in the midst of marks. No thought means to be without thought while in the midst of thought. No dwelling is the basic nature of human beings. In the world of good and evil, attractiveness and ugliness, friendliness and hostility, when faced with language which is offensive, critical of or argumentative, you should treat it all as empty and have no thought of revenge. In every thought, do not think of former states. If past, present, and future thoughts succeed one another without interruption, it is bondage. Not to dwell in dharmas from thought to thought is to be free from bondage. That is to take no dwelling as the basis. Good knowing advisors, to be separate from all outward marks is called no mark. The ability to be separate from marks is the purity of the Dharma's substance. It is to take no marks as the substance. Good knowing advisors, the non-defilement of the mind in all states is called no thought. In your thoughts you should always be separate from states. Do not give rise to thought about them. Commentary. Basically, real Buddhism has no sudden or gradual dharma. Stupid people cultivate it bit by bit, whereas enlightened people immediately cut off false thinking, bad habits, and involvement with external objects, and so understand the mind and see their own nature. From the time of Shakyamuni Buddha right up until the present, the sudden teaching Dharma door which the Sixth Patriarch transmitted established no thoughts, no mark, and no dwelling as its doctrine, its substance, and its basis. Thoughts are the past, present, and future are continuous like waves on water. To be attached to such thoughts is to tie yourself up, to lock yourself up so that you cannot be free. You should not be attached to any dharmas. If your own clear, pure thoughts keep constantly separate from states and do not think about external environment. Sutra. If you merely do not think of the 100 things and so completely rid yourself of thoughts, then as the last thought ceases, you die and undergo rebirth in another place. That is a great mistake of which the students of the way should take heed. Commentary. While you should not produce thoughts with regard to external states, that does not mean that you should completely rid yourself of thoughts. Attached to marks, whatever you do is wrong, but in non-activity you fall into emptiness. What should I do, you ask? It is just at this point that the greatest difficulty arises. But if you handle it, just that is no thought. If you want to have no thoughts, then die. That is to have no thought. But if you die here, you will be reborn somewhere else. That is really wrong. If you want to cultivate the way, you should pay attention and take heed. Sutra. To misinterpret the Dharma and make a mistake yourself might be acceptable, but to exhort others to do the same is unacceptable. In your own confusion you do not see, and moreover you slander the Buddhist sutras. Therefore no thought is established as the doctrine. Good knowing advisors, why is no thought established as the doctrine? Because there are confused people who speak of seeing their own nature, and yet they produce thought with regard to states. Their thoughts cause deviant views to arise, and from that all defilement and false thinking are created. Originally, not one single dharma can be obtained in the self-nature. If there is something to attain, or false talk of misfortune and blessing, that is just defilement and deviant views. Therefore, this Dharma door establishes no thought as its doctrine. Commentary. You may be stupid yourself and not understand your mind and nature. What is more, you may slander the Buddha sutras and say that they are incorrect. For that reason, no thought is set up as the doctrine. Some people say that they have seen the nature. They say they are enlightened, but they have all kinds of thoughts about externals, deviant views, and defilements. But your own clear, pure origin, the wondrous, bright, enlightened nature, has not one single dharma within it. It is clear, pure, source of wondrous, bright, true nature. Originally, there is not one single thing. Some people speak of misfortune and blessing, saying, "Tomorrow you are going to die, unless, of course, you buy great merit today by giving me $1 million. Hearing such talk, the victim immediately buys some merit, and naturally he does not die. He claims that the prediction was certainly efficacious, but does not mention the fact that he was cheated out of $1 million. Or someone says, "You have great blessings, but you are off by a little bit. If you create $1 million worth of merit, next time you can be president." The presidency is certainly cheap. If I buy it for $1 million, I'll still have several million left, says the victim, and he buys the presidency. That is false talk of misfortune and blessings. It is different. It is defilement and deviant views. I will speak to you more about no thought, no mark, and no dwelling. Without a mark, where do you dwell? Without thought, what mark do you have? Isn't that right? No thought, no mark, no dwelling, no thought is no production, no mark is no extinction, and no dwelling is the fundamental absence of production and extinction, of right and wrong. No thought, no mark, no dwelling are the same as no right and no wrong, no good and no evil, no male and no female. Without deviant thoughts, how could there be male and female? That is truly marvelous. If you master this Dharma, there is no mark. Without the mark of self, who has sexual desire? Sexual desire is just a thought. Without thought, there is no sexual desire and no mark of self, and no attachment. Is this anything but true freedom and true liberation? No thought, no mark, no dwelling, no movement, no stillness, no right, no wrong, no male, no female, no good, no evil. This is extremely miraculous. You need only use no thought, no mark, and no dwelling. Without a body, where do you dwell? Right. This is wonderful. You should investigate it in detail. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. Know means know what? Thought means thought of what? Know means no marks, no thought of defilement. Thought means thought of the original nature of true suchness. True suchness is the substance of thought, and thought is the function of true suchness. The true suchness, self-nature, gives rise to thought. It is not the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body, or tongue, which can think. The true suchness possesses a self-nature and therefore gives rise to thought. Without true suchness, the eye, ear, forms, and sounds immediately go bad. Good knowing advisors, the true suchness, self-nature, gives rise to thought, and the six faculties, although they see, hear, feel, and know, are not defiled by the 10,000 states. Your true nature is eternally independent. Therefore, the Vimalakirti Sutra says, if one is well able to discriminate all Dharma marks, then in the primary meaning one does not move. Commentary. The Patriarch addressed the assembly saying, good knowing advisors, all of you wish with wisdom, when I say no, what is not? When I say thought, what is thought of? No means no marks. Further, not even one mark. No thought means no thoughts of defilement, no defiled, improper, deviant thoughts of sexual desire. Thought means the thought of true suchness inherent in each of us. This is the Tathagata store nature, the Buddha nature. You ask, then, is there no thought? Is there no true suchness? No means no two marks. Thought means thought of the truly such original nature. Thought arises from the truly such self-nature is true thought. The eye, ear, nose, tongue cannot think. True suchness is the kind spoken of in chapter 3. When your nature is present, the king is present. When your nature goes, there is no king. Although thought does not arise, and seeing, hearing, feeling, and knowing do not occur, at the gates of the six organs there is no attachment. When you use your true suchness nature because there are no deviant thoughts, the true nature is eternally independent. Because of the function of true suchness, you are well able to discriminate all marks. Even so, you are not attached to any state, and so in the final analysis, you do not move. That concludes chapter 4, Concentration and Wisdom. We move on now to chapter 5, Sitting in Chan. The sutra says,
Master
instructed the assembly, the door of sitting in Chan consists in fundamentally of attaching oneself to neither mind nor in purity. It is not non-movement. One might speak of becoming attached to the mind, and yet the mind is fundamentally false. You should know that the mind is like an illusion, and therefore there is nothing to which you can become attached. Commentary. Chan is not necessarily just sitting in meditation. One may practice Chan while walking, standing, sitting, and lying down. In his Song of Enlightenment, the great Master Yungjia wrote, in Chan, while walking and while sitting, speaking, silent, moving, still, his body is at peace. If you know how, you can practice Chan at all times, not just while sitting in meditation, but do not become attached to the mind or its purity. Becoming attached to the mind, you have two minds, and becoming attached to purity, you have two purities. Do not think, I will sit here and not move. Becoming attached to the mind, and you have two false minds, neither of which is the true mind. The mind is an illusion. Why attach to it? Sutra. One might say that the practice of Chan is to attach oneself to purity, yet the nature of people is basically pure. It is because of false thinking that true suchness is obstructed. Simply have no false thinking, and the nature will be pure of itself. If an attachment to purity arises in your mind, a diluted idea of purity will result. What is delusory does not exist, and attachment is false. Purity has no form or mark, and yet there are those who set up the mark of purity as an achievement. Those who, with this Those with this view obstruct their own original nature and become bound to purity. Commentary. Everyone's self-nature is basically pure by itself. When you cling to purity, you add a head on top of a head and create two purities, a true purity and a false purity, and so you stray from the original pure substance. Though purity has no form or mark, you postulate a mark to it, and in so doing, add a head on top of a head. When you consider that to be skill, you obstruct your original mind and nature. Cultivation is for the purpose of breaking attachments. You should not be attached. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. One who cultivates non-movement does not notice whether other people are right or wrong, good or bad, or whether they have other faults. This is the non-movement of the self-nature. Good knowing advisors. Although the body of the confused person may not move, as soon as he opens his mouth, he speaks of what is right and wrong about others, of their good points and shortcomings, and so he turns his back on the way. Attachment to the mind and attachment to purity are obstructions to the way. Commentary. You cultivate non-movement? Non-movement of what? You should just sit there and not move. You should cultivate non-movement in the midst of movement. In the midst of your daily activities, do not move. Do not insist on criticizing others and pointing out their faults. If you do nothing but censor and browbeat others, it's not non-movement. Sutra. The Master instructed the assembly. Good knowing advisors, what is meant by sitting in Chan? In this unobstructed and unimpeded Dharma door, the mind's thoughts do not arise with respect to any good or evil external state. That is what sitting is. To see the unmoving self-nature inwardly is Chan. Good knowing advisors, what is meant by Chan concentration? Being separate from external marks is Chan. Not being confused inwardly is concentration. If you become attached to external marks, your mind will be confused inwardly. If you are separate from external marks, inwardly your mind will be unconfused. The original nature is naturally pure, in a natural state of concentration. Confusion arises merely because states are seen to attend to. If the mind remains unconfused when any state is encountered, that is true concentration. Commentary. Sitting in one place is not necessarily sitting. You are said to be sitting when your mind is no longer disturbed by external conditions, be they good or bad. When you view the unmoving self-nature inwardly, you are practicing Chan. When you are not attached to external marks, you have attained Chan. When inwardly you have no illusions or scattered thoughts, you have attained concentration. Detach yourself from external marks, and your efficacious, bright, enlightened nature will be pure in itself. In that way you will attain concentration. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, being separate from all marks is Chan, and being inwardly unconfused is concentration. External Chan and inward concentration are Chan concentration. The Vimalakirti Sutra says, just then suddenly return and regain the original mind. The Bodhisattva Shila Sutra says, our basic nature is pure of itself. Good knowing advisors, in every thought, see your own clear and pure original nature. Cultivate, practice, realize the Buddha way. That concludes Chapter 5, section on Chan. We move on now. We move on now to Chapter 6, Repentance and Reform. Sutra, seeing the scholars and common people of Guangzhou and Shaoguan and the four directions assembled on the mountain to hear the Dharma, the great master took his seat and spoke to the assembly, saying, "Come, each of you good knowing advisors, this work must begin within your self-nature. At all times, in every thought, purify your own mind, cultivate your own conduct, see your own Dharma body and the Buddha of your own mind. Take yourself across, discipline yourself. Only then will your coming here have not been in vain. You have come from afar to attend this gathering because we have karmic affinities in common. Now, all of you kneel, and I will first transmit to you the fivefold Dharma body refuge of the self-nature, and then the markless repentance and reform." Commentary. Shan Guan is the present-day Chuchiang. Students and common people from north and south and west went to Nanhua, or Taolin Mountain, to hear the great master explain the Dharma. The master said, "The work of Chan meditation, the mind-ground Dharma door, must arise from within your self-nature. Every thought must be correct, not deviant. Proper thoughts purify the mind, improper thoughts defile it. You personally must cultivate this Dharma door. No one else can do it for you. Your own Dharma body is simply your self-nature, and the Buddha is within your own mind. If you take yourself across by receiving and keeping moral precepts, you'll not have wasted your life. We meet here because conditions from former lives have ripened. Now put your right knee on the ground, and I will transmit the fivefold Dharma body refuge and the markless repentance and reform." Sutra. The assembly knelt, and the master said, "The first is the morality refuge, which is simply your own mind when free of error, evil, jealousy, greed, hatred, and hostility. The second is the concentration refuge, which is just your own mind, which does not become confused when seeing the marks of all good and evil conditions. The third is the wisdom refuge, which is simply your own mind when it is unobstructed and when it is constantly uses wisdom to contemplate and illuminate the self-nature. When it does no evil, does no good without becoming attached, and is respectful of superiors, considerate of others, and sympathetic towards orphans and widows." Commentary. Pay attention. The morality refuge is simply having no thought of right and wrong, good and evil. In order to keep the precepts, you absolutely must not be jealous, neither should you be aggressive like a bandit. If the mind remains unperturbed in all states, good and bad, that is the concentration refuge. Do not obstruct yourself with feelings of inferiority, but use wisdom to destroy ignorance so that you may view the self-nature. Refrain from evil and practice good, but do not become attached to the idea of merit as the Emperor Wu of Liang did. If you do good, forget it. Don't run about heaven of the 33 and shout, "I gave $500, I gave 1,000, my merit is higher than the heavens." This is to be stupid like the Emperor Wu. It is not wisdom. Respect your father, mother, teacher, and elders, and never speak of their faults. Do not be like the boy who testified against his own father. The police asked the father if he had stolen a sheep. "No," said the father. "What do you mean, no?" cried the son. "I saw you kill the sheep and eat it, and sell its wool. How can you deny that you stole it? This is wrong. If you know that your father is guilty, when the police come, you should run. Refuse to testify. That is respecting your superiors. Be considerate to those beneath you. Don't be mean to little children and unsympathetic to widows." Mencius said, "A child without a father is an orphan, and an old woman without a husband is a widow. Orphans and widows deserve pity and support." Sutra. The fourth is the liberation refuge, which is simply your own mind independent of conditions, not thinking of good and evil, and free and unobstructed. The fifth is the refuge of knowledge and views, which is simply your own mind when it is independent of good and evil conditions, and when it does not dwell in emptiness or cling to stillness. You should then study this in detail, listen a great deal, recognize your original mind, and penetrate the true principle of all Buddhas. You should welcome and be in harmony with living creatures and without the idea of self or others. Arrive directly at Bodhi, the unchanging true nature. Commentary. Is this clear? The absence of self-seeking is liberation. If you are self-seeking, you can't put everything down and so continually scheme and plot. To be liberated, do not grasp at good or evil. If you say, I will sit here and not study anything, I am empty, your state is useless, like emptiness inside a rubber ball. It is not the emptiness of the void. These people sit all day thinking of nothing and doing nothing. At mealtime they eat, and at bedtime they sleep, and they don't even dream. This is a pitiful waste of time. What should you do then? You should study the sutras in detail and listen to the sutra lectures. Those who dwell in emptiness and cling to stillness claim to study Buddhism. They do not listen to lectures or study the Dharma, but if you ask them about it, they say they know it all. You should welcome living creatures and be in harmony with them. In the Chinese, to be in harmony with is expressed by the phrase, to unite the light. What does that mean? All lamps give off light, but have you ever known lamplight to fight with lamplight? Have a lamplight ever said, you are brighter than I am. That is no good. I am going to put out your light. Upon which he hits the other lamp. Or the other lamp says, your light is too small. Either make it bigger or move out. None of that goes on between lights. Do you understand? It applies to everything in the world. You practice your way and I practice mine without hindering one another. You cannot decide that someone's reputation is too dazzling and try to ruin him so that your own name will shine. It is permissible for others to be jealous of me, but I am not jealous of anyone. The better you are, the better I like it. The more success you have, the happier I am. Not to be jealous is to unite the light. You might say, I am uniting the light with him, but he is not uniting the light with me. If you were truly uniting the light with him, you wouldn't know that he wasn't uniting the light with you. Do you understand? If you unite the light with him, how can you know that he is not uniting the light with you? He won't unite the light? That's no problem. Just continue to unite the light with him. Welcome living creatures. If you like Great Vehicle Buddhism, I will explain the Great Vehicle. If you like the small vehicle, I will explain the small vehicle, the Four Noble Truths of suffering, origination, stopping in the way. If you like the Bodhisattva way, I'll explain the 6 paramitas, giving, morality, patience, vigor, concentration, and wisdom, and the 10,000 conducts which leads to realization of the Bodhisattva way. If you like the Dharma of the Pratyeka Buddhas, I will explain the 12 conditioned causes and conditions. Ignorance conditions activity, activity conditions consciousness, consciousness conditions name and form conditions the 6 senses, the 6 senses conditions contact, conditions feeling, feeling conditions love, love conditions grasping, grasping conditions becoming, becoming conditions birth, birth conditions old age and death. This is called uniting the light and welcoming living creatures, responding to the needs of individuals. One of my disciples looked in the dictionary and found that in Chinese, to welcome living creatures means to help other people. However, it is not just to help them. it is to induce them to leave suffering and obtain bliss. Lacking the idea of self or others, arrive directly at Bodhi, the unchanging true nature. Having helped one person, you cannot say, I have taken a bhikshu across. How great is my merit? If one thinks like that, he hasn't dust mote of merit. He hasn't. Once you have done something, it should be forgotten. If you lead people to Buddhahood, you should not be attached to the merit gained from it. Therefore, the Diamond Sutra says, I must take all beings across to nirvana, and not a single being has been taken to nirvana. You recite the Diamond Sutra morning and night, but do not understand its meaning. In the least, look at me, you say, there is still me, and me comes before everything. What Diamond Sutra do you recite anyway? The Diamond Sutra speaks of having no mark of self, no mark of people, of others, of living beings, of a life, because all dharmas are empty of appearances. Is there anything more wonderful? If you truly understand, you arrive at Bodhi, the unchanging true nature. This is called the refuge of proper knowledge and views. You have been liberated from knowledge and views and attachments. No self, no other. Contemplate independence. No emptiness, no form. View the ones thus. Without the mark of self, just that is Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. If you do not fall into either emptiness or existence, you can see the Buddha. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, the incense of these refuges perfumes each of you within. Do not seek outside. I will now transmit to you the markless repentance and reform to destroy the offensive actions done within the 3 periods of time and purify the 3 karmas. Commentary. Repentance is to repent of past misdeeds, and reform is to refrain from error in the future. If you receive it with a sincere mind, this repentance and reform can wipe away the offenses of the past and prevent them from being committed in the future. Purify your mind, and the transmission will purify the karma of your body, mouth, and mind. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, repeat after me. May this disciple be, in past, present, and future, thought, in every thought, unstained by stupidity and confusion. May it be wiped away and never arise again. Commentary.
Defiled by stupidity, turned by stupidity, you soon become quite stupid. It is most important in every thought not to go down the road of stupidity, but bring forth the wisdom instead. Bad karma is created out of ignorance. Completely repent and reform all offenses: killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, greed, hatred, and stupidity, filthy language, lying, harsh speech, and slander. And in an instant they will be wiped away. Do not commit offenses out of stupidity and confusion. Sutra. May this disciple be, in past, present, and future thought, in every thought, unstained by ignorance and deceit. Now I completely repent of and reform all bad actions done in the past out of ignorance, out of arrogance and deceit, and other such offenses. May their effects be wiped away at once, and may they never be perpetrated again.
Commentary.
Arrogance, only knowing there is you, unaware that there are others. Looking
Down on everything. In the heavens and below, I alone am honored. Deceit is lying. It is also the self-deceit of thinking that you are indispensable, number one in the entire world. I am the highest, the president, the king, the chairman cannot compare with me. Do not be stained by ignorance or turned by deceit. Sutra. May this disciple be in the past, present, and future thought, in every thought unstained by jealousy. Now I completely repent of and reform all bad actions done in the past out of jealousy and other such offenses. May they be wiped away at once and never arise again. Commentary. Jealousy is the very worst thing. Cultivators who see someone who is more intelligent than they are and become jealous. They see someone who learns faster and become jealous. They see someone sitting thus unmoving and they become jealous. They see someone eating more food and become jealous. They see someone sleeping more and become jealous. They see someone drinking more tea and become jealous. Even to the point that when someone has been sick for a long time, they think, why can't I get sick too? Do not be defiled or turned by jealousy. Sutra. Good knowing advisors. The above has been the markless repentance and reform. What is repentance and what is reform? Repentance is to repent of past errors, to repent so completely of all bad actions done in the past out of stupidity, confusion, arrogance, deceit, jealousy, and other such offenses, that they never arise again. Reform is to refrain from such transgressions in the future. Awakening and cutting off such offenses completely and never committing them again is called repentance and reform. Common people, stupid and confused, know only how to repent of former errors, and do not know how to reform and refrain from transgressions in the future. Because they do not reform, their former errors are not wiped away, and they will occur in the future again. If former errors are not wiped away and transgressions are again committed, how can that be called repentance and reform? Good knowing advisors, as you have repented and reformed, I will now teach you the 4 all-encompassing vows. I vow to take across the limitless living beings of my own mind. I vow to cut off the inexhaustible afflictions of my own mind. I vow to study the immeasurable Dharma doors of my own nature. I vow to realize the supreme Buddha way of my own nature. Good knowing advisors, did all of you not just say, I vow to take across the limitless living beings? What does it mean? You should remember that it is not Hui Neng who takes them across. Good knowing advisors, the living beings within your mind are deviant and confused thoughts, deceitful and false thoughts, unwholesome thoughts, jealous thoughts, vicious thoughts. All these thoughts are living beings. The self-nature of each of them must be taken across. That is true crossing over. Commentary. You must vow to take across the beings within your own heart, to cut off the afflictions, and to study Dharma doors. There is nothing higher than Buddhahood, who vow to realize it. Living beings are incalculable and numerous, but you must yourself vow to save them. For it is not the Sixth Patriarch who takes them across. These good and bad living beings exist within your mind. The good ones seek unsurpassed Bodhi and produce the Bodhi mind, while the bad ones must be saved. Think it over and ask yourself, have I saved the living beings within my own mind? Am I proper in attitude and honorable in conduct, or am I jealous, obstructive, and otherwise ignorant? The living beings within the mind are limitless, but our first concerns are the deviant and confused living beings, which should be taken across by means of proper wisdom. The deceitful and false living beings, which should be taken across by means of humility, and the unwholesome living beings, which should be taken across by means of goodness. If you find that you have these faults, vow to correct them, for if you do not, they will drag you into inescapable and endless misery of hell. Respect takes jealous living beings across. Although Buddharuchi was a Dharma master, he envied other Dharma masters and viciously tried to poison Bodhidharma. Such thoughts are living beings, and you are making a serious mistake if you do not take them across. Sutra. What is meant by the self-nature taking itself across? It is to take across by means of right views, the living beings of deviant views, afflictions, and delusion within your own mind. Once you have right views, use Prajna wisdom to destroy living beings' delusion, confusion, and falsehood. Each one takes itself across. Enlightenment takes confusion across. Wisdom takes delusion across. Goodness takes evil across. Such crossing over is a true crossing. Further, I vow to cut off the inexhaustible afflictions. That is, to use the prajna wisdom of your own nature to cast out the vain and false thoughts in your mind. Further, I vow to study the immeasurable Dharma doors. You must see your own nature and always practice the right Dharma. That is true study. Further, I vow to realize the supreme Bodhi way, and with humble mind to always practice the true and the proper. Separate yourself from both confusion and enlightenment, and always give rise to prajna. When you cast out the true and the false, you see your nature and realize the Buddha way at the very moment it is spoken of. Always be mindful, cultivate the Dharma that possesses the power of this vow. Commentary. Use prajna wisdom to destroy living beings of delusion, confusion, and falsehood. Beat them to death. You ask, but isn't that a violation of the precept against killing? Here you may violate the precept just a bit. You are indeed hard to teach. When you break precepts, you don't worry about breaking them, but when you do not break them, you worry about breaking them. Transform the bad beings within your nature so that the good ones may dwell undisturbed and at peace. You may kill them, you may beat them to death. Such crossings over is true crossing over. Afflictions never end, but you must cut them off. Actually, cut off means change. Change your afflictions into bodhi. Afflictions are actually bodhi, and if you cut off all afflictions, you cut off bodhi. If you cut off all afflictions, you would become a Buddha, and you don't want to do that just yet, do you? So leave just a hair's worth of afflictions and transform the rest into bodhi. Use genuine prajna wisdom to get rid of afflictions and cast out all vain, false, and deviant and ignorant thoughts. Recognize your mind, see your original nature, and always practice the right Dharma, not the wrong. You may study the Buddha Dharma in detail, but if you do not practice it, it is not true study. True Buddhist studies includes both study and practice. For example, people who used to smoke, drink, and take drugs no longer do so once they have studied the Buddha Dharma. They do not even eat meat. Those who were lazy and did nothing but sleep from morning to night and from night to morning now read and translate sutras, listen to lectures, and meditate vigorously without a thought of sleeping. If this were not true study, why would they choose to work so hard? All living beings can cross themselves over. No one needs to take them across. The 4 vows and vows in the text above are the basic vows which all bodhisattvas should make. As to the humble mind, the Earth Store Sutra says, the Buddha told Earth Store Bodhisattva, perhaps there are kings of countries in Jambudvipa or noblemen, great ministers, great elders, great Kshatriyas, great Brahmins, and the rest who encounter the tired, the poor, and those who are hunchbacked, crippled, dumb, mute, deaf, retarded, eyeless, as well as others who are handicapped. Perhaps these kings and great men will wish to give and will be able to do so with great compassion, a humble heart, and a smile. Perhaps they will give personally with their own hands, or arrange for others to give, speaking gentle and sympathetic words. Such kings and others will obtain blessings comparable to the meritorious virtue they would gain by giving to Buddhas as numerous as the sand grains in 100 Ganges rivers. Vow to realize the unsurpassed path. A 10,000-story building is built from the ground up. Once a person told an illogical tale. In New York, he said, the skyscrapers are not built from the ground up. They are built from empty space. They build the roof first. Everyone racked their brains and grew very upset, but no one could figure out how the building could be built from empty space. When I was in New York, I saw the buildings were, in fact, built from the ground up. His story was nothing but a false rumor. Another person said, America is indeed beautiful. The American clouds are not like the clouds of other countries. They are multicolored and entwined like garlands. The American moon is triangular and the American sun is square. Do you believe this? To realize Buddhahood, one must begin from the ground up with a humble mind. Do not brag. Look at me. Practice the true and proper Dharma with a contrite heart and modest manner. Separate yourself from confusion and enlightenment. You say, separating oneself from confusion is all right, but how can one possibly separate oneself from enlightenment? This refers to deviant enlightenment, not right enlightenment. Those with deviant enlightenment are slow to understand the Buddha Dharma, but they don't need to be taught how to gamble or take drugs. They can do that on their own. You should keep away from such evil enlightenment. The text here does not say that you should avoid right enlightenment. You always give rise to prajna. When you are separate from deviant enlightenment, you give rise to wisdom, understanding the right enlightenment, and constantly practice prajna. When you cast out the true and false, you see the Buddha nature and realize the Buddha way at the very moment of speaking of it. The truth that you cast aside is relative, not actual. Once rid of the true and false, the original true suchness nature is manifest. You cannot say that this nature is either true or false. Truth exists because there is falsehood, and falsehood because there is truth. The true nature, however, is neither true nor false. The Shurangama Sutra says, falseness itself manifests all truth. The false and true are both false. The great master Yongja in his Song of Enlightenment said, when truth is not postulated, falseness is basically empty. Existence and non-existence both rejected. What is not empty makes empty. Real truth has no opposite. Always be mindful. Cultivate the Dharma that possesses the power of vows. Having made these vows, you may practice. Cultivate them in every thought. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, now that you have made the 4 all-encompassing vows, I will transmit the precept of the triple refuge that has no mark. Good knowing advisors, take refuge with the enlightened, the honored, the doubly complete. Take refuge with the right, the honored, that is apart from desire. Take refuge with your pure, the honorable among multitudes. Commentary. Take refuge with the Buddha. The Buddha is enlightened. Enlightenment is simply the Buddha. The Buddha is nothing but enlightenment. The Buddha is doubly complete because he has perfected both blessings and wisdom. Take refuge with the Dharma, which is right and proper. Do not take refuge with deviant teachings, heavenly demons, or heterodox religions. Take refuge with the genuine Buddha Dharma, which is the honored, that is apart from desire. Everyone has sexual desire and actually kills people. Why don't we realize Buddhahood? It is because of desire and greed and hate and stupidity which accompany it. We study the Buddha Dharma in order to get rid of desire and cut off love. The absence of lust is the honor that is apart from desire. Take refuge with the Sangha. The Sangha is pure, and its members are called pure fields of merit. True, genuine cultivators should maintain the precepts against handling money. Without money, you are pure. With money, you are dirty. Members of the Sangha who truly wish to cultivate should stay away from money. On the other hand, without money, you cannot nurse the way, you cannot cultivate. Although you need money, you should not be attached to it and depend on its source, thinking all day, who has several million in the bank? I'll go and beg from him. Then I can build a temple or a school or perhaps print an edition of the Tripitaka as meritorious activity. That's just profit-seeking. While in Manchuria, there was a short period during which money and I parted company. I never touched money, and for a good reason. Living in the temple where I lived, I left home were 40 or 50 bhikshus, but sometimes a few as 10. When I arrived at the temple, the abbot was out, begging, and none of the bhikshus knew me. I know the abbot, I said, and they welcomed me. After leaving home, I practiced austerities, but not the ones you practice. You type, translate sutras, and meditate, but in the big rural temple where I lived, there was a lot of outside work to be done. Sweeping the courtyard alone took an hour. My first job was to clean the toilets, which weren't flush toilets, but pit toilets, and every day the waste had to be removed because the cultivators did not want to smell the odor. They gave this work to me because I had just left home and had not yet cut off my attachment to smells. I did it every day and didn't mind too much. I got up at 2 a.m. to prepare the hall for services. When it snowed, I swept the walkways so that they were clear at 4 when everyone else got up. When the abbot returned and saw me, he said, "So you have come?" "Yes," I have said, "I have." After I had formally left home, he called a meeting wishing to elect me as the manager, a position second only to the abbot. When the abbot retires, the manager becomes the new abbot. Everyone objected. "He's just left home," they said. How can he possibly be manager? "Very well," said the abbot. "Let go before the image of Waito Bodhisattva and draw names." Oddly enough, they drew 3 times and my name came up each time. No one said a word because I had been elected by Waito Bodhisattva himself. Later, when the abbot wanted to make me an administrator, I said, "All right, but I will not touch money. Other people must handle that and count it. That is my condition." Unusual things happened while I held this precept. Whenever I went to the train station, I would sit and wait for someone who knew me to come and offer to buy me a ticket. If no one came, I just waited. But strangely enough, whenever I went to the train station, someone came by to buy me a ticket. If you don't handle money, you are pure. If you keep even 1 cent, you are unclean. Take refuge with the Sangha, which occupies the purest, highest, and most venerable position, the honored among the multitude. Sutra. From this day forward, we call enlightenment our master and will never again take refuge with deviant demons or outside religions. We constantly enlighten ourselves by means of the triple jewel of our own self-nature. Good knowing advisors, I exhort you to all take refuge with the triple jewel of your own nature, the Buddha, which is enlightenment, the Dharma, which is right, and the Sangha, which is pure. When your mind takes refuge with enlightenment, deviant confusion does not arise, desire decreases, so that you know contentment and are able to keep away from wealth and from the opposite sex. That is called the honored, the doubly complete. When your mind takes refuge with what is right, there are no deviant views in any of your thoughts, Because there are no deviant views, there are no self, other, arrogance, greed, love, or attachment. This is called the honored, that is, apart from desire. When your own mind takes refuge with the pure, your self-nature is not stained by attachment to any defilement, desire, or love. This is called the honored among the multitudes. Commentary. To lessen desire, it is not enough to be a vegetarian and to read sutras. You must cut off sexual desire. If one does not cast out thoughts of lust, one never will escape the dust. Unless you rid yourself of sexual desire, you will never get rid of the triple world. The world of desire, the world of form, and the formless world. Contentment means not being greedy, dying of poverty, dying of starvation. No matter what the difficulties, you are never greedy. Separate yourself from wealth and beauty. Do you see how clearly it says you should not covet wealth or the opposite sex? That is to be doubly complete, perfect in blessings and wisdom. States of defilement here refers to all social and political situations. You should not be molded by the society, but rather transform it. Teach living beings. Do not be taught by them. Once when I noticed that one of my students had been talking on the phone for a half hour, I asked her what she was doing. "I'm trying to convert my boyfriend to Buddhism," she said. "Really?" I said. "What is he now?" "He's Catholic," she said. "Be careful. He doesn't convert you," I said. "His belief is Catholicism is firm. Take care that he doesn't take you across." Sure enough, not long after, she ran off. Now what she believes, whether she saved others or saved by them, is unknown. The defilement of the self-nature is called the honored among the multitudes. Living beings are all defiled. If you wish to be an exceptional individual, you must leave desire behind. To separate yourself from desire is to be a great hero and true student of the Buddha Dharma. Unless you correct your faults, what little Buddha Dharma you do is useless. Sutra. If you cultivate this practice, you take refuge with yourself. Common people do not understand that, and so from morning to night they take the triple refuge precepts. They say they take refuge with the Buddha, but where is the Buddha? If they cannot see the Buddha, how can they return to him? Their talk is absurd. Good knowing advisors, each of you examine yourself. Do not make wrong use of the mind. The Avatamsaka Sutra clearly says that you should take refuge with your own Buddha, not with some other Buddha. If you do not take refuge with the Buddha in yourself, there is no one you can rely on. Now that you are self-awakened, you should each take refuge with the triple jewel of your mind. Within yourself, regulate your mind and nature. Outside yourself, respect others. That is to take refuge in yourself. Commentary. Ordinary people do not understand the principle of taking refuge. If you constantly say, "I take refuge with the Buddha," just where is the Buddha? If you have never seen the Buddha, then how can you take refuge with him? If you say, "I have seen him," you are lying. The sutra tells you to take refuge with your own Buddha, not with some other Buddha. The Buddha of your self-nature is always present, but you didn't know this because until now you have never heard instructions of a good knowing advisor. Now that you have taken refuge, you should be clear about the Buddha of the self-nature. Take refuge with enlightenment. Take refuge with what is right. Take refuge with the pure. Take refuge with enlightenment, and don't do stupid things. Take refuge with what is right, and don't do what is wrong. Take refuge with the pure, and don't do unclean things. Take refuge with the triple jewel within your own mind. If you really understand the Buddha Dharma, you will respect not just your relatives and friends, but everyone, even people you don't know. Instead of slapping someone when you see him and then throwing mud in his face, you must be most respectful toward those who act the worst to you. This is a fundamental responsibility of students of Buddhism. You say, you haven't really been bad to me, so how could I be bad to you? Isn't that extraordinary? It's just to take refuge with the triple jewel of your self-nature. Sutra, good knowing advisors. Now that you have taken refuge with the triple jewel, you should listen carefully while I explain to you the three bodies of a single substance, the self-nature of the Buddha, so that you may see the three bodies and become completely enlightened to your own self-nature. Repeat after me. I take refuge with the clear, pure Dharma body of the Buddha within my own body. I take refuge with the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies of the Buddha within my own body. I take refuge with the complete and full reward body of the Buddha within my own body. Good knowing advisors, the form body is an inn. It cannot be returned to. The three bodies of the Buddha exist within the self-nature of worldly people, but because they are confused, they do not see the nature within them, and so seek the three bodies of the Tathagata outside themselves. They do not see the three bodies of the Buddha are within their own minds. Listen to what I have to say, for it can cause you to see the three bodies of your own self-nature within your own body. The three bodies of the Buddha arise from your own self-nature and are not obtained from outside. What is the clear, pure Dharma body, Buddha? The worldly person's nature is basically clear and pure, and the 10,000 dharmas are produced from within it. The thought of evil produces evil actions, and the thought of good produces good actions. Thus all dharmas exist within the self-nature. This is like the sky, which is always clear, and the sun and the moon, which are always bright, so that if they are obstructed by floating clouds, it is bright above the clouds and dark below them. But if the mind suddenly blows and scatters the clouds, there is brightness above and below, and the myriad forms appear. The worldly person's nature constantly drifts like those clouds in the sky. Good knowing advisors, intelligence is like the sun, and wisdom is like the moon. Intelligence and wisdom are constantly bright, but if you are attached to external states, the floating clouds of false thoughts cover the self-nature so that it cannot shine. If you meet a good knowing advisor, if you listen to the true and right Dharma and cast out your own confusion and falseness, then inside and out there will be penetrating brightness, and within the self-nature all the 10,000 dharmas will appear. That is how it is with those who see their own nature. It is called the clear, pure Dharma body of the Buddha. Commentary. Your physical body is like a house. You must not take refuge in it, but rather take refuge with your own self-nature. Everyone has the three Buddha bodies within themselves, but because of their delusion, they don't know it. Break through the clouds of illusion. It is just because you have not broken through them that you are deluded and have no wisdom. But if you do away with troubles and ignorance and listen to a clear-eyed advisor's explanation of the orthodox teachings, your own nature will reflect the Buddha Dharma like a luminous crystal. Those who see their nature and know their original mind are like a clear sky. The heart calm, all worries go away. The mind still, heaven has no clouds. When your heart is upset, there is chaos, but when your mind is calm and resolved, everything is auspicious. The pure heart like the moon and water, the quiet mind like a cloudless sky. True wealth, the mind stopped, through, cut off. True fields of blessings, all passions put an end. You must end your delusion and greed, still the mind, and cut off thought. That is true wealth. True wealth, people are not greedy. Those who are greedy are thereby poor. They have little money, but they are never satisfied. The passions are just selfish desires, and without them you are a true field of merit. Sutra. Good knowing advisors, when your own mind takes refuge with your self-nature, it takes refuge with the true Buddha. To take refuge is to rid your self-nature of egotism and unwholesome thoughts, as well as of jealousy, obsequiousness, deceitfulness, contempt, pride, conceit, and deviant views, and all other unwholesome tendencies whenever they arise. To take refuge is to be always aware of your own transgressions and never to speak of other people's good or bad traits. Always being humble and polite is to penetrate to the self-nature without obstacle. That is taking refuge. Commentary. If you turn the light around and reverse the illumination, you take refuge with the true Buddha. Be careful not to envy others. Would you like to know why you are deluded? It is because in past life, after life, you envied others. You envied their intelligence, and so you are stupid. You envied their talent, and so you have none. You were jealous then, and now you are inferior. You should not be devious and indirect. Get rid of egoism. I, me, myself, everything revolves around me. You should not be deceitful, full of self-importance and contemptuous of others. To have deviant views is to misjudge every situation you encounter and then go off in the wrong direction. Deviant views are easy to come by. If you wish to take refuge, see your own faults and quit talking about other people. Criticism is yin and praise is yang. You should find the middle way. Sutra. What is the perfect full reward body of the Buddha? Just as one lamp can disperse the darkness of 1,000 years, one thought of wisdom can destroy 10,000 years of delusion. Do not think of the past. It is gone and can never be recovered. Instead, always think of the future, and in every thought, perfect and clear. See your own original nature. Although good and evil differ, the original nature is non-dual. That non-dual nature is the real nature, undefiled by either good or evil. It is the perfect, full reward body of the Buddha. One evil thought arising from the self-nature destroys 10,000 aeons worth of good karma. One good thought arising from the self-nature ends evil as numerous as the sand grains in the Ganges River. To reach the unsurpassed Bodhi directly, see it for yourself in every thought, and do not lose the original thought. That is the reward body of the Buddha. Commentary. When you bring forth wisdom, not just 10,000 years, but 10,000 aeons of delusion are wiped away. Do not regret the past or be anxious about the future. What am I going to do next, you ask? If you plant good causes, you will reap good results. If you plant bad causes, you will reap bad results. So do good things, and good things will happen. Do bad things, and bad things will happen. Your thoughts should be proper, perfect, lucid, and full of light, not deviant, selfish, and self-seeking, obstructive, or jealous. If you are not afraid what others will be better than you, it may be that you are a little better than they are. But if you fear that they will surpass you, then they are all better than you. The good and evil natures within the self-nature differ, but the self-nature is non-dual. The non-dual substance of self-nature is the real nature. Yongjia wrote in his Song of Enlightenment, ignorance and the real nature are just like the Buddha nature. The illusory empty body is just the Dharma body. In the original real nature, there is no good or evil. It is entirely perfect and wonderful in itself, far-reaching in its penetration and broad in understanding. One vicious thought, such as Buddha-Richi's desire to poison Bodhidharma, destroys 10,000 aeons of good karma, whereas one good thought melts away evil karma as immense as a number of sand grains in the Ganges. One good thought can cause the realization of Buddhahood, and one bad thought is cause enough to go to hell. If you would like to know whether you are going to become a Buddha or go to hell, take a look at what kind of thoughts you have. To arrive at Buddhahood directly, see it for yourself in every thought. Understand your own mind and see your own nature. Do not lose the original thought, the truth nature. Sutra. What are the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies of the Buddha? If you are free of any thought of the 10,000 dharmas, then your nature is basically like emptiness. But in one thought of calculation, transformation occurs. Evil thoughts are transformed into hell beings and good thoughts into heavenly beings. Viciousness is transformed into dragons and snakes, and compassion into bodhisattvas. Wisdom is transformed into the upper realm, and delusion into the lower realms. The transformation of the self-nature are extremely many, and yet the confused person, unawakened to that truth, continually gives rise to evil and walks evil paths. Turn a single thought back to goodness, and wisdom is produced. That is the transformation body within the Buddha nature. Commentary. Having discussed the perfect full reward body, which lacks nothing and has nothing in excess, which obtains nothing and loses nothing, and is neither defiled nor immaculate, increasing nor decreasing, male or female, good or evil, but which is perfect, Bodhi, that returns to the non-attainment, the Sixth Patriarch asks, what are the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies? We have one body, you say. How can we have 100,000 myriad bodies? What do the Buddha's transformation bodies have to do with me? These transformation bodies are simply 100,000 myriad thoughts and calculations. Shakyamuni Buddha can transform himself to appear in any one of the 10 Dharma realms. That is, he can become a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, a Pratyeka Buddha, an Arhat, a god, a Shura, human, hell being, hungry ghost, or animal. You might also say that you and I have 100,000 myriad transformation bodies. I have taken 100,000 myriad disciples, and all of them imitate their teacher in cultivation. They see their teacher eating only one meal a day before noon and say, I'm going to do that too. I tell them, I never stick out my hand and beg. I don't depend on external situations, and neither should you. If no one makes offerings to me, I die. That's just fine. Those who leave the home life under me must follow my 3 conditions as I do. Freezing, I don't beg. Starving, I don't scheme. And dying of poverty, I ask for nothing. The disciple says, all right, even if we starve to death, we won't beg or scheme. Because they copy me, they are my transformation bodies. In the future, you will have transformation bodies too. If you have a good way of doing things, you will have 100,000 myriad good transformation bodies. If you have an evil, ghostly way, you will have that many ghostly transformation bodies. If you are free of any thought of the 10,000 dharmas, then your nature is basically like emptiness. One thought not produced, the entire substance manifests. If you do not give rise to a single thought, your original Buddha nature appears. But aren't you producing a thought? Are you without false thinking? Are you not thinking, what will I eat tomorrow? What time will I get to bed tonight? Or am I thirsty? I don't think I have a cup of tea. Without false thinking, you are a Buddha, but if you can't cut off your false thinking, you must not claim to be a Buddha. You must cultivate the way. If you haven't cultivated the way and say, I am a Buddha, you are just a dog of a Buddha. You can't simply say that everyone is a Buddha. You have to cultivate and realize Buddhahood. Without cultivation, people are people, animals are animals, and dogs are dogs. But do not be offended. Dogs also have the Buddha nature. They have to cultivate, that's all. 6 roots suddenly move, a covering of clouds. When you see something and think it is beautiful, or hear something and think music, you are being influenced by externals, using the 6 senses, the 6 sense objects and the 6 sense consciousness in this way. You cover yourself with clouds. Evil thoughts are transformed into hell being. Suppose you think, how can I be famous? How can I succeed? I'll start a riot, murder people, set fires, and loot the streets. And good thoughts into heavenly beings. Oh, you say, I want to help people. You have no money. Here's $1 million to help you get by. Or you think, no one makes offerings to the Americans who have left the home life. I'll make an offering. Don't wait for America, such an affluent nation, to allow its new Buddhist Sangha to starve to death. Transform it into the heavens. Wisdom is transformed into the upper realms and delusion into the lower realms. With intelligence you go up, but if you are deluded, you fall. The superior one mounts on high. The petty person travels a low road. The transformations of the self-nature are extremely many, and yet the confused person, unawakened to that truth, continually gives rise to evil and walks evil paths. The confused person, every thought is evil. That person mistreats me. I'm going to ruin him. The great master Xuan Sui was one who walked evil paths by repeatedly sending hired killers after the Sixth Patriarch. Turn a single thought back to goodness and wisdom is produced. That is the transformation body of the Buddha within your self-nature. Do you understand? If you do, you are a good knowing advisor. If you don't, an evil knowing advisor. Wouldn't you rather be a good knowing advisor? Sutra. Good knowing advisors. The Dharma body of the Buddha is basically complete. To see your own nature in every thought is the reward body of the Buddha. When the reward body thinks and calculates, it is the transformation body of the Buddha. Awaken and cultivate by your own effort and the merit and virtue of your self-nature. That is taking true refuge. The skin and flesh of the physical body are like an inn to which you cannot return. Simply awaken to the three bodies of your self-nature and you will understand the self-nature Buddha. Commentary. You yourself must wake up and cultivate on your own. Do not babble intellectual Zen all day, yak, 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 talking but never practicing. Talking a yard is not as good as practicing an inch. If you do nothing but talk, you are cheating people. So pay no attention to whether my lectures are good or bad. Look instead to see if I have ever cheated you. The Sixth Patriarch tells us to awaken to the three bodies of your self-nature. You say, then taking refuge with myself is to take refuge with my body. No, if you take refuge with your body, you are just adding a head on top of a head, like Yasnadatta in the Shrangama Sutra, who ran everywhere looking for his head. Your physical body is an inn where your self-nature temporarily dwells. Therefore, you cannot say, my body is me. Your body is not you. Then is it something else? No, your body is yours. It is not mine or his, or it is yours, but it is not you. Don't always say that if you live in a house, you can say the house is yours, but you certainly cannot say the house is you. If you say that it is you, everyone will say he doesn't even know who is. He thinks his home is him, but it's just a thing. Your body is like a house. Don't mistake it for being you. Understand? Don't take refuge with the physical body. Take refuge with your self-nature. Awaken to the clear, pure Dharma body, the perfect, full reward body of the Buddha, and the 100,000 myriad transformation body Buddhas within your own nature. By understanding the Buddha of your self-nature, you may perfect the three bodies. Sutra continues, I have a verse without marks. If you can recite and memorize it, it will wipe away accumulated aeons of confusion and offenses as soon as the words are spoken. The verse runs, a confused person will foster blessings, but not cultivate the way, and say to practice for blessings is the practice of the way. While giving and making offerings brings blessings without limit, it is the mind that the three evils have their origin. By seeking blessings, you may wish to obliterate offenses, but in the future, though you are blessed, offenses will remain. You ought to simply strike the evil conditions from your mind by true repentance and reform, and within your own self-nature. A sudden awakening, the true repentance and reform of the great vehicle. You must cast out the deviant and practice the right, and be without offense. To study the way, always look within your own self-nature. You are then the same in kind and lineage as all Buddhas. Our patriarch passed along only this sudden teaching, wishing that all might see the nature and be of one substance. In the future, if you wish to find the Dharma body, detach yourself from Dharma marks and inwardly wash the mind. Strive to see it for yourself and do not waste your time, for when the final thought has stopped, your life comes to an end. Enlightened to the great vehicle, you can see your nature, so reverently join your palms and seek it with all your heart. Commentary. Don't be nervous, continued the great master. I have some good news. Don't you know I have a verse without marks? Do you want to hear it? If you do, I'll recite it. If not, I'll just put it away. Yes, everyone exclaims, we definitely do want to hear it. Please be compassionate and recite it. If you can learn this verse by heart, the Master said, it will cause the confusion and crimes accumulated from beginningless time, passing through limitless ages, life after life, to be eradicated immediately. Where will they go? Do you mean you still want to look for them? What a waste of effort. A confused person will foster blessings, but if you tell him to cultivate with vigor, he won't do it. Although there are not many students here, those present are extremely sincere. They do not fear leg pain, back pain, any pain whatever. I will endure this pain and cultivate the way, even if it means giving up my life, they say. Such rare determination makes me happy, but I don't show my happiness by joking with you all day. It's not the kind of happiness, it's true happiness. Deluded people say, to practice for blessings is to practice away. This is like the Emperor Wu of Liang, who said, I have taken bhikshus across and have built many temples. I have made offerings and practiced charity and arranged vegetarian banquets. What great merit I must have. It's probably even greater than Shakyamuni Buddha's. Giving and making offerings brings limitless blessings, but the origin of the three evils is within the mind. What are the three evils? Greed, hate, and delusion. Greed. I like to eat a few more peanuts, and when I won't be hungry today. Hate. Hey, who ate the peanuts? Delusion. Hating the one who ate the peanuts, which makes you unreasonable and stupid. Cultivating blessings while neglecting wisdom has made you so stupid that you can't quit overeating and even have to gall to speak of it as a bitter practice. You cannot get rid of offenses by cultivating blessings because although you obtain the blessings, the offenses still remain. What you should do is rid your mind of all evil conditions, thoughts of greed, hate, delusion, jealousy, obstructiveness, conceit, obsequiousness, viciousness, deceitfulness. But they are my old friends, you say. We've been together for millions of years. How can I part with them? Fine, if you can't part with them, then there's nothing to do but follow them down to hell. To practice true repentance and reform is to understand the great vehicle and immediately get rid of all evil thoughts. It is very clear, no analogies are needed. You truly repent when you get rid of the deviant and practice the right. As the Sixth Patriarch verse said, then you may walk down the straight, great road and be without offense. To study the way, always look within the self-nature. Ask yourself, What am I doing? Am I acting like a person or a ghost, an animal or a horse or a cow? You are what you do. If you act like a Buddha, you are a Buddha. The Buddha practices friendliness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and giving. His compassion is genuine, not false and greedy. He never thinks, I am a little compassionate to you. You will be greatly compassionate to me. There are no ulterior motives in the compassion I have for you. I would not give you a brick and expect a piece of jade in return. Cultivators, turn the light around, reverse its illumination, and ask yourself, am I thinking like a demon or a Buddha? Am I selfish or generous, self-seeking or charitable? If you are charitable, you are the same in kind as all Buddhas. If you are like a Buddha, you are a Buddha. But if you act like a ghost, how can you become a Buddha? By our patriarch, the Sixth Patriarch means Bodhidharma, who transmitted only the sudden teaching Dharma door because he wanted everyone to see the Buddha nature and realize the Buddha way together. If you wish to find the Dharma body, then separate yourself from all marks. Do not be attached, jealous, obstructive, ignorant, afflicted, or snobbish. You cannot think as the Buddha did, in the heavens and below I alone am honored. The Diamond Sutra says, one who has left marks is called a Buddha. Apart from marks and attachment to the self and to dharmas, the mind ground is cleansed. Strive to see it for yourself and go forward and with heroic vigor. You'll never succeed if you're lazy and waste your time. Wait, I'll cultivate tomorrow. Wait, I'll translate tomorrow. Even at lunchtime you say, wait, I'll eat later. Wait until it's time to die, and King Yama won't listen to you when you say, wait, I'll die later. If you are truly free, you come and go in birth and death, and yet are not subject to birth and death. King Yama has no control over you. That is like the third patriarch Sung San, who said, you see others sit in lotus posture and die and think it's special. Watch this. And he grabbed a tree branch with one hand and went to nirvana, just hanging there. Wasn't he free? If you wait until your dying breath to cultivate, it will be too late. For when the final thought has stopped, your life comes to an end. Earlier in chapter 4, didn't the sutra say that you should not cut off your thought, because when the last thought is cut off, you die and then undergo rebirth in some other place. At the time of death, there is no fame, no riches. Both your hands will be empty, and you will be forced to put down what you can't put down. No matter how dear your loved ones are, you'll have to part with them. Enlightened to the great vehicle, you can see the nature. So reverently join your palms and seek it with all your heart. See the nature and humbly seek to follow the unsurpassed way. Sutra. The Master said, good knowing advisors, all of you should take up this verse and cultivate accordingly. If you see your nature at the moment these words are spoken, even if we are 1,000 miles apart, you will always be by my side. If you do not awaken at the moment of speaking, then face to face we are 1,000 miles apart. So why did you bother to come from so far? Take care of yourselves and go well. The United Assembly heard this Dharma, and there were none who did not awaken. They received it with delight and practiced in accord with it. Commentary. I think the Sixth Patriarch liked to talk, and so he delivered this platform sutra. If he hadn't liked to speak, he wouldn't have taught any sutra at all. Now I am teaching you. It is all of you. Now I am teaching it all to you. You are quite intelligent, the Master said. You have good roots. We have an affinity which goes back for many lifetimes and many ages, and therefore we have met today. Of course, were no foreigners in the Master's Dharma Assembly. They were all Chinese. That I have met with so many Americans must be a case of even greater affinity. If you understand this verse I recited, the Master said, you will get rid of deviant practices and practice the right and be without offense, and although we are 1,000 miles apart, you will be right beside me. If my disciples understand and remember the sutras I have explained, they will be right beside me. But if instead they take advantage of external circumstances or get jealous or angry, they will have studied the way in vain. If they don't understand this verse, then even if we should stand face to face, we would still be 1,000 miles apart. If they believe in me, although we are 1,000 miles apart, we are face to face. Are you trying to make people believe in you, you ask? No. Why should I want you to believe in me? You're better off believing in yourself, because if you cultivate, you do it for yourself. You don't eat to make me full. All I do is teach you the methods. If you have come all this way just to be 1,000 miles from me, why did you bother to come at all? Take care of yourselves. Don't look down on yourself and say, I'm not going to cultivate. I'm nothing but a dog anyway. See yourself as a person, not a dog, and go to a good place, not a bad one. Chapter 7, Opportunities and Conditions. The sutra begins, the master obtained the Dharma at Wangmei and returned to Soho village in Xiaochou, where no one knew him. But Liu Chur Liao, a scholar, received him with great courtesy. Chur Liao's aunt, Bhikshuni Wu Qinsang, constantly recited the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. When the master heard it, he instantly grasped its wonderful principle and explained it to her. The Bhikshuni then held out a scroll and asked about some characters. The master said, I cannot read. Please ask about the meaning. If you cannot even read, how can you understand the meaning? Asked the Bhikshuni. The master replied, the subtle meaning of all Buddhas is not based on language. The Bhikshuni was startled, and she announced to all the elders and virtuous ones in the village, here is a gentleman who possesses the way. We should ask him to stay and receive our offerings. Tao Shu Liang, great-grandson of the Marquis Wu of the Wei dynasty, came rushing to pay homage, along with the people of the village. At that time, the pure dwelling of the ancient Paolin temple, which had been destroyed by war and fire at the end of the Sui dynasty, were rebuilt on their old foundation. The master was invited to stay, and soon the temple became a revered place. He dwelt there a little over 9 months, when he was once again pursued by evil men. The master hid in the mountain in the front of the temple, and when they set fire to the brush and trees, he escaped by crawling into a rock to hide. The rock still bears the imprints of the master's knees and his robe where he sat in lotus posture. Because of this, it is called the Rock of Refuge. Remember the fifth patriarch's instructions to stop at Hui and hide at Wei. He went to conceal himself in these 2 cities. Commentary. After receiving the mind-sealed Dharma of the fifth patriarch Ren, the sixth patriarch returned to Xiaochou, where he thereupon went to Soho village, where the present day is called Shaoquan in Chuqiang district. When he arrived in the vicinity of Nanhua Temple, which before had been Paolin Temple, no one knew that he was the one who held the robe and bowl. Liu Liao was a wealthy retired official who enjoyed studying the Buddha Dharma. He welcomed the master reverently and made offerings to him. Liao and his aunt, Bhikshuni Wu Qin Sang, Limitless Treasury, were the Sixth Patriarch's great Dharma protectors. Wu Qin Sang liked to recite the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. This sutra, in 10 volumes, was spoken by the Buddha just before he went to nirvana. Hearing the recitation, the Sixth Patriarch understood the subtle principle and explained it to the Bhikshuni. Probably she couldn't read very well because she asked the master, "What is this word?" "Do you mean you can't read?" said the master. "No, I can't," she said. "Well, I can't either," said the master, "but if you ask me about the meaning, I can explain it for you." "If you can't even read it, how can you know what it means?" she asked. The master said, "The Buddha's heart, the mind Dharma, the wonderful principle of sudden enlightenment, has nothing to do with words. Instead, it points directly to the mind so that we can see our nature and become Buddhas. Since it is not based on language, it doesn't matter whether you can read." Bhikshuni Wu Qin Sang thought that was very strange indeed. She told everyone in the village, "Here is a gentleman who has the way. He is a virtuous Dharma master. He may not be able to read, but he's enlightened, so we should make offerings to him." Although she didn't know a lot of characters, Wu Qin Sang was nevertheless an incredible bhikshuni. She ate 1 meal a day and never lay down to sleep because she knew the fourth patriarch recommended these practices. Although her family was wealthy, she kept the precepts of never holding money. She studied and recited the sutras industriously, and when the time came, she died sitting up in meditation. Many days, many years have passed, and her body still has not decayed. Because she was vigorous and worked hard at cultivation and had no sexual desire, her flesh transformed into indestructible Vajra. I saw the body in a temple in Chuchang. It is truly awesome. Among the villagers who paid homage to the great master was the great-grandson of the Marquis Wu, who was very intelligent. He was, in fact, as clever as a fox. He was a genius, but he had a tendency to be jealous. Bhikshuni Wu Qin Sang promoted the Sixth Patriarch. "Do you know who he is?" She would say, "He's the rightful successor of the Fifth Patriarch. He holds the robe and bowl. One flower may be beautiful, but it looks much better surrounded by greenery. If no one had protected him, the Sixth Patriarch would surely have been murdered by Shen Shui's gang of those of other religions. His Dharma assembly flourished because his disciple and lay people such as Bhikshuni Wu Qin Sang and her nephew Liu Liao, the scholar, guarded and protected him. Vinaya Master Tung Ying also brought several hundred of his students to study with the master, and each student told his friends to come. So every day for lunch there were between 1,500 and 2,000 people, 700 or 800 of whom were members of the Sangha. Everyone made heartfelt offerings to help rebuild Nanhua Temple. Some gave 10,000 ounces of silver. Some gave 1,000,000. They asked that the master live there, and before long it was a great Bodhi mandala, big enough for several thousand people. A little over 9 months later, several hundred of Shen Shui's men left Wangmei, passing through the Taoyu mountain range on their way to Nanhua Temple. They traveled for 2 months. If they hadn't been intent on killing the master and stealing the robe and bowl, they would have given up after a couple of days. Think it over. 16 or 17 years after the transmission, and the master had only been staying in Nanhua for 9 months when the evil men returned. It's not easy to be a patriarch unless you're a phony. Real patriarchs live in great danger. The Sixth Patriarch had spiritual powers, and he knew that not just one or two, but several hundred men were after him. He hid in a rock of refuge. which is just enough to hold one person sitting in meditation. The evil men mingled in and with a large crowd and stealthily set fire to the mountain. They burned off the entire area, but never found the master. While hiding, the master probably meditated with great intensity because the texture of his robe and marks of his knees can still be imprinted on the rock, are still there. When I was at Nanhua, I sat in the rock for a time, but I wasn't seeking refuge. I was just trying it out. When you sit inside it, no one can see you. Bhikshu Fa Hai Sutra. When Bhikshu Fa Hai of Chuqiang city in Xiaoqiu first called on the patriarch, he asked, "Will you please instruct me on the sentence, 'Mind is Buddha'?" The master said, "When one's preceding thoughts are not produced, this is mind, and when one's subsequent thoughts are not extinguished, this is Buddha. The setting up of marks is mind, the separation from them is Buddha. Were I to explain it fully, I would not finish before the end of the present age. Listen to my verse. When the mind is called wisdom, then the Buddha is called concentration. When concentration and wisdom are equal, the intellect is pure. Understand this Dharma teaching by practicing within your own self-nature. The function is basically unproduced. It's right to cultivate both." At these words, Fa Hai was greatly enlightened and spoke in verse and praise. This mind is basically Buddha. By not understanding, I disgrace myself. I know the cause of concentration and wisdom is to cultivate both and separate myself from all things. Commentary. Bhikshu Fa Hai, also called Huy Nguen, compiled and edited the Platform Sutra from the Sixth Patriarch's lectures. Although I dare not say that he liked to be first, when he wrote this chapter he certainly thought, "I am the Master's number one great disciple," and consequently wrote about himself first. "Great Master," said Fa Hai, "I don't understand this sentence, 'The mind is Buddha.' Please explain it." "Do not produce the former thought," said the Master, "and just that is mind. Do not extinguish the latter thought, and just that is Buddha. With neither production nor extinction, the mind itself is Buddha. All appearances are set up by the mind, and if you can set up all appearances, be separate from them, that is Buddha. The mind is called wisdom, and the Buddha is called concentration. When concentration and wisdom are equal, the mind is Buddha, and Buddha is the mind. They are one substance. When thought is pure, then wisdom and concentration, mind, and Buddha are equal. If you understand the sudden teaching, you know that the Buddha is not separate from the mind, and the mind is not separate from the Buddha. Concentration is not separate from wisdom, and wisdom is not separate from concentration. You don't understand because you have accumulated bad habits for many ages. The wonderful function of the self-nature is basically unproduced and undestroyed. So when you cultivate the mind, you cultivate the Buddha. When you cultivate the Buddha, you cultivate the mind. The same applies to concentration and wisdom. You should cultivate them equally. When you don't understand, there are two minds, mind and Buddha. When you understand, you know that they are originally one. In cultivating concentration and wisdom, you should separate yourself from all marks. Bhikshu Fa Ta. Bhikshu Fa Ta of Hongzhou left home at age 7 and constantly recited the Dharma Flower Sutra. But when he came to bow before the patriarch, his head did not touch the ground. The master scolded him, saying, "If you do not touch the ground, isn't it better not to bow? There must be something on your mind. What do you practice?" "I have recited the Dharma Flower Sutra over 3,000 times, he replied. The master said, "I don't care if you have recited it 10,000 times. If you understand the sutra's meaning, you would not be so overbearing, and you could walk along with me. You have failed in your work and do not even recognize your error. Listen to my verse. As bowing is basically to cut off arrogance, why don't you touch your head to the ground? When you possess a self, offenses arise, but forgetting merit brings supreme blessings. The master asked further, "What is your name?" "Fa Ta," he replied. The master said, "Your name means Dharma penetration, but what Dharma have you penetrated?" He then spoke a verse. "Your name means Dharma penetration, and you earnestly recite without pause to rest. Recitation is mere sound, but one who understands his mind is called a bodhisattva. Now, because of your karmic conditions, I will explain it to you. Believe only that the Buddha is without words, and the lotus blossom will bloom from your mouth." Commentary. Dharma Master Fa Hai, Dharma C, and Fa Ta, Dharma penetration, both received the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma. Fa Ta left home at age 7 and constantly recited the Lotus Sutra, but when he met the Patriarch, he didn't bow properly. He just pretended. He had to make some sort of show of it, since everybody knew that the great master held Wang Mei's robe and bowl. But the most respect he could muster was to throw himself hastily on the ground, without even touching his head to the floor, and in his heart he felt that his own merit certainly was greater than the master's. After all, he thought, I've recited the sutra over 3,000 times. When Fa Ta saw ordinary people, he couldn't even manage a half bow. He was like a rich snob who only sees other rich snobs and looks down on everyone else. The Sixth Patriarch took one look and knew that Fa Ta had something on his mind. The Lotus Sutra is 7 volumes long, and reciting it quickly, you could read through it in a day, or 365 times a year. Therefore, Fa Ta had been reciting it for over 10 years. "I don't care if you've recited it 10,000 times," said the master. "If you really understood it, you wouldn't revel in your merit and could study with me. Not everyone can study with a patriarch, you know. If you have obstructions and afflictions, he may not want you. Therefore, if you come to study here but break the rules, you are not welcome. In order to cultivate with me, you must offer up your conduct in accord with the teachings." "So many recitations," said the master, "and you still don't know how conceited you are. No doubt you think your merit is even greater than mine. Such pride is an offense. But if you could forget your merit and consider your 3,000 recitations as no recitations, then your merit would be limitless and boundless. Speak up, Dharma penetration," the master continued. "What Dharma have you penetrated?" Fa Ta was speechless. "Not bad," the master said. "Your work is hard. However, your recitation is of no benefit because you don't understand what the sutra means. If you could only understand your mind and see your nature, you would be a bodhisattva. You have come all this way from Hongzhou because we have an affinity from circumstances in former lives. Now just believe that the Buddha is without words, and the lotus blossom will bloom from your mouth. Believe. The Buddha never said a thing, and if you recite without understanding the principle, you are wasting your time. The Dhamma Sutra says, one who sees me in form or seeks me in sound walks a deviant path, not seeing the Tathagata. The Buddha taught for 49 years in over 300 Dharma assemblies, but when he was about to enter nirvana and his disciples asked him about the sutra, he said, I've never said a word. Was he lying? The Sixth Patriarch also taught that the Buddha said nothing, and if you believe that lotus will bloom from your mouth. But how does one obtain such rare faith? The sutra's principles exist in the minds of people. They can be spoken by you. They can be spoken by me. Everyone has his wisdom, and everyone can speak the sutras. The Buddha spoke the sutras for living beings, and sutras flow from minds of living beings. Therefore, the Buddha spoke without speaking. This means that you should not be attached to Dharma or to emptiness. Nevertheless, you cannot say, I don't know any Dharma, I'm empty. To understand that the Buddha spoke and yet did not speak is the most difficult and yet easiest thing one can do. Can you do it? If you can, the Buddha has not spoken. If you cannot, then the Buddha has said too much. Sutra. Hearing the verse, Phata was remorseful, and he said, From now on I will respect everyone. Your disciple recites the Dharma Flower Sutra, but has not yet understood its meaning. His mind often has doubts. High Master, your wisdom is vast and great. Will you please explain the general meaning of the sutra for me? The Master said, Dharma penetration. The Dharma is extremely penetrating, but your mind does not penetrate it. There is basically nothing doubtful in the sutra. The doubts are in your mind. You recite this sutra, but what do you think its teaching is? Phata said, The student's faculties are dull and dim. Since I have only recited it by rote, how could I understand its doctrine? The Master said, I cannot read, but if you take the sutra and read it once, I will explain it to you. Phata recited it loudly until he came to the analogies chapter. The Master said, Stop, this sutra fundamentally is based on the principle underlying the causes and conditions of the Buddha's appearance in the world. None of the analogies spoken go beyond that. What are the causes and conditions? The sutra says all Buddhas, the world-honored ones, appear in the world for causes and conditions of the one important matter. The one important matter is the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Worldly people, deluded by external world, attach themselves to marks, and deluded by the inner world, they attach themselves to emptiness. If you can live among marks and yet be separate from them, then you will be confused by neither the internal nor the external. If you awaken to this Dharma, in one moment your mind will open to enlightenment. The knowledge and vision of the Buddha is simply that. The Buddha is enlightenment. There are 4 divisions. 1. Opening to the enlightened knowledge and vision. 2. Demonstrating the enlightened knowledge and vision. 3. Awakening to the enlightened knowledge and vision. And 4. Entering the enlightened knowledge and vision. If you listen to the opening and demonstrating of the Dharma, you can easily awaken and enter. This is the enlightened knowledge and vision. The original true nature becoming manifest. Be careful not to misinterpret the sutra by thinking that the opening, demonstrating, awakening, and entering of which it speaks is the Buddha's knowledge and vision, and that we have no share in it. To explain it that way would be to slander the sutra and defame the Buddha. Since he is already a Buddha, perfect in knowledge and vision, what is the use of his opening to it again? You should now believe that the Buddha's knowledge and vision is simply your own mind, for there is no other Buddha. But because living beings cover their brilliance with greed and with love of states of defilement, external conditions and inner disturbance make slaves of them. What troubles the world-honored one to rise from samadhi? And with various reproaches and expedients he exhorts living beings to stop and rest, not to seek outside themselves and to make themselves the same as he is. This is called opening the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. I too am always exhorting all people to open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddhas within their own minds. The minds of worldly people are deviant, confused and deluded. They commit offenses. Their speech may be good, but their minds are evil. They are greedy, hateful, envious, given over to flattery, deceit, and arrogance. They oppress one another and harm living creatures. Thus they open not to knowledge and vision of the Buddhas, but that of living beings. If you can, with an upright mind, constantly bring forth wisdom, contemplating and illuminating your own mind, and if you can practice good and refrain from evil, you yourself will open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. In every thought, you should open up to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Do not open up to the knowledge and vision of living beings. To be open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha is transcendental. To be open to the knowledge and vision of living beings is mundane. If you exert yourself in recitation, clinging to it as meritorious exercise, how does that make you different from a yak who loves its own tail? Commentary. To be unconfused, be unattached, do not get attached to emptiness or fall into existence. If you suddenly awaken to this Dharma, your heart will open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. If you listen to opening and demonstrating, that is, to instruction on the principle of the sutras, you can easily wake up and understand the enlightened knowledge and vision. The Buddha knowledge and vision is simply that of your own mind, because your mind fundamentally is the Buddha. What darkens your light? Thoughts of greed create thoughts of love. Greed is dirt and love defile. The impurities of greed and love cause self-seeking and make you a slave. By now you should have become enlightened. Stop depending on outer conditions, which only makes trouble within. Without them there is no trouble. There is peace and purity. There are many varieties of external conditions. Eyes, ears, nose, tongues, bodies, and minds form sounds, smells, tastes, tangible objects, and objects of mind, and 6 consciousnesses where sense organs and sense objects meet. When you seek outside yourself, your mind is not at peace. You are upset and anxious, and your mind, originally the master, becomes the body's slave. The Buddhas troubles themselves to arise from samadhi just to tell you not to seek outside. When you quit seeking outside, you are one with the Buddhas. You open up to their knowledge and vision and become just like them. The deviant views and delusion of ordinary people causes them to perform offensive acts. While their speech may be as compassionate as the Buddha, their minds are poisonous as a snake. Of the offenses they commit, greed, hate, and jealousy are the worst. But when they shine the light within and straighten out their own minds, they naturally are open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddha. Sutra. Fa Ta said, "If this is so, then I need only understand the meaning and need not exert myself in reciting the sutra. Is that correct?" The master replied, "What fault does the sutra have that would stop you from reciting it? Confusion and enlightenment are in you. Loss or gain comes from yourself. If your mouth recites and your mind practices, you turn the sutra. But if your mouth recites and your mind does not practice, the sutra turns you. Listen to my verse. When the mind is confused, the Dharma flower turns it. The enlightened mind will turn the Dharma flower. Reciting the sutra long without understanding has made you an enemy of its meaning. Without a thought, your recitation is right. With thought, your recitation is wrong. With no wish and no without, you may ride forever in the white ox cart." Fa Ta heard this verse and wept without knowing it. At the moment the words were spoken, he achieved a great enlightenment and said to the master, "Until today, I have never actually turned the Dharma flower. Instead, it has turned me." Commentary. If you are confused, your recitation is of no benefit, but if you are enlightened, there is merit. What does this have to do with the sutra? If you recite the sutra and put it into practice, you are truly reciting the sutra and turning the Dharma wheel. You set the Dharma flower spinning. But if you recite the sutra with a confused mind, and the reciting this turns you around, so that the more recitation you do, the less you understand. After more than 10 years of work, Fa Ta was still unclear. He was a stranger to the sutra. Without false thoughts, recitation is a correct thing. But with arrogant thoughts and conceit about your merit and virtue, your recitation becomes deviant. You should pay no attention to having or not having merit, and recite as if not reciting. Do not be attached, and you will always ride in the white ox cart. The white ox cart is an analogy for the one Buddha vehicle. You ask, if I recite as if not reciting, then may I not recite as if reciting? If you don't recite, you cannot understand the sutra's principles, and it is not as if you were reciting it. The phrase, reciting as if not reciting as if reciting, is to instruct you to be unattached, but you cannot say, I'll be unattached and forget about reciting the sutra. After listening to the master, Fa Ta wept without even knowing it, but it wasn't because he had been bullied or tricked. Before, he had stupidly wasted his time reciting the sutra without obtaining the slightest benefit. Now, at the master's explanation, he was so overcome with joy that he burst into tears, just like friends or relatives do when they meet after a long separation. He cried because of his great enlightenment. Sutra. Fa Ta asks further, the Lotus Sutra says, if everyone from Shravakas up to Bodhisattvas were to exhaust all their thoughts in order to measure the Buddha's wisdom, they still could not fathom it. Now you cause common people merely to understand their own minds, and you call that the knowing and vision of the Buddha. Because of this, I am afraid that those without superior faculties will not be able to avoid doubting and slandering the sutra. The sutra also speaks of 3 carts. How do the sheep, deer, and ox carts differ from the white ox cart? I pray the High Master will once again instruct me. The Master said, the sutra's meaning is clear. You yourself are confused. Disciples of all 3 vehicles are unable to fathom the Buddha's wisdom. The fault is in their thinking and measuring. The more they think, the farther away they go. From the start, the Buddha speaks for the sake of common people, not for the sake of other Buddhas. Those who choose not to believe were free to leave the assembly, not knowing that they were sitting in the white ox cart. They sought out the 3 vehicles outside the gate. What is more, the sutra text clearly tells you there is only one Buddha vehicle, no other vehicle, whether 2 or 3, and the same is true for countless expedients, for various causes and conditions, and for analogies and rhetoric. All these dharmas are for the sake of the one Buddha vehicle. Commentary. The Lotus Sutra says, if the world were filled with those like Shariputra, exhausting their thoughts to measure the Buddha's wisdom, they couldn't fathom it. Fa Ta questioned the master. Shariputra was the wisest of the Buddha's disciples. Now, if you filled the entire universe with Shariputras and they all tried to fathom the Buddha's wisdom, they wouldn't be able to do it. Great Master, how can you say that when common people merely understand their own minds, they are open to the knowledge and vision of the Buddhas? I am afraid that unless one had supreme wisdom and good roots, one couldn't avoid slandering the sutra. Please be compassionate and tell me how the sheep and deer carts differ from the white ox cart. The Master said, the sutra is perfectly clear on this point. The Shravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas cannot know the Buddha's wisdom simply because they do try to measure it. If their minds did not have such calculating thoughts, they could understand it. The Buddha spoke sutra for common people, not for other Buddhas. If you don't believe the sutra, you can get up and walk out as you please. What is more, there's only one Buddha vehicle. There are no other vehicles, whether 2 Sravaka and Pratyeka Buddhas, or the Sravaka, Pratyeka Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, or any number of parables, causes and conditions, uncountable expedient devices. All are spoken for the sake of the one Buddha vehicle. Sutra. Why don't you wake up? The 3 carts are false because they are preliminary. The one vehicle is real because it is the immediate present. You are merely taught to go from the false and return to the real. Once you have returned to reality, the real is also nameless. You should know that all the treasure and wealth is ultimately your own, for your own use. Do not think further of the Father, nor of the Son, nor of the use. This is called maintaining the Dharma Flower Sutra. Then, from aeon to aeon, your hands will never let go of the scrolls. From morning to night, you will recite it unceasingly. Fa Ta received this instruction, and overwhelmed with joy, he spoke a verse. 3,000 sutra recitations at Sao Tse, not one single word. Before I knew why he appeared in the world, how could I stop the madness of accumulated births? Sheep, deer, and ox provisionally set up, beginning, middle, and end set forth. Who would have taught that within the burning house originally the king of Dharma dwelt? The master said, "From now on you may be called the monk mindful of the sutra." From then on, although he understood the profound meaning, Fa Ta continued to recite the sutra unceasingly. Commentary. Once you have returned to the real vehicle, even the real is nameless, you should discard the notion of reality. All the treasure and wealth of the Buddha Dharma is originally yours. It is within the wind and light of your homeland. Use it as you wish, but do not think, "These were given to me by my father. I have received them as an inheritance." You shouldn't think of the father, the son, or the use. Just use them, that's all. That is genuine recitation of the sutra. From the first to the last aeon, your hands won't set the text down, and you will recite it from morning till night. Before I knew why the Buddha appeared in the world, said Fa Ta, I had no way to stop karmic processes of this mad mind. But now I know that the beginning of the Shravaka vehicle, the middle of the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, and the Mahayana Bodhisattva vehicle are nothing but expedient devices. They are not real. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Nobody. Why, it's just right here in the flaming house of the triple world, the realm of desire, the realm of form, the formless realm, that one can cultivate, realize Buddhahood, the great Dharma king. You said, "Yes," said the master, "I see you understand, and so now you have the right to be called sutra-reciting monk." Fa Ta understood the doctrine, but he did not make the mistakes some people might have made. "I understand it, so I don't have to recite it. I have reached the level where I recite and yet do not recite and yet recite. If this is the case, then you can eat as if not eating, and not eat as if eating, or steal as if not stealing, and not steal as if stealing, or even kill as if not killing, and not kill as if killing. Can you get away with it? Of course not. If you truly understand and are unattached to what you do, you will not babble intellectual Zen and say that you recite without reciting. Before you can make that claim, you must first have reached the level of accomplishment. Bhikshu Chertung Sutra. Bhikshu Chertung, a native of An Feng in Xiaoqiu, had read the Lankavatara over 1,000 times, but still did not understand the three bodies and the four wisdoms. He made obeisance to the master, seeking an explanation of the meaning. The master said, "The three bodies are the clear, pure Dharma body, which is your nature, the perfect, full reward body, which is your wisdom, and the 100,000 myriad transformation bodies, which are your conduct. To speak of the three bodies as separate from your original nature is to have the bodies but not the wisdoms. To remember that the three bodies have no self-nature is to understand the four wisdoms of Bodhi. Listen to my verse. Three bodies complete in your own self-nature, when understood, becomes four wisdoms, while not apart from seeing and hearing, transcend them and ascend to the Buddha realm. I will now explain it for you. If you are attentive and faithful, you will never be deluded." Don't run outside in search of them by saying Bodhi to the end of your days. Chertung asked further, "May I hear about the meaning of the four wisdoms?" The master said, "Since you understand the three bodies, you should also understand the four wisdoms. Why do you ask again? To speak of the four wisdoms as separate from the three bodies is to have the wisdoms but not the bodies, in which case the wisdoms become non-wisdoms." He then spoke this verse, "The wisdom of the great perfect mirror is your clear, pure nature. The wisdom of equal nature is the mind without disease. Wonderful observing wisdom is seeing without effort. Perfect wisdom is the same as the perfect mirror. 5, 8, 6, 7. Effect and cause both turn. Merely useful names, they are without real nature. If, in the place of turning, emotion is not kept, you always and forever dwell in Naga concentration. Commentary. Bhikshu Chur Tung studied the Lankavatara Sutra because Bodhidharma recommended it above all other texts for the Chan school. Although he had read it over 1,000 times, he still had to ask the master about the 3 bodies and the 4 wisdoms. The master always teaches the Dharma of the self-nature. The clear, pure Dharma body is your original nature, he said, and the reward body is your wisdom. The transformation bodies are your conduct. Because you are what you do, you are transformed according to what you practice. If you try to explain the 3 bodies as something apart from your self-nature, you have the 3 bodies but not the wisdoms. But when you understand that the 3 bodies are devoid of self-nature, you possess the 4 wisdoms of Bodhi. When you understand that the 3 bodies are immanent in the self-nature, you realize the 4 wisdoms without being separated from the conditions of sight and hearing. You ascend directly to the Buddha realm. Now I have spoken this verse, the Sixth Patriarch said, and you must truly believe it. Then you will understand and will never again be confused like those who go around saying, Bodhi, Bodhi, Bodhi all day long, but who never practice or understand Bodhi. Don't chatter head, mouth, Zen. You must truly understand the 3 bodies for it to count. The master continued, since you understand the 3 bodies, you should understand the 4 wisdoms as well. If you try and explain the 4 wisdoms as something apart from the 3 bodies, then although you know the name 4 wisdoms, you do not possess the actual substance or know their function. Your wisdoms are non-wisdoms. The Buddha has 4 wisdoms. The wisdom of the great, perfect mirror is the 8th consciousness, alaya vijnana, when it has been transformed from consciousness into wisdom. The 8th consciousness is also called the store consciousness because it stores up all the good and bad seeds you planted in the past. All the good and bad things you have done in this and past lives. If you have planted good causes, you reap good effects. If you have planted bad causes, you reap bad effects. As the potential of all good and bad karma is stored in the 8th consciousness, it also comes to be called the field of the 8th consciousness, because whatever you plant in it eventually sprouts. When you are unable to use it, it is merely consciousness, but when you return to the root and go back to the source, the 8th consciousness is transmuted into the great perfect mirror wisdom, which in essence is pure and undefiled. The wisdom of equal nature is the 7th consciousness when it has been transformed from the consciousness into wisdom. Before you understand, it is the 7th consciousness, but once you are enlightened, it is the wisdom of equal nature. The 7th consciousness is also called the transmitting consciousness because it acts as a transmitter between the 6th and 8th consciousness. It is called the wisdom of equal nature because the minds of all Buddhas and living beings are equal when the latter consciousness have been transformed into wisdom. The mind without disease means there is no obstruction, no jealousy, no greed, hate, or stupidity. Without these defilements, the 7th consciousness is transmuted into the wisdom of equal nature. The wonderful observing wisdom is the 6th consciousness when it has been transformed into wisdom. It is the wisdom of subtle observation. The 6th consciousness, what we think of as our ordinary mind, is the consciousness of discrimination. It discriminates good and evil, right and wrong, male and female. Such discrimination is not actually the work of intelligence, as it seems to be, but is merely a kind of consciousness. When you turn it into wisdom, it becomes wonderful, observing wisdom, which sees all realms without having to go through the process of discrimination. This wonderful observation is quite different from mere discriminating thoughts. When certified arhats wish to use the wonderful observing wisdom to know something, they must first sit quietly in meditation and intentionally observe, for unless they intentionally observe, their minds are no different from those of ordinary people. By intentionally observing, they can know the events of the past 80,000 aeons. Perfecting wisdom comes from transforming of the first 5 consciousnesses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, into wisdom. 5, 8, 6, 7, effect and cause both turn. The 5 consciousnesses and the 8th consciousnesses are transformed in the period of reaping effect, and the 6th and 7th are transformed in the period of planting causes. In transforming the consciousnesses into the 4 wisdoms, first turn the 6th and 7th in the period of planting causes, and next the 8th and 5 in the period of reaping effects. Merely useful names, they are without real nature. Although they are said to be changed in the realm of cause and effect, there is nothing in reality which corresponds to them. They are merely names and nothing more. If in the place of turning, emotion isn't kept, if in the place where your emotional feelings are being turned, you do not use your common mind and become caught up in the turning, you always and forever dwell in Naga concentration. At all times you are in Naga Samadhi. Naga means dragon. Dragons can magically appear in big or small bodies because they have a great deal of concentration. As Fa Hai tells us in his introduction to the sutra, the Sixth Patriarch defeated a dragon by saying, if you are really a magic dragon, you can be able to appear in a small body as well as a large one. Then the dragon turned up in a small body, and the master dared him to climb into his bowl. As the little dragon had a big temper and much ignorance, he jumped at the dare, but when he tried to jump out again, he couldn't do it. The master explained the Dharma to the dragon, and the dragon then went to rebirth. The dragon may have been constantly in samadhi, but he had not destroyed his ignorance, and therefore lost his temper. I'll show you, he said. I'll change my body into a little one right now. And if he had really been in samadhi, he would have said, you can't appear in a small body. Yes, I can appear in a small body. Okay, so what? I'll just appear in this large one. But he lost his concentration and was caught and defeated by the great master. Still, Naga Samadhi is an inconceivable state. How do dragons get to be dragons? They study the Buddha Dharma with mighty effort, morning to night, but they do not keep the precepts. Precepts are for common people, they say. I'm extraordinary. I'm not the same category as they, and I do not have to keep precepts. That's how they turn into dragons. Sutra. Note, the transmission of consciousness into wisdom has been described. The teachings say the first 5 consciousness turn become the perfecting wisdom. The 6th consciousness turn becomes the wonderful observing wisdom. The 7th consciousness turn becomes the wisdom of equal nature. The 8th consciousness turned becomes the wisdom of great perfect mirror. Although the 6th and 7th are turned in the cause, and the first 5 and the 8th in the effect, it is merely the names which turn. Their substance does not turn. Commentary. The above passage was not part of the original text, but was added later. Sutra. Instantly enlightened to the nature of wisdom, Chertung submitted the following verse. 3 bodies are my basic substance, 4 wisdoms my original bright mind. Body and wisdom in unobstructed fusion. In response to beings, I accordingly take form. Arising to cultivate them is false movement. Holding to or pondering over them is a waste of effort. Through the Master, I know the wonderful principle, and in the end, I lose the stain of names. Commentary. Chertung understood the function of the three bodies and the four wisdoms. The three bodies are not to be found outside my own body, he said, and the four wisdoms too are produced from my own bright understanding mind. When the bodies and the wisdoms interpenetrate, then I may dispense the Dharma in accord with the needs of living beings, in accord with external conditions and yet not changing, unchanging and yet in accord with conditions. If you wonder, how can I cultivate the three bodies and four wisdoms, that is nothing but false thinking, false movement. The same is true of holding to them and being attached to them. From beginning to end, there is no stain of names. What is unstained by name is the original self-nature, which is untouched by worldly emotion. Unless you have no defilement, you return to the root and go back to the source, which is undefiled. Bhikshu Cherchang Sutra. Bhikshu Cherchang, a native of Kwei Tsi in Xiuqiu, left home when he was a child and resolutely sought to see his own nature. One day he called on the master, who asked him, "Where are you from and what do you want?" Cherchang replied, "Your student has recently been to Pai Feng Mountain in Hongqiu to call on the High Master Ta Tung and receive his instruction on the principle of seeing one's nature and realizing Buddhahood. As I have not yet resolved my doubts, I have come from a great distance to bow reverently and request the Master's compassionate instruction." The Master said, "What instruction did he give you? Try to repeat it to me." Cherchang said, "After arriving there, 3 months passed, and still I had received no instruction. Being eager for the Dharma, one evening I went alone into the abbot's room and asked him, 'What is my original mind and original substance?' Ta Tung then said to me, 'Do you see empty space?' 'Yes,' I said, 'I see it.' Ta Tung said, 'Do you really know what appearance it has?' I replied, 'Empty space has no form. How could it have an appearance?' Ta Tung said, 'Your original mind is just like empty space. To understand that nothing can be seen is called right seeing. To know that nothing can be known is called true knowing. There is nothing blue or yellow, long or short. Simply seeing the clear, pure, original source, the perfect, bright, enlightened substance, this is what is called seeing one's nature and realizing Buddhahood. It is also called the knowledge and vision of the Tathagata. Although I heard this instruction, I still did not understand and beg you, O Master, to instruct me." The Master said, "Your former Master's explanation still retains the concept of knowing and seeing, and that is why you have not understood. Now I will teach you with a verse. Not to see a single Dharma still retains no seeing. Greatly resembling floating clouds covering the sun, not to know a single Dharma holds to empty knowing. Even as a lightning flash comes out of empty space, this knowing and seeing arises in an instant when seeing wrongly. Can expedience be understood? If in the space of a thought you can know your own error, your own spiritual light will always be manifest." Commentary. Bhikshu Cherchang left home at the age of 7 or 8. When he called on the Sixth Patriarch, the Master remembered his first meeting with the Fifth Patriarch, who asked him, "Where are you from and what do you seek?" "I'm from Shincho," the Master had said, "and I seek nothing but Buddhahood." "Shincho people are barbarians," the Fifth Patriarch had said. "How can you become a Buddha?" "The barbarian's body and the High Master's body are not the same," countered the Sixth Patriarch. "But in the Buddha nature, where is the distinction? Remembering this, the Sixth Patriarch asked Chang, "Where are you from? Just what do you think you are doing?" Chang had received instruction on seeing the nature and realizing Buddhahood, but he still had doubts. The Chinese word for doubts is literally fox doubts, because foxes are wary of everything. When a fox walks across ice, he takes a step, cocks his head, and listens. If the ice crackles, he runs back to shore. If he does not, he keeps on walking and listening. Although foxes are extremely intelligent, they are full of doubts. In this verse, the Sixth Patriarch explains, if you do not see a single dharma and the 10,000 dharmas are all empty, you still have the view of not seeing any dharmas. You still hold that view. This is just like floating clouds covering the sun, because if you truly do not see anything, you are free of all ideas of not seeing. In the same way, if you don't establish a single dharma and don't know a single dharma, but still have knowledge that you neither establish nor know dharmas, you still hold on to an empty, false kind of knowing. Your principles seem coherent, but knowing and seeing still remain. This is like the great void. Originally there is nothing, but suddenly there is a flash of lightning. Now do you see or not? This knowing and seeing arises in an instant. You're seeing nothing and your empty knowing, your view is not seeing, and your knowledge of knowing nothing are there before your eyes. You should understand right this instant that you are wrong in holding to ideas of seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Then your original wisdom, your original intelligence, your inherent Buddha nature, which is the Tathagata's treasury, will always be manifest. Sutra. Hearing this verse, Chang understood it with his heart and mind, and he composed this verse. Without beginning, knowing and seeing arise. When one is attached to marks, Bodhi is sought out. Clinging to a thought of enlightenment, do I rise above my former confusion? The inherent enlightened substance of my nature illuminates the turning, twisting flow. But had I not entered the Patriarch's room, I'd still be running, lost between the two extremes. Commentary. When Chang heard this verse, he put down everything. Having put it all down, he didn't say, I put it all down. If you put it down, put it down. Don't keep saying, I put it down. If you keep saying that, you've put it down, you haven't really done it. If you truly have no knowledge or view, and have returned to the root and gone back to the source, why do you keep a knowing and a viewing? Chang understood and spoke a wonderful verse. Without beginning, knowing and seeing arise. Without a head, without a tail, the idea of seeing nothing and the knowledge of emptiness arise from no beginning, without a causal basis or foundation. Though one is attached to marks, Bodhi is sought out. You should not be attached to marks, but now you have become attached to seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Previously, when I explained no thought, I said to you, if you think I have no thought, just that is a thought, isn't it? If you really are without thought, you are always without no thought. The concept of no thought is just another thought. In Chan Dhyana meditation, when we reflect on the question, who is reciting the Buddha's name, we search for the who, but don't find it. Because basically there is no who. But people can't understand and keep looking for self, saying who. In your search, do not be attached to marks. Do not be attached to the mark of self when you see Bodhi. When you think, I'm seeing emptiness and there is nothing at all, you still have the thought of knowing. You still have the thought of seeing, and you don't overcome your confusion. This is certainly not enlightenment. The inherently enlightened substance of my nature illuminates the turning, twisting flow. The basic substance of the self-nature, which is enlightened from the beginning, is in accord with the shift and flow of external conditions, and yet it does not change. Understanding this, Churchang finds the middle way between the two extremes of seeing nothing and knowing emptiness. Sutra. One day, Churchang asked the Master, the Buddha taught the Dharma of the three vehicles and also the supreme vehicle. Your disciple has not yet understood and would like to be instructed. The Master said, contemplate only your original mind and do not be attached to the marks of external dharmas. The Dharma doesn't have four vehicles. It is it's people's minds that differ. Seeing, hearing, reciting is the small vehicle. Awakening to the Dharma and understanding the meaning is the middle vehicle. Cultivating in accord with the Dharma is the great vehicle. To penetrate the 10,000 Dharmas entirely and completely while remaining without defilement, and to sever attachments to the marks of all dharmas with nothing whatsoever gained in return, that is the supreme vehicle. Vehicles are methods of practice, not subject to debate. Cultivate on your own, and do not ask me, for all times your self-nature is thus. Churchang bowed and thanked the Master and served him to the end of his life. Commentary. The Master said, Churchang, the Dharma doesn't even have one vehicle, much less four. People's minds are what differ. If you see, hear, and recite, you belong to the small vehicle. If you understand and awaken, you belong to the middle vehicle. If you practice in accord with the Dharma, you belong to the great vehicle. When you understand all Dharmas, when they are perfected in your mind and without any obstruction, and when you know that the 10,000 dharmas are the mind, and the mind is the 10,000 dharmas, and further, when you are not defiled by any state, then you belong to the supreme vehicle, but you must cultivate on your own. I can't do it for you. Eat your own food and fill yourself, end your own birth and death. From that time on, Churchang served the Master. When he wanted a cup of tea, Churchang brought it for him. When he was hungry, Churchang brought him food. He served the Master right up to the Master's death, at which time he left Nanhua. Bhikshu Chur-Tao. Sutra. Bhikshu Chur-Tao, a native of Nanhai in Guangzhou, asked a favor. Since leaving home, your student has studied the Nirvana Sutra for over 10 years and still has not understood its great purport. I hope the High Master will bestow his instruction. The Master said, what point haven't you understood? Chur-Tao replied, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. When production and extinction are extinguished, that still extinction is bliss. My doubts are with respect to this passage. Commentary. Once in the past, during the period when Shakyamuni Buddha was cultivating to plant causes for the attainment of Buddhahood, he was a Brahmin. Deep in the mountains, he cultivated many Dharma doors so heroically that the god Shakra was moved and said, he works so hard, I wonder if I can break him. And he transformed himself into a Raksha ghost. To test the Brahmin, he told him, the Buddha, known as free from fear, said, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. Who said that? Said the Brahmin. The Raksha ghost, who was hideously ugly, appeared and said, I was just quoting a verse spoken by the Buddha, who is free from fear. But you don't recite the entire verse, only the first half. Please complete it, said the Brahmin. I don't have the energy because I haven't eaten for several days. Find me something to eat, and I will speak it for you. The ghost said. What would you like? Asked the Brahmin. I don't eat anything but fresh, warm human meat, said the ghost. In that case, replied the Brahmin, you may speak the verse, and then I will give you my own body to eat. The ghost stared at him. Can you really do such an awesome deed? Can you really give up your own body for half a verse? I speak the truth, I do not lie, said the Brahmin. And if you don't believe me, I can ask the Buddhas of the 10 directions to bear testimony to the fact. Now recite the verse, and then I will feed you. The ghost quickly recited, all activities are impermanent, characterized by production and extinction. When production and extinction are extinguished, that still extinction is bliss. Now give me your body. Wait a minute, said the Brahmin. Once you have eaten me, there will be nothing left of the verse unless I write it down. Let me carve it on this tree so that future generations may cultivate according to it. Then he stripped the bark from the tree and carved the verse on its trunk. The ghost said, Can I eat you now? Just a minute, said the Brahmin. So you're backing out, are you? The ghost said. No, I'm not, said the Brahmin. But what I have written on the tree will eventually be worn away by the wind and rain. I want to carve the verse in stone so that it will last forever. I'll gladly give you my body, but I must also leave the Buddha Dharma for the future. Not a bad idea, said the ghost. The Brahmin carved the words in stone and said, All right, I've done what I had to do. I give you my body to you as an offering. You may eat me now. And he shut his eyes and waited for the ghost to devour him. But just then the ghost flew up into empty space, transformed himself back into chakra, and said, Very good, very good. You are a true cultivator. One who gives up his own body for the sake of the Buddha way. In the future, you are sure to become a Buddha. This is an event from a former life of Shakyamuni Buddha, when, as a Brahmin, he offered his life for half a verse. Sutra. The Master said, What are your doubts? All living beings have 2 bodies, Cherdao replied, the physical body and the Dharma body. The physical body is impermanent and is produced and destroyed. The Dharma body is permanent and without knowing or awareness. The Sutra says that the extinction of production and extinction of bliss, but I do not know which body is in tranquil extinction and which receives the bliss. How could it be the physical body which receives the bliss? When this physical body is extinguished, the 4 elements scatter. That is total suffering, and suffering cannot be bliss. If the Dharma body were extinguished, it would become like grass, trees, tiles, or stone. Then what would receive the bliss? Moreover, the Dharma of nature is the substance of production and extinction, and the 5 heaps are the function of production and extinction. When one body having 5 functions, production and extinction, are permanent, at the time of production the function arises from the substance, and at the time of extinction the function returns to the substance. If there were rebirth, then sentient beings would not come to exist or be extinguished. If there were no rebirth, they would return to tranquil extinction and be just like insentient objects. Thus all dharmas would be suppressed by nirvana, and there would not even be production. How could there be bliss? The Master said, You are a son of Shakya. How can you hold the deviant views of annihilationism and permanence, which belong to other religions, and criticize the supreme vehicle Dharma? According to what you say, there is a Dharma body that exists apart from physical form and tranquil extinction, to be sought apart from production and extinction. Moreover, you propose that there is a body which enjoys the permanence and bliss of nirvana, but that is to grasp tightly unto birth and death and indulge in worldly bliss. Commentary. Is it the physical body which is extinct and the Dharma body which receives the bliss? Cherdao wanted to know. Or is it the Dharma body which is extinct and the physical body which receives the bliss? How could it be the physical body which receives the bliss? The body is composed of the elements earth, air, fire, and water. At death, the elements scatter, and that is a state of unspeakable suffering. You can't call suffering happiness. Hey, said the great master, you are a disciple of Shakyamuni Buddha. You have left home and are a member of the Sangha. How can you harbor the deviant views and deviant knowledge of non-Buddhist religions? You say that there is a Dharma body apart from the physical body and its extinction, and that there is tranquil extinction apart from the process of production and extinction. Isn't this what you're saying? You also say that there is a body which enjoys the four virtues of nirvana: permanence, bliss, true self, and purity. In fact, your theories are nothing but niggardly attachment to birth and death and worldly pleasure. Stuck in the mundane world, you cannot possibly know transcendent bliss. Sutra. You should know that deluded people mistook the union of five heaps for their own bodies and discriminated dharmas as external to themselves. They loved life, dreaded death, and drifted from thought to thought, not knowing that this illusory dream is empty and false. They turned vainly around on the wheel of birth and death and mistook the permanence and bliss of nirvana for a form of suffering. All day long they sought after something else. Taking pity on them, the Buddha made manifest in space of an instant the true bliss of nirvana, which has no mark of production or extinction. It has no production or extinction to be extinguished. That then is the manifestation of tranquil extinction. Its manifestation cannot be reckoned. It is permanent and blissful. The bliss has neither an enjoyer nor a non-enjoyer. How can you call it one substance with five functions? Worse, how can you say that nirvana suppresses all dharmas, causing them to be forever unproduced? That is to slander the Buddha and defame the Dharma. Commentary. The Buddha spoke for those who thought that their bodies were actually made up of a union of the five heaps, and who thought dharmas were something external to themselves. They were attached to life and death because they didn't know that everything is like a dream, a bubble, a lightning flash, or a few dewdrops, illusory. They underwent birth and death over and over again, uselessly and pitifully spinning on the wheel of the 6 paths of rebirth. Some people thought that the wonderful virtues of nirvana were a kind of suffering, but the Buddha mercifully revealed to them that the happiness of nirvana, where there is no mark of production and no mark of extinction. Further, there is absolutely no extinction of production and extinction, because right within production and extinction there appears the state of non-production and non-extinction. This is the manifestation of tranquil extinction. You can't say that the manifestation of tranquil extinction is so long or so short, so high or so wide. It is kind of permanent happiness, which is without an enjoyer or a non-enjoyer. If you like to have this kind of happiness, you should know that there is no one to enjoy it or does not enjoy it. Why? It is the manifestation of the original nature. Listen to my verse. Supreme great nirvana is bright, perfect, permanent, still and shining. Deluded common people call it death. Other teachings hold it to be annihilation. All those who seek two vehicles regard it as non-action. Ultimately, these notions arise from feeling and form the basic for the 62 views, wrongly establishing unreal names what is the true, real principle. Only one who has gone beyond measuring, penetrates without grasping or rejecting, and knows that the Dharma of the 5 heaps and the self within the heaps, the outward appearance, a mass of images. The mark of every sound are equally like the illusion of dreams. For him, views of common and holy do not arise, nor are explanations of nirvana made. The two boundaries, the three limits, are cut off. All organs have their function, but there never arises the thought of the function. All dharmas are discriminated without a thought of discrimination arising. When the fire of the aeon ends, burns the bottom of the sea, and the winds blow the mountains against each other, the true permanent still extinct bliss. The mark of nirvana is thus. I have struggled to explain it, to cause you to reject your false views. Don't understand it by words alone, and maybe you'll understand a bit of this. After hearing this verse, Chur-Tao was greatly enlightened. Overwhelmed with joy, he made obeisance and withdrew. Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch said, "Listen, great nirvana is full, complete, and bright. It is permanent, unchanging, and constantly illuminating. Ordinary people say that it is death, and those of non-Buddhist religions say it is annihilation. The two vehicles of the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhists think it is non-action. That is, it is uncreated and arises spontaneously. But these are all discriminations which arise from emotion, and they form the basis of the 62 wrong views. What are the 62 wrong views? 1. The heap skandha is big, and I am contained in the heap. 2. I am big, and the heap is contained in me. 3. The heap itself is me. 4. I am separate from the heap. When each of the four above are applied to the 5 heaps, form, feelings, perception, impulses, and consciousness, they make 20. The 20 multiplied by the 3 periods of time, present and future and past, make 60. Adding the 2 extremes of permanence and annihilation makes 62. None of them are real. They are all empty and false. Then what is the real principle? Only one who has gone beyond measuring penetrates without grasping or rejecting them. Therefore, he truly understands that the Dharma of the 5 heaps and the self, within those heaps, the marks of form and sound are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. For him, views of the common and holy do not arise. He doesn't have the views of a common person. He doesn't have the understanding of the sage, and he doesn't try to explain the bliss of nirvana. The 2 boundaries, the 3 limits, are cut off. He is attached neither to the boundary of emptiness nor the boundary of existence. Therefore, the 3 limits of the past, present, and future are cut off, and he is not attached to them. All organs have their function, but there never arises the thought of function. The true suchness of self-nature has the ability to function in accord with the external conditions and yet not change. Its responsiveness is inexhaustible, and yet there is no thought of, I am functioning. All dharmas are discriminated without a thought of discrimination arising. You don't think, I am not making discriminations. If you think that, you have the mark of discrimination. To truly be without discrimination is to be without the mark of non-discrimination as well. When the fire at the end of the aeon burns the bottom of the sea, and the wind blows and the mountains against each other, at the end of an aeon there are 3 disasters, flood, fire, and wind. The true permanent still extinct bliss, the mark of nirvana, is thus. If you have attained true permanence and bliss of tranquil extinction, then the mark of nirvana is just as it was explained above, and the 3 disasters cannot affect you. The great master concludes by saying that he has spoken in the verse to encourage his listeners to cast aside their present knowledge and views. When you no longer rely on the texts in order to explain the sutras, he said, I will grant that you understand just a little bit of what I have said. Bhikshu Siang Su Sutra. Dhyana Master Sing Su was born in the Liu family, which lived in Ancheng district in Chicho. Hearing the flourishing influences of the Cao Tse Dharma assembly, Xing Su went directly there to pay homage and asked, "What is required to avoid falling into successive stages?" The master said, "What did you do before coming here?" He replied, "I did not even practice the holy truths." The master said, "Then into what successive stages could you fall?" He replied, "If one isn't practicing the four holy truths, what successive stages are there?" The master greatly admired his capacity and made him the leader of the assembly. One day the master said, "You should go elsewhere to teach. Do not allow the teaching to be cut off." Having obtained the Dharma, Xing Su returned to Qingyan Mountain in Chichou to propagate the Dharma and transform living beings. After his death, he was given the posthumous title Dhyana Master Hongqi. Commentary. Dhyana Master Xing Su walked and thought about things at the same time. What did he think about? Do you know? I know. He walked and thought, who is mindful of the Buddha? Who is mindful of the Buddha? And so he was called Xing Su, walking thinker. At that time, the reputation of the Dharma assembly at Sozi had spread all over China. Everyone knew that the person to whom the fifth patriarch had transmitted the robe and bowl was spreading the Dharma there. People drift away from empty and gather with the flourishing. If there are only a few people in your place, it will soon be empty, for instance. Here and there are 30 people. But if there were only 3 or 4 people, soon they would all run away. The more people there are, the more will come from the outside. There are a lot of people in the Buddhist lecture hall, hippies who go there, cut their hair, and have shaved their heads. It's inconceivable. There must be something happening there. Let's go see. The Dharma assembly at Sozi flourish. Gather with the flourishing can also be explained as gather with the sages. Because the Chinese, the words flourishing and sage sound the same. Many sages and common people come to support the patriarch. Xing Su asked the patriarch which Dharma door he should cultivate in order to avoid the successive stages of gradual teaching. The sudden teaching does not have successive stages. Therefore, what he actually asked was, how do I cultivate the sudden Dharma? He must have heard someone say, the sixth patriarch is truly inconceivable. He has the 5 eyes and 6 spiritual penetrations. I went there and didn't say a thing. He knew what I was thinking and asked me about it. The master regarded Xing Su highly. What this man says makes sense, he thought. He surely must have good roots. He appointed Xing Su head of the assembly, and thereafter Xing Su always walked in front, leading the others during the ceremonies. The 6th patriarch saw Xing Su as a vessel of the Dharma, a Dharma door, elephant, and dragon. This means that he had the capacity of a patriarch, not a self-made patriarch, but one who had received the 6th patriarch's certification and permission to teach. Go and teach elsewhere, said the master. You should not stay here with me, but should go in such and such a direction to be a teaching master. Do not let the Dharma become extinct. Xing Su received the robe and bowl and carried the transmission of the lamp of the wonderful Dharma. The posthumous title was conferred by the emperor. Xing Su was given the name Hongqi, extensive crossing, just as the 6th patriarch received the name Ta Qian, great mirror. Dhyana Master Wai Chang. Sutra. Dhyana Master Wai Chang was the son of the Tu family in the Qinzhou. He first visited National Master An of Sung Mountain, who told him to go to Sochi to pay homage. When he arrived, he bowed, and the master asked him, "What has come?" He replied, "Sung-san." The master said, "What thing is it, and how does it come?" He replied, "To say that it is like a thing is to miss the point." The master said, "Then can there still be that which is cultivated and certified?" He replied, "Cultivation and certification are not absent, but there can be no defilement." The master said, "It is just the lack of defilement of which Buddhas are mindful and protective. You are like that, and I am that too." In the Western, Prajna predicted that a colt would run from under your feet, trampling and killing people under heaven. You must keep that in mind, but do not speak of it too soon. Wei Zhang suddenly understood. Accordingly, he waited upon the master for 15 years, daily penetrating more deeply into the profound and mysterious. He later went to Nanyao, where he spread the Dhyana school. The title Dhyana Master Tao Wei was bestowed upon him posthumously. Commentary. Wei Zhang received the Dharma transmission from the great master and became the seventh patriarch. Wei means to cherish. What did he cherish? Zhang means to yield. He was never arrogant toward anyone, but he kept his mind humble and modest, respecting everyone above and below him. In his mind, he always cherished politeness. When the Dhyana master, he appeared to be without. What was real appeared false, although he and the way, it seemed, as though he didn't. He was actually highly educated, but if anyone brought it up, he politely insisted that he was really just a beginner. He first went to the Buddha Dharma with National Master An. National Master An sent him to study at Sochi because at that time everyone knew that Sochi was the place of the true orthodox Buddha Dharma. If you really wanted to study and cultivate faith in the Buddha Dharma, you went to Sochi. Now in America, if you want to study the Buddha Dharma, you should come and study the sutras here. Don't fear difficulty. Don't fear suffering. Don't be lazy. Study the Buddha Dharma. At that time at Nanhua, the site of the platform of the Sixth Patriarch, there was dhyana meditation and work on the mountain slopes every day. Everyone got up at 3:30 in the morning. At 4 o'clock they went to morning recitation, which was very vigorous, lasted until 5:30. When they sat in meditation until sunrise, after they had eaten some rice, gruel, there was another hour of meditation. At 8 o'clock, they went out on the mountain slopes for 2 hours until 10 o'clock. Because there were about 2,000 people, in 2 hours they were able to do a lot of work. It was not like 1 or 2 people doing the work and not being able to finish it. At 10, they returned from the slopes and rested until 11, at which time they ate. From 12 to 2, they sat in meditation, and at 2 o'clock, they went back out on the mountain slopes to work for 2 more hours. Then they returned and sat in meditation for 6 hours until 10 o'clock. Afterwards, some did their own work, bowing in homage to the sutras or performing repentance ceremonies until midnight. Every day it was this way. The wind of the way blew severely at Nanhua Temple. Everyone had to follow the rules. There was several thousand people, and you never heard a person speak. No one spoke because they feared that they might strike up false thinking, and then their work would not succeed. If you single-mindedly apply effort, you never pursue any train of random thought whatsoever. The Sixth Patriarch therefore established work in common with everyone, which was vigorous. When Dhyana Master Hui Zhang arrived at Nanhua, he bowed, and the master said, "What has come?" This is Chan in the Chan school. One never speaks of the principle outright. He merely said, "What has come?" Ostensibly it was a bhikshu, but he said, "What comes?" At least he didn't ask if it was a ghost. Hui Zhang replied, "Sung Shan." He meant, "I am from Sung Mountain." The two were using language of the Chan repertoire. Cultivation and certification are not absent, but there can be no defilement. Cultivation, that which is cultivated, and certification is that which is certified. Therefore, cultivation and certification are not non-existent. So cultivation and certification can exist, but defilement cannot. That is, you cannot be stained. The self-nature must be bright and light. When Hui Zhang said this, the master replied that there was no defilement. No filth in the self-nature. The defilements are self-seeking, jealousy, greed, hate, and delusion. Without these defilements, he said, you are thus, and just as I am, we too are the same, equal. The 27th Indian Patriarch, Prajna, the predecessor of Bodhidharma, had said that a colt would run from under Hui Zhang's feet. Who was the colt? He was Hui Zhang's Dharma successor, Great Master Matso, Horse Patriarch, Daoyi. Under your feet means that the colt would be Wang Zhang's disciple, because a disciple behaves as if it were under the teacher's foot. In the future, Prajna had said, a colt will run out your gate, trampling people all over the world. No other Dharma master will match his superb eloquence and vast wisdom. None will defeat him. Under heaven he will be supreme. Master Hui Zhang became the Sixth Patriarch's personal attendant. Later he went to Hong Mountain in Nanyao, which is the Hunan province in south-central China, to propagate the Dhyana school. After Hui Zhang died, the emperor gave him the title Great Master Da Wei, Great Wisdom. Dhyana Master Xuan Qiu Sutra. Dhyana Master Xuan Qiu of Yongjia was the son of a family called Tai in Wenzhou. When he was young, he studied the sutras and commentaries and was skilled in the Tiantai Dharma door of stop and look. Upon reading the Vimalakirti Sutra, he understood the mind ground. One day he happened to meet the master's disciple Xuan Che, and they had a pleasant talk. As Xuan Qiu's words were consonant with the words of the patriarch, Shen Shou asked him, "Kind sir, from whom did you obtain the Dharma?" He replied, "I have heard the Vaipulya Sutras and Shastras, receiving each from any master. Later, upon reading the Vimalakirti Sutra, I awakened to the doctrine of the Buddha mind, but as yet no one has certified me." Xuan Che said, "That was acceptable before the time of the Buddha called the Awesome Voice King. But since the coming of that Buddha, all those who self-enlighten without a master belong to other religions, which hold to the tenet of spontaneity." "Then will you please certify me, kind sir?" said Xiu Qiu. Xuan Che said, "My words are of little worth, but the great master, the Sixth Patriarch, is at Xiu Si, where people gather like clouds from the four directions. He is the one who has received the Dharma. If you wish, go. I will accompany you." Commentary. Yongjia is the name of a place. Because everyone greatly respected the Dhyana master, they addressed him after the name of his birthplace, according to Chinese custom. When he was young, Yongjia investigated the Buddhist sutras and the commentaries written by the patriarchs. When he read the Vimalakirti Sutra, he understood the Dharma door of his own mind ground. One day he had a chat with the Sixth Patriarch, disciple Xuanche, and Xuanche found that their views were in agreement, and they both agreed with the principle of the patriarchs. Supposing him to be a member of his own school, Xuanche asked, "Who transmitted the Dharma to you?" "Great Master Xuanchuo." "Who certified you?" When he learned Xuanchuo had enlightened himself by reading the Vimalakirti Sutra, he said, "Before the time of the awesome-voiced King Buddha, that would have been all right. But he was the first Buddha, and now, since his advent, anyone who claims to be enlightened without a master's certification is simply not a Buddhist." "Not a Buddhist? Oh no," said Xuanchuo. "Then please certify me." "I don't know what certain people in America who certify themselves and then lecture on the Sixth Patriarch Sutra do when they come to this passage of text. How do they explain it? Awesome Voice King Buddha's name means that the sound of his voice penetrates to the most remote places, through the wind and light to the original ground." "I can't certify you," said Xuanche, "because I don't have the authority. Besides, it's not certain that I myself am enlightened. However, the Sixth Patriarch is at Nanhua Temple. The Fifth Patriarch has transmitted both the Dharma and Bodhidharma's robe and bowl to him." Sutra. Thereupon Xuanchuo went with Xuanche to call upon the master. On arriving, he circumambulated the master 3 times, shook his staff, and stood in front of him. The master said, "Inasmuch as a Shramana has perfected the 3,000 awesome deportments and the 80,000 fine practices, where does this virtuous one come from, and what makes him so arrogant?" Xuanchuo said, "The affair of birth and death is great, and impermanence comes quickly." The master says, "Why not embody non-production and understand that which is not quick?" He replied, "The body itself is not produced, and fundamentally there is no quickness." The master said, "So it is, so it is." Commentary. When the two arrived at Si, Xuanchuo marched around the Sixth Patriarch 3 times, pounded his staff on the ground, and stood there as if angry. The Sixth Patriarch politely asked, "How did you get here? Why are you so obnoxious?" "One who has left home has perfected the 3,000 awesome deportments and the 80,000 fine practices, and yet you didn't even bow to me." There are 250 deportments for each of the 4 body postures: standing, sitting, walking, and lying down. These 1,000 components multiplied by the past, present, and future make 3,000. There are actually 84,000 fine practices, although the text here gives the number at 80,000. Xuanchuo said, "I act this way because birth and death is a serious problem, and one never knows when the ghost of impermanence will pay his inevitable call. It all happens very fast, you know." What Xuanchuo actually meant was, "I am trying to end birth and death, and I have no time for good manners. Besides, I put that sort of thing down." "Then why don't you think of a way to embody and comprehend that which is not produced and not understand what is not quick?" said the master. "You should be clear about the principles of non-production and quickness." "The body itself is not produced," said Xuanchuo, "and fundamentally the understanding is without quickness. That is, if I clearly understand birth and death, then there is no birth and death. And if I maintain that clear understanding, then in fact there is no quickness. Why then should I fear the ghost of impermanence?" Seeing that he understood, the Sixth Patriarch certified him, saying, "Good. Right, good work. It's just as you say. Sutra. Shen Qiao then made obeisance with perfect awesome deportment. A short while later he announced that he was leaving, and the master said, "Aren't you leaving too quickly?" He replied, "Fundamentally, I don't move. How can I be quick?" The master said, "Who knows you don't move?" He replied, "Kind sir, you yourself make this discrimination." The master said, "You have truly got the idea of non-production." "But does non-production possess an idea?" asked Xuanshou. "It is not without ideas." "Then who discriminates it?" said the master. "What discriminates is not an idea either," he replied. The master explained, "Good indeed. Please stay for a night." During this time he was called the One Enlightened Overnight, and later he wrote the Song of Certifying to the Way, which circulated widely in the world. His posthumous title was Great Master Wu Xiang, and during his lifetime he was called Chen Qiao. Commentary. The master Xuan Qiao carried on some repertoire. "Your eloquence indicates that you have truly understood the idea of non-production," said the master. "How can non-production have an idea?" Xuanshou replied. "Without ideas, who could discriminate it?" said the master. Xuanshou said, "Although there is discrimination, it is not done on the basis of mind's ideas. It is not the intellect engaging in intellection which discriminates. Rather, it is the Buddha's wonderful observing wisdom, which has no need to resort to the process of reasoning and which yet knows everything. Therefore, what discriminates is not an idea either." "You're absolutely right," said the master. Xuanshou stayed one night at Nanhua Temple and became enlightened, so everyone called him the One Enlightened Overnight. Later on, he wrote the Song of Certifying to the Way, which I am sure you all know. It begins, "Have you not seen the man of the way, who has cut off learning and in leisure does nothing, who does not reject false thinking or seek reality? For him the real nature of ignorance is the Buddha nature, and the empty body of illusion is the Dharma body." After he died, the emperor gave him the title Wu Xing, which means without marks, and his contemporaries called him Chen Qiao, true enlightenment. Dhyana Master Chur Huang. Sutra. Dhyana cultivator Chur Huang had formerly studied under the Fifth Patriarch and said of himself that he had attained to the right reception. He lived in a hut, constantly sitting for 20 years. In his travels, the master's disciple Xuan Che reached Ho Shou, where he heard of Chur Wang's reputation. He paid a visit to his hut and asked him, "What are you doing here?" "Entering concentration," replied Chur Wang. Xuan Che said, "You say you are entering concentration. Do you enter with thought or without thought? If you enter without thought, then all insentient things, such as grass, trees, tiles, and stones, should likewise attain concentration. If you enter with thought, then all sentient beings have consciousness, which should also attain concentration." Chur Wang said, "When I properly enter concentration, I do not notice whether I have thought or not." Xuan Che said, "Not to notice whether or not you have thought is eternal concentration. How can you enter it or come out of it? If you come out of it or enter it, it is not great concentration." Chur Wang was speechless. After a long while, he finally asked, "Who is your teacher?" Xuan Che said, "My teacher is the Sixth Patriarch of Society." Chur Wang said, "What does your master take to be dhyana concentration?" Commentary. Chur Wang practiced dhyana meditation. His first teacher was the Fifth Patriarch, Wangren. Formerly, when cultivators left the home life, they would travel everywhere in search of a bright-eyed knowing one. Zhuangche did public relations work for the Sixth Patriarch. He traveled all over China saying, "My teacher is the Sixth Patriarch, the genuine recipient of the robe and bowl." When he heard about Chi Wang's cultivation, he went to visit him and said, "Hey, what are you doing here, huh?" Chi Wang said, "I'm entering dhyana concentration." "You say you are entering concentration," said Wang Che. "Tell me, do you do it with thought or in the mind, or you want to enter concentration, or don't you have such a thought? If you do not enter with such a thought in the mind, then all inanimate objects should also enter concentration because they don't have thought either. But if you do, then all living conscious creatures could enter as well." Chi Wang said, "When I enter concentration, I don't notice whether I have thought or not. At that time, I'm empty." Xuan Che said, "If you don't notice whether you or not you have thought, then that is permanent concentration. How can you come out of it or enter it? How do you go in? How do you come out? If you can enter or leave it, it's not great concentration of the Buddha." Chi Wang was dumbfounded. "What am I going to do?" he thought. "I go into concentration and come out of it." He couldn't open his mouth for a long time. He knew that his own words had no principle, that Xuan Che's wisdom was higher than his own, and that he had no means of debate with him. Finally he asked, "Who is your teacher? Your eloquence is superb. Surely your master is even more clever than you. Who transmitted the Dharma to you?" "My teacher is the Sixth Patriarch, the abbot of Nanhua Temple in Sozi," said Xuan Che. "What does he take the dhyana concentration?" he asked. Sutra. Xuan Che said, "My teacher speaks of the wonderful, clear, perfect stillness, the suchness of the substance and function, the fundamental emptiness of the five skandhas, and the non-existence of the six organs. There is neither emerging nor entering, neither concentration nor confusion. The nature of dhyana is non-dwelling, and beyond that act of dwelling in dhyana stillness. The nature of dhyana is unproduced, and beyond the production of the thought of dhyana. The mind is like empty space, and is without the measure of empty space." Commentary. The Sixth Patriarch says that the original nature is wonderful, clear, perfectly still, and unmoving. Its substance and function both are thus, and thus unmoving, clear, and illuminating. The five shadows, i.e., the five skandhas, heaps of form, feeling, perceptions, impulses, and consciousness, are fundamentally void, and the six sense objects of form, sound, smells, taste, tangible objects, and objects of the mind are also non-existent. When you understand the wonderful function of the original substance, there is no question of either dwelling or not dwelling in dhyana. The nature of dhyana transcends the kind of dead dhyana which is attached to stillness. The nature of dhyana is unproduced and transcends such thoughts as, "Here I sit in dhyana meditation." Sutra. Hearing this explanation, Chi Wang went directly to visit the master. The master asked him, "Kind sir, where are you from?" Chi Wang related the above incident in detail. The master then said, "It is truly just as he said. Simply let your mind be like empty space without being attached to the idea of emptiness, and the correct function of the self-nature will no longer be obstructed. Have no thought, whether in motion or stillness. Forget any feelings of being common or holy, and put an end to both subject and object. The nature and mark will be thus, and no time will you be out of the state of concentration." Commentary. What Xuan Shui told you was correct, said the master. Just Make your mind like empty space, but do not hold onto the idea of empty space. You will then function in an unhindered way. When something presents itself, you will respond, and when it passes, you will be still. This is to be unobstructed. Whether moving or still, whether walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, have no thought. Do not think, I am a sage, and do not think, I am just a common person. Forget about feeling holy or common. Get rid of emotional feelings altogether. Be without subject and object. Do not have something which sees and something which is seen, something which makes empty and something which is made empty. You should know that when you see brightness, your seeing is not bright. When you see darkness, your seeing is not dark. When you see emptiness, your seeing is not empty. When you see form, your seeing has no form. When you see existence, your seeing is not existence. And when you see non-existence, your seeing is not non-existence. The Shurangama Sutra says, while your seeing sees a seeing nature, that seeing is no longer seeing. Your seeing nature is beyond your seeing, and your seeing cannot reach it. Your seeing nature should be separate from and unattached to your false discriminating seeing, and you should not hold onto the thought of seeing. If you adhere to the idea of subject and object, maintaining that there is someone who sees as well as an emptiness which is seen, you are left with just that knowledge and vision. You should put an end to both subject and object. Sutra. Just then, Chur Chuang attained the great enlightenment. What he had gained in 20 years vanished from his mind without a trace. That night, the people of Hopei heard a voice in space announcing, today, Dhyana Master Chur Huang had attained the way. Later, he made obeisance and left, returning to Hopei to teach and convert the 4 assemblies there. Commentary. All of a sudden, Chur Huang had a great, not a small enlightenment, and the skill he had acquired in 20 years of diligent cultivation completely left him. There was not a trace, not an echo. Before he had entered samadhi, thinking, I am entering samadhi. But now he had nothing at all. Everything was empty. He had returned to the root and source of all dharmas. Although Chur Huang himself was in Ho Shou that night in his native village on the outskirts of Peking, his neighbors, disciples, and Dharma protectors all heard a voice in space saying, you should all know that today Dhyana Master Chur Huang reached enlightenment. Later, Chur Huang bowed to the Sixth Patriarch, took leave, and returned to Hopei to teach the bhikshus, bhikshunis, laymen, and laywomen there. Hopei is about 1,500 miles from Hosho. That's a long walk. On members of the Sangha, one of the Sangha asked the Master, who got the principle of Wangmei? The Master replied, the one who understands the Buddha Dharma. The Sangha member said, Hi, Master, have you obtained it? I do not understand the Buddha Dharma, the Master replied. Commentary. This member of the Sangha was truly a barbarian, an uneducated savage. He rudely confronted the Master and asked, who got the robe and bowl of the 5th Patriarch Wangren of Wangmei? He knew very well that the 6th Patriarch had it. But he asked anyway. From this time we know that among them who came the Master for instruction, there were rude country peasants as well as good disciples. He knew that his question was insulting to the Master. What he meant was, you can't even read. How can you be worthy of the robe and bowl? The Master said, one who thoroughly comprehends the Buddha Dharma obtains the principle of the 5th Patriarch's robe and bowl. But, High Master, the bhikshu said, have you got it or not? He didn't believe that the Master had received the transmission. The 6th Patriarch didn't say yes, and he didn't say no. He simply replied, I don't understand the Buddha Dharma. What do you think? Was he telling the truth? Bhikshu Fengpian. One day the master wanted to wash the robe which he had inherited, but there was no clean stream nearby. He walked about 2 miles behind the temple where he saw good energies revolving in a dense grove of trees. He took a staff, struck the ground, and a spring bubbled up and formed a pool. Commentary. The master walked about 2 miles behind the temple where he found a luxurious grove filled with tall trees and good vibration. People who have opened the 5 eyes and obtained the 6 spiritual powers can tell at a glance the geometric properties of a particular piece of land. So when the master planted his staff in the ground, the 9 metal rings which hung from the head of the staff echoed through the wood, and a spring gathered forth to form a clear, pure pool. The public washing stream is about 1/3 of a mile behind Nanhua Temple. Whether this present stream is the same source that used during the master's time is uncertain. Sutra. As he knelt to wash his robe on a rock, suddenly a monk came up and bowed before him, saying, "I am Feng Pian, a native of Sisho. A while ago I was in India, where I visited the great master Bodhidharma. He told me to return to China immediately, saying, 'The Orthodox Dharma treasury and the Samgati robe, which I inherited from Mahakasyapa, has been transmitted to the 6th generation at Sotsio, Xiaochao. Go there and pay reverence. Feng Pian has come from afar, hoping to see the robe and bowl that the master transmitted.' The master showed them to him and asked, 'Superior one, what work do you do?' 'I am good at sculpting,' he replied. Keeping a straight face, the master said, 'Then sculpt something for me to see.' Feng Pian was bewildered, but after several days he completed a lifelike image of the patriarch, 7 inches high and wonderful in every detail. The master laughed and said, 'You only understand the nature of sculpture. You don't understand the nature of the Buddha.' Then master stretched out his hand and rubbed the crown of Feng Pian's head, saying, 'You will forever be a field of blessings for gods and humans.' The master rewarded him with a robe which Feng Pian divided into 3 parts. One he used to wrap the sculpture, one he kept for himself, and the third he wrapped in palm leaves and buried in the ground, vowing, 'In the future, when this robe is found again, I will appear in the world to be abbot here and restore these buildings.' Note, during the Sung dynasty in the 8th year of Qiu Yu reign, 1063 AD, while Bhikshu Wei Tsin was repairing the hall, he excavated the earth and found the robe, which was like new, the image of Kao Chan Temple, and those who pray before it obtain a quick response. Commentary. Think about it. Bodhidharma had long since died in China, but Bhikshu Feng Bian met him in India. That is not surprising, however, because to this day no one knows exactly what happened to Bodhidharma. I will now tell you a true story. While I was living in Manchuria, I decided for various reasons to leave the home life and cultivate the way. The man I most respected was Wang Xiu Tzu, filial Sung Wang. When he was 28 years old, his mother died, and he practiced filial piety by sitting beside her grave. He built a small hut out of scrap lumber to protect himself from the bitter Manchurian cold, and lived there for 3 years, according to the Confucian custom. When the first 3 years were up, he decided to stay for another 3 years, so in all he practiced for 6 years. During the second 3-year period, he did not speak, no matter who came. Every day he sat in his hut, meditating, reciting the Diamond Sutra. Toward the end of the 6th year, he had a daydream. In Qian and Quangling Mountain, he thought, there are cultivators who live for over 1,000 years. When I fulfill my filial obligation, I'll go there to cultivate. The following morning, during meditation, he heard a Dharma protector say, "Today is an important guest will visit you." He thought perhaps a great official was coming, and he waited until 10 o'clock. And then he saw a monk approaching, wearing rag robes and carrying a bumble stick. Filial Sangwang did not speak out loud, but in his mind he wondered, "Where is he from?" The monk replied, "I'm from Guangling Mountain." Filial Sangwang then thought, "What is his name?" The monk told him his name and added, "In the Ming Dynasty I was a general, and later I left home to cultivate. We too have karmic affinity for one another, and when I heard that you wanted to go to Guangling Mountain, I felt I should advise you that the monks there cultivate solely for their own benefit. You, on the other hand, should cultivate for the good of all. After you have finished your act of filial piety, build a temple right here and spread the Buddha Dharma." Now, Filial Sangwang hadn't spoken to the monk, and yet the monk read the question in his mind. This shows that the monk had the spiritual power of knowing others' thoughts and had obtained the 5 eyes and 6 spiritual penetrations. He said he was from the Ming Dynasty. Filial Sangwang lived during the first years of the Republic, some 300 years later. So you see, the Buddha Dharma could easily have been seen in southern India several hundred years after the disappearance in China. Thus he met Fang Pian there and told about the robe and bowl is a very ordinary matter, nothing strange at all. Bhikshu Feng Pian knew how to make Buddha images. He carved them in wood and molded them in clay. The master very solemnly said to him, "Place the sculpt an image for me to see." Caught off guard, Feng Pian just stood there in silence, but a few days later he had finished making a true image of the patriarch. It looked like the master. The nose, ears, eyes, all features were exactly right. It was perfect likeness, right down to the finest detail. When the master saw the little statue of himself, he couldn't help but smile. "Feng Pian," he said, "you may know how to model clay, but you don't know the Buddha nature. In any case, you should leave home in every life, become a bhikshu, and act as a field of blessings for humans and gods." Master Wu Lun's verse. Sutra. One bhikshu was reciting the Dhyana Master Wu Lun's verse. Wu Lun has the talent to stop the 100 thoughts. Facing situations, his mind won't move. Bodhi grows day by day. When the master heard it, he said, "This verse shows no understanding of the mind ground, and to cultivate according to it will increase one's bondage." Then he spoke this verse. Hui Neng has no talent to stop the 100 thoughts. Facing situations, his mind often moves. How can Bodhi grow? Commentary. The name of the reciter of Wu Lun's verse is not given. Perhaps he had no name, or perhaps he didn't want to be famous. Dhyana Master Wu Lun cut off his thoughts, but Wu Lun himself, the cutter off of thoughts, still remained. Thus he had fallen into the 2nd or 3rd position. He was not in the 1st position. Upon hearing Wu Lun's verse, the great master replied, "I haven't a single talent, not even the thought of cutting off thought. My mind responds in a natural way. Who cares whether Bodhi grows or not?" Here he expresses the same principle as in the 1st verse. He wrote, while still a layman at Wangmei, "Originally there is not one thing. Where can the dust alight? The Absolute is pure. What need is there to dust it off?" We're beginning the Sixth Patriarch Sutra, Chapter 8, Sudden and Gradual. Commentary. Sudden refers to the immediate understanding of a principle. You may be suddenly enlightened to a principle, but until you have certified as one who is fully enlightened, you still must cultivate the principle gradually. by putting it into practice in everyday life. Sutra. While the patriarch was staying at Paolin Temple in Sochi, the great master Xuan Shui was at Yuchan Temple in Qingnan. At that time, the two schools flourished, and everyone called them Southern Neng and Northern Shui. So it was that the two schools, Northern and Southern, were divided into Southern and Gradual. As the students did not understand the doctrine, the master said to them, "The Dharma is originally of one school. It is people who think north and south. The Dharma is of one kind, but people understand it slowly or quickly. Dharma is not sudden or gradual. Rather, it is people who are sharp or dull. Hence the term sudden and gradual." Nonetheless, Shen Shui's followers continually ridiculed the Southern Patriarch, saying that he couldn't read a single word and had nothing in his favor. But Xuan Shui said, "He has obtained wisdom without the aid of a teacher and understands the supreme vehicle deeply. I am inferior to him. Furthermore, my master, the fifth patriarch, personally transmitted the robe and dharma to him, and not without good reason. I regret that I am unable to make the long journey to visit him, as I unworthily receive state patronage here. But do not let me stop you. Go to Xiaoxi and call on him." Commentary. You all still remember Xuan Shui, the great master who was obsessed with deadly ambition to be a patriarch. He was an intelligent man, and yet he couldn't cut off his desire for the patriarchship. In the South, the Sixth Patriarch taught the Southern Dharma to a flourishing assembly of over 1,000 people. Xuan Shui in Changnan was busy teaching Gradual Dharma to an ever larger crowd of over 10,000 people. Originally, Xuan Shui had about 200 followers, but every day more and more people came. However, everyone knew that the fifth patriarch had transmitted the robe and bowl to Hui Neng in the south. In spite of the fact that Xuan Shui had been teaching master under the fifth patriarch and was extremely well educated, he did not have the transmission. Still, Xuan Shui's disciple advertised him as the sixth patriarch, and finally even sent an assassin to try and kill the master and seize the robe and bowl. Because of the division into northern and southern schools, students of the way did not know where to turn. Should they study with the sixth patriarch? He was illiterate, and sometimes his teaching seemed to contradict the scriptures. On the other hand, Xuan Shui didn't have the robe and bowl. Seeing their dilemma, the master said, "There is only one Dharma. People may come from the north or south, but there is naturally only one non-dual Dharma door. Intelligent people understand it all of a sudden, and stupid people come to understand it gradually. But the Dharma itself is neither sudden nor gradual." Still, Xuan Shui's men constantly made fun of the sixth patriarch. "Hey, look at him," they said. "He can't even read. The Southern School disciples are following an illiterate. That is perfectly ridiculous. What should they possibly learn from him?" Thus they slighted the patriarch and his disciples, saying that they were ignorant, not having even one doctorate among them. Xuan Shui said, "Don't talk like that. He is an enlightened man. He has obtained wisdom through his own effort, without the aid of a teacher, and has a thorough grasp of the supreme vehicle. Frankly, I'm not as good as he is. I do not possess his enlightened wisdom. Our teacher, the fifth patriarch, passed the wonderful mind-sealed Dharma on to him, and for a good reason. It was no accident. Xuan Shui was a national master. He and Master Lao An Churxian and Fa Ju were among the fifth patriarch's 10 great disciples. As they received the invitation to the imperial palace from Empress Wu Zetian, they received state patronage. Xuan Shui told his disciples, I can't get away, as I receive state aid here. But don't let me stop you. You may go to Xiao Ci to call on the great master. Actually, Xuan Shui was just testing his disciples to see whether or not they would go. He said the Sixth Patriarch had more virtue than he, but what he really meant was, if you believe in me, you won't leave, even though he has more virtue. But if you don't believe, you'll go as soon as I tell you to leave. Go. No one went. Sutra. One day, Xuan Shui told his disciple Churchung, you are intelligent and very wise. You may go to Xiao Ci on my behalf and listen to the Dharma. Remember it all and take careful notes to read to me when you return. As ordered, Churchung proceeded to Xiao Ci and joined the assembly without saying where he had come from. The patriarch told the assembly, today there is a Dharma thief hidden in this assembly. Churchung immediately stepped forward, bowed, and explained his mission. The master said, you are from Yuchuan. You must be a spy. No, he replied, I am not. The master said, what do you mean? He replied, before I confessed I was, but now I have confessed I am not. The master said, how does your master instruct his followers? Churchung replied, he always instructs us to dwell with the mind, contemplating stillness, and to sit up all the time without lying down. The master said, to dwell with the mind, contemplating stillness is sickness, not dhyana. Constant sitting restrains the body. How can it be beneficial? Listen to my verse. When living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie, don't sit. How can a set of stinking bones be used for training? Churchung bowed again and said, your disciples studied the way for 9 years at the place of the great master Shui, but obtained no enlightenment. Now, hearing one's speech from the high master, I am united with my original mind. Your disciples' birth and death is a serious matter. Will the high master be compassionate enough to instruct me further? Commentary. Churchung was a good disciple of Xuan Shui, one of his favorites. You may represent me at Sozi, Xuan Shui said. I cannot go. If I were to go personally, Hui Neng would surely recognize me and not speak the Dharma. Write down everything he says without getting one word wrong. Then bring back your notes and read them to me. When Churchung asked for instruction at Sozi, he didn't say where he was from. I've been here and there, he said, beating around the bush. That day there were several thousand people gathered to hear the Dharma. The Sixth Patriarch announced, everyone should be careful. There is a Dharma thief hidden in the assembly. Churchung pushed his way through the crowd, bowed at the master's feet, and said, I confess, I'm a spy. Xuan Shui sent me here. The master explained the Dharma to Churchung. Contemplating stillness is a kind of occupational disease, he said. It is not dhyana. As to constantly sitting in meditation, this is a mere constraint on the body. What is the principle behind it? When you eat, just eat. When you sleep, just sleep. Don't lock yourself up. Xuan Shui was just working on his stinking skin bag. He didn't know how to work in the self-nature. This is sickness. The Sixth Patriarch worked naturally in the self-nature, and he spoke this verse to say, you sit up when you live, you lie down when you're dead. Your body, a bone bag composed of 4 elements, why not work on the self-nature instead? To dwell with the mind contemplating stillness contradicts the principle of the Diamond Sutra, which tells us to produce that thought which is nowhere supported. The Sixth Patriarch spoke this verse to break Churchung's attachment to marks. Xuan Shui taught people to dwell with the mind contemplating stillness, and the Sixth Patriarch said that that was wrong. Nonetheless, if you can do it bit by bit, you will gain benefit. If you always sit and do not lie down, although it is not very natural, it will assist your body and mind in cultivation. Then why did the Sixth Patriarch object to these practices? It was because Churchung had come from Xuan Shui, and it was necessary to break his attachments before he could properly receive the genuine Buddha Dharma. In cultivation, you should not be attached to your work and think, look at me. I really work hard, constantly sitting, never lying down. Such thoughts will obstruct your progress. If the mind dwells, it is attached. In order to be united with the original nature of the self-nature, you must produce that thought which is nowhere supported, as the Diamond Sutra says. The Sixth Patriarch gave Churchung this teaching in order to break his attachments. If you can constantly sit and feel natural and unforced doing so, then go ahead. But do not force yourself. Force is not the way. You should work naturally. Good, you say, then I don't have to follow the rules. This does not mean that you can ignore the rules. If you lie down when people sit and sit when people lie down, you're not in accord with the Dharma, and you are just trying to show that you think you are special. In general, you must follow the rules and be natural with yourself as well. But being natural does not mean that you can break the rules. Is this clear? Churchung had studied 9 years with Xuan Shui. How many years have you studied here? 1 year. And you think that is a very long time. Cultivators may study for 10, 20, or 30 years with great effort. You can't graduate in just a few months. As soon as the Sixth Patriarch spoke, his principles entered Churchung's heart like water, flowing into water, thus, like milk mixing with milk. There was not the slightest difference between them. The Patriarch's heart is my heart, said Churchung, and my heart is the Patriarch's heart. I am suddenly united with the original nature, and because our hearts fundamentally are one and the same. But I do not know when I will die, Churchung continued, and I do not know when I will be born again. This matter of birth and death is most pressing. Please be compassionate and help me understand. The sutra goes on. The master said, I've heard that your master instructs his students in the dharmas of morality, concentration, and wisdom. Please tell me how he defines them. Churchung said, Great Master Xuan Shui says that morality is abstaining from doing evil, wisdom is offering up all good conduct, and concentration is purifying one's mind. This is how he explains them. But I do not know, High Master, what dharma of instruction you use. The Master said, If I said that I had a dharma to give others, I would be lying to you. I merely use expedients to untie bonds and falsely call that samadhi. Your master's explanation of morality, concentration, and wisdom is truly inconceivable. Good, but my conception of morality, concentration, and wisdom is different from his. Commentary. I don't have any dharmas at all, said the Sixth Patriarch. I'd be cheating you if that I said I did. I have no special dharma to give people. For each individual, I use the appropriate teaching to untie his bonds. To unite bonds means to break attachments. The attachments of living beings bind them up. I just untie their bonds and set them free of their attachments. Fundamentally, this teaching has no name whatsoever, but it is hypothetically called samadhi. Thus, my view of morality, concentration, and wisdom is special. It is not the same as Xuan Shui's. Sutra. Churchung said, There can only be one kind of morality, concentration, and wisdom. How can they be a difference? The Master said, Your master's morality, concentration, and wisdom guide those of the great vehicle, whereas my morality, concentration, and wisdom guide those of the supreme vehicle. Enlightenment is not the same as understanding. Seeking may take place slowly or quickly. Commentary. When you become enlightened, in that moment of enlightenment, you attain your aim. Understanding, on the other hand, is a gradual process. This perception may be sudden or gradual, fast or slow. Sutra. Listen to my explanation. Is it the same as Xuan Xui's? The Dharma which I speak does not depart from the self-nature, for to depart from the self-nature in explaining the Dharma is to speak of marks and continually confuse the self-nature. You should know that the few functions of the 10,000 dharmas all arise from the self-nature, and that this is true morality, concentration, and wisdom. Listen to my verse. Mind ground without wrong, self-nature morality. Mind ground without delusion, self-nature wisdom. Mind ground without confusion, self-nature concentration. Neither increasing nor decreasing, you are Vajra. Body comes, body goes, the original Samadhi. Commentary. When I speak the Dharma, said the Sixth Patriarch, I never stray from the self-nature. When you stray from the self-nature, you become attached to marks and confuse the self-nature. All dharmas are composed of the substance of the self-nature and respond with unlimited function. Now, listen to this. Mind ground without wrong, self-nature morality. The mind is like a piece of ground. Whatever you plant in it grows there. If you plant a good cause, you reap a good result in the future. If you plant a bad cause, you reap a bad result. When the mind ground contains no thoughts of greed, malice, envy, or selfishness, it is without wrong thoughts, and that is morality of the self-nature. Master Xuan Xui said that morality is to abstain from evil. That is almost the same as the Sixth Patriarch's instruction to clear the mind ground of wrong thoughts. But Xuan Xui gave morality another name, calling it abstention from evil, while the Sixth Patriarch spoke of morality as the mind ground, the morality of the self-nature. Mind ground without delusion, self-nature, wisdom. When your mind ground is free of delusion, the conduct you offer can be extremely good, just as Xuan Xui instructed. But Xuan Xui merely passed out names. He did not speak of morality, concentration, and wisdom in terms of self-nature and mind ground. Do not plant the causes of stupidity in the mind ground. That is the self-nature wisdom. Mind ground without confusion, self-nature, concentration. When it is without confusion, the mind is purified. When Xuan Xui's instructions to purify the mind did not relate concentration to self-nature, whereas the Six Patriarchs always spoke the Dharma from the mind ground. His Dharma arose from the self-nature and did not come from outside. When Xuan Xui spoke about the external dharmas and was attached to marks, in other words, Xuan Xui spoke from outside the mind. The Sixth Patriarch spoke from within. Neither increasing nor decreasing, you are Vajra. The brilliant light of the self-nature illuminates everything. It is miraculous, profound, and all-inclusive. The self-nature neither increases nor decreases. It is your very own indestructible Vajra. Body comes and body goes, the original Samadhi. You always go, you come back, and you're in Samadhi. All the time, standing, sitting, walking, and lying down. Sutra. Hearing this verse, Chang regretted his former mistakes, and he expressed his gratitude by saying this verse. These 5 heaps are a body of illusion. And what is illusion? Ultimately, if you tend towards true suchness, the Dharma is not yet pure. Commentary. The 5 skandhas are not real. The body too is falsely merely a combination of 4 elements. Knowing this, you should not attach to so much importance to it by looking for good food, good clothes, a nice place to live, or a good wife or husband. How do the four elements combine to form your body? The earth is the hard part of your body, the skin, nails, bones, and muscles. Tears, mucus, saliva, and excrement are the water of your body. Heat is the fire. The circulatory and respiratory systems are the wind. After you die, the body decomposes and the earth returns to the earth, the water to the water, the fire to the fire, and the wind to the wind. But where do you go? You don't know, do you? We are studying the Buddha Dharma just to understand this question. The body, then, is nothing but a transformation of the five skandhas and the four elements, and what ultimately is this illusion. If you tend towards true suchness, the Dharma is not pure, yet you have not arrived at the root substance, and you have not returned to purity. Why? Because you still have the thought, I'd like to go back to true suchness. If you have even one thought, you cannot penetrate the basic substance, because the basic substance functions independently and freely. Without obstruction, there is no grasping or rejecting, no thinking of this or that. Sutra. The master approved, and he said further to Chur-Chung, your master's morality, concentration, and wisdom exhort those of lesser faculties and lesser wisdom, while my morality, concentration, and wisdom exhort those of greater faculties and greater wisdom. If you are enlightened to your self-nature, you do not set up in your mind the notion of bodhi or of nirvana, or of the liberation of knowledge and vision. When not a single dharma is established in the mind, then the 10,000 dharmas can be established there. To understand this principle is to achieve the Buddha body, which is also called bodhi, nirvana, and the liberation of knowledge and vision as well. Those who see their own nature can establish dharmas in their minds, or not establish them as they choose. They come and go freely without impediments or obstacles. They function correctly and speak appropriately, seeing all transformation bodies as integral with the self-nature. That is precisely the way to obtain independence, spiritual powers, and the samadhi of playfulness. This is what is called seeing the nature. Commentary. You're right, said the master, and your verse is not bad at all. You should know that my morality, concentration, and wisdom are not the same as Xuan Xui's. His teaching is for people of lesser wisdom. Here the master describes the people of great wisdom for whom his teaching is intended. They have awakened to the self-nature, he said, and they don't even entertain the notion of bodhi, nirvana, or the liberation of knowledge and vision. None of these dharmas exist for them. Not a single thing remains. Not one dharma established. 10,000 dharmas are empty. Because such people do not set up the notion of a single dharma, they can set up the 10,000 dharmas. Although not a single dharma exists, the 10,000 dharmas are present all the same. If you understand this principle, you become a Buddha on the spot. Then you may call it bodhi, nirvana, or the liberation of knowledge and vision. You may call it anything you like, but first you must understand it. If you don't understand it, you can't call it anything at all. People of genuine enlightenment who have understood the mind and seen the nature can establish dharmas or not establish them. They come and go without obstruction. You say, I'm this way too. I want to come to the Buddhist lecture hall. I come. If I want to go, I go. You're wrong. The Sixth Patriarch was speaking of freedom over life and death. With this kind of freedom, if you want to live, you live. If you want to die, you can die any place, any time. Like the third patriarch, Sungsan, who died of his own while hanging by one hand from a tree. That's why I often say to you, everything is okay. If you are a master of this, you hold the power of life and death in your hands. Live or die as you please. No one can stop you. Freedom to come and go is not like you're coming and going from the Buddhist lecture hall. People who see the nature function correctly and speak appropriately, seeing all transformation bodies as integral with the self-nature. They don't need to think, they just speak. but they always speak with principle. If someone asks you about the heavens, and you reply, "Oh, on earth there are mountains and rivers." Or if they ask, "What's a horse?" and you say, "Oxen have two horns," you are just confusing the issue and going against common sense. People who see the nature obtain independence. Just like Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, the spiritual powers that they attain are the 6 spiritual powers. 1, the heavenly eye. 2, the heavenly ear. 3, knowledge of others' thoughts. 4, knowledge of former lives. 5, the knowledge of the extinction of outflows. 6, psychic power. One who has obtained the samadhi of playfulness sings, but not like other singers. He eats, but not like other people. For example, he may say, "Lunchtime, let's eat," and then run to the table and eat every morsel of food in sight. Then he'll say, "The food is still in the kitchen." When someone looks in the kitchen, the food is still there. He didn't really eat it after all. That is a lot of fun. Sutra. Chur Chung asked the Master further, "What is meant by not establishing?" The Master replied, "When your self-nature is free from error, obstruction, and confusion, when Prajna is present in every thought, contemplating and shedding illumination, and when you are constantly apart from the Dharma marks and are free and independent, both horizontally and vertically, then what is there to be established? In the self-nature, in self-enlightenment, in sudden enlightenment, and in sudden cultivation, there are no degrees. Therefore, not a single dharma is established. All dharmas are still and extinct. How can there be stages? Chur Chung made obeisance and attended to the Master day and night without laziness. He was a native of Tai Ho in Chicho. Commentary. When there is nothing in your self-nature which is obstructive or confused, what is there to be established? Confusion means upside down. You should not think you should not think if your hand points to the earth, it is upside down, and if you raise your hand above your head, it is right side up. There is actually no such thing as upside down or right side up. Prajna is present in every thought, contemplating and shedding illumination. Similarly, the Master said earlier, you should know that the self-nature constantly generates wisdom. Further, you should be separate from any attachment to Dharma marks, and then you will be free to come and go. Vertically, if you want to jump, jump. Horizontally, if you want to move sideways, go ahead. Ascend into the heavens or plunge into the hells. Visit the Western Paradise or the Eastern Crystal Azure world. You can go anywhere and always be in accord with Dharma. So what Dharma is there to be established? That is why the Master says that not a single Dharma is established. You should enlighten your self-nature by yourself. If you are enlightened immediately, you will cultivate immediately, and there will be no question of a sudden or gradual stages of progress. Therefore, no dharmas are established. All dharmas are empty, marked with still extinction. How can you arrange them in stages according to number 1, number 2, and so on? Hearing the Master's instructions, the former spy defected and was converted to the Master's teaching. He changed his mind and reformed his conduct. That is called going straight. He did whatever the Patriarch told him to do, no matter how difficult, because he knew that the Sixth Patriarch had become a Patriarch by doing bitter work, threshing rice at Wangmei for 8 months. He thought, I have an opportunity to serve the Patriarch, and I should work diligently. Bhikshu Churche Sutra. Bhikshu Churche, a native of Jiangxi, had the family name Chang and the personal name Xingchang. As a youth, he was an itinerant warrior. When the schools split into northern and southern, although the two leaders had lost the notion of self and other, the disciples stirred up love and hate. The disciples of the northern school secretly set up Xuan Shui as the Sixth Patriarch. Fearing that the country would hear of the transmission of the robe, they hired Xing Chang to assassinate the master. But the master had the power of knowing the thoughts of others. He knew of this matter in advance and set 10 ounces of gold on his chair. That night, Xing Chang entered his room, intending to kill him. The master just stretched out his neck. Xing Chang swung the blade 3 times, but could not harm him. Commentary. Neither Xuan Shui nor the Sixth Patriarch had thoughts of self or others, but their disciples agitated, stirring up thoughts of love and hate in people. More specifically, Xuan Shui's disciples did the agitating, denouncing the Southern Patriarch as illiterate and incompetent. The Sixth Patriarch's disciples really believed in him. "You can't talk that way about our teacher," they said. "He has obtained wisdom without the aid of a master." It never occurred to the Sixth Patriarch's disciples that they should kill Xuan Shui, but Xuan Shui's disciples were jealous and wanted to kill the Sixth Patriarch. They knew that the robe and bowl were in the south. The rumors flew that Hui Neng would do anything, homicide, manslaughter. Why, in the old days, he was a confidence man, and now he is pretending to be a patriarch. How absurd. Others said he used to be a poor firewood gatherer in the mountains. What talent could he have? The people in the south made him their leader, but it's only talk. They did everything they could to ruin him. At Wangmei, everyone knew that he was a barbarian. He didn't know anything at all. Xuan Shui had several thousand men behind him, even though he did not have the robe and bowl. They each wanted to be the 7th Patriarch, and without a father, how can there be a son? With Xuan Shui as the 6th Patriarch, the 7th Patriarch would surely be one of them. But they didn't dare make the news public because it was all too obvious that the position rightly belonged to Hui Neng. Tang Dynasty Buddhism was extremely complex. Xing Chang's family name had been Chang, but after he left home, the master named him Che. As a boy, he robbed from the rich and gave to the poor, always fighting for the underdog. His martial skills were outstanding. Light and limber, he could leap 20 feet in the air in a single bound. They called him Flying Cat Chang, because he ran so fast and with such agility that he could break into your house without a sound, just like a cat. Not only could this cat walk silently, he could fly, but you won't find his nickname in any of the history books. You would have to have been there. Having unsuccessfully tried to capture the master by burning off the mountain behind Nanhua Temple, Xuan Shui's men decided to hire an assassin to kill the master and steal the robe and bowl. The 6th Patriarch could read minds, and so he was expecting his visitor. He put some gold on his chair and waited until midnight, when the sky was black and Xing Chang came creeping up the stairs, down the hall, and into his room. Was this tense situation or not? What do you think the master did? He just stretched out his neck, and although he didn't say anything, he thought, "Go ahead and swing your sword. Come on, kill me." This is called sticking your neck out. Xing Chang was oblivious to the master. He was determined to carry out orders and had nothing on his mind but murder. "I don't care if you are a bhikshu, an arhat, or even a patriarch. I'm going to kill you," he said, swinging at the master's neck. He swung 3 times and nothing happened. Now, just what do you think this means? Sutra. The master said, a straight sword is not bent, a bent sword is not straight. I merely owe you gold, I do not owe you my life. Sing Chang fell to the ground in fright. After a while he came to and begged for mercy, repenting of his error and vowing to leave home. The master gave him the gold and said, Go, I fear that my followers will come to take revenge. Change your appearance and return another day, and I will accept you. Commentary. The master said, a straight sword is not bent. That is, the straight sword of the proper dharma cannot be harmed by deviant dharma. The deviant dharma cannot defeat the right. The right always overcomes the deviant. You may have a sword, but you can't harm me with it. I merely owe you the gold which I borrowed in a past life. The master said, I don't owe you my life, because I never killed you. It was all too much for Sing Chang, and he fainted. When he came to, the master talked with him for a long time. Why did you want to kill me, he asked. It wasn't my idea, said Sing Chang. They told me that you were a scoundrel, a thief, and a hunter. They said that you were nothing but a firewood gatherer who was pretending to be a patriarch. Hearing this, I felt that it was my duty to kill you, but now I know that I was wrong. Why? If you had no virtue, my sharp sword would have sliced your head off. Having met you, I realize that the affairs of the world are of no great interest. Please let me leave home and bow to you as my teacher. The master said, Here, take this gold and go quickly. My disciples are fond of me, and they would kill you if they found out about this. Go somewhere else and leave home. When you return, I will teach and transform you. Sutra. Sing Chang received his orders and disappeared into the night. Later he left home under another bhikshu, receiving the complete precepts, and was vigorous in practice. One day, remembering the master's words, he made the long journey to have an audience. The master said, I have thought of you for a long time. What took you so long? He replied, the masters once favored me by pardoning my crime. Although I have left home, and although I practice austerities, I shall never be able to repay his kindness. May I try to repay you by transmitting the Dharma and taking living beings across. Your disciple often studies the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, but he has not yet understood the principle of permanence and impermanence. I beg the High Master to be compassionate and explain them for me. The Master said, impermanence is just the Buddha nature, and permanence is just the mind discriminating good and evil dharmas. High Master, your explanation contradicts the sutra text. Sing Chang replied. The Master said, I transmit the Buddha's mind seal. How could I dare to contradict the Buddhist sutras? Sing Chang replied, the sutra says the Buddha nature is permanent, and the High Master has just said it is impermanent. It says that good and evil dharmas reaching even to the Bodhi mind are impermanent, and the High Master has just said they are permanent. This contradiction has merely intensified your students' doubt and delusion. The Master said, formerly I heard Bhikshuni Wu Chen Sang recite the Nirvana Sutra. When I commented on it, there was not even one word of principle which did not accord with the sutra text. My explanation to you is now not different. Sing Chang replied, your student's capacity for understanding is superficial. Will the High Master please explain further? The Master said, don't you understand? If the Buddha nature were permanent, what use would there be in speaking of good and evil dharmas? To the end of an aeon, not one person would produce the Bodhi mind. Therefore, I explain it as impermanent. This is exactly what the Buddha explained as the meaning of true permanence. Commentary. The Buddha explained the Buddha nature as permanent to those attached to impermanence, and he explained it as impermanent to those attached to permanence. If you say that the Buddha nature is permanent, what good and evil dharmas remain for discussion? Living beings will have all become Buddhas long ago. Why should you bother to speak the Dharma to them in order to take them across? If the Buddha nature is permanent, everyone would be a Buddha, and there would be no need to cultivate. So the Master said, you see, my explanation of the Buddha nature is, as impermanent, is exactly what the Buddha meant when he spoke of permanence. Sutra. Furthermore, if all dharmas were impermanent, all things would have a self-nature subject to birth and death. And the true permanent nature would not pervade all places. Therefore I explain it as permanent. That is exactly what the Buddha explained as the meaning of true impermanence. Commentary. Basically, the Buddha nature is neither permanent nor impermanent. That is the ultimate principle of the middle way. Then why did the Sixth Patriarch say that it was impermanent? Why did he say that the mind, which discriminates good and evil, was permanent? He did it to cure Xingqiang of his attachments. Once you are rid of attachment, you do not need the Buddha Dharma. The Sixth Patriarch took advantage of an opportunity to heal Xingqiang, but he wouldn't necessarily have explained it the same way to everyone. Sutra. It was for the sake of common people and those who belong to other religions who cling to deviant views and of permanence, and for those who follow the two-vehicle way, mistaking permanence for impermanence, formulating the 8 perverted views that the Buddha in the ultimate nirvana teaching destroyed their prejudiced views. He explained true permanence, true bliss, true selfhood, and true purity. Commentary. Common people and non-Buddhists cling to false permanence. Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas mistake permanence for impermanence. These two groups each have 4 perverted views, making 8 in all. Common people and non-Buddhists turn the 4 marks of conditioned existence upside down and say, 1. The suffering of conditioned existence is bliss. 2. Its impermanence is permanent. 3. Its impurity is pure. And 4. Its no-self is self. The Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas turn the 4 virtues of nirvana upside down and say, the bliss of nirvana is suffering. 6. The permanence is impermanent. 7. The purity is impure. 8. The self is no self. Sutra. You now contradict this meaning by relying on the words, taking annihilation to be impermanence and fixing on a lifeless permanence. In this way you misinterpret the last subtle, complete, and wonderful words of the Buddha. Even if you read it 1,000 times, what benefit could you derive from it? Xingqiang suddenly achieved that great enlightenment and spoke this verse. Those who hold impermanence in mind, the Buddha speaks of the permanent nature. Not knowing expedience is like picking up pebbles from a spring pond. But now, without an effort, the Buddha nature manifests. The Master did not transmit it, and I did not obtain a thing. The Master said, now you understand. You should be called Churche, breath of understanding. Churche thanked the Master, bowed, and withdrew. Commentary. Unless you understand that the Buddha Dharmas are expedient devices, you might as well collect rocks from the bottom of a pool. You are useless. Hearing the Master's instruction, Xingqiang returned to the source and went back home. Suddenly enlightened, he understood his mind and saw his nature. But his enlightenment was not given to him by the Sixth Patriarch, and his attainment was actually no attainment. He simply opened up to his own inherent wisdom. The Master gave him certification, saying, now that you have truly enlightened, I'll give you the name Churche. Bhikshu Xuen Hui Sutra. A young boy 13 years old named Xuen Hui, who was from a Ko family in Xinjiang, came from Yuzhong to pay homage. The master said, "The knowing one's journey must have been difficult. Did you bring the original with you? If you have the original, you should know the owner. Try to explain it to me." Xin Wei said, "I have no dwelling as the original, and seeing as the owner." The master said, "The Shramanera imitates the talk of others." Xuan Wei then asked, "When you sit in Shan, High Master, do you see or not?" The master hit him 3 times with his staff and said, "When I hit you, does it hurt or not?" He replied, "It both hurts and does not hurt." The master said, "I both see and do not see." Shen Wei asked, "How can you both see and not see?" The master said, "What I see is the transgression and error of my own mind. I do not see the right, wrong, good, or bad of other people. This is my seeing and not seeing. How can you say it both hurts and does not hurt? If it does not hurt, you are like a piece of wood or a stone. But if it does hurt, you are just like a common person and will give rise to hatred. Your seeing and not seeing are 2 extremes, and your hurting and not hurting are production and extinction. You have not even seen your own nature, and yet you dare to ridicule others." Commentary. Xuan Wei was an exceptional child. Precocious and brilliant, he forgot his body for the sake of the Dharma. He could tell at a glance that Xuan Shui didn't have the genuine Buddha Dharma. He set out for the Sixth Patriarch's place, 1,800-mile distance. His shoes fell apart, and the rocks and slivers of glass on the road cut into his feet. But he continued to walk, tearing up his robe to bandage his bleeding feet and acting as if there were no pain. When the great master saw him, he knew that he had undergone much suffering. "Good knowing advisor," he said, "your journey must have been difficult. Did you bring the original with you? Have you attained your original face or not? Do you recognize your original face? If you have the original, you should know the owner. If you have the original, the Buddha nature, and if you have understood your mind, seen your nature, you should know the owner. The owner is the Buddha nature. Tell me about it." But this unruly child had a mind of his own. "I take not dwelling anywhere as my original face," he said, "and my seeing nature is the host." The Sixth Patriarch said, "You're just imitating the talk of other people. You pretend to know what you do not know, to understand what you do not understand, and to see what you do not see. This is nothing but verbal Zen. It is not an expression of the self-nature." Xuan Wei had a lot of gall. "When the High Master sits in meditation," he asked, "does he see or not?" This child was wild and difficult to teach. The Patriarch, not being an ordinary person, gave no ordinary answer. He hit Xuan Wei with his staff and shouted, "Does that hurt?" It is not known whether the child was afraid or whether he cried or not. Xuan Wei said, "It both hurts and does not hurt." The master said, "I both see and do not see." "How can this be?" said Xuan Wei. "I see my own mistakes," said the master. "I keep an eye on my evil false thinking and immediately put a stop to it. I do not see the faults of others, others' evils, others' obsessions, others' conditions, others' transgressions. Students of the Buddha Dharma should take note of this. See your own nature, not those of other people. Don't be like a watchdog watching someone else's door. The dog doesn't have anything of its own, and so it watches over other people's things. Don't be critical and don't gossip. See and do not see." "I see and do not see," said the master, "but how can you both hurt and not hurt? If you don't hurt, You are just like a rock. If you do hurt, then you'll catch fire and get angry and be afflicted, just like an unenlightened common person. Seeing and not seeing are two extremes, and hurting and not hurting are dharmas of production and extinction. You haven't even seen your own nature, and yet you have the nerve to come here and talk to me. Sutra. Xuan Wei bowed, apologized, and thanked the master. The master continued, if your mind is confused and you do not see, then ask a good knowing advisor to help you find the way. If your mind is enlightened, then see your own nature and cultivate according to this dharma. You yourself are confused and do not see your own mind, and yet you come to ask me whether or not I see. If I see, I know it for myself. But is that of any help to you in your confusion? In the same way, your seeing is of no use to me. Why don't you know and see it for yourself, instead of asking me whether or not I see? Xuan Wei bowed again over 100 times, seeking forgiveness for his error. He served the master with diligence, never leaving his side. Commentary. The master said, Xuan Wei, if your mind is unclear and you cannot see the nature, then ask a good knowing advisor to teach you how to work at cultivation. If your mind is enlightened and you have understood the mind and seen the nature, then you should cultivate according to the Dharma. You haven't even seen your original mind, and yet you come to ask me whether or not I have seen it. If I've seen it, that's my own business, of no use to you in your deluded condition. If you've seen the nature and obtained the original faith, that's of no use to me. Why not turn the light around and reverse the illumination to find out whether or not you've seen your own mind or not? Isn't that better than asking me? What difference does it make whether I've seen or not? After that, Xuan Wei was really sorry. Why had he been so incorrigible? Did he really have no conscience? His questioning of the patriarch was like trying to sell dime novels to Confucius, or going to the home of Lupin, China's first engineer and foremost carpenter, to do remodeling. He begged for forgiveness, saying, I'm just a kid. I don't know how high the heavens are or how deep the earth is. Please don't hold it against me. From then on, Xuan Wei waited on the master, following along everywhere the master went to give lectures on the sutras and speak the Dharma Sutra. One day the master addressed the assembly as follows. I have a thing. It has no head or tail, no name or label, no back or front. Do you know what it is? Xuan Wei stepped forward and said, it is the root of all Buddhas, Xuan Wei's Buddha nature. The master said, I just told you that it had no name or label, and you immediately call it the root source of all Buddhas. Go and build a thatched hut over your head. You've nothing but a follower who pursues knowledge and interpretation. After the master's extinction, Xuan Wei went to Qianglou, where he propagated the Sozi sudden teaching. He wrote the Xin Sung Chi, which circulated widely throughout the land. He is known as Dharma Master Hoche. Commentary. Everyone shut their mouth. No one said a word. Some of them didn't speak because they knew, and some didn't speak because they did not know. Seeing that no one was going to answer, Xuan Wei jumped out from the assembly and said, I know what it is. It's the origin of all Buddhas, my Buddha nature. In the ranks of the Chan school, said the master, you're nothing but a scholar. You have no genuine understanding. In a way, the master's scolding was a compliment. It isn't easy to be a Chan scholar of the school, of those who know and interpret. When the Sixth Patriarch died, Xuan Wei went to the capital at Luoyang to spread the sudden teaching of the Chan school. He later wrote the Xin Sung Chi, a treatise on the northern and southern schools, which exposed Xuan Sui as a false pretender and proclaimed Southern Patriarch Hui Neng as the real Sixth Patriarch, the recipient of the Buddha's mind seal. Had Xuan Wei not written his book, Shen Sui would have stolen the title of the Sixth Patriarch. Xuan Wei came to be known as Hoche, which is the name of the place where he went to live. Difficult questions. The master saw many disciples of other schools, all with evil intentions, gathered beneath his seat to ask him difficult questions. Pitying them, he said, "Students of the way, all thoughts of good and evil should be completely cast away. What cannot be named by any name is called the self-nature. This non-dual nature is the real nature, and it is within the real nature that all teaching doors are established. At these words you should see it for yourself." Hearing this, they all made obeisance and asked him to be their master. Commentary. Not only did Xuan Shui's party want to murder the great master, but those of other sects, such as the consciousness-only school, came to ask the master difficult questions. Which came first, they would ask, the Buddha or the Dharma, or where does the Buddha Dharma begin? They had many questions. The Sixth Patriarch said, if you can speak the Dharma, then it is first the Buddha, then the Dharma. If you can listen to the Dharma, then it is first the Dharma, then the Buddha. The Buddha Dharma comes from the minds of living beings. On this occasion, he saw that the crowd was full of spies and would-be assassins. Cultivators should not hold thoughts of good and evil, he said. What cannot be named by any name is called the self-nature. The self-nature is non-dual. It is also called the real nature, the real mark. Within it, all schools and sects are set up. It's not enough just to talk about it. However, you must understand and immediately give proof to the state of no mark. Hearing these words, the assembly realized that all their thoughts had been bound up in good and evil, and they were greatly ashamed. They bowed down before him and said, "From now on, we'll be different. Please, Great Master, be our teacher." Chapter 9. Proclamations. On the 15th day of the first month, during the first year of the Xuanlong reign, Empress Sei Tian and Emperor Cheng Tsung issued the following proclamation. We have invited the Master Wei An and Xuan Sui to the palace to receive offerings so that we may investigate the one vehicle in the leisure time remaining after our myriad duties. The two masters have declined, saying that in the south there is a dhyana master Hui Neng, who was secretly transmitted the robe and the dharma of the great master Wangren, who now transmits the Buddha's mind seal. We now send Chamberlain Si Qian with his invitation, hoping that the master will remember us and with compassion come to the capital. The master sent back a petition pleading illness, saying that he wished to spend his remaining years at the foot of the mountain. The 9th chapter is entitled Proclamations. Su Sei Tian was an empress during the Tang dynasty. She believed in the Buddha, but she wasn't very orthodox. In fact, she would do anything, but she believed in Buddhism, and so she invited all the high monks to the palace to receive offerings. Her son, Emperor Chungtsung, reigned only a short time before the empress had him exiled to Luling to be king there, so that she could take the throne. A proclamation was a letter from the emperor. When the ordinary people received a proclamation, they bowed to it as a gesture of respect to the emperor. But people who have left home don't do this, of course. Wishing to study the one Buddha vehicle, the sudden teaching Dharma door, The empress invited Master Weian and Shen Shui to come to the palace to receive offerings,
but they refused.
"We do not have enough virtue," they said. "You should invite Hui Neng. He has received the fifth patriarch robe and bowl and is a true transmitter of the mind's seal." The empress took the two masters' advice and invited the sixth patriarch to the capital, Chang'an. The invitation was brought by a chamberlain, that is, an official of the inner court. The chamberlain, Xuan Qian, was a eunuch. Eunuchs began serving Chinese emperors during the Han Dynasty. The sixth patriarch wrote back, "I am very ill." Actually, he wasn't ill at all. This was merely an expedient device, because the sixth patriarch did not wish to visit a ruler. More specifically, he did not wish to visit an empress. It would be against the rules. Wu Zetian knew nothing about moral precepts, and she didn't follow the rules. But the sixth patriarch couldn't say, "You are an empress, and I am a patriarch, and I don't visit you." He said, "I'm an old and I'm sick." Sutra. Shen Chen said, "The virtuous Dhyana master at the capital all say that to master the way, one must sit in dhyana meditation and practice concentration, for without dhyana concentration, liberation is impossible." I do not know how the master explains this dharma. The master said, "The way is awakened to from the mind. How could it be found in sitting?" The Diamond Sutra states that to say that Tathagata either sits or lies down is to walk with a deepened path. Why? The clear, pure dhyana of the Tathagata comes from nowhere and goes nowhere, and neither produced nor extinguished. The Tathagata's clear, pure sitting is the state of all dharmas, being empty and still. Ultimately, there is no certification. Even less is there any sitting. Commentary. For an illiterate, the master was quite intelligent. He answered, "You awaken to the way from within your mind. You can't just sit there. You have to understand the principle of the Buddha Dharma and be enlightened to them. The enlightenment is understanding, and the sitting is practice. Practicing without understanding is stupid. Understanding without practice is nothing but intellectual zen. You must understand and practice. Don't just sit for several decades without even understanding the principle of the enlightened mind." The master added, "Since ultimately there is nothing to be attained or certified to, why be attached to sitting in meditation?" Sutra. Shen Qian said, "When your disciples return to the capital, their majesties will surely question him. Will the High Master please be compassionate and instruct me on the essentials of the mind so that I can transmit them to the two palaces and to the students of the way at the capital? It will be like one lamp setting 100,000 lamps burning, making all the darkness endlessly light." The master said, "The way is without light or darkness. Light and darkness belong to the principle of alternation. Endless light has an end, too, because such terms are relative. Therefore, the Vimalakirti Sutra says the Dharma is incomparable because it is not relative." She Chen said, "Light represents wisdom and darkness represents affliction. If cultivators of the way do not use wisdom to expose and destroy afflictions, how can they escape from the birth and death that have no beginning?" The Master said, "Affliction is bodhi. They are not two and not different. One who uses wisdom to expose and destroy affliction has the views and understanding of the two vehicles and the potential of the sheep and deer carts. Those of superior wisdom and great roots are completely different." Xuan Chen said, "What are the views and understanding of the great vehicle?" The Master said, "The common person sees light and darkness as two, but the wise person comprehends that our nature is non-dual. The non-dual is the real nature." The real nature does not decrease in common people, nor increase in worthy sages. In affliction it is not confused, and in dhyanic concentration it is not still. It neither cut off nor permanent. It does not come or go. It is not inside, outside, or in the middle. It is not produced or destroyed. The nature and mark is thus. It permanently dwells and does not change. It is called the way. Commentary. Shen Shui wished for instructions on the essential principles of using the mind to seal the mind. He said that the patriarch was like a lamp, setting 100 lamps burning in the capital. Bright, limitless light. The Master said, you shouldn't see light and darkness as different, or affliction and bodhi as different. Affliction and enlightenment, nature are one. Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas destroy affliction by means of wisdom, but Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are completely different from them. Ordinary people see understanding and ignorance as two, but wise people know that in essence they are one, not two. The non-dual nature is the real nature. In states of confusion, the real nature is not confused. In dhyana concentration, it is not still. It is both still and moving. It both moves and is still. The nature and mark are both thus. We call it the way. Sutra. Shen Sei said, how does your explanation of the self-nature as neither produced nor destroyed differ from that of other religions? The Master answered, as non-production and non-extinction are explained by other religions, extinction ends production, and production reveals extinction. Their extinction is not extinction, and what they call production is not production. My explanation of non-production and non-extinction is this. Originally there was no production, and now there is no extinction. For this reason, my explanations differ from that of other religions. If you wish to know the essentials of the mind, simply do not think of good and evil. You will then enter naturally the clear, pure substance of mind, which is deep and permanently still, and whose wonderful abilities are as numerous as sand grains in the Ganges River. Commentary. Other religions see production and extinction as two. They say that extinction puts an end to production and that production reveals extinction. Their explanation is not ultimate one. As I explain the terms, originally there was no production, and so now there is no extinction. The Master continued, if you would like to know about the wonderful mind transmission, Dharma, the essential point of the mind ground, Dharma door, I will tell you. Simply do not think of good and evil. Then you will spontaneously understand the true principle and enter the pure substance of mind. The mind substance is deep and constantly pure and still. Although it is always still, within its true emptiness, there is wonderful existence, and wonderful abilities are innumerable. Shen Shui received the instructions and was suddenly greatly enlightened. He bowed, took leave, and returned to the palace to report the Master's speech. That year, on the 3rd of the 9th month, a proclamation was made in praise of the Master. It said, the Master has declined our invitation because of old age and illness. He cultivates the way for us and is a field of blessings for the country. The Master is like Vimalakirti, who pleaded illness in Vasali. He spreads the great fruit widely, transmitting the Buddha mind and discoursing on the non-dual Dharma. The Master is like Vimalakirti. Shen Shui Qian, who conveyed the Master's instruction, the knowledge and vision of the Tathagata. It must be due to accumulated good acts, abundant blessings, and good roots planted in former lives that we now have met with the Master, when he appears in the world and have suddenly been enlightened to the Supreme Vehicle. We are extremely grateful for his kindness, which we receive with bowed heads, and now offer to return a na robe and crystal bowl as gifts. We order the magistrate of Shou Chou to rebuild the temple buildings and convert the Master's former dwelling place into a temple to be called Kauen, country's kindness. Commentary. She Qian returned to the capital and submitted a written report to the Empress, which set forth the principles the Master had discussed with him. The palace then issued a statement in praise of the Master, saying he was the highest master in the nation and one of unexcelled cultivation. They said the Sixth Patriarch was like the layman Vimalakirti, who was sick in Vasali. The Master propagates the great fruit, the Mahayana Buddha Dharma, and transmits the Buddha mind to the mind seal of all Buddhas. At Nanhua Temple, he expounds the non-dual Dharma door, saying that production and extinction are one, and the nature and mark are not two. His knowledge and vision are that of the Buddha. We must have done a lot of good things in the past lives in order to meet the Master, now and suddenly awaken to the wonderful principle of the Supreme Vehicle. We bow to his teachings every day and hold it respectfully above our heads. They offered the Master an expensive robe made of Korean cloth, which had been sent as a tribute to the Empress. It was a patchwork robe with a Buddha image embroidered on each patch. Some say that the Empress embroidered them herself, but there is no way to know with certainty. Chapter 10, Final Instructions. Sutra. One day the Master summoned the disciples Fa Hai, Chur Chung, Fa Ta, Shuen Hui, Chur Chang, Chur Tong, Chur Che, Chur Dao, Fa Chen, and Fa Ju, and said to them, "You are not like other people. After my passage into extinction, you should each be a master in a different direction. I will now teach you how to explain the Dharma without deviating from the tradition of our school. First bring up the 3 classes of Dharma doors and then use 36 pairs of opposites, so that whether coming or going you remain in the Bodhi Mandala. While explaining all the Dharmas, do not become separate from your self-nature. Should someone suddenly ask you about the Dharma, answer him with its opposite. If you always answer with the opposite, both will be eliminated and nothing will be left, since each depends on the other for existence." Commentary. One day the Master called his room-entering disciples together for a talk. They are called room-entering disciples because they had received the transmission of the Master's Dharma and were therefore permitted to enter the room. The first of the 10 was Fa Hai. You remember him. He studied the Sixth Patriarch Sutra and was a great disciple. He put his name at the head of the list here because, no matter what, he had to be number 1. Chur Chung was a Dharma thief who later reformed and joined Master Fa Ta. Fa Ta was the arrogant bhikshu who had read the Lotus Sutra over 3,000 times but couldn't bring himself to put his head to the ground before the Master even once. Shuen Wei was a 13-year-old child who had talked back to the Master. Then there was Chur Chang, Chur Tung, Chur Che, also known as Flying Cat, Ching Chur Dao, Fa Chen, Fa Ju. These were the Master's 10 great disciples. The Master said, You 10 men should each be a master or teacher in a certain direction and receive offerings there from humans and gods. I will now teach you how to spread the Dharma without straying from the tradition of the sudden enlightened Dharma door teaching. In speaking the Dharma, the Master went on, the most important thing is to base your speech on the self-nature. How does one do this? Suppose someone asks you a question about the Buddha Dharma. Whatever his principle may be, it's bound to have its opposite. You should answer him with an opposite Dharma. For example, coming and going are relative concepts. Without a coming, there is no going. Without a going, there is no coming. Coming is the prerequisite of going, and going can only result from coming. Since opposites depend on each other, offer for existence. Ultimately, they both will be cast out, canceling each other out, so that nothing is left behind. There will be no coming and no going, for there will be no place left to go. Sutra. The three classes of Dharma doors are the heaps, the realms, and the entrances. The 5 heaps are form, feeling, perception, impulses, and consciousness. The 12 entrances are the 6 sense objects outside, form, sound, smells, taste, tangible objects, and objects of the mind, and the 6 sense organs within eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The 18 realms are the 6 sense objects, the 6 sense organs, and the 6 sense consciousnesses. The self-nature is able to contain all dharmas. It is the store enveloping consciousness. If one gives rise to a thought, it turns into consciousness, and the 6 consciousnesses are produced, which go out the 6 organs and perceive the 6 sense objects. Thus, the 18 realms arise as a function of the self-nature. If the self-nature is wrong, it gives rise to 18 wrongs. If the self-nature is right, it gives rise to 18 rights. Evil functioning is that of a living being, while good functioning is that of a Buddha. What is the functioning based on? It's based on opposing dharmas within the self-nature. Commentary. The self-nature includes all Dharma doors, and so it is called the store enveloping consciousness. This is the 8th consciousness, which may be transformed into the wisdom of the great perfect mirror. If you give rise to thinking and considering, the store enveloping consciousness turns into the 7th consciousness, which in turn produces 6 consciousnesses which go out the 6 organs and perceive the 6 sense objects. If you use the self-nature correctly, it is the Buddha use. But if you misuse it, you are just a living being. How do the different usages arise? They come from the opposites within the self-nature. Sutra. External things have 5 pairs of opposites: heaven and earth, sun and moon, light and darkness, yin and yang, and water and fire. In speaking of the marks, the dharmas, one should delineate 12 opposites: speech and dharmas, existence and non-existence, form and formlessness, the marked and the unmarked, the presence of outflows and the lack of outflows, form and emptiness, motion and stillness, clarity and trepidity, the common and the holy, membership in the Sangha and membership in the laity, old age and youth, and largeness and smallness. From the self-nature, 19 pairs of opposites arise: length and shortness, deviance and orthodox, foolishness and wisdom, stupidity and intelligence, confusion and concentration, kindness and cruelty, morality and immorality, straightness and crookedness, reality and unreality, danger and safety, affliction and bodhi, permanence and impermanence, compassion and harm, joy and anger, generosity and stinginess, advance and retreat, production and extinction, the Dharma body and the form body, the transformation body and the reward body, The Master said, if you can understand and use these 36 pairs of opposites, you can connect yourself with the dharmas of all the sutras and avoid extremes, whether coming or going. When you act from your self-nature in speaking with others, you are separate from external marks and in the midst of them, and separate inward emptiness while in the midst of emptiness. If you are attached to marks, you will add your wrong views, and if you grasp that emptiness, you will increase your ignorance. Commentary. Opposite means mutually dependent and mutually opposed. 19 opposites arise as a function of true suchness, self-nature. For example, if there was no long, there would be no short. Long is the opposite of short, and short is the opposite of long. Long and short are relative terms, and between them is the middle way. Kindness bestows happiness and is the opposite of cruelty. Morality and immorality are opposites. Morality is the presence of all good actions and the absence of all evil. Compassion pulls living beings out of suffering and is the opposite of harmfulness. Generosity means giving. If you can give, you are not stingy. The Dharma body pervades all places and is the opposite of the form body. Sutra. Those who grasp at emptiness slander the sutras by maintaining that written words have no use. Since they maintain they have no need of written words, they should not speak either, because written words are merely the marks of spoken language. They also maintain that the direct way cannot be established by written words, and yet these two words, not established, are themselves written. When they hear often others speaking, they slander them by saying they are attached to written words. You should know that to be confused as they are may be permissible, but to slander the Buddhist sutras is not. Do not slander the sutras, for if you do, your offense will create countless obstacles for you. One who attaches himself to external marks and practices dharmas in search of truth, or who builds many bodhi mandalas and speaks of the error of the evil of existence and non-existence, will not see his nature for many aeons. Listen to the Dharma and cultivate accordingly. Do not think of the 100 things, for that will obstruct the nature of the way. Listen without cultivating will cause others to form deviant views. Simply cultivate according to the dharmas and do not dwell in marks when bestowing it. Commentary. People are attached to emptiness, so they don't need anything at all. They say that it's not necessary to study the sutras. They say that they don't use written words. Everything's empty, they say. Don't use words. Words are nothing but an attachment to marks. If that is so, then nobody should even speak, because written words are simply the visible manifestation of spoken language. They also said the direct mind is the Bodhi Mandala. Do not set up written words. But unless you quit speaking altogether, you will still have language, and the phrase "do not set up" is itself made of words. Your confusion is your own business, said the Master, but do not slander the Buddha's sutras. You should not refrain from thinking, for if you do, you fall into a useless, dull kind of emptiness. You should cultivate the way I have instructed you. Do not become attached to appearances. Sutra. If you understand, then speak accordingly, function accordingly, practice accordingly, and act accordingly, and you will not stray from the basis of our school. If someone asks you about the meaning and the question is about existence, answer with non-existence. If you are asked about non-existence, answer with existence. Asked about the common life, answer with the holy life. Asked about the holy life, answer with the common life. Since in each case the two principles are independent, the meaning of the middle way will arise between them. If you answer every question with an opposite, you will not stray from the basic principle. Suppose someone asks, what is darkness? You should answer, brightness is the cause of darkness, and darkness the condition. When there is no brightness, there is no darkness. Brightness reveals darkness, and darkness reveals brightness. Since opposites are interdependent, the principle of the middle way is established. Answer every question that way, and in the future, when you transmit the Dharma, transmit it in the way I am instructing you. Then you will not stray from the tradition of our school. Commentary. If you answer every question with an opposite Dharma, you will not deviate from the basic principle of the Seven Enlightenment doctrine. Sutra. In the 7th month of the year Jansu, the first year of the Tai Chi and Yanho reigns, ca. 712 AD, the master sent his disciples to Sincho to build a pagoda at Kaoan Temple. He ordered them to hurry the work, and it was completed by the end of the summer of the following year. Commentary. During the cyclical year Gensu, the rain was renamed twice. In the 5th month, it was changed from Tai Chi to Yanho. In the 7th month, the emperor abdicated in favor of his son, and the 8th month, the reign was renamed Xian Tian. Sincho was the master's homeland. His disciples built a pagoda there so that the master's body might rest in it. Sutra. On the first day of the 7th month, he gathered his disciples together and said, in the 8th month, I wish to leave this world. Those of you who have doubts should ask about them now, so that I may resolve them for you and put an end to your confusion, because when I am gone, there'll be no one to teach you. Hearing this, Fa Hui and others wept. Only Shen Hui was unmoved and did not cry. The master said, little master Shen Hui has attained to equality of good and evil. He is not moved by blame or praise and does not feel sadness or joy. None of the rest of you have attained that. All these years on the mountain, how have you been cultivating? Now you cry. Who are you worrying about? Are you worrying that I don't know where I'm going? I know where I'm going. If I didn't know, I wouldn't have been able to tell you about it in advance. No doubt you are crying because you don't know where I am going, but if you know, you wouldn't need to cry. Originally, the Dharma nature is not produced or extinguished. It does not come or go. Commentate. The great master rang the bell and beat the drum. The sound rang out, summoning all his disciples to his side. Pay attention, he said, in the 8th month of this year I am going to leave this world. Then here he is again. Fa Hai, number 1, he didn't even list the names of the other disciples, he just said Fa Hai and others. They all wept, their eyes ran with tears, and their noses ran with snot, just like children who have lost their mother and have no milk to drink. Wah, wah, they cried like babies. Some of them cried in secret, some cried openly, and some faked tears, fearing it would be bad manners not to cry along with everyone else. There was both truth and falsehood in the situation. It was exactly like a play. But the youngest of the babies did not cry. Was it because he was too young to understand or care that he was about to lose his mother? Or In this case, his teacher, was it that? No, Xuan Wei was young in years, but old in wisdom. He understood the principle of not moving in any state. Mencius was 40 years old before he reached that level, with an unmoving mind. They praise you, are not pleased. They scold, you are not annoyed. They say you work hard, you are not moved. They say you are lazy no matter what, you are not moved. However, when you're really being lazy and someone scolds you, you can't say, I have samadhi. He doesn't bother me at all. You must have a true unmoving mind, like that of little Shen Wei. The Sixth Patriarch called Shen Wei Little Master. In the first 10 years after taking precepts, one is called a Little Master, or Junior Seated. From 10 to 20 years, one is a Middle Seated, and from 20 to 30 years, one is a Senior Seated. Little Master Shen Wei is better than all of you, the Master said, because he doesn't have a discriminating mind. He has truly turned his consciousness into wisdom. Shen Wei was not moved by praise or blame. The Dharma Master does not cultivate. All he does is run after women. Criticism like that didn't bother him. He really works hard. Not only does he not sleep, he doesn't even lie down, and he only eats once a day. Such austerity, praise like that, didn't affect him either. If you don't react when people slander you, but it's as if nothing happened. If you're a pig, they must say, fine. You answer, I am a pig, no problem. If you don't react, then they can praise you, and it doesn't matter either. You have both virtue and learning. They may say, but you pay no attention. If you are pleased when someone praises your learning, then you really have no learning at all. If you get angry when someone scolds you, you have been influenced by an outside state. To be unmoved by any state is to neither grasp nor reject, neither love nor hate. You can tell little Master Shen Wei that he is good, but he will not be happy. You can tell him he is bad, but he will not get angry. He has no thought of misery or delight. There truly is complete understanding of the middle way, rare indeed. You old ones, the Master said, you middle-aged ones, none of you pass. None of you has outweighted the fire. When anger sets you ablaze, you should think, wait a minute, and then get angry. Then you wait and your anger disappears. That is called outweighting the fire. If you don't wait, the fire burns, but if you can wait, it will die out. When steel is red hot, you can shape it into a vessel, but unless you wait for the fire to burn it red hot, you can't mold the metal. You haven't outweighted the fire. You have been on the mountain for so long, said the Master. What have you been doing all this time? You hear that I'm going to complete the stillness, and you cry like babies. You are worthless. How have you been cultivating? By eating and sleeping? Are you upset because you think I don't know where I'm going? I tell you something. I do know. Of course I know. There is no reason for you to worry about me. I can take care of myself. No big, no small, no within or without. You cultivate, you understand. You make the arrangements yourself. Sutra. All of you sit down, and I will recite a verse called the True False Motion Stillness Verse. If you take it up and recite it, you will be the same mind as I am. If you rely on it to cultivate, you will not stray from the true principle of our school. The assembly bowed and begged the Master to recite the verse. There is nothing true in anything, so don't view anything as true. If you view anything as true, your view will be completely false. If you can know what is true by yourself, being apart from the false is the truth of the mind. When your mind is not apart from the false and lacks the truth, then where is the truth? Commentary. Now don't be nervous, the Master said. Sit down and don't jump around. Don't cry right in front of me like that. Really, you are undisciplined disciples. Listen to my verse. It discusses the true and the false and the principles of motion and stillness. If you can understand it and bear it in mind, you won't deviate from the sudden teaching. Turn the light around, said the Master. Shine it inside at your own self-nature, and you can know the truth. To find your true mind is simply to separate yourselves from the false forms and images of the world. If there is no truth within your own mind, where will you find the truth? The truth is not apart from the self-nature. Apart from the self-nature, there is no truth. Sutra. Sentient beings understand motion. Insentient beings do not move. If you cultivate the work of non-movement, like insentient beings, you will not move. If you seek the true non-movement, in movement there is non-movement. Non-movement is non-movement, but the things without sentience lack the Buddha seed, fully able to discriminate among marks, but unmoving in the primary meaning. That very act of viewing in this way itself is the function of true suchness. Commentary. Do not seek non-movement apart from movement, for it is just within movement that stillness can be found. All sentient beings move, but if you can be still while remaining sentient, that is true non-movement. If as a sentient being you are able to clearly distinguish the marks of all dharmas, not with your consciousness but with wisdom, you can give proof to the attainment of the substantive principle of your self-nature and achieve the ultimate state. That is true, proper non-movement. Sutra. I tell you, students of the way, apply your minds with effort and take care. At the gate of the great vehicle, do not grasp the wisdom of birth and death. If there is response at these words, then let us discuss the Buddha's meaning together. If there is no response, join your hands together and make others glad. The basis of this school is non-contention. Contention is not the meaning of the way. For in grasping at the Dharma doors of contradiction and contention, the self-nature enters birth and death. Commentary. You are face to face with the great vehicle Buddha Dharma. Do not continue to grasp at your understanding, which binds you up in birth and death, at the kind of wisdom that is still attached to marks. If you can't understand what I am trying to tell you, then put your hands together to please living beings. My school of sudden enlightenment is based on the cultivation of patience of unproduced dharmas. Then there should be no debating. When you argue with others, you lose the meaning of the way. Debating the thoughts of victory and defeat stand in contradiction to the way. Giving rise to the four marks, mind, how can samadhi be obtained? If you insist on arguing, your self-nature won't escape the revolving wheel. Giving rise to marks of a self and others, living beings and life, you will certainly continue to undergo birth and death. Sutra. When the followers heard this verse, they understood its meaning and bowed down before the Master. They made up their minds to practice in accord with the Dharma and not to argue, knowing that the great Master would not remain long in the world. The senior seated Fa-hai bowed again and asked, after the High Master's enters extinction, who will inherit the robe and Dharma? Commentary. Fa-hai never forgets himself. No doubt he wanted the robe and bowl for himself. Sutra. The Master said, since the time I lectured on the Dharma in the Ta Fan Temple, transcriptions of my lectures have been circulated. They are to be called the Dharma Jewel Platform Sutra. Protect and transmit them in order to take humankind across. If you speak according to them, you will be speaking the orthodox Dharma. I will explain the Dharma to you, but I will not transmit the robe, because your roots of faith are pure and ripe. You certainly have no doubts and are worthy of great work. According to the meaning of the transmission verse of the first Patriarch Bodhidharma, the robe should not be transmitted. His verse said, "Originally I came to this land transmitting Dharma, saving living beings. One flower opens 5 petals, and the fruit comes to bear of itself." Commentary. The students didn't have tape recorders as we do, so they wrote down their notes with brush and ink and compared them amongst themselves. You should take good care of the lectures, the Master said. They are Dharma jewels. Print and distribute them, and so take living beings across. I know that you all believe in me, and so I don't need to transmit the robe. Besides, the great Master Bodhidharma said, at the beginning of the Sixth Patriarch, the robe should not be transmitted. He said, I originally came to China in order to transmit the right Dharma and take across all those confused living beings. From me, this one flower, in the future 5 petals will open the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Patriarchs, and the fruit will come to bear of itself. That is, there will be no need to transmit the robe. Transmitting the Dharma will suffice. That is why the 5th Patriarch told the 6th Patriarch, as a robe is a source of contention, do not transmit it. Should you continue to transmit it, your life will hang by a thread. The fruit comes to bear of itself. You should know that the fruit which ripens in this line is just all of you who have taken refuge with me. The first character of your Dharma name is Ko, and it means fruit or results, so don't forget to ripen. All of you should ripen right away. Most importantly, don't be lazy. Bodhidharma gave you all prediction long ago. The 6th Patriarch himself said, the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. They both knew that in the future there would be all of you disciples in America with the first name Ko. The fruit they spoke of is just all of you. That fruit is you. You are that fruit. The two are one. Sutra. The Master added, all of you good-knowing advisors should purify your minds and listen to my explanation of the Dharma. If you wish to realize all knowledge, you must understand the samadhi of one mark and the samadhi of one conduct. If you do not dwell in marks anywhere and do not give rise to hate or love, do not grasp or reject, and do not calculate advantage or disadvantage, production and destruction, while in the midst of marks, but instead remain tranquil, calm, and yielding, then you will have achieved the samadhi of one mark. In all places, whether walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, to maintain a straight and uniform mind, to attain the unmoving bodhimanda and the true realization of the Pure Land, that is called samadhi of one conduct. Commentary. Wash your minds clean, said the Master, and get rid of greed, hate, and delusion. If you wish to realize all knowledge, you need to understand the samadhi of one mark, which consists in not dwelling in marks, and the samadhi of one conduct, which consists in not dwelling in conduct. The samadhi of one mark, whether you are in a good place or a bad place, whether moving or still, do not dwell in marks, while in the midst of marks do not give rise to dislike or fondness, neither love nor hate should move the mind should not grasp or reject. If you have a thought of love, you will grasp at the object of your desire. The 12 conditioned causes say, love conditions grasping conditions existence. To reject means to cast away. If you hate something, then you reject it. Love and hate cause grasping and rejecting. Do not calculate advantage and disadvantage. If you think, what's in it for me, you are just greedy, self-seeking, and impure. Do you understand? You should not have such thoughts. You should remain tranquil with nothing at all to do, and calm like water without waves. No waves means no afflictions, no love, no hate, no grasping, no rejecting, no advantage, no disadvantage, no success, and no failure. You should be yielding like empty space. Take a look. Everything comes from empty space, and yet empty space does nothing at all. It does not set itself up as boss and say, go, be born, go die. Everything is born and dies within it. Undergoing transformation is a most natural way, without the slightest difficulty. Yield and be flexible. If you're flexible, then whatever happens just happens. That's the way it is. There's no greed, hatred, or delusion. There is nothing at all. With few wants, one is content, without longing or self-seeking. It is no use to think, wait until my book gets published. I will be a famous scholar. You may want to do something strange to make the world take notice of you, but you should not have such ideas. You should decrease your desires, no matter what they are, and always be content. Knowing enough, you're always happy. Able to be patient, you're at peace. If you can be tranquil, calm, and yielding, and leave marks while in the midst of them, if you can transcend the dust while in the dust, just that is samadhi of one mark. The samadhi of one conduct, no matter where you are, is a good place, a bad place, a wholesome place, an unwholesome place, a right place, a wrong place, walking, standing, sitting, or lying down. Maintain a direct mind. The direct mind is the Bodhi Mandala. Students of the Buddha Dharma should not be devious. Be direct in your thoughts, words, and deeds. Speak your mind. Don't think east and speak west. The straight mind is the Bodhi Mandala. If the cause is not straight, the result will be crooked. Your mind should be uniform and of one purity. You cultivate the way towards others, towards yourself, towards everything. Be straightforward. Don't try to trick people out of their money, no matter how poor you are. If you borrow a little money and return it right away, you have not lost the virtue of a gentleman. But if you borrow and don't return it, your position is very low. Be unmoving, Bodhimandala, with straightforward mind, for that is the realization of the Pure Land and is called the samadhi of one conduct. Sutra. One who perfects the two samadhis is like earth in which seeds are planted. Buried in the ground, they are nourished and grow, ripening and bearing fruit. The one mark and one conduct are just like that. I now speak the Dharma, which is like the falling of the timely rain, moistening the great earth. Your Buddha nature is like seeds which receive the moisture, will sprout and grow. Those who receive my teachings will surely obtain Bodhi, and those who practice my conduct will certainly certify to the wonderful fruit. Listen to my verse. The mind ground contains every seed. Under the universal rain, they all sprout. Flower and feeling sudden enlightenment. The Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. After speaking the verses, the Master said, Dharma is non-dual, nor is the mind, and the way is pure and without marks. All of you take care and not to contemplate stillness or empty the mind. The mind is basically pure and does not grasp or reject anything. Each of you work hard and go well in harmony with circumstances. At that time his followers made obeisance and withdrew. Commentary. The timely rain falls when it is needed. It falls too soon. It may drown the crops, and if it comes too late, they may wither and die. The Sixth Patriarch's Dharma is like the timely rain, which moistens all the great. Your own inherent Buddha nature is like the seeds which receive the moisture and flourish, ripening into Bodhi fruits. The Bodhi sprouts became Bodhi fruits. The Master went on, "You who understand my doctrine are certain to obtain Bodhi. If you cultivate according to this method, you will surely obtain the wonderful Bodhi fruit. Now I have spoken so much Dharma for you. You are probably all flustered, so pay attention while I speak this verse. Purify your minds. Your self-nature contains every seed. At the timely rain, they all sprout. When sentient beings suddenly enlighten, the flower opens, the fruit is ripened, and the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. This wonderful fruit of Bodhi ripens of itself. Bodhidharma said, the fruit comes to bear of itself, and the Sixth Patriarch said, the Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. They were speaking of all of you who have the Dharma named Go. You should ripen throughout the world. All places should reap this fruit. What fruit? The Bodhi fruit. The Sixth Patriarch was afraid you might not have understood, so he spoke it very clearly. The Bodhi fruit accomplishes itself. You should all ripen of your own. I cannot help you. If you don't ripen, you are just cheating yourself, so ripen. Isn't this strange? Your Dharma names all begin with the word fruit, and our sudden school transmission verse also says, and cultivate the ever blissful fruit, personally transmitting the unconditioned teaching. In the future, all of you will personally transmit the unconditioned Dharma. The Master went on, my sudden enlightenment Dharma door is not two, it is one. What is the one? It is the sudden teaching, the mind neither two. Therefore, it should return to the one. The way we cultivate is pure and without marks. Although it is without marks, don't make a mistake of contemplating stillness, because that is just another attachment. Do not loiter in dull emptiness either, because the mind of living beings is naturally and fundamentally pure. The original substance of the mind is pure, immaculate, without grasping or rejecting. Work hard, all of you. Go forward and don't be lazy. Go where circumstances take you and build Bodhi mandalas. Be good, cultivate good, and work hard. Sutra. On the 8th day of the 7th month, the Master suddenly said to his disciple, I wish to return to Shinsho. Quickly ready a boat and oars. The great assembly entreated him earnestly to stay, but the Master said, all Buddhas appear in the world and then are seen to enter nirvana. This body of mine must return somewhere. The assembly said, Master, you are leaving, but sooner or later you will return. The Master said, falling leaves return to the root. There was no day on which I came. They further asked, who has received the transmission of the right Dharma eye treasury? The Master said, the one who has the way obtains it. The one without a mind penetrates it. Commentary. Patriarch, said the assembly, you are leaving now, but we can't believe that you will enter nirvana. Sooner or later you will come back, won't you? The Master said, just as leaves fall and return to the root of trees, I must go. Besides, there was no day on which I came. The Chinese text reads, when I came, I had no mouth, but this is a misprint for the word day. However, you can also explain it as, when I came, I had no mouth. On the day when the Patriarch came into this world, he had no mouth, that is, he had no words. He did not speak Dharma when he came out, and he did not speak Dharma when he left. Coming and going, he did not speak Dharma. The Dharma does not come, increase, or decrease. Although he spoke the Dharma for many years, he never spoke the Dharma at all. There was no fixed Dharma. You can explain it any way you wish, as long as you are in accord with principle. But if you don't explain it correctly, you can explain your listeners right into the hells, and that is taking the unfixed Dharma too far. The patriarch's disciples, unable to bear the thought of their master's imminent departure, tried to delay him with questions until the master, in exasperation, probably decided that they were just too much trouble. "I'm getting out of here," he probably thought. The right Dharma-eye treasure refers to the robe and bowl. So many disciples, and yet not one of them knew who had received the Dharma transmission. If they hadn't been greedy for it themselves, they wouldn't have asked this question. Why else would they be standing by the river and gazing out into the sea? If you weren't longing for the sea, why would you be standing there? Everyone thought the robe and bowl was extremely important. But the Sixth Patriarch was not a businessman. If he had been, at $65 a transmission, he could have made a lot of money. Who got the transmission? The one who has the way obtains it. The one without a mind penetrates. Whoever has no seeking mind understands my Dharma, because he has obtained the samadhis of one mark and one conduct. The Sixth Patriarch's Dharma is to be found in these verses and principles. If you cultivate according to them, you will obtain the Dharma. Sutra. They further ask, in the future, there won't be any difficulties, will there? The Master said, 5 or 6 years after my extinction, a man will come and take my head. Listen to my verse. Offerings to the parents with bowed head, there must be food in the mouth. When the difficulty of man is met, the officials will be Yang and Liu. Commentary. Remember the demonic difficulties which had beset the Master during his lifetime: assassination attempts, arson, thievery, and spying. The Master's disciples wondered what would happen when he was gone. I know that the sutra does not record all the hardships the Master underwent. There were at least 6 attempts made to steal the robe and bowl, and thieves were armed and prepared to kill the Master. If necessary, so his disciples asked, hopefully there won't be any difficulties like that in the future, will there? No one will want to kill us, will they? Will they try to kill us instead of you? While he was alive, they tried to take his life. After his death, they tried to steal his head. In those days, it wasn't easy to be a patriarch. It's not so difficult today, however, so don't retreat. The Sixth Patriarch's verse was a prophecy. No one understood it at the time, but later it came true. 5 or 6 years after the Master's death, a Korean monk named Chin Ta Pen hired Chan Ching Man and Xiu Cho to steal the Patriarch's head and bring it back to Korea so he could make offerings to it. Chan Ching Man was poor and hungry, and he took the money because there must be food in the mouth. The Korean monk was no doubt very rich. At the time of the difficulty of Chan Chin Man, the magistrate was named Liu Tian, and the governor was named Yang Khan. The flesh body of the Patriarch was housed in a pagoda. Having heard the Master's prediction, his disciples had bound his neck with sheets of iron for protection. Chan Man chopped at it with his knife, but he wasn't able to remove the Master's head. He made a lot of noise, and when the bhikshus came running to catch him, they saw a man wearing white mourning clothes run from the pagoda. The bhikshus reported the incident to the police, and within 5 days the thief was arrested and brought to Nanhua Temple to be tried. Why did you try to steal the Patriarch's head, they asked. A Korean monk paid me to do it, he said, and I was hungry, so I took his money. The magistrate turned to the Master's disciple, Ling Tao, and said, "What do we do now?" Ling Tao said, "According to the law, he deserves to die, but in the Buddhist teaching, there are no friends or enemies. Besides, the Master predicted this would happen. Let him go. The Buddha gate is indeed wide," said the magistrate, and he set the criminal free. Sutra. The Master also said, 70 years after my departure, 2 bodhisattvas, one who has left home and one who is a layman, will simultaneously come from the east to propagate and transform. They will establish my school, build and restore monastery, and glorify the Dharma for the heirs. Commentary. The bodhisattvas who had left home was Patriarch Matsu Taui. He built many monasteries in China. It is said Matsu built the temples and Pai Cheng wrote the rules. Pai Cheng was Matsu's Dharma successor. The bodhisattva who had not left home was Pang Yun, the enlightened layman. His entire family was enlightened, wife, daughter, and son, and they all went to nirvana. Layman Pang had been incredibly wealthy, but he built a big boat one day, put all his money in it, sailed out to sea, and dumped it overboard. Some say that the 2 bodhisattvas are Dhyana Master Wangpo and layman Pei Xiu. You may explain it any way you like, as long as you pick up 2 people, a monk and a layman. Layman Pang gave all his money as a gift to use for remodeling the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the sea. He returned to his home and took up a lowly occupation, and in the midst of their bitter poverty, the Pang family cultivated the way. One day, Mr. Pang sighed, it's hard. It's really just as hard as putting seeds on all the leaves of the trees in the yard." "What do you mean, old man?" said Mr. Pang. "It's not hard at all. In fact, it's easy. It's easy because I find on the tip of every blade of grass the patriarch's mind." She thought it was easy, and he thought it was hard. Then their little daughter came and disagreed with both of them. "It's not easy, it's not hard. I eat when I'm hungry, and I sleep when I'm tired." "There's nothing to it," she said. Although Mr. Pang was married, he and his wife were like good friends and did not carry on like ordinary men and women. As a consequence, they became enlightened. Lay people should all imitate their inconceivable purity. Sutra. The assembly made obeisance again and asked, "Will you please let us know for how many generations the teaching had been transmitted since the first Buddha and the Patriarch appeared in the world?" The Master said, "The Buddhas of antiquity have responded to appear in the world are numberless and uncountable." Commentary. "Their number is incalculable," said the Master. "Besides, I never learned to read or write, and I am not very good at arithmetic. Let's now count them." Sutra. But now I will begin with the last 7 Buddhas. In the past adorned aeon there was Vipassana Buddha, Shikin Buddha, and Vishbhavu Buddha. In the present worthy aeon, there has been Krakuchanda Buddha, Kanakamuni Buddha, and Kashyapa, and Shakyamuni Buddha. Commentary. In the adorned aeon, Alamkara Kalpa, 1,000 Buddhas appeared in the world. The 998th Buddha of the Kalpa was Vipassana Buddha. His name means victorious contemplation, every kind of contemplation, victorious view, or every kind of view. If you just remember Vipassana Buddha, that will do for general purposes. The Shikin Buddha, Shikin is translated as fire. Vishbhavu Buddha was the last Buddha of the adorned aeon. We are now living in the worthy aeon, Bhadrakalpa, so called because many worthy sages will appear during it. Of the 1,000 Buddhas of this aeon, Krakuchanda was the first. His name means worthy of offerings, because he should receive the offerings of humans and gods. His name also means adornment. The second Buddha was Kanakamuni, the third Kashyapa, and the fourth Shakyamuni. These are the most recent Buddhas. Sutra. From Shakyamuni Buddha, the transmission went to Arya Mahakasyapa, Arya Ananda, Arya Sanakasvasya, Arya Upagupta, Arya Dartaka, Arya Michaka, Arya Vasumitra, Arya Buddha Nandi, Arya Buddha Mitra, Arya Parvashya, and so forth. Commentary: Shakyamuni Buddha, in the midst of millions of humans and gods who were circumambulating him, picked up a flower, and Mahakasyapa, the first patriarch, had a smile. No one knew what was happening when Shakyamuni Buddha said, "I have the right Dharma eye, treasury, the wonderful mind of nirvana, the real mark which is unmarked. This is the mind-to-mind transmission, transmitted outside the teaching. I have already given it to Mahakasyapa in mind-to-mind transmission." The third patriarch, the Venerable Sanakasvasya, was born wearing clothes, and as he grew, his clothes grew along with him. After he left home under Arya Ananda, his clothes changed into a great Samgati robe. Just before he died, he said, "This robe will not decay until Shakyamuni Buddha's Dharma is completely extinguished." The 10th patriarch, Arya Parvasa, lived in his mother's womb for more than 60 years. He was born with white hair and a white beard, just like Lao Tzu in China. Lao Tzu lived in his mother's womb for 81 years and was born with white hair and a long white beard. They named him Lao Tzu, which means old child, but he was actually a reincarnation of Mahakasyapa. He was born in China because Shakyamuni Buddha had noticed that the Chinese had good karmic roots. Most of them did not believe in the Buddha, however, so Mahakasyapa went to China to found the religion of Taoism, which is the same as the Brahmin religion of India, and which cultivates purity of conduct. Arya Parshva, the 10th patriarch, was born with a liking for cultivation. When he met the 9th patriarch, Buddha Mitra, he left home, and the Dharma door of the Buddha's mind seal was transmitted to him. Sutra. Arya Punya Yasha Mahasattva, Asvagosha, Arya Kapinala Mahasattva, Nargajuna, Arya Kanadeva, Arya Rahulata, Arya Sanganandi, and Arya Gayashta. Commentary. When the 11th patriarch, Punya Yasha, met Parvashya, he asked him, "How can I realize Buddhahood?" Parvashya said, "You wish to realize Buddhahood. It is just your present non-realization." Punya Yasha said, "You say that my present non-realization is the Buddha, but how can I know that?" Parvashya replied, "How can you know that your present non-realization is not the Buddha?" With that question and that answer, Punya Yasha became enlightened and received the Dharma transmission. Later on, he met the great master Asvagosha, the 11th patriarch. Mahasattva Asvagosha was extremely intelligent. Punya Yasha knew that Asvagosha's conditions were ripe, and he was ready to become the 12th patriarch. When Punya Yasha went to teach him, Asvagosha asked, "How can I know the Buddha?" Punya Yasha said, "You wish to know the Buddha? He is just your not knowing." Asvagosha said, "Not knowing the Buddha, how can I know that my not knowing is the Buddha?" Punya Yasha said, "If you do not know the Buddha, how can you know that your not knowing is not the Buddha?" Asvagosha said, "So this is the meaning of sawing. You say this and I say that, and we hack at the principle like sawing through a piece of wood." Punya Yasha replied, "So that's the meaning of wood. But what is the meaning of sawing?" Asvagosha said, It is just what you are. And what is the meaning of wood? Punya Yasha said, you have just been sought open by me. You have just been liberated by me. Ashvaghosha was instantaneously enlightened. He left home, received the transmission, and became the 12th patriarch. He was called Ashvaghosha, horse cry, because when he spoke the Dharma, all the horses cried out. He was a Mahasattva, that is, a great being, a great bodhisattva. Nagarjuna Bodhisattva, the 14th patriarch, is one who went to Dragon Palace and brought back the Avatamsaka Sutra. He was very, very wise. Sanganandi, the 17th patriarch, asked Gayashta, the 18th patriarch, how old are you? The child replied, I am 100 years old. But you're so young, said the patriarch, how can you be 100 years old? If I were 100 years old and did not understand the Buddha Dharma, I would not be as good as a one-day-old baby who did. Hearing such an intelligent answer, the 17th patriarch let the child leave home life under him and later transmitted the Dharma to him. Sutra. Arya Kumarata, Arya Jayata, Arya Vasubandhu, Arya Manahita, Arya Haklena, Arya Simha, Arya Basita, Arya Punyamitra, Arya Prajna, Arya Bodhidharma, Great Master Weiko, Great Master Sungsang, Great Master Daosin, Great Master Wangren, and I, Hui Neng, am the 33rd patriarch. Thus the transmission has been handed down from patriarch to patriarch, in the future transmitted accordingly from generation to generation. Do not allow it to become extinct. The assembly heard and faithfully accepted what the master had said, bowed and withdrew. Commentary. Arya Simha, the 24th patriarch, was a native of central China. In his practice of the Buddha Dharma, he traveled to Kashmir. The king of Kashmir did not believe in the Buddha, but instead followed the two non-Buddhist leaders who were intent on destroying Buddhism. As bhikshus were not allowed within the country, the king demanded that Arya Simha, have you ended birth and death? Arya Simha wanted to convert the king. I have ended it, he answered. The Buddha's teaching says that practicing the Bodhisattva way, you must give up your head, your eyes, your brains, and your blood. You must give up whatever someone happens to need. Now, I need your head. Give it to me. Since you have ended birth and death, you must give me your head. Can you do it? I don't even have birth or death, said Arya Simha. What does it matter if I lose my head? It's yours, take it. The king sliced off Arya Simha's head, but instead of blood, a milky white fluid ran out of his neck. The king's arm fell to the ground. No one cut it off. It fell off by itself because he had murdered an arhat. The king then put the two leaders of the non-Buddhist religion to death, but there was nothing special about their execution. They bled just like everyone else. The king prohibited their non-Buddhist religion and spread the Buddha Dharma widely. Sutra. On the 3rd day of the 8th month of the year Kui Cho, the 2nd year of Xin Tian reign, after a meal in Kao An Temple, the master said, each of you take your seat, for I am going to say goodbye. Fa Hai said, what teaching Dharma will the High Master leave behind so that confused people can be led to the Buddha nature? The Master said, all of you please listen carefully. If those of future generations recognize living beings, they will have perceived the Buddha nature. If they do not recognize living beings, they will seek the Buddha throughout many aeons, but he will be difficult to meet. I will now teach you how to recognize the living beings within your mind and how to see the Buddha nature there. If you wish to see the Buddha, simply recognize living beings, for it is living beings who are confused about the Buddha, and not the Buddha who is confused about living beings. When enlightened to the self-nature, the living being is a Buddha. If confused about the self-nature, the Buddha is a living being. When the self-nature is impartial, the living being is the Buddha. When the self-nature is biased, the Buddha is a living being. If your thoughts are devious and malicious, the Buddha dwells within the living being. But by means of one impartial thought, the living being becomes a Buddha. Our minds have their own Buddha, and that Buddha is the true Buddha. If your mind does not have its own Buddha, where can the true Buddha be sought? Your own minds are the Buddhas. Have no further doubts. Nothing can be established outside the mind, for the original mind produces the 10,000 dharmas. Therefore, the sutra says, the mind produced, all dharmas are produced. The mind extinguished, all dharmas are extinguished. Commentary. The great master instructed his disciples to take their seats. In Buddhism, everything has a fixed order. Those who take precepts first stand or sit in front of those who take them later. If you have held the precepts for even one day longer, you sit in front. Once again, Fa Hai, number 1, heard that the Sixth Patriarch was going, and so he acted as a spokesman. He was the oldest, so naturally he was higher than everyone else. What Dharma will you leave us, High Master, so that we can teach the deluded ones of the future generations to understand the mind and see the nature? The Master said, if you want to find the Buddha, you must look among living beings. If you recognize living beings, you recognize Buddha nature. Why does the never-slighted Bodhisattva bow before everyone he meets? Because he knows that everyone is a Buddha. He will accomplish Buddhahood himself. If he saw everyone a demon, he would become a demon. So the Buddha within your own mind, but don't seek him outside. If you wish to see the Buddha, you must first respect living beings and recognize them all as Buddhas. Then you've understood the mind and seen your nature. Confused living beings do not recognize the Buddha, but the Buddha recognizes living beings. If you are biased and continually pick at other people's faults, even if you are a Buddha and turn into a living beings and the Buddha are a thought apart. Buddha is mind, mind is Buddha. Right thoughts are Buddha. Deviant thoughts are the demon. Pure thoughts are the Buddha. Defiled thoughts are the demon. Take a look at your thoughts. If you can keep your mind clean, that is the real Buddha. Without a clear, pure, genuine Buddha mind, where can you go to find the Buddha? You never find him. The Buddha is made in your mind. Do not seek him outside. Nothing is separate from the self-nature. Nothing is separate from your own mind. The 10,000 dharmas are all produced from your mind and not from outside. The Buddha spoke all dharmas for the minds of living beings. If there were no minds, what use would dharmas be? Sutra. Now, to say goodbye, I will leave you a verse called the Self-Nature's True Buddha verse. People of the future who understand its meaning will see their original mind and realize the Buddha way. The verse runs, the true suchness, self-nature, is the true Buddha. Deviant views, the three poisons, are the demon king. Commentary. The most important part of the Platform Sutra is this last verse. It explains everything extremely well. The Sixth Patriarch left it not just for the people of his day, but for us now to cultivate according to its principles. He saw that you and I would be here. We all have a share, and we cultivate according to this verse because we are all people of future generations, not animals. The animals of the future generations will have to be reborn as people before they can have a share. The Sixth Patriarch spoke this verse for the people, not animals. Animals who wish to become Buddhas must first be reborn as human beings. We should not lose this opportunity. The true suchness of self-nature is the true Buddha. The self-nature is your mind. Your true suchness, self-nature, is called the real mark, the Tathagata store, the Buddha nature, and your own nature. True suchness is just your own nature, which is the true Buddha. Deviant views, the three poisons, are the demon king. If you know the true Buddha, you should also know the demon king. The demon king is just your deviant views, greed, hate, and delusion, the three poisons. Greed for riches and greed for sex, greed for anything at all, is nothing but poison. If after you leave home you are still greedy and self-seeking, that too is poison. If you scheme to get more disciples, that is poison. So you see, we have been here for a long time, and not many have taken refuge and become disciples. Those who take refuge must do it on their own. Now, no one advises them. If I told you to take refuge with me, you might wonder if I had the right to be your teacher and good-knowing advisor. I don't know myself whether I'm a good-knowing advisor, and so I do not go about it in this way. Sutra. At times of deviant confusion, the demon king is in the house, but when you have proper views, the Buddha is in the hall. Deviant views, the three poisons produced within the nature, are just the demon king. Come to dwell in the house, proper views, casting out the three poisons of the mind, transform the demon into the Buddha. True, not false. Commentary. Deviant confusion is ignorance. Ignorance creates love and desire, and that is the demon king dwelling in your house. If you have proper views, and not the wrong ones, of greed, hate, and delusion, then your mind is pure and the Buddha is in the hall. The Buddha and the demon are both manifested from your own nature. When you hold deviant views, the three poisons arise, and the demon comes to dwell in your house. What is your house? Your body. Proper views spontaneously expel the three poisons, and the demon immediately changes into Buddha. The principle is absolutely true. It cannot possibly be false. You need only to hold proper views, and that is the Buddha. Improper views are the demon. Sutra. Dharma body, reward body, and transformation body. Fundamentally, the three bodies are one body. Seeing that for yourself within your own nature is the Bodhi cause for realizing Buddhahood. The pure nature is originally produced from the transformation body. The pure nature is ever present within the transformation body. One's nature leads to the transformation body, down the right road, and in the future the full perfection is truly without end. Commentary. Although spoken of as three, the clear, pure Dharma body, the perfect full reward body, and the 100,000 myriads of transformation bodies are fundamentally one. The three bodies are simply transformations of your one body. This is called 3 in 1, 1 in 3. Your seeing for yourself the true Buddha within your self-nature is a cause for your future realization of Buddhahood. It is the seed of Buddhahood. Having planted the Bodhi seed, you will certainly reap the Bodhi fruit and become a Buddha. The clear, pure self-nature originally arises from the transformation body. Your pure self-nature, your pure Dharma body, is within your transformation body. In the future, your Bodhi self-nature will be perfected, and the perfect, full reward body will be inexhaustible. Sutra. The root cause of purity is the lust nature. For once rid of lust, the substance of the nature is pure. Each of you, within your natures, abandon the 5 desires. In an instant, see your nature. It is true. Commentary. Everyone has sexual desire, but you do not need to be afraid of it. In the Shurangama Sutra, we read about Uchusma, the firehead Vajra, whose sexual desire was unbearably intense when he began to cultivate, but he was able to discipline and temper the fire of lust, transforming it into the fire of wisdom and transforming himself into the firehead Vajra. The root cause of purity is the lust nature. Proper thoughts are the cause of purity in the nature, and deviant thoughts the cause of impurity. Therefore, cut off the nature of sexual desire, which means transform it. This certainly is not telling you to castrate yourself. This is not the answer. Just change your thoughts and make them pure in nature. You don't have to cut off sexual desire. Don't cut it off. Transform it instead. Transforming lust into purity, which is simply proper knowledge and proper views. The lust within the nature is simply deviant knowledge and deviant views. Once rid of lust, the substance of the nature is pure. To get rid of lust means to transform it. You don't have to throw it away. All you have to do is transform it. You don't have to throw it away. All you have to do is change your thoughts and direct them to the pure nature. This is the clear, pure substance of the self-nature, the Dharma body. The 5 desires are wealth, sex, fame, food, and sleep. They may also be explained as forms, sounds, smells, tastes, tangible objects, and objects of the mind. In general, stay away from them. Do not have deviant thoughts within your self-nature. Cultivate proper knowledge and proper views, and abandon the 5 desires. Once you leave the 5 desires, you can see the nature in an instant and obtain your own true suchness, wonderful nature. Sutra. If in this life you encounter the door of the sudden teaching, you will be suddenly enlightened to your self-nature and see the honored of the world. If you wish to cultivate and aspire to Buddhahood, you won't know where the truth is to be sought unless you can see the truth within your own mind. This truth, which is the cause of realizing Buddhahood, not to see your self-nature, but to seek the Buddha outside. If you think that way, you are deluded indeed. I now leave behind the Dharma door of the sudden teaching to liberate worldly people who must cultivate themselves. I announce to you and to future students of the way, if you do not hold these views, you will only waste your time. Commentary. Having encountered the sudden teaching of the Dhyana school, you may become instantly enlightened and understand your original mind and see your original nature. At that moment, you will personally meet the world-honored one, the Buddhas of the 10 directions. You can see them all. Unless you apply effort in the self-nature, instead of looking outside, you will never find genuine Buddha. Understand your mind and see your nature. That is the way to realize Buddhahood. If you do not turn the light around and seek within yourself, but run outside instead to look for the Buddha, you are being stupid, extremely stupid. You must cultivate the Dharma of the sudden enlightenment on your own. Do not fail to cultivate. If you do not hold the notion of expressed in this verse, you are wasting your time. You will never obtain the smallest advantage. Sutra. Having spoken the verse, the Master continued, all of you should take care. After my extinction, do not act with worldly emotion. If you weep in sorrow, receive condolences, or wear mourning clothes, you are not my disciples, for that is contrary to the proper Dharma. Simply recognize your own original mind and see your own original nature, which is neither moving nor still, neither produced nor extinguished, neither coming nor going, neither right nor wrong, neither dwelling nor departing. Commentary. The Master said, unlike common vulgar worldly folk, do not make an emotional play of your feelings. Don't behave like that. Don't weep tears like rain to irrigate the fields. My disciples have to obey me. If you do such things, not only are you not my disciples, but you are also contradicting the Buddha Dharma. Do not strike up false thinking. Do not fail to put it down. Don't fail to break through it. You must see through it, smash it, and put it all down. Then you can be free. If we are not supposed to mourn, Then what should we do? The disciples wondered. Recognize your original mind. That is what it is like. It doesn't move and it isn't still. It doesn't come and go. It's not right or wrong, good or bad, black or white, long or short. It doesn't stay and it doesn't leave. It's neither here nor there. Work to see the self-nature. Understand your mind. Then you will not have wasted your time. Sutra. Because I'm afraid that your confused minds will misunderstand my intention, I will instruct you again so that you may see your nature. After my extinction, continue to cultivate accordingly, as if I were still present. Should you disregard my teaching, then even if I were to remain in the world, you would obtain no benefit. He further spoke this verse. Firm, firm, do not cultivate the good. High, high, do not do evil. Still, still, cut off sight and sound. Vast, vast, the mind unattached. Commentary. Firm, firm means not moving. Thus, thus unmoving, clear, clear, and constantly bright. Do not cultivate the good does not mean that you should not cultivate good. It means that you should not be attached when you cultivate the good. Don't be like the greedy-minded ghost, Emperor Wu of Liang, who thought, look at my merit. High, high means happy and cheerful, independent and content from morning to night. Do not do evil does not mean that you can think, I am not attached to doing evil, so it's no problem. Attached or not attached, you should not do evil. What is evil? Killing, stealing, sexual misconduct. Of the 10,000 evils, licentiousness is the worst. Do not walk down of death. Do not walk this road. Do not do evil. Still, still, cut off sight and sound. This state is peaceful, comfortable, and happy. Still, still, quiet, quiet. You cut off sight and sound by not producing deviant thoughts at the gates of the 6 sense organs. It is all right to have proper thoughts, but cut off the deviant ones. Cut off deviant sights and sounds. For example, if people are speaking improperly, don't listen. Vast, vast, the mind unattached. This mind's capacity extends throughout the universe and fills up heaven and earth. It is high, great, broad, vast, limitless, and unbounded, and it is not attached anywhere. Sutra. After speaking this verse, the master sat upright until the 3rd watch, then suddenly said to his disciples, I am going. In an instant he changed, and a rare fragrance filled the room. A white rainbow linked the earth, and the trees in the wood turned white. The birds and the beasts cried out in sorrow. Commentary. The master sat meditating and with his disciples until middle of the night. At 12 o'clock, when he said, the time has come to go. See you all again. His energy was cut off, and he was no longer moved. He had entered nirvana. He changed. Means that he moved to a new house. Who moved? The flesh-body bodhisattva. The forest turned white because the white rainbow light shone on it. You could say that the trees knew the master was dead, and they expressed their grief by wearing the white clothes of mourning. All the animals on the mountain cried uncontrollably. Grass and trees seemed to be without feeling, but they put on mourning clothes. Birds and beasts ordinarily don't understand very much, but they showed forth a spiritual nature and wept. Sutra. In the 11th month, a dispute among the officials, disciples, Sangha, and laity of the 3 countries of Guangzhou, Shouchou, and Sichou as to who should receive the true body. As they could not agree, they lit incense and prayed, saying, the master will be returned to the place indicated by the incense smoke. The smoke went directly to Xiaoxi, and so on the 13th day of the 11th month, the reliquary and the transmitted robe and bowl were returned there. In the following year, on the 25th day of the 7th month, the body was removed from the reliquary, and disciple Feng Pian anointed it with incense paste. Remembering the prophecy that his head would be taken, the disciples wrapped sheets of iron and lacquered cloth around his neck for protection, and then placed his body in a pagoda. Just then a white light appeared within the pagoda, shot up into the sky, and did not fade for 3 days. The magistrate of Shouchou reported this to the emperor and received an imperial order to erect a stone tablet commemorating the master's conduct in the way. The master's springs and autumns were 76. The robe was transmitted to him when he was 24, and when he was 39, his hair was cut. For 37 years he spoke the Dharma to benefit living beings. 43 men inherited the Dharma, and an uncountable number awoke to the way and overstepped the common lot. The robe of belief transmitted from Bodhidharma, the Mo Na robe and precious bowl conferred by Emperor Chungtsung, as well as the lifelike image sculpted by Fangpin and other articles of the way, were entrusted to the attendant in charge of the stupa and were permanently retained at the Paolin Bodhimandala for the Bodhimanda's protection. The Platform Sutra has been transmitted to set forth the principles of our school, to glorify the Triple Jewel, and to benefit all living beings. Commentary. Those from Guangzhou wanted to take the body to Fa Xing Temple. The Sixth Patriarch had his head shaved there. He should remain here now to receive offerings, they thought. The Xinzhou people all said, the great master is a native of Xinzhou. He should return here. And those Xinzhou insisted that since the Patriarch had expounded his teachings there, he should not be returned to that place. While the Patriarch was alive, they had never quarreled over him, for he had been most independent. But now the Master had completed the stillness, and everyone felt that if they personally had the right to remove his body and make offerings to it. Wasn't the Sixth Patriarch originally from Xinzhou? And didn't the Master himself say, falling leaves return to the root? But the Sixth Patriarch himself built Nanhua temples, said those of Shaochou. He really should return here. The Patriarch left home in Kongzhou. He left his hair fall there, and his Dharma should all fall back on us. The text says that they could not agree, and that indicates that the situation was extremely grave. It was a crisis. Everyone was trying to take the body away by force. They argued and argued until one intelligent person said, "Stop. While he was alive, we obeyed the Master's instructions. Now that he has died, we should still listen to him. Let ask the Master to decide." "But he's already dead," they said. "How can he tell us where he wants to go?" "The Master had spiritual powers," he said, "and he knows all of our thoughts. It must displease him that see us fighting over the right to make offerings to his body. Let's light some incense, and in whatever direction the smoke drifts, that is where the Master wants to go. Then no one can argue about it." The smoke went straight to Nanhua Temple, and there was nothing the people from Guangzhou and Xinzhou could say. The lectures are now complete, and the sutra has been explained. You have undergone such suffering, but I don't know whether you realize it was suffering or not. If you felt it was suffering, you are just common people, but if you did not feel that it was suffering, then you are just a rock, a piece of wood. Well, was it suffering? As to my explanation, I don't know whether I explain well or badly, and I don't know if you listen well or badly. Good and bad, get rid of them both. Explaining is just explaining, and listening is just listening. We have met because of karmic affinities. We have heard the story of the Sixth Patriarch's life and his cultivation of the way. You should not look for a good or bad points, but look instead to see whether you believe Advance down the right road and retreat from wrong. You should cultivate according to the Dharma. Memorize the last verse of the sutra and recite it often, for it reflects the meaning. You will certainly realize Buddhahood. And don't discriminate as to whether I explain the sutra well or not. Just look to see whether or not you cultivate. If you cultivate what is bad and what is good, but if you do not cultivate what is good and is bad. Now, I am going to ask you a question. The Sixth Patriarch was an illiterate, and illiterates cannot have much knowledge. How could someone who couldn't even read speak the sutra? What does that mean? Student, I think the sutra shows that you don't need a lot of scholarly learning in order to become enlightened. The sudden teaching is just the mind. Realize the mind, and we should do it. Who else has a view? This is a democracy. Speak up. Student, in the Sixth Patriarch's Dharma explanation, where could a word arise? Student, the principles contained in the sutra are so clear and out in front that every time I try to say something about them, I get tied up in dualism and feel hopelessly overwhelmed. Does anyone else have an opinion? Student, Master, when the Sixth Patriarch was about to enter Nirvana, he said, "See you later." Where is he now? He comes right from where you are speaking. Now, why was it the Master never learned to read? During the time of the Sixth Patriarch, schools were not available to all, and to attend you had to have money. The Sixth Patriarch's family was extremely poor because his family was father was an honest official who never took bribes. As a boy, even getting food to eat was a problem for the Master. So, of course, he couldn't go to school. It was a question of environment, then. He never learned to read because his family was poor and because schools were not available. But there is yet another reason. Why did the Sixth Patriarch choose to appear in a poor family? He did it to show that even illiterates can realize Buddhahood and become patriarchs. Thus he raised the hopes of those who could not read. Seeing the Sixth Patriarch, everyone thought, he never went to school, but he cultivated and obtained the fruit of the way. We can do it too. It is not the case that if you can't read, you can't cultivate. If you think only educated people can cultivate, you are holding a prejudice. The Sixth Patriarch appeared to cause us all to lay down our prejudices. As I see it, these are the three reasons why the Sixth Patriarch never learned to read. There is one more thing you should recognize clearly about the Sixth Patriarch. He was not lazy. He always practiced the Buddha Dharma. He became enlightened, and after his enlightenment, he spoke the Platform Sutra. Being able to read is just worldly knowledge. The Sixth Patriarch understood his mind, saw his nature, and opened up to his inherent wisdom. Because of this sutra was spoken from the bright light of this wisdom, its value is incomparable. It is the same as the sutra spoken by the Buddha, so do not take him lightly just because he couldn't read. The sutra is now complete, and after teaching it, I make that statement to all of you. And that concludes the Sixth Patriarch Sutra.